Our story kicks off with a young guy named Ryu Han Bin snapping awake to another empty day. He drags himself out of bed long after noon, feeling wrecked, like sleep never even happened. A few months earlier, he'd come back from the army and decided to finally cut himself some slack. Since then, he'd failed to find either a passion or a goal worth holding on to. The only things that really hooked him were video games, fast food, and endless Netflix binge runs. But at one point, that sugar-coated lifestyle comes to a brutal stop and shatters for good. An unknown force yanks him out of his familiar world without warning and drags him into another space entirely. A guy used to lazy days realizes fast that there's no road back anymore. Everything around him looks black and white, and he can't even tell what kind of place this is. Dozens of other people stand nearby just as lost, scanning the void in silence. An administrator activates a new system where humans are forced to clear trials and raise their stats. Each person is sent to an unfamiliar world, where the path of progression begins. But right from the start, things go sideways and the administrator screws up. Instead of sending Han with the other rookies, the admin straight up loses him. About as cleanly as Netflix drops good shows after season 1. That's how he ends up inside a simulation of Zelhalatana, a land destined to become his new home. In this world, there's only one rule: survive and level up. The first few hours are pure chaos, and more than once Han brushes against death. Hellish dogs swarm him non-stop, and holding them back feels almost impossible. He doesn't get a single second to process what's happening or deny reality. Instinct takes over, forcing him to adapt and survive at any cost. Every clash with the monster grants experience points and sharpens his skills. The moment he kills his first hell dog, a new journey truly begins. Han can barely accept that this is real and that burgers and ice-cold soda are gone for good. If he couldn't even land a girlfriend in his old life, thinking about that now is pointless. With his starting stats, his survival odds in this land don't even hit 5%. Everything feels like a cruel joke pulled by the gods themselves. The system hands out his first weapon, automatically assigning him the warrior class. That's when the endless grind of hell officially starts. The first steps are painful, heavy, and unforgiving. He doesn't know yet that the administrator forgot about him, and that the system itself is bugged. After the first week, his body slowly starts adjusting to the new conditions. Constant battles drain him dry, and soreness becomes his default state. The monsters keep leveling up, and every day the fights get nastier. In just 1 week, a soft-spoken guy turns into a cold-blooded killer. His first skills unlock cut and pain strike. Han finds a place to hide, turning it into a temporary shelter for long, lonely nights. All he can do is roast and eat the meat of monsters he killed with his own hands. Sometimes he thinks back to the moment he was transported and realizes other players must exist somewhere. The thought of meeting them eases the loneliness, even if just a little, and sparks hope. Once he reaches level 5, he'll be allowed to leave this area and see other people. The news gives him hope, but the road to level 5 promises pain. Han wanted to go home, yet instead he's forced to jump worlds and fight monsters. He has no choice but to accept this new reality and the fact that the hell dogs will only grow stronger. He sets a goal and swears to level up before the next month begins. Loneliness presses down hard, and the constant conversations inside his own head become unbearable. Over time, his muscles harden, tightening like steel cables. His hands grip the sword with confidence as it claims monster heads day after day. Experience points keep stacking, and killing slowly turns into routine. From time to time, real threats appear, since monster levels never stand still. But Han never once considers retreat, and does everything it takes to someday leave this blood-soaked land behind. The moment he finally raised his level and braced himself to switch worlds, another piece of bad news hit him cold. The system glitched out, and his level was forcefully rolled back. It meant only one thing: he was going nowhere, and the land of hell dogs was now his forever home. His stats kept climbing. Experience kept stacking, yet his level stayed nailed to the ground. It all felt like a cruel cosmic joke, as if the gods got bored and decided to mess with him directly. Meanwhile, the monster's levels kept rising like nothing was wrong at all. Day by day, the hell dogs grew bigger, meaner, and deadlier. Just to stay alive, he had to evolve alongside this savage world. Day after day, Han slaughtered monsters, clinging to the hope that the system would someday wake up. But every night ended the same way, with an empty stare and the realization that nothing had changed. Time dragged on. He kept changing, yet the situation felt frozen in place. At some point, the hell dogs started to look like true spawn of hell, creatures that simply refused to die. It was like endless grinding with zero progress, power without movement. After 7 long years in this hell, he noticed something strange. Players didn't age. Minor wounds healed within hours, and accumulated experience never vanished. The system stopped granting new skills, but his basic techniques were pushed to their absolute limits. The hell dogs didn't lag behind either, constantly boosting their abilities as if mocking him. Han had to adapt faster and faster, slowly shedding his humanity and turning into a pure killing machine. Sometimes he fell asleep and woke up in his old room from his past life. Familiar smells of home hit his senses, peace, safety, and a long-forgotten carelessness. But the illusion shattered fast, dragging him back into reality where survival meant fighting again. Over time, the system began regularly offering him an option to end his life, branding it as a simple solution. He had lived in this world for over 10 years, and his sanity was starting to crack. To keep himself from completely losing it, he grabbed his sword again and again. That was how he prepared for the trials that were bound to come sooner or later. Over the years, Han even managed to build a house of his own. Inside, it felt like a warm refuge, even though a brutal world raged beyond its walls. Days flew by in a blur of combat and survival. Against all odds, he stubbornly held on to optimism and believed something better waited ahead. Everything collapsed on the day a newly evolved monster destroyed his home. It was a direct hit to both his hope and his pride. He had spent 3 years building that place, pouring not just effort but his soul into it. The monster that wrecked his home would pay dearly for it. Years of hunting had taught Han every habit of the hell dogs. He knew how they thought, how they read the battlefield, and how they attacked. Even with their growth and evolution, predicting their moves had become second nature. Stuck at level 1, he pushed his body beyond limits, turning muscle into living armor. Now he looked like a Hulk without the green. Stuck on level 1 longer than Bethesda fixes bugs, accidentally turning into a broken powerhouse. Even the most dangerous monsters couldn't hold him back for long anymore. And still, no matter how brutal it got, he kept believing there was a way out ahead. One day, the administrator began a massive cleanup across the worlds. Players were relocated, locations updated, and new trials created. During the process, he stumbled upon an old, forgotten box he hadn't touched in years. When he opened it, horror struck. Someone was still alive inside. The administrator was shaken by the realization that one player had been completely forgotten in the world of hell dogs. His thoughts immediately shifted to damage control and how to erase the problem quietly. Killing a player without warning was forbidden, but loopholes always existed. Sending him somewhere survival was impossible would solve everything on its own. The administrator was convinced a level 1 player was completely harmless. He had no idea that years in the blood-soaked wasteland had sharpened this guy's skills beyond reason. Han had just finished a solid dinner and was already mapping out tomorrow in his head. He planned to build a new house, anything to dull the gray weight of isolation. Those plans shattered fast when reality came crashing in. The world began to shift, and the system wiped the player's future clean almost instantly. The administrator expected Han to die quietly and vanish without a trace. Like a bug no one cares about until it starts messing with the stats. All that remained was a thin hope that this guy might cheat fate and grab luck by the tail. After the transfer, Han landed in a world that looked disturbingly close to Earth. The air carried the scent of fresh grass, insects humming softly all around. But monsters lived here too, creatures that burned with hatred toward players. For the first few minutes, he couldn't believe he was really standing in another world. A rush of pure freedom burst out of him, raw and overwhelming. He dove into the water, fully submerged, feeling fresher than he had in years. In that moment, the system updated his status and coldly noted that he was now in Ratna. His primary objective was listed without mercy: eliminate one of the 6 goddesses of this world. To do that, he would need to hide his origins and join a hunter guild. First, though, he had to deal with the monster already closing in. This was nothing like the hell dogs he'd spent years fighting. Standing before him was a massive blue dragon with blood-red eyes. It breathed fire but failed to catch the player off guard. Han closed the distance in a flash and threw a punch with the force of Mike Tyson at full swing. Even he didn't expect it. Until now, he had always relied on his sword alone. Long ago, a knightly order once thanked the gods for encountering a dragon named Ephir. That dragon had aided humans until a foolish king forced his way into the story. The king wanted a ride, and it ended in a tragic death. Every knight who loved the dragon was executed, though one managed to save Ephir. From that day on, the dragon was forced to hide in the dark caves of a distant forest. Humans constantly tried to kill him, especially visitors from other worlds. Ephir learned one rule for life: outsiders could not be trusted and had to be erased. Sensing an intruder, the dragon lunged to kill Han, and failed. Unlike true dragons, Ephir was not a full-blooded dragon, but a wyvern. Han didn't care about that in the slightest. He was here for answers, not titles. He didn't appreciate being labeled a demon from another world. He wanted to understand why players were hated here, and how Ratna truly functioned. Once upon a time, the locals had peacefully coexisted with outsiders. That changed when players began slaughtering Ratnians for faster leveling. The strongest among them formed a group called Great Earth and declared a hunt for the goddesses. As their levels rose, so did their power and influence. Over time, they turned into lunatics no one could stop. It continued until true heroes finally stepped in. The Sword Lord Bo and the Archmage Genopia were the first to rise against them. They were joined by the assassin Karhan and the Lord of Life and Death, Holly Ann. The 4 heroes of the continent quickly ended the war, placing the burden of peace on the 6 goddesses. From that day on, Earth was branded an ally of otherworldly demons, and outsiders were executed without trial. After decades in a blood-soaked wasteland, Han struggled to grasp that he'd entered a world where everyone wanted him dead. The whole situation reeked of cruelty and deliberate malice. No matter how the cards were stacked, he would do whatever it took to return home, even if the path forward was paved with corpses. Several days passed after his encounter with the wyvern. Once he escaped the dark forest, towering fortress walls rose on the horizon. It was the city of Onpros, massive, crowded, and impossible to miss from afar. In the nearby forest, dozens of dungeons have been hiding for years, packed with nightmare-grade monsters. Many hunters gamble their lives for fast cash, operating through the local guild. Everyone who comes to Onpros is either already a hunter or dreams of becoming one. In reality, most of them are weak links, nowhere near ready for anything serious. That day, the guild doors swung open as a massive bodybuilder stepped inside. An obvious outsider from another world, clearly here to kick off a hunter career. The hall froze. No one had ever seen a human that big and that built. He looked like someone who'd been fed steroids instead of baby formula, with doctors long ago giving up and deciding to see how wild the result would be. The instant Han stated his intention to become a hunter, hands shot toward sword hilts. Before coming to the guild, he had already settled everything in advance with Ephir. The dragon carefully explained how one was supposed to behave inside the city. First priority was clothing. Walking the streets naked was not an option. After confirming the human wasn't dangerous and had no urge to randomly start killing, the dragon promised his support. Knowing full well that only he could see system parameters, Han showed no embarrassment and changed clothes right in front of his new acquaintance. During their talk, he realized that meeting a goddess would demand serious effort. Only the strongest warriors of this world were worthy of an audience with a goddess. That meant slaughtering monsters and earning fame through endless battles. Along the way, Han fully confirmed that system stats were visible to him alone. Whenever he reacted to system prompts, the dragon stared as if the guy's brain had short-circuited. Once the conversation ended, the player headed straight for the Hunter Guild. On the way, he got a new hairstyle, which made him look slightly ridiculous by local fashion standards. A female administrator greeted him warmly and was ready to register a new hunter. All that was required was naming a previous guild to confirm qualifications. Han honestly admitted he had never worked as a hunter and was starting from zero. The hall tensed, hands drifting toward weapons. He was instantly suspected of being an outsider. Outsiders weren't welcome here, so to avoid trouble, the newcomer had to show his level. He calmly placed his hand on the measuring device, confident everything would go smoothly. In his mind, he already saw the looks of awe forming around him. Han was sure his skills were on another tier and that he'd become an instant local legend. He even mentally rehearsed a grand promise to wipe out every demon in the dark forest. Everything went sideways when the system displayed that he was nothing more than a level 5 hunter. The system labeled him a Sword King, and the hall froze for exactly 1 second, before realizing he was a level 5 legend and bursting into laughter. The laughter rolled through the hall so loudly it felt like even the deaf and blind were cracking up. Even the administrator struggled to hold it together, though she did apologize. Many had expected an outsider, but fighters from other worlds usually started at level 20 or higher. A 5th level instantly cleared Han of all suspicion. On top of that, he didn't even have the money for the entry fee. He had to take the last of Ephir's coins just to avoid complete humiliation. It turned out that outsiders from Earth normally received funds automatically, and he alone got nothing. After all the embarrassment, he finally received his first hunter badge. With a 5th level rank, he couldn't just stroll out and solo a dungeon. He needed to find a team of experienced hunters, like the one led by the overconfident Raud. That guy called himself the best hunter in the city and was already level 27. He'd recently put together a solid squad and was more than happy to take a newbie for the dirty work. His group also included a quiet, mysterious red-haired guy, a level 37 mage who deliberately suppressed his stats to stay under the radar. His name was Addis, and he immediately noticed that the Sword King was stronger than he looked. Raud, as usual, acted eccentric and loudly tried to recruit the newcomer. At one point, he tested the sword's weight and realized even 2 hunters couldn't lift it. Han looked at him like he was seriously considering whether to erase him on the spot. He absolutely hated it when someone touched his weapon without permission. For the first time since entering the guild, he openly showed his strength, lifting the massive sword with one hand, no strain, no effort. The calm voice, steady confidence, and fearless stare instantly drew the attention of a veteran hunter squad. It felt like this was exactly the kind of man they'd been missing to finally chase down their long-held ambitions. Every second, the tension kept climbing, like a serious clash was about to ignite. The room held its breath, expecting blood because the air itself already screamed combat. Everyone wanted to know how a level 5 guy dared to challenge a level 25 fighter. Bork stepped in fast, unwilling to watch talent like that get wasted on nonsense. He immediately recognized Han's skills and openly showed interest in working together. Han understood it too. Right now, he couldn't hunt properly on his own, at least not officially, since the system still labeled him weak. If he truly wanted to grow and land in the right circle, joining Bork's team made far more sense than sticking with Raud. Sure, he dreamed of going solo, but sometimes you start small to reach something big. That's how the guy jokingly called the Sword King ended up in his very first hunter team. Before he could fully process it, Bork was already introducing him to the rest of the squad. Alongside the captain, the team included 2 women and a young but promising mage. It's worth noting that the city of Onpros is infamous for being surrounded by an absurd number of dungeons and dangerous monsters. Almost everything in this city revolves around hunting and monsters, since they're the region's main problem. In the past, monsters rarely left the forest or attacked nearby villages. That changed, and hunters from across the continent flooded into the city to clear the area, secure it, and make money. Bork's team jumped into action immediately, trying to stay ahead of potential rivals. For Han, it was the perfect chance to watch real professionals at work, starting with the captain, always ready to shield his comrades and sacrifice himself if needed. He was the textbook example of a leader people would follow to the edge of the world. Bork wasn't just stacked with combat skill. He also had rare human qualities that set him apart. Even so, in the hardest moments, he still needed the support of someone strong and independent. That pillar had long been Veneta, a high-level fighter with the body of a true athlete. She never hesitated to step in and help during critical moments, no questions asked. On top of that, unspoken romantic tension had burned between them for years, hot enough to survive even the cruelest cold. Alongside these two leaders was the captain's younger sister, Erwin. She was young and inexperienced, often getting herself into trouble during raids. Even so, she could always rely on solid backup. Not only her brothers stood ready to save her, but also the young mage Hubert, who was progressing fast through relentless training. Together, they formed one of the strongest teams in the city, their reputation spreading across the entire continent. For a newcomer who'd just arrived in this world, the conditions felt almost perfect. However, while the others fought monsters, Han was assigned to guard the team's belongings. For now, that was the simplest and safest job he was given. None of them had any idea just how insane this guy's true potential really was. While he sat there bored, a large pack of monsters decided to test his skills. The Sword King didn't flinch for a second, calmly accepting the challenge like it was nothing new. He wiped out every monster with ordinary pebbles, without even standing up from where he sat. It seemed the local monsters were too weak to push his level forward at all. If he wanted real growth, he'd need far more dangerous opponents. Otherwise, these raids were pointless. After the job was done, the team returned to a small village that served as their base. In this world, even sweet-looking girls casually butchered monster corpses, harvesting organs to sell at the market. That was the hunter lifestyle. Monster bodies were their main source of income. Han did his best to be useful, helping his new companions however he could. In conversation, he admitted he'd lost his home long ago, taken away when he was still a child. Many were shocked to learn he was only 24, since he looked far older. The team tried to comfort someone who had walked through literal hell and told him he was family now. They were kind and welcoming, but even this team had one serious flaw. Hunters prefer not to gamble more than necessary, avoiding dungeons where truly lethal monsters lurk. They feel far more comfortable hunting in the open forest, where the odds of running into instant death stay low. That mindset didn't sit right with the Sword King at all. He'd joined the guild for risk, pain, and real progress. Disappointed, the hunter said he was heading out to train and disappeared into the forest with a dark look on his face. He dashed between the trees, eyes sharp, scanning every shadow in search of something dangerous. Small fry monsters didn't interest him in the slightest. He looked at them the way a kid stares at broken toys. After several hours of pointless searching, Han realized there was nothing here worth his time. Then the forest was torn apart by a thunderous roar, like a tiger waking after a long, angry sleep. The monster was clearly massive and vaguely resembled the hell dogs from the Blood Desert. Han launched himself toward the sound without hesitation, greedily dissecting every shadow along the way. He wanted a worthy opponent, a real face-to-face challenge from fate itself. Reaching a forest lake, he stopped, clenched his sword hilt, and his eyes went wide in shock. Instead of a deadly monster, an entirely naked mage stood before him, and for the first time in a long while, Han realized some horrors were better left unfound. The player immediately apologized and hurriedly explained that he was just looking for a monster to train on. Adis stopped him at once, trying to figure out what this meant and why someone had been secretly watching him. The mage didn't seem bothered in the slightest by being completely naked, shamelessly displaying his long magic staff. Han had no desire to get involved and was about to leave, but the mage ignited magical flames and blocked his path. It turned out this guy was insanely talented and had long taken interest in Han, who clearly stood out among hunters. The Sword King had no time for pointless chatter. He wanted real monsters, not weird encounters. With a single motion, he extinguished the magic staff and made it clear that his level 5 was nothing but an illusion. Tension spiked to the limit, and right then the leader of a local hunter team stepped out of the bushes. All this time, he'd thought Addis was a girl, fooled by the long hair and slender frame. Raud was convinced the newcomer had come to defile a beauty and swore brutal punishment. He drew his sword and prepared for battle, determined to prove that raw muscles alone meant nothing. This hunter had always been confident, and tonight his twin flashing blades thirsted for blood. He lunged forward like a starving hawk diving on prey. Han didn't want unnecessary conflict, so he simply bowed slightly and apologized for the misunderstanding. That alone was enough for his sword hilt to strike with perfect accuracy at every man's weakest point. A titanic burst of energy followed, and screams of pain echoed across the continent. Even hours after sunset, Han still struggled to recover from what had happened. He never wanted enemies. He needed monsters and battles to level up. Instead, he'd accidentally created a mountain of problems, and now cursed his own carelessness. Raud was in terrible condition, and had to be rushed back to the city for treatment. The healer did everything she could to ease his suffering, even a little. But despite all efforts, Raud permanently lost the 2 magical cores that fueled his energy. For any man, that kind of fate would be a crushing blow. From that day on, Raud's team returned to the city, and their captain cried almost every single day. A full month passed, yet Han still couldn't find any truly strong monsters. Even so, he stayed optimistic and tried to squeeze as much useful information as possible out of evening talks with friends. He learned that local dungeons housed genuinely dangerous creatures, but meeting them required going underground. Almost no information existed, since only lunatics dared take that risk. Rumors said the monsters were created by a demon named Anplas, spreading chaos and multiplying slaughter. These creatures appeared deep underground and returned there every night. That was where mysterious artifacts could be found, items capable of pushing a player to a new level. After outsiders and monsters appeared, locals noticed that many objects had begun gaining magical properties. Such artifacts could boost levels, and whispers claimed Raud wanted to cure his condition with one of them. Late at night, after everyone fell asleep, Han quietly dressed and slipped outside with extreme caution. He headed straight for the dark forest, his thoughts locked on magical artifacts. It all sounded like pretty fairy tales to him, and only seeing an artifact firsthand could change his mind. During his night walk through the forest, he did not notice one truly dangerous monster that was sleeping peacefully in the forest. With his non-stop muttering, Han managed to wake the beast, and they ended up scaring the hell out of each other almost instantly. At first, the situation looked borderline ridiculous, until it became clear that Han had finally found exactly what he'd been searching for. For a long time, he'd been tracking high-level monsters, and now his hunt had paid off. All that remained was to hope he wouldn't regret it, because several genuinely lethal creatures stood right in front of him. The monsters quickly closed the circle around him, confident in their numbers and raw power. The problem was that ordinary swords couldn't pierce beasts like these. But for Han, the rules of this world had stopped applying a long time ago. He didn't give a damn about anyone's opinion. He always played by his own rules and never backed down from them. With a completely ordinary sword, he sliced one monster apart, then immediately did the same to its partner without slowing down. The squad leader bolted, trying to save his own skin, but his speed was nowhere near enough. Han caught up in seconds and instantly realized where the runaway was trying to hide. Deep in the forest, a hidden dungeon portal was revealed, the source from which all these monsters had emerged. It was a major secret never meant for human eyes, and the monster had seriously screwed up. Its boss had ordered extreme caution, but regret was pointless now. Han solved 2 problems at once and gained a clean path into the dungeon. He didn't kill his accidental savior right away, promising to keep the mistake quiet. The monster had no choice but to pretend it heard nothing, saw nothing, and let no one pass. Once deep underground, many inexperienced hunters quickly began to regret their decision. A young squad from the local guild had come down here chasing money, fame, and a big name. Just a few hours later, they were begging for mercy, praying it was all just a nightmare. The dungeon's real danger wasn't only the monsters' strength, but their terrifying numbers. They appeared out of nowhere, attacked from every angle, and left almost no room to maneuver. For young and untested fighters, this place could easily become a mass grave. The squad's mage swung her staff and blinded the advancing monsters with a burst of blinding light. The move worked, buying the humans a brief delay on their own deaths. Still, several team members had already fallen, crushed by nonstop pressure and back attacks. The monsters quickly recovered from the flash and decided to finish the job, already imagining a full meal. It looked like nothing could save the hunters now, and blood was seconds away from flooding the floor. At the last possible moment, everything went off script, like the plot got handed to the people patching Starfield. Fast, unexpected, and with consequences. A violent flash of light forced everyone to tense up, and then it became clear. All the monsters had been instantly decapitated. Hitting the exact weak point on a monster's neck required insane precision and ice-cold focus. Normally, hunters struck lower, forcing monsters to drop their guard and expose the vulnerable zone. That was exactly how the savior of these young fighters operated. The legend of Raud had long spread beyond the city, as he'd been clearing dungeons non-stop for weeks. Everyone believed he was searching for an artifact that could cure his severe health issues. In reality, it was way simpler. Raud got drunk in a tavern and woke up inside a dungeon. Since then, he hadn't been able to find his way out, while the city hailed him as a true hero. Spotting other hunters, Raud chose to team up, hoping they could help him escape. It seemed like a foolproof plan, so he told them to stay close and not fall behind. As soon as they pushed deeper into the dungeon's dark corridors, screams and heavy monster footsteps echoed ahead. The veteran warrior ordered the rookies to hide behind him and vowed to protect them at any cost. He couldn't let his legend collapse, so he did everything possible to maintain the myth of his invincibility. The hunters decided otherwise. A guy grabbed his partner and ran into the nearest passage. They believed their lack of skill would only drag the hero down. In truth, Raud, left alone against the approaching horde, started to panic hard. A massive wave of monsters surged toward him, like a living plague. The only mystery left was what could scare these creatures so badly that they ignored a lone hunter. It made no sense. Raud had never seen anything like this during his time in the dungeon. Meanwhile, deep in the dungeon's core, something truly abnormal was unfolding. Piles of torn bodies, rivers of thick blood, and the choking stench of death saturated the air. That was Han, casually using the tornado technique and methodically wiping the entire area clean. Even after wiping out several hundred monsters, Han barely gained any experience points, as if all those battles meant nothing to the system. The system coldly judged his enemies too weak and decided that this kind of success wasn't worthy of progress. Seeing no other option, he pushed even deeper into a new cave, hoping to finally find something that actually mattered. It was there that the artifacts Bork talked about stopped being rumors and suddenly became real. Deep inside the dungeon lay a mysterious bracelet, capable of firing fireballs and granting the sensation of a true dragon's power. Without a second thought, Han grabbed the bracelet and immediately chose to test it in real combat. He readied himself for battle, feeling magical energy slowly spread through his body, creating an unfamiliar tension. After decades of fighting with a sword, it was time to try magic worthy of a true champion. Han recalled Bork's warning that monsters didn't reproduce but appeared out of nowhere. In every dungeon, there existed a special point where creatures slipped in from another world to spread chaos and death. The moment he tried to activate the artifact, bad news hit almost instantly. The bracelet refused to work, demanding level 31. The legendary artifact turned out to be about as useful as an NFT in 2025. Normally, this wasn't an issue, since only high-level professionals were allowed this deep underground. No one could have imagined a level 5 rookie making it this far. All that remained was to accept reality, sell the useless find, and look for something actually valuable. Moving through yet another cave, Han unexpectedly discovered a hidden underground passage. It was a double dungeon, buried so deep that even the air felt heavy. He was certain this was where the boss lived, the reason this entire sweep had been worth starting. In the central chamber stood a special switch capable of sealing the dungeon completely. Han was about to activate it when slick, disgusting tentacles suddenly wrapped around his arms. That was when he finally encountered a level 45 parasite, the true boss of this dungeon. The monster had clearly waited a long time for an equal opponent and gladly accepted the challenge. This was supposed to be a battle of legends, but the annoying man without magical cores ruined everything again. Raud had also reached this chamber and didn't recognize his greatest enemy at first. Only after looking closer did he realize it was the same rookie who had robbed him of his manhood. From that moment on, there was no turning back, and the monster faded into the background. The team captain challenged the outsider and vowed to take his head immediately. He didn't even notice the dungeon boss anymore, fully locked onto his target. Raud charged forward, ignoring obstacles and lethal danger all around. He wanted to take back what he had lost more than a month ago. Only Han's lightning-fast reaction kept him from taking serious injuries. He slammed into the parasite, enraging the local boss even further. Raud kept attacking in blind fury, refusing to hear any apologies. He had only one goal: to kill the opponent who had always been a simple, kind guy. Blinded by hatred, the hunter captain failed to notice he was becoming a monster himself. The parasite had already wrapped him in tentacles, slowly infecting his body. Then the creature dragged him closer and completely took over his mind. From that moment on, the monster spoke through Raud, declaring that the dungeon would never be closed. The Sword King had his own plans for the night and wasn't about to abandon them. He had come here for a fight with the strongest monster and accepted the rules without hesitation. In this battle, there was no room left for complex strategies, tense calculations, or clever plot twists. One precise strike was enough to split the monster in half and end its control over the dungeon. To the boss, this felt like a complete anomaly, especially since the opponent was only level 5. Losing to a rookie was humiliating, especially in front of its own servant. The red parasite hastily retreated to report everything to its superior. When the fight ended, Han watched with mild surprise as the system congratulated him on his success. Early the next morning, he hurried back to his team, not wanting to make them worry. Bork was already awake, training hard and preparing for new trials. Only Erwin was deeply anxious, troubled by the fact that Han had vanished again. She feared he might have gotten lost and fallen into the claws of monsters, turning him into an easy and tasty meal. The rookie showed up out of nowhere and casually mentioned that he'd just gone hunting a bit before heading back to the city. He didn't bother explaining what had really happened, even though those adventures would have hooked any listener instantly. As a reward, the system dropped 100,000 experience points on him, his highest gain ever. Even killing the biggest, nastiest hell dogs usually earned Han only a few hundred points. He was convinced this would finally skyrocket his level and erase his rookie status for good. Then another system error slammed him straight back to reality. It turned out he still needed more than 50 billion experience points to level up. For several hours, he wandered around with an empty stare, trying to process the number, looking like someone who'd just checked housing prices in 2025. At times, it even seemed like the guy had completely lost it and might never return to normal reality. Eventually, he snapped out of it and started packing his gear. The hunting season was officially over. Most dangerous monsters had been wiped out, and it was finally safe to return to the city, which had noticeably changed. In the past, hunters entered the city freely, but recently even elite fighters faced strict new rules. The city was almost deserted now, and what once buzzed with life felt disturbingly empty. One familiar night immediately told Bork this wasn't a joke. The situation was genuinely dire. The forest's main dungeon had been officially cleared, leaving hunters with no work at all. On top of that, an inquisitor from the Holy Church had arrived in the city. The inquisitor was convinced that only an outsider could have cleared the dungeon and launched a ruthless investigation. Most terrified hunters fled to other cities, desperate to avoid suspicion and unnecessary trouble. Rumors spread that the Inquisitor tortured even the innocent without hesitation, just to extract information. Han felt indirectly responsible for all this, even though he'd never planned anything like it. He had destroyed the dungeon boss but hadn't taken the core or sealed the place. The team felt weighed down by the situation, but the captain still managed to stay optimistic. He insisted they celebrate the rookie's first hunt properly with a real feast that night. For that, Han needed to head to the market and sell all the monster parts collected during the season. He rushed to the nearest shop, only to be met with bad news. The local merchant refused to buy the goods. There was simply no one left to resell them to. With almost no hunters remaining, monster trophy trade had lost all value. Only regular food was sellable now. Anything monster-related was completely unwanted. Han tried for a long time to persuade the merchant to buy at least a few fresh trophies. He fell silent when a figure in a dark, terrifying mask stepped into the shop. It was the very Inquisitor everyone feared, and even his presence radiated menace. The merchant went pale, knowing Inquisitors were infamous for cruelty and bloodlust despite their church ties. The Inquisitor walked straight up to the rookie, intent on figuring out what he was hiding. Any outsider could see others' stats, but the Inquisitor's level was completely concealed. Questions fired one after another, yet Han didn't seem shaken in the slightest. He answered calmly, stayed composed, and carried himself like someone with nothing to hide. Once the Inquisitor learned Han was only level 5, his tone immediately softened. Suspecting a mere rookie made no sense. He couldn't be the outsider who cleared the dungeon. With that, the church agent turned to leave, unwilling to waste time on someone so weak. But the moment he turned away, the merchant, thinking the danger had passed, began examining an artifact from the dungeon depths. Through sheer carelessness, the old man dropped the magical bracelet onto the floor, making things far worse. The bracelet rolled straight to the Inquisitor's feet, and of course he noticed. He knew perfectly well that such artifacts couldn't belong to an ordinary man. Something was off. The Inquisitor approached the rookie again and began telling a strange story filled with heavy implications. Long ago, in a small town, there lived a cheerful, lively hunter with a family and a peaceful life. He hunted with friends and was almost always the heart of the group. One day, they encountered a monster that seemed weak at first glance, but the lead hunter suddenly called off the attack. He convinced his companions the creature was far too dangerous and must not be touched under any circumstances. In the end, the hunter confessed he was an outsider who could see the true level of all living beings. After that revelation, the monster awakened and attacked without warning those who dared stand in its way. While everyone else ran for their lives, the lead hunter stayed behind, fighting the monster in sheer desperation, determined to stall it at any cost. Rumors exploded across the city at terrifying speed, and hiding the truth quickly became impossible. Before long, an Inquisitor arrived and executed everyone even remotely connected to cooperating with an outsider. The outsider himself managed to escape and by some miracle made it back to his home. There, he found his wife and daughter murdered, mercilessly slaughtered by the local townsfolk. His rage burned so fiercely that he erased the entire village, leaving not a single soul alive. That story made one thing painfully clear. This world despised outsiders with absolute hatred. The Inquisitor subtly hinted that Han might be cooperating with someone from another world and helping sell artifacts. He strongly advised against it, warning that everyone tied to such a dark scheme would suffer. Hearing a threat aimed at his team, Han finally snapped. He was ready to crush the Inquisitor's skull and send him straight to hell with one clean punch. Luckily, Addis was there, the same mage who was easily mistaken for a girl. He stepped in at the right moment and claimed that he himself had ordered his assistant to sell the magical artifact. Then Addis loudly scolded Han, putting on a show to make it clear who was supposedly in charge. The performance was flawless. This guy could have won an Oscar without breaking a sweat, easily matching Timothée Chalamet. After that, he turned to the Inquisitor and calmly explained who he really was. Addis Bannister turned out to be a member of a legendary family of dragon hunters. Rumors said almost nothing remained of that bloodline, its former glory long faded. Even so, Addis was determined to restore his family's name, and he had no intention of breaking the law. That explanation was enough for the Inquisitor, who chose not to detain anyone. Han played along as well, acting like nothing more than an ordinary servant running small errands. The tension noticeably eased, and it felt like the worst had finally passed. There was space to breathe again, to calm the heart that had been pounding out of control. Before leaving, the Inquisitor asked what kind of magical power the artifact generated. The answers didn't match. Han mentioned fireballs while Addis cautiously hinted at lightning. Those careless words practically signed their death warrants. The Inquisitor instantly activated the entrance seal, cutting off all escape routes. Han's entire short but intense guild career flashed before his eyes. Before this, he had spent decades in total isolation, far away from people. All those years, he'd dreamed of simply talking to someone, and only recently had that wish come true. He'd found a team of friends who stayed by his side and were always ready to help. They never judged him and never demanded sacrifices in return. For the first time in years, Han had eaten something other than hell dog meat, which had long made him sick just thinking about it. Even the simplest meal felt like a luxury beyond measure. He was genuinely happy and had grown truly attached to these people. They looked at him differently, like he'd always belonged with them. Now, with the Inquisitor present, every one of them risked losing their life. The Church's agent could erase everyone tied to an outsider, and that couldn't be allowed. All exits were sealed by the tornado technique, making resistance seem pointless. Han stepped forward with confidence, deciding to take control of the situation. He made it clear he didn't want to hurt anyone, and was ready to make a deal to spare innocent lives. He admitted that he was the one who cleared the dungeon and was willing to face the consequences. The moment those words landed, the city gates suddenly burst open, followed by a triumphant shout. It was Raud, with a group of rookies, celebrating loudly and confidently, claiming that he had cleared the dungeon himself. Technically, he wasn't wrong. After waking up from the fight, he really had pulled the lever. Later, his friends found him, and the whole group headed home with satisfied smiles. Raud was convinced that glory awaited him, and that his name would finally be written into history. That confidence turned out to be fatal. The Inquisitors mistook him for the outsider, captured him, and dragged him off to distant lands for torture. That guy's luck was catastrophically bad, and it was hard to say which god he had angered so deeply. At that point, Han's words no longer mattered. The Inquisitor had already realized he was just trying to save his friends. He apologized for interfering, cast a brief glance over the gathered crowd, and wished the people of this city good luck. Once everything settled down, it was time to breathe out and have a serious talk with Addis, who had just effectively saved the Sword King. Han knew perfectly well that the story about him just passing by was hard to believe, and this conversation wouldn't be easy. For the rest of the team, returning to the city left a heavy aftertaste that wouldn't fade so quickly. The reason was simple. Almost nothing remained of the guild, and no one could even pay for monster kills anymore. The guild master had taken all the shared funds and vanished, meaning the long hunting season ended with nothing but disappointment. Now the hunters had to survive with just a few silver coins in their pockets and a pile of broken expectations. The only good news was that beer was completely free, and Bork was absolutely hyped about that. He urged his friends not to lose heart, and reminded them that work could always be found, even when it felt like the world was ending. Instead of tears and complaints, he suggested celebrating the end of the hunting season and Han's first raid. They quickly cooked dinner, poured cold beer into mugs, and waited for their favorite rookie to return. When the doors swung open, everyone was sure it was him, and that the celebration was about to begin. But things went completely off script, and even the ever-smiling Bork lost his trademark grin for a moment. Instead of Han, a long-haired guy stepped into the guild hall, wearing a lonely, almost guilty expression. Addis had arrived, carrying the belongings Han was supposed to bring back himself. Everyone exchanged tense glances, trying to understand what was happening while the guy nearly buckled under the pressure. He had nowhere near Han's muscle mass, so carrying such heavy loads was clearly too much for him. The mage explained that Han had asked him to return these items, and that was all he said. The hunter's spirits dropped instantly as they realized their friend had likely decided to quit a career he'd only just begun. The strangest part was that every bag was stuffed with gold coins instead of the usual monster parts. There should have been far less money, but the bags looked like Han had accidentally looted the final chest in Roblox, and the admin never rolled the server back. The only thing he chose to pass on besides the money was his hunter badge, which he no longer needed. The mage looked at the team with quiet sadness, fully understanding how crushed they felt. The guy who had just become part of their family suddenly chose to leave without explanations or goodbyes. Most likely, it was because of that inquisitor, who had made it painfully clear he'd kill anyone cooperating with outsiders. Before leaving, the inquisitor had decided to show something to the mysterious rookie. One glance at that emblem was enough to make Han freeze, swallowing his words like he'd been paralyzed. It was the symbol of Great Earth, the outsider association that had tried to conquer this world years ago. They were destroyed by 4 heroes, and ever since everyone believed Great Earth would never rise again. Han pretended he didn't understand what this was about and simply wanted to leave as fast as possible. The Inquisitor felt that the rookie didn't seem like an outsider, yet deep down sensed a strange pressure around him. He warned that if Han did turn out to be an outsider, all his friends would die brutal deaths. Those words were enough for Han to decide, once and for all, to leave the team and walk the path of a loner. Making that choice was agonizing, especially since he'd only just felt like he finally had a family. Now everything had to start over, and this harsh world clearly wasn't about to cut him any slack. Wandering through the city, the player ran into local bandits and quickly learned how things really worked here. Meanwhile, his friends were racking their brains, trying to understand the real reason behind his actions. Some called him a self-absorbed egoist, while others genuinely tried to figure out why he'd done this. The captain calmed everyone down, saying Han was simply tired of the hunter life and needed a break. He reminded them that Han had sent them a massive amount of money, and that alone deserved gratitude. No matter what happened, Han could always come back, knowing there were people here who truly cared about him. Several hours later, the main character was jolted awake by a splash of icy water. It was the same bandits he'd clashed with earlier on the city streets. Towering over him stood a massive, bald brute, one of the gang's bosses. The man demanded answers, and Han calmly replied that he hadn't touched anyone. The bandits tried to beat him down but immediately injured their own arms and legs, because this guy was tougher than stone. No matter what he said, no one listened, and eventually the bald brute lost his patience. He decided to personally test how strong the rookie's jaw was and threw a crushing punch. The result shocked everyone. Han didn't feel a thing, while the bald brute shattered every finger in his hand. An angry crowd of bandits quickly gathered around, trying to figure out what to do with this strange newcomer. Some of them seriously suggested burning him at the stake and getting rid of the body, just to avoid attention and unnecessary trouble. At that moment, a calm yet firm voice cut through the noise. The voice of a seasoned man everyone around clearly saw as the real boss. He studied Han closely and asked a few probing questions, which the rookie deliberately avoided answering directly. From the boy's posture and eyes alone, the old man immediately understood he was someone who had survived the Rocky Mountains. That was the absolute truth, and Han was genuinely shocked that the old man even knew about his origin. The boss said that if Han wanted real answers, he'd have to join his company and work there for at least a few months. Han had no choice left. He'd walked away from his team, and the guild had been completely wiped out. To avoid ending up broke, he agreed to cooperate and soon realized these weren't ordinary bandits at all. It turned out most of them worked for an architectural company closely tied to real estate. At first glance, everything looked brutal and inhuman. These people came in and took houses away from the poor. One day, a father returned after a long search for work and tried to protect his wife and child. He waved a sword and shouted that he was ready to go all in just to keep his home. No one listened, and soon a man known as the Rock stepped forward. He was so massive and intimidating that simply standing near him felt uncomfortable. No matter how hard the young father tried to stop him, Han showed zero fear of the sharp blade. He looked at everyone around him like ants, creatures incapable of frightening a real tiger. Taking a few steps forward, he swung once and obliterated the massive house with a single crushing blow. At first, it looked heartless, but within days it became clear things weren't that simple. After demolishing the old houses, the architectural company began building new, modern structures. Young families finally got a chance to forget leaking roofs, freezing winters, and damp late autumns. No one knew where the company got its money or what its true goal was, but many people received new homes because of it. Once the work was done, Han immediately headed to meet the old man. Lately, inquisitors kept haunting his thoughts, making him nervous and overly cautious. A lot of time had passed since he started working, and his desire to learn the truth about the Rocky Mountains only grew stronger. The old man was clearly hiding something, and things couldn't go on like this. Han desperately wanted to understand his origins and find out if returning home was even possible. Still, he avoided admitting he was an outsider, instead speaking loudly and arguing like an unhinged madman. The boss calmly listened to every emotional rant, sitting steadily in his chair. He had known for a long time that the Han came from another world and had no intention of exposing him. No matter how hard Han tried to hide it, experienced people could see the truth easily. The old man knew many ended up here after the Rocky Mountains. He had met hunters like that before. Long ago, this world was different. Outsiders and locals lived peacefully and even became friends. Everything changed when the hunter profession appeared, and outsiders slowly lost their sanity. The old man chose not to reveal every secret, as if giving the boy a chance to uncover this world on his own. The only thing he truly wanted was for a long-awaited reunion between friends to finally happen. It turned out Addis had recently gone searching for a lost friend and discovered where he worked. After long talks with the old man, he managed to arrange a meeting with the Sword King. The moment he saw his old friend, he lit up with joy, like a long-lost relative reunited at last. Han suddenly realized the mask hiding his face was concealing his true self, and that it was the dumbest idea he'd ever had. The real estate construction work was nearing completion, and the old man had no more tasks for Han. He was ready to send him into a kind of early retirement, asking only one thing, that Han never return to being a hunter. Outsiders couldn't handle that life. It drove them insane and turned them into mass killers. Only a calm life without constant danger allowed one to stay hidden, like an unseen chameleon. At the very end, Addis decided to tell the story of how he met the Sword King, and that turned out to be a huge mistake. It became painfully clear the mage had zero talent for storytelling, and always left out critical details. He explained that they met while he was completely naked, and Han decided to save him from a monster. The old man immediately tensed up, vividly imagining the scene in his head. Then the mage added that Han had abandoned him, somehow making it all even weirder. The old man listened, turned pale, called them both perverts, and kicked them out, like a strict grandpa who accidentally opened TikTok and saw way too much. He had always stood by conservative values and absolutely hated all this New Age nonsense. So, just moments later, he kicked the two clueless idiots out and made it clear he never wanted to see them again. Addis had to apologize for his behavior and swear he'd never tell stories like that again. He hadn't been looking for Han for no reason. There really was a job waiting for him. The mage needed to head into the nearby forest to carry out a full survey of the area. To feel more confident and at ease, he decided to bring along an old friend. Han had no other offers on the table, so he agreed without overthinking it. Lately, he hadn't been able to level up at all, since the local monsters were clearly weaker than him. During the survey, the mage kept activating his magical artifact non-stop. He burned everything in his path with reckless ease, like it was all just a game to him. Addis never explained this behavior, acting as if he wanted to scorch the entire green forest to ash. At the same time, he insisted he had things under control and always put the fire out once he confirmed no monsters were nearby. During these long walks, they talked a lot, and the mage slowly began opening up about his past. He explained that almost no one hunted dragons anymore, since those creatures had nearly vanished. Even if someone did manage to find a dragon, hunting it would be nothing short of suicidal. A single flap of a dragon's wings could wipe a human out, so it was better not to try at all. In one of these talks, Addis admitted he wanted to form his own hunter team. Han would be his first ally if he agreed to work together. It was obvious the Sword King trusted no one, and feared his secret might be exposed. At the same time, he knew perfectly well that without progress he'd never earn an audience with the goddess. All that remained was to decide whether he could trust the red-haired guy with the bizarre magic. Right then, the conversation suddenly turned tense, even though everything had been calm a second earlier. Addis abruptly grabbed his magic staff and aimed it straight at his friend. There was no way to tell whether it was a sudden lapse of sanity or a deliberate attempt at murder. Only at the last instant did Han dodge, immediately realizing his friend was actually protecting him. A precise magical strike obliterated a kobold that had been patiently waiting for the perfect moment to attack. It was strange, since creatures like that usually hunted inside dungeons. At best, they came out at night, but never attacked in broad daylight. When they cut open the monster's belly, they found a half-eaten human finger inside. It became clear that an entire kobold tribe was hiding nearby, and all they had to do was wait for nightfall to start the hunt. Just north of the forest stood an abandoned village, completely overrun by monsters. That was unusual, since such creatures normally lived deep underground. After Raud sealed one of the dungeons, everyone believed there were no serious threats left in the area. Looking closer, the mage spotted a suspended human who seemed to still be alive. He immediately wanted to rush in, but Han stopped him. He insisted on caution, suggesting they scout the area first before taking action. A few minutes later, once preparations were complete, they attacked without any warning. Addis used his old reliable technique known as the Mana Stone spell. He launched stones that automatically exploded upon hitting their targets. It was simple and effective. There was no need for close combat to wipe out monsters. At first glance, Addis might seem cautious or even a little timid, but in a critical moment he instantly turned into someone unstoppable. Within minutes, the entire village was engulfed in flames, monsters screaming and scattering in panic. There were no humans left inside. Those unfortunate souls had been eaten long ago. The final victim had been hung up as bait for inexperienced hunters, luring them into a trap. The strategy wasn't bad, but the monsters failed to account for running into well-prepared and extremely powerful fighters. Using fire magic, Addis handled every threat with ease and didn't even break a sweat. He blew everything up with the kind of joy you'd expect from someone who found a nuclear launch button and decided to test it with no moderation. When the flames finally died down, they calmly walked the perimeter to assess what had happened. Hunter badges were found everywhere, belonging to people who died months ago. It was clear that all of them had fallen to the monsters, one by one, without a chance. After a short but careful investigation, it became clear that an active portal was hidden right inside the local well. No one could have imagined that another dungeon existed in this region, so carefully concealed from sight. Now it was obvious where the extra wave of monsters had come from, but one critical question still had no answer. Someone had deliberately opened this portal, and that required serious skill and confident control over dark magic. An ordinary monster couldn't pull that off. This was the work of a true professional of the dark arts. Lost in thought, the hunters didn't even notice danger creeping up behind them. The air around them slowly began to freeze, as if an Ice King had decided to personally announce his presence. A skeleton named Lich appeared before them, and it was obvious he wasn't here on friendly business. A level 72 monster like this could easily become the greatest threat Han had ever faced. This skeleton was a straight-up psycho. He could smell fear and instantly got hyped by it. The moment he sensed even a flicker of terror, his stats spiked hard, making him twice as dangerous. He made it clear right away that no one was escaping, since everything unfolding was part of a carefully planned trap. He was the one who released the dungeon monsters to lure wandering hunters to this place. The mage's fire attacks didn't scare him at all. The Lich had long since mastered the element of cold. Using his crystals, he could chill even volcanic lava, let alone ordinary magical flames. To buy at least a little time, Attis decided to fall back on an old, reliable trick. He struck the skeleton with a mana stone, and after the explosion retreated with his friend to a safer distance. A plan was needed immediately, because a direct clash meant guaranteed death. Everything seemed calm on the surface, but the crushing sense of an incoming catastrophe wouldn't let Han relax. He realized something was wrong when he felt an icy wind right at his back. At the last second, he grabbed his friend by the arm and yanked him to a stop. An icy prison instantly formed around them, trapping them inside a magical sphere. The hunters were caught, and any plans of a safe retreat could be thrown straight into the trash. Fire techniques stopped working. The temperature was far too low for flames to show their true power. While Attis desperately tried to melt the ice, the Sword King prepared to face the skeleton head-on. He had long mastered the slaughter of hell dogs, but fighting a spellcaster was a whole new game. The Lich immediately unleashed freezing winds, cooling the fury of the otherworldly mercenary. Despite all his experience, Attis froze for a moment like a child crushed by pressure. His earlier enthusiasm vanished, replaced by doubt and raw fear. Even so, with the last of his strength, he called out to his friend and begged him to run the moment a chance appeared. At first, Han didn't understand what was happening, but then he carefully watched the mage's movements. Using his fire clones, Attis deliberately wounded himself, forcing fireball magic directly into his bloodstream. When the skill finally activated, his veins glowed red, as if they were about to erupt in flames. That was how Attis overcame the cold inside his body and earned a real chance to fight. He asked Han to trust him and promised to handle the skeleton alone. Han had no idea how to approach a monster this dangerous, so he pulled back and watched the more experienced fighter. The Lich was clearly enjoying the moment, in no rush to kill his captives, savoring the tension. First, Attis performed a simple distraction. Nothing special at a glance. He tossed his magic staff, which exploded a few seconds later, and diverted the skeleton's attention. While the Lich tried to process what had just happened, his opponent began to change rapidly. Internal energy flows restructured themselves, something even the skeleton noticed through thermal sensing. In that instant, he realized he was about to experience emotions he never signed up for. The shy, quiet mage transformed within minutes into a massive dragon, like that one classmate everyone laughed at, who suddenly became a millionaire and vanished from the chat. Han understood immediately, memories of that night in the forest flashing back. Back then, he'd run toward a monster's roar, never realizing that monster was his friend. Now it was clear why Attis had been completely naked. Just minutes earlier, he'd turned into a dragon. There was no time for explanations. Action had to be fast, brutal, and without compromise. The dragon took the Lich head-on and ordered Han to wait until it was over. Han watched Attis without fear. Hell dogs from his past had been far bigger than this dragon. The icy prison suppressed the dragon's firepower, preventing him from unleashing his full potential. No matter how hard he tried to turn the area into a burning hellscape, the cold refused to give way. At one point, the dragon's inner core finally stored enough energy for a decisive strike. It was an explosion of pure rage, driven by a single purpose: to erase the enemy. Facing that kind of force head-on meant suicide, so the Lich calmly dodged instead. He moved with precision and flexibility, always positioning himself to avoid being caught off guard. The cold kept intensifying, and time was clearly working against the dragon. Victory demanded non-stop pressure, attacks without pause, leaving the enemy no room to breathe. The Lich could feel it perfectly. The dragon's magic was slowly running dry. He deliberately dragged the fight deeper into his own element, forcing the dragon to burn through every drop of firepower. To the skeleton, it all felt like entertainment. He barely even tried while deflecting the attacks. When even the strongest blows failed to deal damage, the dragon chose to change tactics. He redirected the raging flames and blasted a breach into the icy prison. there was only one goal: to give Han a chance to escape while the dragon held the skeleton back. The Sword King didn't want to abandon his friend and stayed by his side until the very last second. Only later did he realize survival required retreating alone, without giving the Lich a chance to pursue. As Han neared the exit, countless ice crystals instantly formed in the air. They looked like a crocodile's razor teeth, ready to turn a human into shredded meat on command. For the first time, the outsider hesitated, realizing his new life had gone completely off the rails. The old man had warned him to stay unnoticed and forget the hunter path. And now it was painfully clear he'd been right. One thing became obvious: death was right there, and only a miracle could save him. Just as Han braced for the end, he felt warm blood splash across his arms and legs, and it wasn't his. For a moment he froze, looked up, and realized his friend had sacrificed himself to save him. That instant sealed their bond forever. After something like that, Addis could never again be seen as a stranger. Even the skeleton was stunned by the act, his twisted amusement faltering for a brief moment. Seconds later, Han fully grasped what had happened and shouted, trying to snap the dragon back to consciousness. Addis's regeneration reserves were massive, and if left alone, he would recover without question. All it would take was a bit of magical elixir, and he'd shine again like before. But for Addis to have even the slightest chance to live, the skeleton's next attacks had to be stopped. Han had no choice but to step in himself and face the demon that had appeared out of nowhere. By then, the Lich had dropped all amusement and decided to end the battle as fast as possible. His legendary giant punishing ice sword technique was ready to test the defenses of both hunter and dragon. As a final offer, he gave the dragon a chance to survive, abandon the humans, and join the monsters. Addis rejected it with a faint smirk. He'd chosen humanity long ago. At that moment, a slight smile crossed Han's face. Knowing his friend was still there mattered more than anything. Then the blow of fate came crashing down, nearly impossible to stop. For Han, it didn't matter anymore. He was ready to meet the attack head-on. Even without magic capable of killing the skeleton, he could still make things very painful. The guy everyone saw as a weak level 5 was about to show what he was really made of. Pushing off the ground, he shot upward, shining like the brightest star in the galaxy. Watching his movement was pure spectacle. Fast yet powerful, like a charging bison. Despite the mountain of muscle, his flexibility was unreal. That was what allowed him to land unpredictable strikes no opponent could adapt to in time. The skeleton mocked him right up until it felt its skull shatter into countless fragments. One blow was enough to crush the icy attack and instantly seize control of the fight. The shockwave was so intense that even the frozen dome couldn't withstand the pressure. The ice prison technique was obliterated in mere seconds. When Addis had tried the same thing, he failed. And now, the gap in power between him and the Sword King was undeniable. Even Han himself was slightly stunned, not expecting such devastating results. Even the dragon began questioning his friend's true level. Those were not rookie skills. The outsider had to improvise an excuse, claiming he was just a lucky guy who sometimes pulled off the impossible. A classic story, straight out of a crypto influencer's playbook right before the exchange collapses. The skeleton shattered into tiny fragments and needed several minutes just to regain awareness after the impact. But destroying a monster like that took more than raw strength. Magic and high-tier skills were mandatory. The Lich triggered regeneration and, to buy time, summoned kraken-like tentacles as backup. He was clearly trying to clap back after the humiliation, and the lethal aura pouring off him said everything. No more games, no more fun. This time he meant to punish his enemies the hard way. The Sword King welcomed the challenge, flexing muscles powerful enough to wreck the composure of supermodels on any beach. Every skeleton technique failed, and whatever worked before no longer mattered. He had run into the true executioner of this world, someone ready to snap the rules and rewrite reality. It wasn't hard to guess that the skeleton had originally been an outsider from Earth. Once his life had meant nothing, then he was chosen and granted a second shot in a new world. Everything went smooth. he felt strong and untouchable until he collapsed like a house of cards. The moment he believed death was beaten, fate yanked him straight back to the ground. As Han delivered killing blows, the dragon struggled to understand how he'd missed the rookie's real strength for so long. This guy could stand his ground, and not even an immortal skeleton could change that. The Lich healed again and again, but every clash ended the same way. While ice techniques failed, the Sword King needed only one hit to tear the enemy apart. By now, Han fully realized the skeleton wasn't a native monster, but an outsider like himself. From that moment on, the Lich's fate was sealed, no matter how hard he resisted. Confidence dissolved into sticky fear, and the skeleton tried to run like a cornered, terrified dog. Too many people had suffered because of beings like him, turning his existence into a curse. This skeleton cast a shadow over all outsiders, and for that, a brutal and public punishment awaited. No matter how desperately he clung to life, activating the ice puppet technique only delayed the inevitable. Han sliced through frozen monsters with terrifying ease, like a hot blade through soft butter. He smashed his enemy's teeth again and again, dark satisfaction clear in his eyes. He'd felt that same sensation only once before, when he killed the hell dog that destroyed his home. But total victory required aura, and that technique was still beyond his reach. The skeleton's body was pure mana, and disrupting its flow would shatter all magic. In theory, it sounded simple, but in reality it demanded a completely different tier of power. The skeleton clung to a false sense of invincibility, regenerating and restarting the fight over and over. Realizing his enemy couldn't use aura, he gambled everything on one final charge. It was the desperate move of a loser trying to re-enter the race and prove he still mattered. He gathered every drop of internal energy and unleashed a deadly technique, draining himself dry. Recovery would take ages after that, but he was sure the hunter would die. The entire area exploded with monstrous force, turning night into day. Hadis could only squeeze his eyes shut and pray, fists clenched in helplessness. He expected icy death, but instead felt a light wind of freedom. Opening his eyes, he realized it was now Han's turn to save him. No sacrifice was needed. One sword swing and a lifted stone were enough to defend them. Aura was the orthodox path to victory, but sometimes there was a shorter, far riskier road. Han chose that path, proving even an immortal warrior's aura didn't scare him. He pushed through torrents of icy mana and closed in to finish it. The sword, once mocked, now cleaved energy itself, completely ignoring magic. In that instant, a legend began to form, one capable of flipping this entire world. The Lich was done, his final defense cracking like Donald Trump's patience the moment he realized Greenland was never happening. Han grabbed the enemy by the neck and stared straight into empty eye sockets. A smile crossed his face, revealing the true nature of a man who'd crossed the line long ago. The skeleton looked helpless, believing for the first time that his immortality was gone. Agony consumed his body as he struggled with his last strength against death. Watching it was almost ironic. The ice techniques had long proven completely useless. No matter how hard he tried to escape, it was impossible. Han had already taken his bony legs. The Lich was now completely under his control, and had no choice but to reveal every single piece of information he possessed. At that point, it really would have been wise to keep kids away from the screen, because what followed turned into a raw and terrifying descent into true madness. Han grabbed the skeleton's bony legs and began methodically grinding them down with his blade, forcing the Lich to endure unbearable pain. The skeleton screamed, cried, and begged for it to stop, but those sounds only fueled the cold insanity burning in Han's eyes. Only hours later did it finally end, and the mutilated scene sank into an eerie, suffocating silence. The wounded dragon came to when he felt a cold, burning, sticky liquid being poured over his body. It turned out to be a recovery potion Han had been carrying in his backpack for emergencies. He quickly found several vials, carefully opened them, and used the potion to restore his friend's health. Han calmly explained that the skeleton was no longer a problem, since it could now be considered a completely neutralized cripple. The legless outsider couldn't escape anywhere, and only whimpered softly, writhing pitifully like a wounded duck. The moment for a serious conversation arrived. They needed to find out who he worked for and what his organization was after. Han was ready to erase the enemy on the spot, but the skeleton's upper body turned out to be unexpectedly durable. Addis decided to finish what had been started and stepped toward the defeated enemy, fury blazing in his eyes. He was prepared to use magic and erase the skeleton completely if the truth wasn't revealed immediately. Refusing to betray his allies, the Lich chose to trigger self-destruction, using the remnants of his own mana. As he tried to end himself, a golden coin fell from his pocket. Impossible to miss. Han instantly picked it up, his eyes widening as if the full scale of the conspiracy had just been laid bare. In that instant, he realized the skeleton had been cooperating with a corporation known as Great Earth. It turned out these hostile outsiders were stockpiling power for one reason only: to destroy a world they openly despised. Right before dying, the skeleton promised their plan would be completed and that stopping them was already impossible. His presence was so ominous that the two hunters barely dared to move, like employees at a corporate party when the CEO suddenly shows up and everyone remembers their KPIs. Then came a massive explosion that shook the earth, leaving nature itself struggling to recover. Now, it was time to return to the cave in the northern forest, where events were unfolding in parallel. A dragon named Aphir lived there, and lately he had begun packing up and searching for a new home. Circumstances kept getting worse, and the world itself seemed to hint that something truly horrific was approaching. Aphir didn't want to leave his beloved cave, but everything happening made it clear he no longer had a choice. It all began when an unknown mage started mercilessly burning the surrounding forest, leaving nothing alive. Then sudden frost struck, and massive glaciers nearly destroyed the dragon's cave itself. Just when Aphir thought things had finally stabilized, a strange explosion hit, triggering a real earthquake. Most likely, all of this was connected to the dragon helping an outsider and angering the gods in the process. Unwilling to gamble with his own life, Aphir decided to pack up and search for a new place to live. At that moment, a male voice rang out, instantly catching his attention. It turned out a hunter was nearby, hoping to speak with the kind and peaceful wyvern. He asked not to be feared, and explained that he was looking for a lost friend who hadn't been in contact for a long time. According to him, that friend looked rather strange, almost like a skeleton. As he said this, the hunter slowly reached for his sword, clearly signaling how things might end. Just a moment before the blast, the skeleton's teeth flared with bright blue light, foreshadowing disaster. Addis panicked first. He instantly understood what was coming and yelled for his friend to run. He tried to take control of the situation and neutralize the threat, but his mana reserves drained at terrifying speed. The dragon lost consciousness, finally losing hope of saving both himself and his friend. Seconds later, an explosion tore through the area, leaving behind a gigantic crater, as if a meteor had struck. When mysterious mercenaries arrived at the site, they struggled to understand what had happened there. The aggressive, overly emotional girl was named Leslie. She'd long walked the path of banditry and shady deals. The man working with her was Richard, and by tracing mana residue, he realized heavy magic had been used here. His intuition told him this was the place where one of their allies, the Lich, had perished. That man had deliberately turned himself into a skeleton to never die again, making his self-destruction painfully ironic. Soon, Alejandro approached Leslie, as usual managing to ruin the mood just by showing up. He constantly harassed her and clearly had no concept of personal boundaries or basic decency. Sometimes a knife had to come out to make it crystal clear that continuing like that would end very painfully. Once again, Richard had to step in to calm the two down before they started yet another fight. During the battle, one of their operatives was killed, and after that, it was clearly no time for jokes. Richard understood almost everything, but one detail of that fight kept bothering him. A battle had clearly taken place nearby, raising the obvious question of why the skeleton chose to self-destruct right there. It felt as if someone had deliberately moved him to that spot, and that someone possessed terrifying, overwhelming power. In reality, everything was decided by an ordinary guy from Earth who sent the skeleton's head flying with a single kick. Like a soccer ball, no VAR, no appeals, no rematch. When Addis lost consciousness, his friend panicked and spent several long seconds unable to figure out what to do next. The explosion could have happened at any moment, so Han didn't hesitate and simply hurled the skeleton's head as far away as possible. Right after that, he picked up his friend and rushed him back to the city for urgent recovery. He immediately went to the old man for help, but when the old man saw Han show up again with a naked Addis, he nearly kicked them out, once again labeling them perverts out of habit. Only later did he calm down and finally agree to help, so Addis ended up in the local hospital. Now, there were almost no secrets left between them, and the dragon fully understood that his friend was truly an outsider. Yet, even with a mission to kill a continent's goddess, Han still dreamed of a quiet life and trying to fit into this world. He wanted to be an outsider who didn't kill people and lived within the law. He knew that sooner or later, most outsiders snapped, started killing, and slowly lost their minds. That path scared him more than anything, so he tried to act with maximum caution. Han understood that dealing with other outsiders was dangerous. Any one of them could break someday and choose a blood-soaked road. That was why he decided to continue his journey alone, without putting his friends at unnecessary risk. He said goodbye to Addis and explained that he was moving to a completely different city. It was an honest confession, like finally letting out everything he had kept bottled up for so long. Addis responded in kind and admitted that his real surname was completely different. He had been created by the great goddess of shadows to become a dragon's descendant, and dragons were known for always paying their debts, meaning Addis would be forever indebted to his friend. Han simply smiled calmly and walked out, as if nothing extraordinary had happened. They parted without realizing just how tightly their fates were intertwined. That same evening, Han packed his belongings and prepared for a new journey. The old man did everything he could to support the young outsider and even gave him some gold. He sternly asked him to be careful, hide his identity, and never kill anyone. Commit even a single murder, and there would be no road back. Han took those words seriously, even though he still didn't fully understand how one killing could turn a person into a monster. He promised to return someday, said goodbye to the old man, and left in an unknown direction. Left alone, the old man looked up at the sky and began praying to the goddess for the fate of the kind outsider. Meanwhile, the beautiful wyvern named Aether had completely forgotten what true freedom felt like. Now she was forced to obey human orders, unable to even dream of a new home. At the scene, blood belonging to a 500-year-old dragon was discovered. The mercenaries decided to use it to track down Addis and take revenge for the skeleton's death. They planned to rely on the wyvern's help, since she could locate another dragon using nothing but the scent of blood. At the same time, a lonely carriage rolled slowly through a bright forest, already infested with bandits and cutthroats. These people made a living through robbery and felt zero remorse about it. Fate is rarely kind to types like that, and today was exactly one of those days. Easy prey suddenly turned into a full-blown nightmare, like quick money from a $999 info course. Instead of profit, they ran into a man whose muscles were tougher than any rope. Most of the mercenaries managed to flee, but their leader stayed behind and almost instantly regretted it. Kalinor took several brutal hits and was eventually forced to work as Han's carriage driver. The outsider immediately warned him that any attempt to escape or deceive would be punished with maximum severity. He ordered the criminal to show the road to a city that could open new opportunities for him. Nearby stood the well-known city of Iton, close to which lay a massive dungeon. The Crater Valley dungeon attracted crowds of tourists and hunters despite the risk to life. Monsters rarely emerged outside, so the locals felt relatively safe. Too many carriages had gathered ahead, forcing them to stop for a while. Kalinor decided this was his last chance to escape and tried to seize the moment. He thought he could outrun fate itself, but Han had zero intention of letting him walk away that easily. The criminal cracked under the pressure, burst into tears, dropped to his knees, and begged for a second chance. He honestly confessed that the city housed a massive prison known to every thug on the continent. The place was packed with real monsters, and a weakling like Qualinor wouldn't survive there for more than a few days. Those creatures would tear him apart, and according to rumors, that wasn't even the worst part. People whispered that a terrifying outsider had recently been thrown in there, someone every local brute feared. Hearing about another outsider instantly caught Han's attention. He'd always been curious about meeting fellow Earthlings. At that moment, a local guard noticed the strange scene and decided to check what was going on. Qualinor was already imagining himself being dragged to prison, but his savior suddenly showed mercy. Han handed him a bag of money and gave him a chance to start a new life from scratch. For a brief moment, he truly felt like a benefactor doing the right thing and helping someone in need. Seconds later, while checking his own supplies, he realized something had gone terribly wrong. He'd mixed up the bags and handed the bandit the gold, keeping only copper for himself. Exactly like trying to buy a skin and accidentally one-click donating everything. It was a total disaster, and of course, by then, Qualinor had already vanished. Once inside the city, the Sword King immediately started looking for any kind of work. He was almost broke, and the situation looked downright grim. There was no other option. He'd have to go back to the guild and find a job. In this city, tourists were spotted fast, and just as quickly offered all kinds of side work. In the crowd, a guy with bright red hair stood out instantly. Han grabbed his friend on reflex and bolted away like a hurricane trying to erase its own tracks. Once they reached a relatively safe spot, a brutal interrogation began to figure out what was actually going on. The last agreement had been to go separate ways, but Addis clearly had a different plan. Instead of staying in his home city, he'd come here in advance and waited for his friend. It was all part of a scheme he'd arranged together with the old man, preparing this reunion ahead of time. The ancient dragon wanted Han to join his team, convinced that such an alliance was perfect. Right now, Han couldn't meet the goddess anyway, and he still needed to level up to pass the trial and return to Earth. A bit frustrated, he wandered through the house and suddenly noticed a refrigerator. Until that moment, he'd been convinced this world had none of the human tech he'd been craving. Back in the Rocky Mountains, he'd constantly dreamed of cold beer to numb the pain inside. And now it felt like life was finally improving, like all his problems were fading away. Then the system dropped the warning. Unlock required level 10, turning a fridge into a premium feature like it was a subscription, not food. Han completely lost it, and started cursing every god who'd ever thought these rules were a good idea. It became obvious that everything here revolved around levels, and teaming up with Addis was the only way forward. On top of that, the dragon already had a clear plan for building a successful hunter career. The very next morning, they headed to the local guild, packed with mercenaries from across the continent. A massive, heavily built guy instantly drew everyone's attention. All eyes locked onto him, trying to figure out what kind of monster he even was. The young female administrators immediately fell for the handsome red-haired man. They didn't hide their excitement. He looked like an angel who'd descended straight from the heavens. Standing nearby, though, was a gloomy, hostile-looking guy nobody seemed happy to see. Han had changed his image, gotten a tan, and completely ditched his old uniform. People wondered where he came from and how they were even supposed to react to that look. He looked as dark and intimidating as possible, not even considering a joke or a smile. When asked to take the test on the measuring stone, he didn't bother hiding his aggression. In Han's view, that stone was a prank by malicious gods, and he refused to play by their rules. He shattered the stone with a single hand movement, like Apple removing chargers and pretending it was always the plan. No one there had ever seen anything like it, and he instantly drew the attention of even the most seasoned adventurers. Just as everyone was ready to demand explanations, Addis stepped in. He introduced his friend and announced that a legendary warrior named Volterra had joined the guild today. The day before, they'd already agreed to invent a legend about Han's unbelievable qualities. It was crucial to explain his origins properly, so not a single person would even think of calling him an outsider. If Han was presented as a legendary warrior, then his strange and terrifying abilities would stop raising eyebrows. The warriors of Volterra were known for inhuman strength, sunburned bodies, and an almost complete lack of clothing. According to the legend, Han was born in their settlement and had now set out on a journey across the world. His first step was to ditch the t-shirt and get used to spending long hours under the open sun. He openly hated the idea, but Adis was convinced the plan would work flawlessly. People around them were genuinely intrigued, some even claiming they'd heard of such warriors from distant tribes. According to Adis, they worked together and followed orders from a dragon organization. Han was his personal bodyguard, so they were always side by side, acting as a single unit. When Adis was asked to show documents, he casually said he'd left them at home. His charming smile and natural charisma turned that lie into a believable story. After that, no one asked unnecessary questions, especially with girls nearby dreaming of a date with him. The Volterra warrior also drew massive attention, as many wanted to recruit him into their teams. He was flooded with offers of cooperation, promising big money and sweet conditions. Turning them down wasn't easy, but it was necessary to reach their real goals. Neither of the two friends suspected that those hunting them were already inside the city's dungeon. Richard arrived at Alejandro's headquarters together with his assistant. Alejandro, as usual, talked non-stop, acting overly confident and arrogant. He had long cooperated with the Dragon Association, and was genuinely shocked to learn the skeleton had been killed by one of their own kind. Most likely, it was a traitor within the association, and he needed to be found and eliminated fast. Richard promised the hunt for the dragon would continue in the near future. After that, the conversation took a sharp turn, and Alejandro decided to put on the show everyone had gathered for. A stage appeared out of nowhere, reeking of blood mixed with the scent of fresh wood. The mercenaries turned their heads with interest and stared intently in that direction. On the stage stood the same wyvern named Efer, and beside her was a guy who looked like a zombie. He had been promised complete freedom if he finished the job and followed every order. A strange badge hung from his neck, and just looking at it sent chills down the spine. The moment Leslie saw that symbol, she tensed up. It was an experiment she believed long abandoned. It turned out such research was still ongoing in sealed laboratories. Richard didn't even blink, as if nothing in this world could surprise him anymore. The wyvern looked broken and cried constantly, clearly longing for her home. During her short time in captivity, she had met a young girl who looked like a princess from a children's cartoon. The girl held two sharp swords, as if she'd stepped onto the stage for a fight to the death. The zombie-like man quickly gave in to his instincts, feeling like a true blood-hungry monster. Alejandro gave the signal to start the game and prepared to enjoy the spectacle. At first, the atmosphere was deceptively calm. Everyone fell silent, waiting. The man and the girl on the stage were outsiders and could clearly see each other's levels. Long ago, this guy had been a cheerful and handsome hunter, until he started killing people. Over time, he turned into a deranged psychopath no one could stop. As he tried to tear the small girl apart, Afir watched in horror, desperately trying to figure out what to do. She was terrified and had no idea how to break free. Watching it all unfold, Afir couldn't believe her once happy life had ended like this. The two outsiders clashed, but only the girl named Ellie wielded weapons. The man fought barehanded, as if that alone was more than enough. His behavior was overly aggressive, so his hair was cut quickly and without ceremony, making it clear this wasn't a game. Losing his hair only enraged him further, and he decided to show everyone why they were here. Experiments on outsiders were conducted under extreme secrecy, known only to a select few. It was once believed the method didn't work, but Alejandro chose to revive the transformation technology. It allowed an ordinary human to turn into a monster and become twice as dangerous. Leslie had never seen anything like it before, and her reaction spoke louder than words. Despite the monster's collapse, the blind girl Ellie didn't even consider fear or retreat. She calmly waited for the distance to close, caught the ripple of her opponent's mana, and in the same instant struck with surgical precision using both blades. The paralyzed monster slammed into the floor and stayed lifeless for several seconds, like someone had hard-powered it off. After that, Don Alejandro allowed his assistant to finish the show and put a final stamp on it. One clean sword strike was enough to freeze the dead man's blood forever. Ifir watched all of this closely, unable to hide her genuine shock. The Wyvern had been certain the blind girl was fully loyal to these horrifying people and long absorbed into their system. Meanwhile, Richard showed little emotion and calmly indicated that it was time for him and Leslie to leave. They agreed to continue hunting the dragon who destroyed the skeleton and to make sure something like this never happened again. There were also fragments of talk about some kind of dragon core, but the words were scattered and hard to catch. Ifir tried to stay focused, yet much of what she heard made no sense to her. The core idea was clear enough. These were people from the Great Earth Organization, and they intended to take control of the planet. To do that, they were after the so-called Dragon Core, a source of insane, destructive power. If they succeeded, no heroes of Ratna would be able to stop them. Alejandro was acting independently and planned to personally lead the future planetary takeover. That was the reason behind all the experiments and his secret ties with certain ancient dragons. When Ellie finished her task, she received orders to dismantle the stage and erase all traces of what had happened. By then, Ifir was already trying to escape, drowning completely in fear and panic. Everything around her screamed that if she didn't get out immediately, her chances of survival were zero. Breaking free from the enclosed space, she breathed in the raw scent of earth and felt like the nightmare was about to end. Sensing something wrong, Ellie pushed herself to the limit to stop her. It was as if she knew this couldn't be allowed and even committed to using her blades. Terrified, Ifir accelerated and did everything she could to tear herself out of the grip of slavery. In that instant, an unknown force grabbed her leg and yanked her back violently. It was Ellie, who had just activated the technique known as divine chains. At first glance, the girl looked gentle and harmless, so why was she blocking the Wyvern's return to freedom? The answer lay in the magical barrier sealing this entire nightmarish zone. There were no archers and no guards, because escaping without the Master's permission was impossible. By the time Ifir fully grasped the weight of the situation, it was already too late to react. To avoid watching how badly she suffered, it was better to shift focus to the crater dungeon. This was where two hunters decided to run a cleanup, old-school style. Han took on the heavy lifting, slicing through monsters like it was just another day at work. His blade met no resistance, carving through even the most dangerous and grotesque bugs. He simply raised the sword and charged forward, opening their bellies like he'd unlocked a dev cheat code. Once the main wave was cleared, fresh monster reinforcements poured onto the battlefield. That's when a man who could turn into a dragon and command fire stepped into the spotlight. Addis could fight too, and sometimes his moves looked genuinely cinematic. In dragon form, he forgot all weakness and felt borderline unstoppable. After the battle ended, another friendly talk followed, since the kills still didn't let Han level up. The core issue was simple. He kept fighting enemies that were too weak. If he challenged stronger monsters, mana would immediately surge through his body and trigger real progression. Dragons evolve differently. They rip life force from their enemies and absorb it into their dragon core. That kind of power is wildly unstable and dangerous to control, forcing Han to stick to the classic growth path. He simply needed to keep fighting, raising the difficulty step by step. During the conversation, he learned his friend was already over 150 years old. For dragons, that was basically teenage age, barely capable of independent decisions. Great dragons crave truly massive power and have zero interest in minor life energy. They believe extracting an enormous concentration of power in a single place will solve everything. This phenomenon is called a well of life force, though humans usually refer to it as a dragon nest. That was exactly what Alejandro had been discussing with the Great Earth mercenaries. Could it really be that these people planned to seize control of a dragon nest and turn that power against the locals? To exploit such a phenomenon, one must possess a dragon core. Right now, it seemed that the wyvern named Ifir was passing through exactly that stage. She faced a real, lethal threat, and her dragon core began to resonate in response. The stress reached a breaking point, her mind shutting down instantly and dragging her consciousness into a world of illusions. Everything around her became calm and weightless, like paradise where pain and problems simply didn't exist. Then she heard a familiar voice, belonging to the man she proudly called her father. It was Captain Baldy, the first to believe in Afir and dare to try taming her. The small wyvern remembered his warm hands and embraces, filled with care and affection. His scent was home to her, a symbol of peace and endless kindness. It was hard for Afir to accept that the captain had been dead for a long time and that this was only an illusion. After the king's death, the entire squadron of knights was wiped out. They were people who loved the wyvern and always tried to protect her. Captain Baldy appeared now to support a small child lost in a brutal adult world. He reminded her that heavy things happen sometimes, and one must learn to walk through them with head held high. No matter what awaited ahead, he believed in Afir and wished her the strength to endure every trial to the very end. Gradually, his voice faded, and the wyvern felt herself sinking into the dark waters of a quiet ocean. A sharp flash snapped her back to reality, where divine chains ripped her from the sky and slammed her down to the ground. Now, it was clear why Ellie had tried so desperately to stop her. She already knew a defensive barrier was active here, capable of severely injuring anyone who tried to escape. Afir was badly wounded, and now urgently needed help and a healing potion. Ellie tried to assist and immediately demanded a vial of restorative elixir. At that exact moment, Don Alejandro appeared, having stayed late and deciding to intervene personally. He ordered the wyvern to be disposed of, stating she would die anyway even if they tried to save her. Ellie couldn't accept the order or come to terms with the death of the dying wyvern. She made a desperate decision and prepared to use the sharp edge of her sword. A quiet groan followed, and scarlet blood appeared on the blade. Don Alejandro sensed something wrong and spun around sharply to see what had happened. It turned out Ellie had deliberately wounded her own hand, forcing the boss to provide a potion capable of saving the creature. The act was filled with genuine compassion and empathy for Aether. The boss agreed to sacrifice another vial, but coldly warned that this trick would never work again. After that, the injured creature was moved to a quieter, safer location. Afir still didn't trust her savior, and suspected she was aligned with the cruel humans. There was some truth in that thought, yet Ellie had always remained independent. Losing her sight, she gained a rare gift, the ability to sense energy flows around her. That was why she now felt a dragon core hidden within Afir. It sounded like pure madness, since a small wyvern should never have developed such a thing. But Ellie stood firm, confidently stating she clearly felt the energy radiating from inside Afir. She could have told the boss, who had long hunted for such an artifact. But the blind girl didn't do it, proving she could be trusted. Despite her despair, the wyvern finally decided to trust her new friend. Over time, they even began joking about Don Alejandro and grew closer, like longtime companions. In such harsh conditions, finding someone who understands you is everything. Without freedom and inner peace, it's easy to lose your mind. Meanwhile, their boss continued dealing in his dirty business. He launched his own investigation, trying to figure out who had forced an almost immortal skeleton to commit suicide. His assistant checked every hunter who had recently leveled up. He focused only on high ranks and completely ignored rookies, just like experts who overlook the obvious threat right under their noses for years. Alejandro gradually realized that his true target was still at the very beginning of the growth path. He understood he was dealing with newcomers who skillfully hid behind their low level. But with razor-sharp intuition, he was certain that sooner or later he would track down everyone who tried to outplay him. The next day, young hunters gathered in the crater dungeon, thirsty for fame and flashy victories. The team had long been led by Brad, a guy who dreamed of becoming the biggest star on the entire continent. His partner Martin was his complete opposite, calm, balanced, and perfectly fine staying out of the spotlight. Together they clicked like a well-oiled machine, each covering the other's weaknesses. Over the past few years, the squad had made a serious leap forward, and that progress would have been impossible without the talented girls backing them up. Today, however, the support mages ran into unexpected trouble. Alice and Foal were caught in thick webs and desperately needed a strong, reliable hand. The tension spiked by the second, as spiders seemed to spawn straight out of thin air. Moves had to be clean and fast, or most of the team wouldn't be making it home. 2 massive spiders blocked the path, preventing the men from saving the girls, and the situation looked nearly hopeless. Suddenly, frost crept across the battlefield, and brutal Arctic cold rolled in like backup from hell. This wasn't random luck. Someone clearly knew spiders couldn't handle low temperatures. It seemed that after the recent fight with the skeleton, the mage had mastered yet another element. Addis arrived right on time with the warrior of Volterra, saving the rookies and making it clear who the real pros were. They handled the dirty work fast, freed the girls, and pushed forward toward the boss room. As always, Addis had zero trouble finding common ground with everyone in the squad. The guys called him sharp and calculating, while the girls practically fell for his looks on sight. Next to the charismatic Addis, his friend looked even darker, staying silent and constantly frowning. Just yesterday morning, Addis had warned him that they were switching strategies completely. There was no point in endlessly clearing dungeons if nobody ever heard about it. To earn a meeting with the goddess, they needed fame and buzz, making sure the hero of Volterra was talked about all across Ratna. From now on, they would help other hunters and let stories of their victories spread like wildfire. By the very next day, the plan was rolling, but one serious downside surfaced. His popularity with girls was about on the level of James Corden in comment sections. Famous, but nobody was happy about it. The rookie team's captain also became a problem, since he never acknowledged anyone else's authority. Brad had dreamed of being a leader and hometown hero since childhood, so he looked down on any competition. He had no clue what respect or gratitude for a saved life even meant. Han was ready to put the loudmouth in his place, but at that moment they were already standing at the boss room's entrance. This was where the artifact waited, the very reason people risked their skins. The massive chamber looked like ancient ruins abandoned centuries ago. Webs draped the walls. The air was still and damp, soaked in the heavy stench of decay. Right in the center lay the artifact. Only one step remained to claim it. The guys who had gambled their lives were ready to take the final step toward success. That was when the guardian spider descended from above, tasked with protecting the artifact from Chijiruki. Instead of following the plan, Brad dashed forward, deciding to grab the artifact himself. Martin couldn't stand by while his friend risked his life and rushed in to help. Addis was about to intervene, but Han stopped him, suggesting they just watch the show. If the rookies were that full of themselves, they could handle all the dirty work alone. Every one of them believed they were about to become legends, clueless about what was coming next. The two sisters instantly activated their support magic, buffing the guys to the limit. Poison attacks stopped being scary, and they went on the offensive. Everything went suspiciously smooth, like this fight had been rehearsed in advance. The monster dropped in seconds, and nobody bothered hiding their joy. The sisters clapped, already imagining how tomorrow everyone would call them the heroes who cleared the crater. The job looked perfect, but only to amateurs, not to professionals who saw the cracks. When Brad turned to congratulate his friend, Martin was gone. Everyone tensed up as icy dread crawled through the rookies' bodies. Looking up, they realized just how badly they had screwed up by thinking the crater boss was already dead. The real monster had been above them the entire time, calmly watching the fight from the best seat in the house. The level 10 Tarantula Queen was seriously starving, and now she was clearly sizing up the humans as the perfect lunch combo. Before the real fight kicks off, it's worth touching on one of the biggest problems faced by adventurers working through guilds. Most of the time, hunters run into mid-tier monsters and deal with them without much trouble. Newbies start believing dungeons are safe, just as blindly as Hollywood believes another remake will magically save a trash script. But the moment a lone squad collides with an elite-class monster, their survival odds drop straight to zero. Those people never make it back to the guild to tell the story of meeting an elite. Because of that, rookies are never prepared for fights like this. The experience simply never reaches the next generation. Now, faced with a real threat, the self-confident egoist froze in place, waiting for unavoidable death. Brad had no idea what to do and for the first time felt fate slipping out of his grip. In that moment, he clearly realized he could be crushed like a tiny ant under a human foot. Only Addis's perfectly timed intervention kept the guy alive. Nobody understood how a mage of the same level managed to block a lethal strike. Addis didn't explain anything, brushing it off as using the right technique at the right time. Meanwhile, the tarantula queen demanded food and had no intention of stopping. That's when someone stepped in who had long stopped fearing death and had zero plans to retreat. The warrior of Volterra challenged the beast while Brad desperately searched for an escape route. He kept insisting they had to pull back and warn other hunters so no one else would enter. What he failed to understand was that real heroes think differently. The monster had to be destroyed here and now so no one else would ever fall into its web. And if Brad was that terrified, he could hide and wait while others handled the problem. The Sword King raised his weapon, preparing to unleash that legendary cleaving strike. The shockwave knocked the unprepared hunter off his feet, while Addis clamped his hands over his ears. The tarantula queen had been considered invincible, right up until this day. A single blow was enough to crack her skull and erase the threat for good. After a brief pause, the monster collapsed, almost as if kneeling before the victors. Her core began pulsing violently, triggering a self-destruction sequence. She screamed like someone who had just realized there was no undo button in real life. The explosion was inevitable, but Addis activated a defensive barrier in time, shielding everyone. It was a clean cinematic victory, brighter than any legend written in old books. For defeating such a powerful monster, Han gained a massive amount of points, but this was only the beginning. Now they could safely collect the artifact and head back to a secure zone. After the battle, Brad looked completely shattered. He had gone through extreme stress, sat on the floor, and couldn't hold back his tears. All this time he thought he was the best, only to realize he was just a weak guy, unready for reality. No one immediately told him that his friends were safe, and Martin and the sisters were unharmed. The captain believed the team was dead and blamed himself for everything. That state lasted until they returned to the city. There, he saw his teammates alive and well, shocked by his behavior. It was made very clear that saviors are thanked, not insulted. Martin explained that the hero of Volterra had personally pulled him out from under the monster's strike. Brad realized his mistake and apologized on the spot. Along with the rest of the hunters, he thanked the saviors and swore they would repay that debt someday. After that, Han said his goodbyes and stepped outside to breathe fresh air. His level was still too low to use the artifact himself. The spear didn't suit the mage either, so they decided to give it to the rookies who had dreamed of it since childhood. Addis enjoyed seeing their happy faces. Helping others genuinely made him smile. The mission was a success, though no one realized they were being watched. At the same time, a man in a carriage had been searching for two guys sketched in his notebook for quite a while. The man with glasses was named Emil Otto, and at first glance it was impossible to tell whose side he was on. He could turn out to be a kind-hearted ally or the most dangerous pirate imaginable. Han felt a quiet satisfaction knowing everything had gone according to plan, and the flow of events was finally bending the right way. There was no longer any doubt that stories about his feats were spreading fast, crawling through the city like wildfire, with whispers already following him wherever he went. He noticed Addis step aside to talk with the wagon driver, and almost instantly caught a strange shift in his tone and body language. The young mage was visibly shaken when he recognized the face of the man who suddenly demanded a private conversation. A few seconds later, they slipped out of sight and rolled off so fast that nobody really understood what just happened, leaving the hero of Volterra behind. From the outside, it looked like a clean abduction, though Addis made no attempt to resist or fight back. He hadn't brought his magic staffs, already drained during the battle, and that choice quietly came back to haunt him. Emil Otto urged him to stay calm, making it clear he wanted a quiet talk without panic or sudden moves. As Emil studied the young man, he became increasingly certain that this really was the younger brother of Lady Adora Bannister. The man in glasses had personally known Addis's sister, the same woman who fought the great dragons alongside the 4 heroes 10 years ago. That battle had been carved into history books and turned into a legend still told to children across the continent. It was Adora who laid the foundation for the Supreme Draconium Brotherhood, tasked with watching the great dragons. Emil was deeply concerned that after her death, the current head of the Bannister family had withdrawn from the world entirely. He came to this meeting to make sure Addis was still safe and hadn't sold his soul to the dark side. When they reached their destination, the mage struggled to hide his shock at what he saw. They had stopped right in front of his own home, and Addis couldn't understand why he'd been brought here. The moment Addis disappeared from view, Han launched forward without hesitation and went after him. Using his speed, he quickly located the right wagon and prepared to step in if things turned ugly. 2 enraged hunters moved in, and Emil Otto suddenly had nowhere left to retreat. They grabbed him and made it painfully clear that such a sudden appearance wouldn't come cheap. For several minutes, they beat him down hard until a strange holy pendant was found beneath his clothes. It turned out they had just beaten a priest serving the goddess of light. An awkward silence followed, after which they untied him and rushed to apologize. Addis pretended to be completely uninvolved and subtly implied that his wild companion had attacked the priest on his own. Emil finally calmed down and decided it was time to explain his true intentions. He offered official cooperation with the Order of Light and promised access to classified information. His main focus was a man named Alejandro, currently residing in a refugee village near the Crater Valley. The hunters had never heard of him, even though he had been tracking them for quite some time. To clarify the situation, Emil suggested explaining the origins of the refugee village in more detail. These people weren't native to the city, but after the crater appeared, hunters flooded the region from every direction. A sudden spike in taxes forced ordinary citizens to abandon the city and search for somewhere, anywhere, to survive. That was how a small, struggling village was born, barely holding itself together. Even in those harsh conditions, people still tried to smile and cling to whatever scraps of happiness they could find. The real problem was that monsters occasionally descended on the settlement. These creatures slaughtered indiscriminately, killing elders and children alike. There were no professional hunters in the village, making resistance nearly impossible. Ordinary workers were forced to grab weapons and defend their families however they could. The settlement was dying faster than Kanye's reputation after another so-called genius take. The Holy Order had no right to directly govern territories, but cooperation with hunters was allowed. Emil asked for help and, in return, promised to arrange a meeting with the goddesses themselves. The offer sounded tempting, and Addis was ready to agree, but Han stopped him just in time, sensing something off. The issue ran much deeper, because Alejandro's base was located right in Crater Valley. Rumors claimed that a real dragon's nest was hidden there. Confirming that would require a full investigation before involving the Order. Without solid proof, Alejandro was technically innocent in the eyes of the Church. Some refugees even called him their hero and protector. He sent his agents to wipe out monsters and cleanse the land of threats. The blind girl and the wyvern often handled the dirtiest work, saving civilians on the front lines. They openly claimed to act under Don Alejandro's orders, and people began to worship him. No one had any idea what he was truly planning, or what awaited the continent of Ratna in the near future. It all started with Don Alejandro's idea to send his assistant to the refugee village under the cover of a simple, noble mission. He claimed he only wanted to help the needy. Speaking so convincingly it felt like the spirit of a world savior had suddenly awakened inside him. For the rest of the tasks, the girl was supposed to be assisted by Handy, a man who had worked near the dragon nest for a long time. From the very beginning, Ellie wasn't sure he could be trusted, sensing that something in this assignment was hidden between the lines. Still, she couldn't refuse a direct order and was forced to accept the mission. Doubts and questions swirled in her head, and during one fight she nearly paid for it with her life. A massive monster crept up from behind and struck at the exact moment the huntress least expected it. Only the wyvern's timely intervention saved her, firmly establishing Afir as a full-fledged member of the team. After the battle, they spent a long time washing themselves, scrubbing off sticky, foul-smelling slime and traces of combat. Once the job was done and Kolinor's family was safe, the two friends headed to the nearest lake to catch their breath. They talked calmly, laughed, and for a brief moment felt the rare comfort of a carefree life. For Ellie, it was a chance to remember her childhood, since she had been forced to grow up far too early. Long ago, her mother used to brush her hair every morning before leaving for work, promising she'd be back soon. Back then, little Ellie had no idea her mother was a hunter, risking her life every day for money. Her mother was a swordswoman and taught her daughter basic fencing techniques from an early age. Watching those trainings felt like peeking into a real fairy tale. The aura filling the room brought a sense of freshness, warmth, and safety that could never be forgotten. One day, her mother didn't come home, and a week later he appeared at the doorstep. Don Alejandro introduced himself as the girl's savior and took her away, effectively turning her into his property. He did everything to rob her of her sight and make her a permanent outcast with no freedom of choice. From that moment on, her life filled with pain, fear, and the absence of freedom, inevitably reshaping her character. Ellie tried to escape more than once, and even sought help from inquisitors, but every attempt ended in failure. Each time she told the truth and asked for help, those people died soon after. Alejandro made sure the girl understood one thing clearly. She now belonged entirely to him. Even as a child, Ellie realized no help was coming, and that she'd have to build her future on her own. Over time, it became clear there was only one way to get rid of Alejandro and the other outsiders. The dragon nest had to be forced to process all life energy and turn it into a useless residue. The wyvern couldn't yet control or refine such power, so all that remained was to wait. If rumors about the dragon nest spread, a stronger dragon might eventually appear nearby. That was exactly what Alejandro was aiming for, acting like a predator carefully setting his trap in advance. He never gambled blindly and struck only when he was sure of victory. Most likely, he already knew how to extract a dragon core and only needed to find a great dragon. The manga subtly hinted that this great dragon could turn out to be Addis. According to the priest's plan, he would have to infiltrate that place alone. Han objected immediately, making it clear he would never let his friend go without backup. He wanted to go with him and keep the situation under control, staying part of the team. However, Han was told his identity was too suspicious and could ruin the entire operation. If he wanted the mission to succeed, he would have to stay out of it. After a short pause, the mage made his choice and agreed to those terms. He asked the Sword King to step back and let him deal with the threat to humanity himself. Now, all that remained was to settle minor details and prepare for the mission's launch. The friends argued for a long time, voices raised, because each of them was right in his own way. Han didn't want to take risks, while Addis fully understood the price that might have to be paid. His sister had sacrificed her life destroying the last dragon nest. He had to finish the family's unfinished duty or he would never find peace, even if it meant risking his own life. After the argument, they went their separate ways, and the very next day the meeting with the priest took place. He handed over all the necessary documents and reminded them of one important detail. To lower suspicion, Addis would have to play the role of a girl. Given his appearance, it turned out to be a challenge he could actually pull off. Just a few days earlier, hunters and mages had begun gathering near the dragon nest. Don Alejandro opened recruitment for service, officially to fight monsters while also upgrading the dragon nest's infrastructure. Hunters from all over the country were ready to sign up, tempted by solid pay for seriously dangerous work. First, though, everyone had to pass selection and prove real combat qualifications. From the start, it was obvious this wasn't a playground for rookies without real battlefield scars. Only the toughest and most fearless fighters earned a shot at joining the team. Handy personally tested every candidate, making sure no one tried to fake their way in. Ellie stayed nearby as well, controlling the process through her sensitivity to ambient mana. She caught magical fluctuations without fail and instantly sensed when someone tried to hide their true skill. When it was time for the next inspection, what happened genuinely surprised everyone around. Among the hardened men appeared a beautiful red-haired girl with an unexpectedly cute face. It was hard to believe this was Addis, since the transformation looked almost flawless. At first, he wasn't ready for such a role and had to be persuaded a little. But once all preparations were complete, he turned into a full-on magnet for wandering eyes. Even though he hated every second of it, Addis took the risk for the sake of the mission. Emil Otto handed him his glasses to make the image complete and believable. The priest paused for a moment and even felt an odd stir of emotion while looking at this so-called beauty. The mage's core mission was to find out whether the dragon nest truly existed. Hunters went through a full-scale screening, but mages were treated differently. Spellcasters were considered far more valuable assets and were allowed through without extra trials. When Addis stated his level, Ellie immediately narrowed her eyes. She clearly saw he was hiding his true level and tried to understand why. Ellie was genuinely worried, afraid Alejandro might gain another powerful ally. That was exactly why she decided to intervene and personally keep an eye on the new mage. After checking the documents, Handy accepted the sorceress into the team without hesitation. The crowd wasn't happy, since others had risked their lives for that same spot. Ellie refused to let it slide and decided to personally test the newcomer. She raised her sword, making it clear this would be a combat check. The clash started without warning, and an ice technique triggered faster than a blade could rise. Even while playing a girl, Addis had no intention of softening his hard-edged nature. For the mission, he was ready to go all the way, and didn't even consider backing down at the critical moment. Just as the fighters were about to exchange blows, an overconfident contender burst out of the crowd, self-assured in the same delusional way as a crypto guru before another guaranteed moonshot. The brute clearly overestimated himself and started acting unhinged from the first second. He was furious about not being accepted and decided to prove his so-called power by challenging everyone at once. Inflated ambition quickly drowned out the last traces of common sense. Addis reacted instantly, shielding his opponent and preventing a lethal outcome. He was ready to continue the fight, but at that moment the appointed local judge stepped in. Handy only looked like a friendly, always smiling guy at first glance. The moment someone crossed the line, he turned into a ruthless and merciless enforcer. One single strike was enough to shut the conflict down completely. No amount of muscle mass saved the violator from the consequences. He crashed to the ground, knocked out cold along with all his swagger. It became obvious that Handy also used aura and, like many here, hid his real power. This recap has mentioned aura more than once, and now it was time to break down what it really is. Aura is a crimson energy a person begins to emit when body and life force are pushed to their absolute limit. Once awakened, physical capabilities break far beyond normal boundaries. Learning this, Han decided to train non-stop, chasing the awakening of his own aura. So far, nothing worked, and from the outside he looked like someone grinding endlessly while his body resisted every step. It all started back when Addis was still around, constantly giving advice and guidance. Sometimes the training ended in awkward, even comedic situations, forcing them to take a break and reset. These guys always managed to mess everything up the moment they were given a little freedom and the leash got loosened. During long talks, Addis slowly tried to open his friend's eyes to an important truth. He explained that every person carries different elements, growth paths, and hidden potential within them. Everyone has a natural talent, but without constant training it stays completely useless. Awakening aura is considered the hardest stage, since even decades of brutal training come with no guarantees. Only when someone reaches the absolute peak of physical and life force does the body begin to radiate aura. Like it or not, Han would have to break through his own limits if he wanted real results. Dangerous dungeons were packed with monsters on the skeleton's level and far beyond. Without aura, beating creatures like that was almost impossible. Normal strikes simply didn't cut it. From the looks of it, Handy also possessed aura and deliberately kept that fact hidden. In a flash of anger, he let a bit of his talent slip, and sharp eyes immediately noticed. After all inspections and trials were complete, the selected fighters were sent into the crater. At last, Addis saw the dragon nest from the inside and instantly understood what he was dealing with. Countless workers were toiling there, clearly grinding non-stop without days off or any real protection. Only when replacements arrived did they get a chance to catch their breath after exhausting shifts. At first glance, the place should have looked like a natural formation shaped by nature itself. But now it was obvious that everything pointed to an artificial origin. A true dragon nest overflows with raw power, yet here there was a chilling emptiness instead. Ellie still didn't trust the new mage and practically followed her every step. She should have realized by now they were on the same side and needed to act together. No matter what people around believed, this place didn't resemble a dragon nest at all. It felt more like a massive isolated island built for some twisted purpose. Handy cut off the girls' conversation and announced it was time to meet Don Alejandro. The boss personally wanted to see the new mage and judge her potential. Walking through the dark corridor, Addis felt cold sweat slide down his spine. Knowing he was here without weapons made the situation deeply unsettling. Alejandro wasn't someone you could underestimate or treat lightly. During the conversation, Handy suddenly started asking about the Dragon Nest and the Holy Order. It turned out he had been a spy all along, secretly cooperating with the church. His pendant erased any doubt and made it clear where his loyalty truly lay. Before the end, he warned that Alejandro was dangerous and extremely cunning, demanding constant caution. The moment the doors swung open, Handy came face to face with death. He lost an eye instantly. Alejandro had long suspected him of betrayal. The boss waited for the perfect moment to eliminate the church's agent. He tore off the pendant and burst into laughter, savoring his dominance. Now Alejandro was convinced the new mage also worked for the Holy Order. Addis, who was only supposed to meet the boss, instantly became a target marked for execution. From here, the story truly gets wild, but first, it's worth returning to the crater. Lately, Ellie couldn't hide the growing discomfort weighing on her. She usually felt a distinct energy whenever she touched the wyvern, but she sensed something eerily similar when she came into contact with the new mage. Suspicion took root that the mage might actually be a dragon, and that theory needed urgent confirmation. At that moment, both girls lifted their heads at the same time and knew things had gone off the rails. Chaos already ruled Don Alejandro's office, and stopping it was no longer an option. Instead of a calm mission kickoff, Addis was thrown straight into the center of serious trouble. Without magic stones, he couldn't properly use spells, and every second made things worse. The boss quickly pieced together why the Order of Light was so focused on him and the truth of the dragon nest. They needed a legitimate reason to Meshutsa and send inquisitors here. That meant all unnecessary witnesses had to be erased without hesitation. By showing up, Addis had effectively signed his own death sentence, desperately clinging to life. Don Alejandro had been using the dragon nest as bait, a shiny lure meant to draw out a real dragon. Now he planned to beat Addis down without mercy and force him to reveal his true form. If the guy transformed into a dragon, he would become the perfect test subject. If no transformation happened, he would be erased as an unnecessary witness. The clash unfolded head-on, and it was obvious how well prepared the boss really was. Until now, his magical skills had stayed hidden, and very few understood his true level. Addis, running on fumes, barely managed to block the attacks with ice magic, holding the pressure back. He couldn't summon real fire, and was forced to focus purely on defense. That strategy couldn't bring victory, only by a few extra seconds. Alejandro felt absolute confidence, his smile growing wider with every passing moment. He outclassed his opponent not only in magic, but also in speed, fully controlling the fight. The wyvern and the blind girl had no idea how to act in this situation. They felt the fate of the crater being decided right now, yet feared openly challenging the boss. If Addis took dragon form, all of this monster's plans would come true. That couldn't be allowed, and if things went too far, they would have to step in. Ellie made a firm decision that she no longer wanted to stay a passive observer. She had seen too much death to pretend nothing was happening again. If action was required, even at the cost of her own life, she was ready. The wyvern also vowed to help, even though fear and panic were tearing her apart inside. By this point, Addis was nearly unable to keep fighting. His body was completely drained, while his opponent didn't even try to hide his dominance. Alejandro waited for the moment when the mage would have no options left. He gave Addis one final chance to reveal his true nature. If he didn't turn into a dragon right now, death was guaranteed. Seconds stretched endlessly, but the guy in women's clothes didn't break or hesitate. He was ready to die, and that was the exact moment fate decided to reward his gamble. The flash of light was no accident. Don Alejandro tensed instantly, realizing something was happening, just not the way he planned. From that moment on, Addis no longer mattered to him. It became clear he wasn't a true great dragon. Somewhere very close, a real monster rose, its presence rippling outward and resonating with the energy of the place. Ellie appeared nearby at once and seized the moment to pass on a short, precise signal. Without extra words, she made it clear she was on the side of good and still playing her role to tear evil apart from within. Ellie ran up to the boss and calmly reported that the dragon had entered from the other side of the wall. Don Alejandro smiled, almost glowing. He could feel his plan approaching its peak. If Addis wasn't a real dragon, he was useless, like a Fortnite teammate who quits right after the first knock. Either way, the boss had already completed his experiment, and his eyes showed complete satisfaction with the result. He was convinced there were no traitorous spies left in his ranks, just waiting to stab him in the back. He was ready to slit Addis's throat when Ellie suddenly stepped forward and chose to protect him. She claimed she sensed disharmony in this place, and that an extra mage could still be useful. Ellie, more bluntly, that the mage was perfect for the dirtiest jobs no one else wanted to touch. Alejandro felt no threat and even smirked. The logic appealed to him. Thanks to the blind girl's cunning, Addis once again dodged death's touch and stayed standing. But now he would have to be several times more careful not to stumble at the very last step. Once alone, they exchanged looks, spoke quickly, and discussed future strategy without prying ears. There were no secrets anymore. Both were trying to destroy the dragon nest, but everything had to be done quietly and carefully. Suddenly, the doors burst open, and a massive wyvern nearly killed their favorite mage in a single lunge. Then Addis heard the little dragon's name and instantly recalled his friend's story, burned straight into memory. This was the very wyvern responsible for what happened hours earlier. She had pretended to be a dragon instead of Addis and drawn all the attention to herself. Hefir enjoyed basking in the spotlight. For the first time in her life, she had done something truly meaningful and felt it herself. Addis noted that he had already heard stories about this wyvern from his closest friend and never doubted the rumors were true. Han survived and never forgot who helped him at the very beginning, back when he had just arrived in this world as a complete nobody. Hefir couldn't even imagine that this guy was still alive, and deep down she honestly hoped he had been wiped out a long time ago. Sometimes it feels like the main character is straight up impossible to defeat, and other times he creates his own problems, like peace and quiet just bore him to death. Left alone in the house, he got bored fast and even started thinking about heading back to the Rocky Mountains and disappearing all over again. It turned out the toilet didn't work for people with too low a level, which sounded like pure mockery. The same could be said about everything inside this cursed house. Every single thing was designed to test your limits. You couldn't eat properly, wash properly, drink water, or even rest like a normal human being. Everything around him felt tailor-made for elite hunters used to living under the world's maximum difficulty settings. To avoid completely losing his mind, the guy dropped everything and went straight to the local guild, anywhere with actual air to breathe. He wanted at least some kind of job, but rules were rules. A hunter couldn't take missions without their master, and the guard stood firm. A massive wild boar got furious, roared, and demanded work, threatening to wreck the place if nobody gave him something to do. The female administrator rushed to calm him down and hinted that she could use his help with a personal problem, and this time it wasn't a joke. Recently, her brother had gone missing. He was supposed to check in days ago, but vanished like he never existed. Truth be told, she didn't miss him that much, but the jerk stole her glasses, which meant he had to be found and punished. Han immediately recognized the priest, Emil Otto, and realized the church representative had clearly stepped into some serious trouble. He received a voice recording from the administrator and instantly switched into full Sherlock mode, piecing together clues bit by bit. He promised to find her brother, but made it clear right away that he wasn't going to kill him, no matter how tempting that sounded to her. He had zero desire to dive into an Addams family-level mess, where only those who stay quieter than Jeff Bezos' security ever survive. For once, the system actually decided to help, not sabotage him, pushing things forward instead of blocking the path. A few hours later, the Sword King was already out in the desert beyond the city, where rocky terrain began and prying eyes ended. He could feel it. Holy energy was close, and all it took was a few correct steps without going the wrong way. There was nothing around, and only hours of searching led him to the right cave, hidden deep within stone. Right now, two horrific monsters were tormenting an ordinary priest inside, savoring every breath he took. They mocked him like edgy teenagers trying to wreck a lesson, proving how cool disbelief supposedly was. Emil Otto was still holding on, but his face made it clear his time was almost up. The monsters tried to squeeze out any information they could, digging for how the Order of Light really worked and where its weak spots lay. Once, they had been human, until experiments twisted them into allies of Don Alejandro, selling themselves piece by piece. One of them was a reeking worm who used to be considered a great scientist, always walking with his head held high. He had led the experiments, turning countless people into monster-like weapons, shaping flesh as if it were clay. If they didn't get answers, they promised to turn the priest into stew and feed him to pigs. No drama, no mercy. And if that still wasn't enough, they would burn his entire village along with friends and family, just to make the pain complete. They knew how to pressure and manipulate, but sometimes even the most twisted plans collapse in a single second. A nuclear typhoon burst in out of nowhere, blasting those creatures aside like trash in the wind. The warrior of Volterra walked straight through walls and didn't even flinch, crossing the guards, as if they never existed. They failed to stop him, but instantly knew who he was. Rumors and descriptions of the hero had already spread across the city. Catching their breath, the monsters rushed him, convinced his legend was just a bedtime story for the weak. Han studied each of them carefully and felt it. These were former humans, broken by experiments and twisted into grotesque forms. He didn't want to kill people because the old man's warning echoed in his head like a commandment. Kill even one human, and he would become a maniac beyond saving, with no road back. The Sword King didn't activate his skills right away and tried to resolve things with words, naive as that looked. The monsters burst out laughing at the sight of a level 5, like an audience watching a Disney actor suddenly attempt serious drama. By then, Emil Otto had freed his hands and legs and managed to stagger away, barely standing but alive. He quickly grasped the situation and decided to give his ally one short, brutal piece of advice, no fluff attached. The priest warned that these monsters hadn't been human for a long time. They sold their souls and chose this path themselves. The system identified each of them as demons, leaving only one option: clean up the trash before it multiplied. Han snapped straight into berserker mode, unleashing a storm ready to tear his enemies apart. Despite his massive build, he stayed flexible and fast, like he was back in peak combat training days. Losing the first round didn't break the monsters. They charged again immediately, roaring and trying to overwhelm him with numbers. If they wanted to dance, Han was more than happy to lead them in a high-level tango, brutal and bone-breaking. Until this fight, Emil Otto had underestimated what kind of raw talent could be pulled into the Order of Light, and it shook him hard. Now he even regretted sending Addis on the mission, instead of asking the hero of Volterra for help from the start. This guy could have wiped the crater off the map a long time ago, but regrets were useless now and changed absolutely nothing. The priest began apologizing, fully aware that Addis wouldn't escape Alejandro's grip without a real storm breaking loose. One of the spies stopped responding, and that meant only one thing. The twisted boss had uncovered the Order's moves. Han's response was short and sharp. He needed the exact location of the crater to raise hell there and pull his friend out. Alejandro, meanwhile, wasted no time and continued his grotesque experiments deep inside the bowels of his laboratory. He had crossed every legal and moral line long ago, leaving him with nothing left to lose. The dragon nest was still a mystery, but one thing was clear. The power of the dragon core was needed for even darker experiments. Previous trials hadn't delivered the desired result, though some people had indeed turned into dangerous monsters. The supply of dragon energy was nearly drained, demanding harsher and more extreme measures. The monsters were becoming harder to control, and without control, conquering the world made no sense. On top of that, the order was closing in fast, meaning security had to be reinforced immediately. Alejandro issued orders to his assistant and demanded constant vigilance from all personnel. Another spy slipping through was unacceptable. One mistake could bring the whole structure crashing down. He knew the Order's fighters were coming soon, and he had to be ready when they did. A full week had already passed since Atis arrived at the massive dragon nest. He socialized with the girls and never once revealed the truth about his male identity. He looked so convincingly feminine that honestly no one seemed particularly bothered by it. Hefir increasingly found herself alone and met Ellie less and less. Sometimes they still broke the rules, secretly discussing how to sabotage the boss's plans. Atis wanted to transform into a dragon himself and use that power to help everyone at once. They had just begun working out a plan when the roar of a crowd suddenly echoed. People gathered around one spot, completely unsure of what to do next. A massive creature burst from the ground, an insatiable monster devouring everything in its path. Among the workers was Kalinor, someone who absolutely could not afford to die here. The former criminal had a family, and becoming lunch for a giant boar was not an option. When people realized this was no joke, they scattered like ants fleeing a crushed nest. Panic exploded, and every old plan shattered in an instant. Action had to be fast and precise, and strangely enough, Hefir realized this first. She liked being in the spotlight and once again wanted to do something that truly mattered. The wyvern surged forward, as if challenging everyone left behind. Kalinor hesitated, stumbled, and slammed into the cold ground, as if luck had finally turned its back on him. Lifting his head, he saw death right in front of him, ready to tear it off at any second. His entire life flashed before his eyes, and then a sudden spark of hope appeared out of nowhere. It was the wyvern, slicing through the air like Zeus's spear. The monster's attention snapped to her, giving Kalinor a chance to escape. The beast began hurling rocks at the flying target, trying to knock her out of the sky. Sharp maneuvers and raw speed were the only way to keep rescue from turning into disaster. After flying several dozen more meters, Hefir turned around and struck again with fire. The scene was so intense it felt like pure cinematic effects unleashed. Victory seemed close, until the monster made one last desperate charge. It grabbed the wyvern by the neck, making it painfully clear how badly it wanted to devour her. At the same time, Alejandro was preparing for the coming battle, its scent already soaking into the walls. For the first time in ages, he pulled out his artifacts, sensing control slipping away. Obsessed with dominance, he felt exhilaration and craved blood as soon as possible. He could feel it. The Inquisitors and Order fighters were already nearby, and the battle would start without warning. An assistant burst into the room to report the clash in the crater. For the failure, he was executed instantly by an artifact. No words, no hesitation. These worms had to learn one rule. Don Alejandro never forgives mistakes. He looked outside and saw the chaos, and it ignited a true hunger for battle inside him. The monster had truly gone berserk, and only by sheer miracle did the wyvern manage to break free from its deadly grip. Helping from the ground was almost impossible, since all the key action was unfolding high in the air. Hefir pushed her dragon core to the absolute limit, channeling every drop of power into destroying her opponent. It all looked like a happy ending, fake calm, polished and staged, like a Logan Paul apology video with perfect lighting. Hefir lifted the monster high above the ground and, without hesitation, triggered a devastating magical explosion. The massive boar shattered into pieces and would never again be a problem for the local residents. A thick cloud of dust swallowed everything, and people didn't immediately realize the battle was finally over. Moments later, Efir landed on the ground, feeling a rare mix of confidence and light, carefree relief. For the second time in her life, she achieved real success and became the center of everything happening around her. Everything went smoothly until the second Ellie sensed danger approaching, carrying a terrifying concentration of mana. Her reaction was instant. She moved without thinking and shielded her best friend with her own body. The sheer power of the energy surge made it clear the boss had finally stepped out of his warm, comfortable office. Don Alejandro, armed with artifacts, clearly wasn't in the mood for jokes or mercy today. He had once claimed the wyvern should be disposed of, but now he realized how badly he had misjudged her. This small flying creature turned out to be the true source of the magical energy spike. The wyvern carried a dragon core inside her, and the boss intended to extract it for his twisted ambitions. Stopping him meant fighting to the very end, and Attis was ready for that. He instantly drowned the area in flames, burning every possible retreat and closing all paths back. Ellie supported him at once, striking from behind and amplifying the effect of total surprise. Together, they were sure they could kill the boss, or at least buy the wyvern enough time to escape. The plan looked solid, but fate had other ideas and quickly rewrote the script. Their biggest mistake was underestimating Don Alejandro's true power. On his own, he was a strong hunter, but his real weapons were magical artifacts. The moment he pulled his two favorite daggers from the chest, the threat level instantly hit maximum. If Han truly wanted to save his friends, he had to reach the crater as fast as possible. As it turned out, Priest Emil Otto was far less sharp than he initially seemed. He knew the crater lay somewhere among the desert and rocky mountains, but had no idea of its exact location. Because of that, they wandered in circles for hours, unable to figure out where to go next. During their conversation, it became clear that Han wasn't just a killer hungry for blood and battles. Above all else, he wanted to save his friend and cared about his fate more than fame. Even after their earlier conflict, Attis remained the most important person to him in this new world. Even the priest was moved, seeing this side of the guy for the first time. He had always believed Volterra's heroes were mindless killers, but reality proved far more complex. In the middle of the conversation, a flash of light revealed where the crater was truly hidden. Han immediately took position and prepared for explosive acceleration without hesitation. It turned out this guy wasn't just insanely strong, he was fast, like a bullet fired point blank. If he made it in time, Attis's life would no longer be in danger. By now, the main players had already warmed up properly before the decisive phase. The first round ended, and strangely enough, Don Alejandro achieved what he wanted with little trouble. He avoided direct confrontation, caught up to the wyvern, and seized her dragon core. Now he no longer needed additional energy and could fully unleash his horrific plan. Attis tried with everything he had to transform into a dragon, but every attempt failed. The cause was the medallion on the boss's chest, blocking all transformations and form changes. By this point, Ellie could no longer contain her emotions and finally understood what her boss was planning. She had long suspected he was building a machine to drain life energy from living beings. The power of the dragon core turned that insane project into reality. Now, a single command would be enough for all living creatures on the continent to start losing life force. That would mean total world collapse and Alejandro's rise as a new ruler of all existence. He didn't delay the desert and immediately moved to deal with the spies. Beyond his dagger mastery, he was also skilled in brutal hand-to-hand combat. Spinning strikes and sharp kicks gave Alejandro a clear and deadly advantage. No one could stop him. And at one point he coldly disarmed Ellie when she was left without support. A heartbeat later, one of the daggers sank into her flesh, and the girl screamed as sharp, piercing pain tore through her. Even the wyvern felt how badly her friend was suffering, and tears welled up in her eyes. She lunged forward to help, but a blade pierced her wing and pinned her to the ground, stripping away her freedom. The boss wasn't in a rush to kill his assistant. First, he intended to drain her dry, down to the very last drop. The energy extraction device was already active, humming and ready to perform its horrific task. In the final seconds, Alejandro even admitted that he had killed Ellie's mother with his own hands. After that came the finishing blow, and the tension died instantly, like an NBA game when one team is up by 40 in the first quarter. By then, Addis came back to his senses and remembered that, above all else, he was still a powerful mage. His fire responded even with his mana reserves nearly empty. He forced the impossible out of himself and stopped the madness, quite literally gifting Ellie a second life. The girl fell into a deep pit, and the wyvern dove after her without hesitation to save her. By that moment, Addis had already freed Afir, and the three fighters were reunited once more. Left one-on-one with a powerful opponent, the dragon didn't panic. He breathed deeply and tracked Alejandro's every move. He had to act fast and precise, pouring all remaining energy into a single, decisive strike. Addis hadn't unleashed power like this in a long time, and when the flames reached the boss, the impact was devastating. For a split second, it looked like victory was within reach, but the boss flipped the situation as he always did. Again and again he found the path to advantage, as if someone was feeding him the right moves. The world dulled in an instant, colors drained away, and the mage felt the end crawling over his skin. The strongest attack failed, mana dropped to 0, and regeneration couldn't keep up. Just when death seemed inevitable, another participant crashed into the fight. It was the madman who usually ruined everything, but this time he showed up right on cue and earned applause. Han genuinely froze when he saw his best friend dressed as a girl. Like a grandpa in YouTube comments, he instantly misunderstood everything without a second thought. Right after that, Han labeled Alejandro a full-on creep who enjoyed dressing guys in women's clothes. For things like that, he was ready to deliver punishment personally and without mercy. The very first hit crushed the boss's nose and made him look utterly pathetic. Alejandro, who believed himself invincible, was launched into the unknown. The shockwave was so powerful that all of Addis's magic attacks felt insignificant by comparison. Even the Sword King was briefly surprised, not expecting such raw destructive force from himself. Most of Alejandro's bones were shattered, but for someone like him that was still not the end. He would likely regenerate soon and return to the fight with renewed fury. Thanks to the Dragon Core, Alejandro could constantly draw power from an endless source. Right now, killing him was nearly impossible, and he looked almost unbeatable. This enemy felt like something straight out of hell, and only a miracle could stop him. In all the chaos, they nearly forgot about Ellie, who had fallen into the crater. The wyvern managed to catch her, but the girl still slammed her head hard against the ground. Her condition looked critical. Internal bleeding wouldn't stop. Her breathing was barely audible, and for a moment Afir thought her friend was gone. Then Ellie coughed and came to, as if her lungs were filling with blood. She had to get back fast, because the fight was spiraling toward its worst outcome. Before the next round, Han finally realized he wasn't fighting just an enemy, but a true devil. He had never faced a human with such an absurd number of abilities. With his artifacts, Alejandro turned into a living whirlwind, shredding everything in his path. The solid body of the Volterra warrior was now Han's only real advantage. He had to become an immovable rock, or the entire fight would be meaningless. The first clash ended in a blinding flash and a massive shockwave. Addis quickly understood that he didn't belong here. This level of combat was beyond him. The real fighters had to settle who the true main character was, and the one who liked wearing a dress could stand aside for now and try not to get in the way. Don Alejandro felt genuine satisfaction realizing he had finally met a worthy opponent. He hadn't felt real resistance in so long that he almost forgot how to activate proper techniques, like a streamer suddenly losing internet mid-broadcast. Spinning his blades, he bent the wind itself to his will, rising above sky and earth as if gravity had given up. This was no longer just a hunter but an abnormal monster, and beating him would require straining every single muscle. Despite lacking flashy skills, Han calmly stopped the raging whirlwind with nothing but raw strength. One precise motion was enough to block the attack and loom over his opponent at the same time. That was the exact moment the balance of power truly shifted, and it looked clean as hell. Gasping for air, Alejandro tried to figure out when exactly he had miscalculated. Victory was supposed to be effortless, yet everything went wrong from the very start. If not for Addis's intervention, the villain would have already lost his head. His friend couldn't watch that happen and made it clear that the local boss must not be killed. Even in death, the power of the dragon core would instantly drag him back to life. To ruin his plans, they needed a different approach, smarter and far more calculated. Alejandro had to be stalled while his underground laboratory was wiped off the map. The friends quickly agreed to split up and move like a perfectly synced team. While Addis dealt with destroying the dragon nest, Han would keep the main villain busy. This was turning into a real party where levels no longer mattered. The strongest would win, even if that meant challenging fate itself. Not only Addis, but Effer and Ellie as well went searching for the source of power. They moved through sealed underground chambers, probing for the boss's weak point. Thanks to Ellie's fine mana control, she sensed danger long before it struck. Together they did solid work, but the bleeding was still a serious problem. The wound was dangerous, and only fast action could prevent brutal consequences. Ellie ignored the pain and kept moving forward no matter what. At last, they reached the sealed chamber where the experiments were conducted. Dozens of bodies lay scattered around, completely drained of energy by Alejandro. One of the sponsors was still alive and sensed the arrival of unwanted guests. He was badly starved, since the boss had long forgotten that this monster even needed food. It turned out to be Handy, the same spy who was supposed to die after meeting the boss. Alejandro spared him, and instead turned him into a loyal monster for dirty work. A level 50 human with a powerful aura became lethally dangerous after the transformation. Dealing with him would be insanely hard, and the girls urgently needed backup. At that moment, Addis arrived nearby and unleashed fire at just the right time. He knew the enemy was too strong and that every move had to be cold and calculated. The fight kicked off as if there were no difference in levels or skills at all. Above them, the same chaos unfolded as clashing elements tore everything apart. From the outside, it looked spectacular, but not for those gambling with their lives. Alejandro openly admitted he was an outsider and felt zero regret about it. He wanted to wipe out the locals and make them pay for hunting people like him. He knew Han also came from Earth, and that's why he pushed for a deal. Almost the entire fight, the boss tried to force a clean and profitable alliance. Together, they could cleanse Ratna and build a perfect country for those from Earth. If returning home was impossible, this could be a way to reclaim lost happiness. Han had his own answer and stubbornly rejected any alliance. If the price was killing innocent people, he would never take that deal. Sometimes the right choice brings pain and humiliation, and today was exactly that kind of day. Despite everything, Han felt that luck was still on his side. He knew Addis could transform into a dragon at any moment and flip the battle. Hearing that, Alejandro burst into laughter, clearly convinced the plan was impossible. All this time, a medallion hung around his neck, preventing anyone from transforming into a dragon. At least he was certain of that until the exact moment he noticed the medallion had suddenly vanished. It turned out that during a brief clash, Ellie had skillfully ripped that precious artifact right off him. Without wasting a second, she passed it to her friend, who had been suppressing monstrous power the entire time. In that instant, the mage transformed into a dragon, because only that form could stop the rampaging Handy. Fighting in the shape of a colossal beast instantly became easier and far more effective. The dragon core allowed constant mana regeneration and a stable, uninterrupted flow of energy. Handy no longer held the advantage, since he was no longer the biggest and scariest thing in the crater. Addis was ready to fight dirty, letting fangs tear into his opponent's flesh without hesitation. The crater's main energy node was very close, visibly pulsing with raw power. The faster they destroyed that core, the faster Alejandro would lose his sources of dominance. One final push was needed, but breaking the core required not just brute force but precision and flexibility. Handy had been stationed here for a reason, as he was considered the primary guardian of the ancient relic. During his service, he had awakened new abilities and learned to fire deadly magical bursts. Only thanks to lightning-fast reflexes did Efer manage to escape a searing, near-lethal strike. If Addis failed his part of the plan, the entire strategy would collapse instantly. Handy had to be eliminated as fast as possible, and the dragon had to be ready for that. Blinding flashes of light were visible from miles away from the crater. The battle drew birds and ordinary villagers from nearby settlements. People gathered to witness what was happening, even knowing they risked being wiped out. Meanwhile, Han and Alejandro took a brief pause to face each other directly. The Twisted Boss admitted he was working with the Great Earth, and claimed there was a logical reason. The locals hated outsiders and refused to let them live in peace. In his view, removing the Ratnians would make everything much easier. To sway Han, he even promised to open a portal back to Earth. The Sword King immediately saw it as manipulation and rejected the offer without hesitation. In response, he shattered his opponent's leg, forcing him to scream in pain again. Alejandro then took a desperate step and performed an experiment on himself mid-fight. He gathered the life force of the strongest hunters and injected the cursed substance into his own body. He became far stronger, but his soul was permanently stained pitch black. That was how humans fully turned into monsters. Han watched the transformation, knowing there was nothing he could do to stop it. Elemental forces intertwined, reshaping the man into something otherworldly. It was now hard to tell what he had become, but his level had doubled. Sensing that something below in the crater was going off script, Alejandro instantly lost interest in the duel. Breaking through Han, the creature charged downward to deal with it personally. He could not be allowed to reach Addis and the girls or everything would be over. At the same time, Handy was destroyed, and Ellie barely found the strength to stand. The core could only be destroyed using the swordsman technique her mother once taught her. She stepped forward, and for a brief moment everyone allowed themselves to breathe out. It looked like a victory that could no longer be stolen. But at the last second, an old woman appeared. Someone who had always seemed kind and harmless. She coldly declared that betraying the master was unacceptable, since he had done too much for them. With those words, she stepped up to Ellie and drove a dagger into her stomach without hesitation. As the wounded girl writhed in pain, the old woman rushed toward the dragon core. She activated energy absorption, plunging the entire area into chaos. Now, all weaker souls began to vanish, feeding the power of Don Alejandro. The plan that once seemed perfect had just collapsed spectacularly. Every single worker inside the crater was caught in the effect. In his final moments, Kalinor stared at a photograph of his family. He felt his life force drain away, and knew he would never return home. Along with many of his friends, he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise ever again. Only the strongest individuals and creatures were still struggling against this crushing wave of energy. Dragons were close, almost within reach, yet even they couldn't directly interfere with what was happening. Addis poured every last reserve into holding the pressure back, trying to block the magical oppression at least partially. It could buy a few precious seconds, but it did nothing to destroy the core itself. By then, Alejandro had already begun celebrating victory, feeling power flood every inch of his body. All foreign energy drained, without residue, into the demonic core pulsing inside his chest. Han knew defeat was near, but even now he had no intention of dropping to his knees. Ifir pushed herself to the limit, desperately trying to stop the nightmare with everything she had left. She forced streams of energy straight into the core, fully aware it still wouldn't be enough. The core could only be destroyed with the swordswoman's technique, and Ellie clearly knew exactly what had to be done. Over long months of friendship, she had trained Ifir step by step in the art of the blade. Now, if the wyvern became human, she could finally apply everything she had learned. Before, that had been impossible, but now a real chance had appeared. To make it happen, they had to use the very artifact stolen from the Twisted Boss. Ifir was given the chance to become human and attempt to save an entire continent. The magical aura shifted violently, and a pink flash of light swallowed all surrounding darkness. Meanwhile, Alejandro continued savoring his triumph and the feeling of absolute control. His devilish grin fueled Han's rage even more, yet he kept fighting without retreating. Even if the Sword King had no chances left, surrender was never an option. He had survived real hell in the Rocky Mountains, and breaking him now was nearly impossible. He knew Alejandro regenerated like Wolverine, but that didn't slow him down. At the very least, the boss still felt pain, which meant he could still be hurt. Without realizing it, Han was buying time for his friends as they tried to stop the madness. After another burst of magic, everyone witnessed something that could only be called a miracle. The wyvern transformed into a stunning girl with long, flowing hair. She carried the scent of lilies, and a single glance was enough to steal one's breath. You could drown in her bottomless eyes, and there wasn't a trace of malice in them. Fear quickly scanned her surroundings and prepared to act. She knew she had to hurry, but her body needed time to adjust to the new form. Even a few steps forward were difficult, yet she forced herself to move. Along with her beauty, she retained all her swordsmanship skills and was ready to use them. Her friends remained behind, watching her with eyes full of hope. Han, as usual, showed up at the worst possible moment and smashed straight through the nearest wall. Together with his opponent, he had already wrecked half the crater and showed no signs of stopping. This guy would fit perfectly into the Avengers, where they level half a city first and then claim they saved the world. Fear was suddenly in danger, as the full weight of the battle crashed down on her. Panicking, the girl turned and ran, briefly forgetting her role and purpose. To shield her from falling debris, Han scooped her up and covered her with his own body. Instead of gratitude, he got screaming and immediately felt a bite like a piranha attack. She hated it, yelling, calling him a naked pervert, and struggling to break free. He had to calm her down fast and remind her they had met before and were longtime friends. Now they had to refocus immediately and stop the Dragon Core. By then, Alejandro had fully regenerated and charged forward again. A brutal head-on strike cracked his skull and proved that raw power still ruled the battlefield. As he was thrown aside, Ephir gained another chance to use her skill. But first she had to stop, steady herself, and assess the situation with a clear mind. Just before Ephir took the decisive step, Ellie stopped her and wished her luck. Ephir barely noticed, too caught up in the chaos unfolding around her. If she had paid closer attention, she would have seen how much blood Ellie had already lost. To buy a little more time, the Sword King kept clashing with the monster, denying himself even a single second of rest. He delivered crushing blows, and the instant the enemy regenerated, he charged back in again and again. To him, it felt like brutal but perfect training, and he was handling it exactly as expected. The moment the area became even slightly safer, Ephir prepared to pull off a real miracle. Magical tendrils instantly lunged toward her, trying to block her path to the core. A moonlight step, light feet, and zero fear in her eyes let her push straight through. Flexibility and speed saved her from lethal strikes and steadily closed the distance. When the monster realized what was happening, it roared like a dragon writhing in agony. Han held it back with his last strength, boots digging into the ground as his massive sword stopped the charge. That effort was no longer needed, because Ephir landed the exact strike that ended the suffering. A wave of magic burst outward, freeing the people of the continent from the looming threat. At the same time, Han unleashed a devastating blow, and Alejandro finally lost his ability to regenerate. The crater's explosion was visible even from nearby islands, and many mistook it for the end of the world, like when the Oppenheimer trailer dropped. Sadly, Ellie never witnessed this triumph, as her heart had stopped only a moment earlier. Even so, she knew she had made the right choice, and her sacrifice would not be in vain. Just moments later, clouds swallowed the sky and relentless rain poured down. That day's victory truly felt like a miracle, with everything stacked against the people of Ratna. The human experiments planned by the Great Earth were officially confirmed. People below level 10 who had lost their life force began returning from the brink. Each of them could return to normal life, though a therapist would probably be a good idea. 36 deaths were recorded, most of them those who had been turned into monsters. This defeat shattered all of the Great Earth's plans, even though victory had been just one step away. From that day on, those who defeated Alejandro were called true heroes, yet none of them even thought about celebrating. There were no cheers, no smiles, no joyful cries. Even the sound of rain seemed hesitant to break the heavy, lifeless silence. All the heroes were taken under the protection of the Order of Light and granted several days of rest. Certain facts were deliberately hidden to avoid frightening ordinary people. Han and Addis recovered fairly quickly, felt fine, and were satisfied with what they had accomplished. During a conversation with the priest, both of them sensed that something was off. He kept repeating that there were far too many people who hated outsiders. Emil Otto seemed to be preparing them for something important, guiding them through a dark maze of corridors. The priest repeatedly reminded them that some laws had been written long before his birth. After the mission ended, a serious investigation into the incident began. Efir had worked alongside Ellie under Alejandro, and now she was considered a potential criminal. In a week, she would face trial, where her fate would be decided like at school. One rumor and you are canceled forever. No matter how hard Emil tried to help, his words carried very little weight. People had suffered too much from outsiders and wanted nothing to do with second chances. If Efir's cooperation with outsiders was confirmed, she faced life imprisonment. Even so, she tried not to lose heart and kept up at least a visible sense of positivity. Han and Emil went for a walk, leaving the two friends to talk alone. It became clear that the girl's psyche could not handle such sudden changes in life. At first, she said she was happy, smiling as she remembered the days spent with her friend. They were almost always together, and those memories were carved into her heart forever. But only a minute later, Efir began to cry and blamed Ellie for taking unnecessary risks. They could have run away and lived safely without constant battles and threats. Addis supported his friend in every way and promised he would definitely come up with something. Loss is always painful, but in this cruel world, one has to be ready for it. There was no doubt that Ellie was proud of Efir and believed they would meet again someday. Meanwhile, Han was also trying to do something, since his bond with the Wyvern had helped him survive and find his place on the continent. It turned out that under certain conditions an indulgence could be granted, and even the judge's verdict could be nudged in the right direction. That privilege was reserved only for those who truly helped the Order of Light and proved their worth through action, not words. The heroes had already made serious progress in their careers, and now just one successful mission stood between them and absolution. If they could eliminate one of the church's key problems, they would gain a real chance to save their friend. All they had to do was destroy a ghost, and at first glance it sounded like an easy job. Reality was far darker. Every hunter who had faced this problem before never made it back home alive. The ghost of the Dark House had been waiting for a new victim for a long time, and only God knew how this would end. After Alejandro's death, a shard of a demonic god fell into truly dangerous hands. The agents of Great Earth stepped in just in time and managed to secure this extremely valuable artifact. Their main plans had been shattered, but even so, none of them were ready to give up. They quickly realized they were dealing with well-prepared enemies who needed to be erased as soon as possible. If things escalated to the Inquisitors, it would turn into a real bloodbath with zero room for compromise. To avoid that outcome, Leslie suggested an alternative solution. She proposed using the shard of the demonic god to create something new, something capable of consuming the world itself. And to get rid of extra problems, there was always the option of calling in an old, reliable acquaintance. A ghost working as part of the team was ready to help and handle several objectives at once. If a level 35 monster pulled it off, Great Earth would get a chance to start over. Once upon a time, a happy family lived in this house until a bloody and irreversible conflict shattered everything. Later, Great Earth bought the property and began conducting cruel, forbidden experiments inside. The place hid countless secrets, and deadly traps were installed all around to protect them. Many hunters never told the world about those traps, because the ghost never let them go home. The monster, wearing a satisfied grin, prepared to welcome new guests and dreamed of kicking off the party as soon as possible. When 4 days passed and no one showed up, the ghost began to lose its old excitement. A few more days went by, and the monster stopped waiting altogether, deciding it had all been some kind of cruel joke. At that very moment, a team of 3 appeared in the nearby forest, ready to put an end to the ghost. Until the trial, Ifir was allowed to move freely under supervision and handle almost any task. All 3 were officially recognized as heroes, and they were cleared for missions without unnecessary questions. At first glance, they weren't scared at all, and even thought they had stumbled into a local Disneyland. The ghost absolutely hated that, since every piece of scenery was designed purely to terrify. Addis immediately warned that they had to move with maximum caution, because there were only 3 of them. No one was coming to save them if things went wrong, so they had to rely solely on themselves. Han looked like an unbeatable killer at first glance, but in reality he was absolutely terrified of ghosts. As a kid, he had binge-watched every part of The Ring, and ever since then, even small things freaked him out. It looked funny now, but very soon that fear would unexpectedly save his life. Addis suggested splitting up, knowing that in a real emergency he could always turn into a dragon. Ifir deliberately scared her friend, doing everything she could just to have a little fun. She had spent her entire life in a dark cave and had long forgotten what fear of the dark even was. At some point, the first signs of basic activity level began to surface. Nothing critical was happening, but Han started shaking like a little kid. He completely forgot about the mission and just bolted forward without thinking. A sea of traps lay ahead, but he didn't even notice them and smashed straight through, like an armored train, pure Dom Toretto energy where family matters more than walls. Years had gone into building those traps, and now they were wiped out in a single second. Ifir decided not to lag behind and jumped in as well, finishing off the already wounded monsters. After turning human, she became a level 6 swordsman, so underestimating her was a mistake. For a few more minutes, she tried to calm Han down, doing her best to steady him. He acted like he wasn't scared at all, even though sweat was pouring off him like he was sitting in a sauna. The mission needed to end fast, and at that exact moment the mistress of the house appeared. Her bottomless black eyes and rotting skin inspired raw, animal terror in anyone who met her gaze. That alone was enough for the fighter battling demonic hounds to nearly die from fear. He instantly turned around and ran for his life, completely forgetting about the little girl left behind. The real problem was that getting out of this place turned out to be way harder than it looked at first glance. After smashing through yet another wall, Han realized with surprise that he had ended up in the exact same corridor again. That meant that just a week before Ifir's trial, the entire hunter squad had walked straight into a carefully engineered trap. For several long minutes, the ghost stayed close, never showing herself directly, never fully disappearing either. Bit by bit, it became clear that the mistress of the house never attacked personally. She was simply controlling every trap in this place. Han stopped being afraid of the girl and even learned her real name, Maria. Ifir told him to stay calm and casually revealed a few key secrets about how the house actually worked. Everything here followed the same logic as classic dungeon mechanics. To escape, they had to find a local artifact, a kind of master key capable of lifting all restrictions. The search kicked off immediately, and Maria invited the guests into the main hall of the house. She promised it would be very interesting and politely suggested ignoring the bloodstains. Countless hidden traps stood ready to shred the intruders apart at any second. Han only smirked, clearly happy to accept the challenge. Together with Ifir, they began hopping over traps as if it were a casual obstacle course in some extreme amusement park. Neither of them even broke a sweat, though Maria was still confident her plan would work. Even a small pool filled with crocodiles felt like a luxury resort to someone who had survived the Rocky Mountains. Soon, it was time to face the boss of this room, a massive black mamba. This anaconda-sized venom monster was meant to be a serious threat, but things went completely off script. Now let's jump back to Addis, who had pushed deeper into the southern wing of the house, straight toward the basement. Mages were always highly valued, simply because there were so few of them among hunters. Truly trained professional mages made up no more than 2% of the total. Most of them graduated from universities in the Mage Kingdom and had access to advanced theories from a developed world. That was why Addis immediately sensed he had found something truly important. Few people knew this, but he had graduated from the Academy of Thinkers, specializing in advanced spellcraft. One glance at the documents left behind was enough for him to realize the entire team was in serious danger. Addis rushed off to find his friends, hoping it wasn't too late to escape. Bursting outside, he scanned the area and instantly understood that coming here had been a massive mistake. The house was already starting to fade away, and the team was trapped inside a conditional space disconnected from reality. By then, Maria had almost forgotten her original cruel intentions. Loneliness had tortured her for far too long, and meeting new people felt like salvation. For a brief moment she relaxed, then remembered the real reason she remained bound to this house. Maria barely noticed how close she had grown to people who seemed fearless. They had destroyed every trap, defeated the room boss, and even managed to cook the venomous snake's meat. To Maria, it looked like madness. No one had ever behaved like this in her house before. Han tried to calm their new acquaintance and explain that they had no reason to fear each other. Her entire life she had been abandoned or used, but it was never too late to find real friends. If Maria wished, she could stay with them and become part of something bigger. That offer shattered her worldview, and the ghost's psyche began to crack. Fueled by inner turmoil, the walls of the house started collapsing, as if Godzilla himself had dropped by. By then, Addis had reunited with the group and insisted they needed to escape immediately. To do that, they had to find the key that opened every door in the cursed house. After a short pause, the truth about the key became obvious. It wasn't a soulless object, but a living person who had been with them all along. Maria only appeared to be a spirit. In reality, she was a cursed woman. They tried to explain that Leslie and Richard had abandoned her, planning to destroy the house along with the hunters. Maria refused to believe it and stayed loyal to her former friends until the very end. In desperation, she lashed out against the hunters, trying to force doubt away. Han reacted instantly and shielded his friends, taking the hit himself. He was sure he could tank the attack without issue, not realizing ghosts fought by different rules. At first glance, it looked like he was unharmed and everything was under control. A fear instantly rushed to her friend, trying to force him to pull back before things went completely off the rails. What she saw froze her in place, icy chills crawling straight down her spine. The strongest warrior on the team had clearly lost it, and was starting to morph into something ghost-like and wrong. He triggered a vertical strike technique, and only a split second stood between Ether and guaranteed death. While Addis struggled to block the falling rubble, the wyvern was hanging on the edge of annihilation. He caught the scene just in time and lunged in without hesitation. The dragon managed to stop the blow despite the insane gap in raw physical power. A ghost had slipped into Han's mind, and a brutal internal war was raging inside him right now. His friends tried to reach him, but all they got back were broken, unhinged screams. Moments later, the Sword King literally started fighting himself. 1 second he rushed Addis, the next he smashed his own face with his fist. The hunters had never seen anything this unhinged in their lives. Despite the madness, the guards casually gave a thumbs up, acting like everything was somehow under control. Now the scene shifts inside his mind, where the real battle was unfolding. Fighting a ghost only looks easy at first glance, even for a warrior from Volterra. Memories were exchanged, and it became clear that even Han carried a deep personal darkness. The pain was unbearable, and every mental wound tightened Maria's grip over his body. On top of that, he had spent more than 22 years completely alone in the Rocky Mountains, and that kind of isolation never comes free. The strangest part was that the effect worked both ways. For a dark soul like Maria, being trapped in the mansion had become her own private tragedy. They kept trading memories, locked in an endless internal clash. It felt like it could go on forever, at least until one of them finally broke. Then a blinding flash of light cut through everything, bringing the battle to its natural end. At the same time, Addis was desperately working through spell formulas that might pull his friend out of the spectral realm. The knowledge he gained at the academy mattered more than ever. especially with the crystal he found in the lab. He would later learn it was a shard of the demon Omplus, but right now that detail meant nothing. Through a mirrored artifact, Leslie calmly observed every second of the situation. It was obvious the hunters had swallowed the bait and were now one step away from total destruction. The satisfied outsiders had no doubts about their success and were already prepping for the next task that brought them to the Magic Kingdom. A serious meeting was about to happen here, the kind you attend without an invitation. Everything had to be done quietly and with maximum precision so the mages wouldn't notice a thing. The Thinkers' Mage Guild was the continent's first elite division of high-level spellcasters. When noble houses began mass collecting magical tools, the Thinkers skyrocketed in influence. The symposium became the place where new artifacts were flexed and the world's most powerful figures gathered. Everyone showed off their loot there, and impressing anyone was almost impossible. The Great Earth's agents slipped past security without raising a single alarm. In one corridor, they ran straight into a massive combat robot, clearly built to kill on sight. The machine instantly flagged them as threats and attacked without hesitation. It was the perfect moment to see what a man named Richard was really capable of. He needed only a few clean, effortless movements to secure the win. An aura blade combined with a diagonal strike erased the giant Terminator from existence. That was what real clean work looked like. After that, confident footsteps echoed down the corridor, sharp and deliberate, heels clicking against stone. Her presence radiated calm authority, and fear clearly had no place near her. The moment they saw her face, two mercenaries dropped to their knees, apologizing like security guards when Taylor Swift walks into the room. Standing before them was a living legend, one of the four heroes, the Archmage Genobia. The scene cuts back into Han's mind, where the fading light still lingered. When Maria opened her eyes, she thought she had died and ended up somewhere deep in hell. She was convinced the others escaped the mansion and were finally safe. Maria wasn't even that upset, believing she had lived a pointless life without ever doing something truly good. At last, peace was supposed to reach her, or at least that's how it felt in those first fragile seconds. Then a dog slowly walked past her, acting like it had been quietly listening to her thoughts the whole time. It stopped, calmly turned its head, and started talking, telling her to quit the drama and stop acting like a kid. The dog made it clear that everything was already over, and all she had to do was stop and refuse to move forward anymore. In the same instant, horrific monsters burst into the ghost's vision, like they had just crawled straight out of a bottomless abyss. Maria couldn't hide her shock and, for the first time since becoming a ghost, felt real fear claw into her chest. She realized she was inside this guy's mind and finally understood how much pain he had endured. From that moment on, she saw him differently, not as a monster, but as a man shattered by severe post-traumatic trauma. Maria completely withdrew from his consciousness, and by then Addis had already finished constructing a complex and dangerous ritual. All that remained was to use his skills and try to break free from this nightmare that felt like pure hell. When it was over, the illusion fully collapsed, and no hunter ever became a victim of the haunted house again. The sun appeared out of nowhere, and the stench of dampness, blood, and slime vanished as if it had never existed. Han finally came to his senses and nearly crushed his friends in a sudden bone-breaking hug. All of them felt overwhelming relief while trying to figure out what the hell came next. Among endless debris and ruins, they spotted Maria, now fully transformed into a human. Escaping the haunted house felt like a reset for her body, and there was no longer any reason to remain a prisoner of cruel people. It was time for a serious choice: become her own person or stay trapped forever in the illusions of the past. Of course it was hard, especially for someone who had never known anything resembling a normal life. Still, after a short pause, she felt these people were genuinely trustworthy. They seemed kind and real, and honestly, she had nowhere else left to go. Behind the destroyed house, the hunters found a vehicle belonging to the Great Earth. It was a top-tier carriage, the kind you buy only with millions of gold coins, like a front-row Super Bowl ticket. While stuck in the basement, Attis had learned a lot about his enemies' plans and hidden threats. Most likely, a spy was hiding inside the Thinkers Association, and this had to be reported immediately. Returning to the Holy Order was no longer an option, so they headed straight for the Kingdom of Mages. For the first few minutes, no one could activate the carriage, as if some crucial part was missing. In the end, the wizard realized he had to use the blessing of the demonic god, fully aware of the risk. Even a small shard was enough to launch an insanely fast means of transportation. Several hours passed before the hunters could even slightly adjust to the insane flight speed. It felt like they had bent time itself, racing at full throttle to once again wreck the plans of the Great Earth. By then, Archmage Zenobia had already begun her grand presentation. When she stepped onto the stage, the entire hall fell silent, watching her inventions with held breath. After receiving the blessing of the goddesses, all 4 heroes reached level 100 and stopped aging forever. Their names were engraved in golden letters in the history books of this world. The people of Valterra knew very little about them, and it was time to fix that. The strongest among the heroes was considered to be Bao, also known as the True Sword King. That was the name people eventually began using for Han, clearly drawing parallels to the legendary hero of the past. Holly was impossible to ignore as well, famous for her mastery as a spiritualist of life and death. The team also included the greatest magic swordsman in the world, Karhan the Terrible. It felt like no one in this world could possibly challenge them. They were the strongest heroes alive, and only a lunatic would dare mock them. After the official presentation ended, the heroes decided to talk among themselves for a bit. Notably absent was Bao, who had long been listed as missing in action. They discussed small matters and future plans until Leslie suddenly walked into the room. It turned out that, thanks to the Great Earth, the heroes had a chance to restore the blessing of the demonic god. The crystal was now in their possession, and they could finally move forward with their true objective. Opening a portal, they stepped into a cosmic void filled with strange harmony. A being began to form out of the weightless emptiness, vaguely resembling a human shape. It was the main assistant of the goddess of darkness, named Kevriel. She looked exactly like the goddess herself, but everyone simply called her Kiwi. The heroes approached the ancient altar to face the entity and formally carry out the order they had received. By every rule, the moment the portal opened, they were supposed to appear before the goddess's copy without delay. Only Karhan and Zenobia stepped forward, the acknowledged leaders of the entire squad. Instead of showing the expected reverence, they chose to play by their own rules and skipped all the pointless ceremony. The great swordsman calmly drew his blade and, in a single motion, beheaded the goddess's copy. The heroes made it clear they didn't care about the rules, and now aimed to become gods themselves, like Monopoly players swiping the bank on turn 1. In that instant, it became obvious they hadn't come for answers, but for a precise and dangerous objective. 20 years ago, they were the ones who fought invaders from other worlds who had sided with the demon god. The heroes sacrificed their youth and shattered bodies to fight in the name of the goddesses and save the world. Victory came at a brutal price, demanding everything they had, leaving nothing behind. After receiving the blessing, the heroes rebuilt ruined cities, gained wisdom, and reclaimed their lost youth. From that day on, they knew exactly how long they had left to live, and that knowledge weighed heavily on the world's saviors. The gods were convinced the heroes would never desire immortality, and that was their greatest mistake. As the years passed, miracles faded, and a quiet hunger for something greater grew inside each hero. It wasn't fear of death, since any hunter accepts that outcome sooner or later. The real disappointment was watching the goddesses simply observe as the world slowly slid into chaos. Without the heroes' interference, the goddesses would have stayed on the sidelines while the world burned to nothing. To take control of Ratna, the gods had to be removed and a new world order established. At last, the heroes reached this realization, understanding they were strong enough to challenge the gods directly. Only by gaining immortality could they truly protect this world in the long run. During the clash with the divine copies, Zenobia suddenly vanished without a trace. Karhan was left alone before the goddess, who saw straight through him and hid none of her superiority. She demonstrated just how helpless a warrior is against pure divine power. In that moment, Karhan cursed the goddess of darkness and swore to one day take her scalp with his own hands. After that, Karhan sank into an empty, endless darkness he couldn't escape for a long time. Meanwhile, the hunter team arrived at the crater, where a court session was taking place at that very moment. They decided to postpone the trip to the Magic City and at least deliver a letter about the possible spy. Attis made a serious mistake, believing the Supreme Mages still had the situation under control. He had no idea how deeply rotten this world was on the inside. If anyone had claimed the heroes chose to betray the goddesses, no one would have believed it. At the very least, he used the shard of the demonic god to significantly boost his own strength. The fragment was sealed into a bracelet, hiding a wide range of abilities inside. His magical power surged instantly, though much work remained to unlock its full potential. It was only a broken shard of the crystal, meaning the magic was still unstable and incomplete. If the Great Earth had acted just a little more carefully, the hunters would never have escaped the haunted house. In that dark moment, Han wondered what would have happened if he had never left the Rocky Mountains. Most likely, he would have gone insane, ended his life, or turned into one of the Devil's Hounds. But none of that mattered anymore. The past had to be left behind to move forward with those who truly cared about him. While the warrior of Volterra reflected on fate, the heroes of this world continued reshaping reality itself. In truth, nothing had happened to the heroes. They were still alive and acting as they always had. Goddesses, unlike humans, exist as higher dimensional beings on a different plane of reality. They were thought to be impossible to attack and destroy completely, at least until today. Dimensional sealing magic was now fully accessible to Karhan and Genovia. They managed to imprison the goddess of darkness and seize total control over her essence. The irony was that the goddess didn't even realize her situation and still believed she ruled the space around her. The moment her head was severed, she was silently sealed inside a magical sphere without any sign of struggle. Her energy was now being absorbed little by little, bringing the heroes closer to immortality. To keep the goddess imprisoned, the heroes could not leave this neutral space. Even so, they could still use their powers and influence the real world. All it required was subtle interference, something as simple as setting one religion against another. The time had come to cleanse this world, even if it meant truly getting his hands dirty and crossing lines that could never be uncrossed. Afir was fully acquitted in the case of cooperating with invaders and officially cleared of all charges. Now that Attis had finally formed a complete team, she became a full-fledged hunter with legal status. For a girl who had lived her entire life trapped in a wyvern's body and known no other path, this was a massive personal victory. Han also agreed to join the team, knowing that to face the goddesses, he had to keep winning and make his name echo across the world. During registration at the guild, one strange and seemingly insignificant detail caught his attention. A young guy with the most basic gear showed up to register, looking like someone just starting a hunter's career. The problem was that he was already level 20, and people like that were usually seasoned adventurers by now. It felt like he wasn't who he pretended to be, just playing the rookie role. A classic Valorant smurf pretending it's day one while wiping everyone. According to him, he came from Shanghai and went by a simple name, a warrior called Sana. Now the scene shifts to the northeastern reaches of the ancient kingdom of Cauldry. It was here, on a snow-covered mountain, that the people locals called invaders had appeared. Ordinary citizens scattered in panic, terror written clearly across their faces. That always happens when they see inquisitors of the Dark Brotherhood. One man tried to flee, carrying with him the blessing of a demonic god. A shard of the crystal was clenched in his hand, pulsing with dark energy. The chief inquisitor would never allow him to escape that easily. At first, the man pretended he was just living in these lands for family and a peaceful life. He deliberately stalled for time, trying to distract attention and prepare his weapon. The sly worm suddenly pulled a gun and fired straight into the Inquisitor's chest, like a GTA NPC pulling heat with no cutscene. It wasn't enough to kill him, and the payback came instantly. The blow was so brutal that the criminal smashed through a nearby stone wall with his back. He stayed alive only because the Inquisitor had reasons to prolong his suffering. What he needed was the crystal shard, and then maybe no one else would get hurt. But by then, the fragment had already been absorbed, meaning a bloody grinder was unavoidable. A normal human had taken in far too much black magic to keep his original body. In mere moments, he transformed into a massive monster and crushed his enemy in one hand. The merciless giant looked like he was challenging reality itself. He had hidden the crystal shard for a long time and used it only at the most critical moment. To truly enrage the Inquisitor, he tore the annoying mask right off his face. Inquisitors hate when anyone touches their face because after that, blood always follows. With one sharp motion, the Dark Brotherhood agent ripped a finger clean off the monster's hand. A brutal slaughter followed, but that part doesn't matter now, as the story returns to the Crater Gorge. This was where the truly important events were unfolding today. Several weeks had passed since the last meeting with Han's team, and in that time, everything had changed. Afir was no longer a frightened girl. Now she stood as a true professional of war. She fought monsters while a level 50 gladiator stood nearby. Opposite them loomed a gigantic caterpillar, capable of crushing even King Kong. The gladiator and his assistant chose not to gamble and wisely retreated. Ahead of them stood a fearless girl who leaped straight toward her own death. Only at the last moment did she open her eyes and draw a gleaming sword. The caterpillar had clearly overestimated itself and suffered a fatal wound. To finish the monster for good, a red-haired Krasavitz stepped onto the battlefield. Using a mysterious magical artifact, he activated razor-sharp ice spikes. The people watching the fight were left speechless, afraid to even breathe. They had never seen a technique like this in their entire lives. Only after looking closer did the spectators realize that the man before them was Sir Addis. Stories about this guy had long spread throughout the city and far beyond it. The most interesting part was that two more fighters had joined the team, old acquaintances Martin and Brad. Yet, scanning the area, it was hard to spot the hunter's main warrior. The Voltarian fighter had vanished without a trace, and the grim faces of his friends made it clear something terrible had happened. Right now, deep underground, lay the very prison people were afraid to mention out loud. In the most heavily guarded cell sat a man whose arms and legs were completely immobilized. Just moments ago, the system had once again offered him the option to end his own life to escape the endless torment. To understand how the main hero crashed out this hard, the clock has to rewind a few weeks, back before everything spiraled. Back then, Emil Otto stood before a colossal fortress where Outworlders were about to be locked in alongside the most dangerous criminals alive. Hovering nearby was a famous noble who had dumped a whole fortune into the project, flexing every coin like it was a legendary drop. He kept circling back to a girl named Efir, obsessing over her beauty like it still haunted his dreams at night. The big guy was already getting on everyone's nerves, but when someone's wallet hits like a final boss, you endure the yapping, like listening to Elon Musk promise Mars next year all over again. That day, the place was packed with hunters, so many that the air itself buzzed with voices and clashing steel. Sparks kept flying between them, because every single one was used to solving problems with fists and blades, not soft words. And when everyone's strapped, even a tiny verbal jab can flip into a full-on bloodbath in a heartbeat. Inside the guild walls, drawing weapons is strictly forbidden, but that rule starts glitching the second an Outworlder above level 20 shows up asking for registration. In short, that's how they test the ones they suspect of coming from another world. The talk with a hunter named Sana didn't even get the chance to boot up before it crashed. His friends exchanged confused glances, not understanding why Han suddenly ignited like someone lit a fuse inside him. The reason was simpler than it looked. Sana was a seasoned fighter, but this was his first time registering with the guild. The moment he casually mentioned he was from Shanghai, tension flickered across Han's eyes. The years spent in the Rocky Mountains had erased too much from the hero's memory of his home planet. The word Shanghai struck him deep, but he couldn't remember why, so he chose the only language he trusted: force. Sana took that pressure like a slap to the face and instantly moved for his weapon. Backing down had never been in his code, so he stepped forward without hesitation. Han measured him with an icy stare, convinced he could crush this so-called bug in a single move. Before the clash, Sana shouted that he would never lose to some level 5 rookie. For a hunter, that hit worse than a slap. It sounded like a public branding of weakness. The next second, the hall practically detonated, and no one could tell what was happening anymore. A whisper tore through the crowd. How could a guy built like Thor be only level 5? That's like seeing Thor himself stuck in bronze in Fortnite. Attis didn't even try to hold his friend back. One look made it clear that arguing now was pointless. At first, they suspected Han of being an outworlder, but once they heard level 5, they figured he was just insane. Suddenly, soldiers stormed the hall and locked in tight around the hero. Emil Otto snapped, shouting at his friend, trying to remind him that this wasn't how things went down inside the guild. But blinded by rage, Han saw enemies from the Order everywhere, and, in the heat of it, tossed aside several soldiers along with the judge. That single burst of fury sent him straight to the underground prison built for outsiders. The prison was constructed by the fearsome Karhan, a man who had spent his entire life hating those from other worlds. The most dangerous outworlders from across the continent are dragged there, while ordinary criminals barely make the cut. In all its years, not a single inmate has escaped that fortress. The defense is designed down to the last stone. Han had never pictured himself behind bars, and none of this would have happened if he'd managed to check his temper in time. Now, he was hit with a 100-year sentence, and for the first time in ages, he was truly shaken. The noble they called the fat man behind his back barely hid a satisfied smile, like everything had unfolded according to his script. No matter how Han tried to justify himself, his words drowned in the cold silence of the courtroom. His friends visited with support, but their eyes gave them away. They had no clue how to fix this either. Afir quietly noted that the judge loved money, meaning the game wasn't over yet. There was still a chance to buy him. From that moment on, the hunters started grinding gold by any means necessary. Meanwhile, Han weighed the idea of escape, knowing the plan would be insanely hard to pull off. If he ran, his strategy to gain the goddess's blessing through the Order would crumble to dust. Without that blessing, the road home would turn into an almost unreachable dream. By the way, the second instigator of the conflict was thrown behind bars too. He had managed to land a few hits on the noble, and now he faced charges of attempted murder. That's how meetings between two hunters from planet Earth end, when blades speak louder than words. Sana held no grudge against Han and even tried to keep his spirits up inside the cell. He also got 100 years, but Han didn't even want to hear his name. Sana complained to the guards that he'd messed up by not checking his opponent's level beforehand. He admitted he never would have picked that fight if he'd known a level 5 could throw hands like a straight-up demon. The second Sana mentioned level 5 again, Han's rage flared like an old wound ripped open with a blade. Looks like life still hadn't taught him a thing. Han kept detonating over a single word, zero chill, zero breaks. More than once, he had to hammer one simple rule into Sana's skull. The 5th level stays off the record, no exceptions. If Sana kept running his mouth, somebody would connect the dots, and then the Inquisitors would start knocking on his friends' doors. A cold thought slid through Han's mind. Erase the loudmouth and delete the risk for good. But when he looked closer, the Volterra warrior saw something unsettling. A younger version of himself staring back. Reckless, naive, burning with life. Since fate had locked them in the same cell, the beef had to die. It was time to actually know each other. Honestly, it was a miracle Sana had survived this long with that talent for oversharing and diving headfirst into trouble. He barely hid the fact that he came from another world, yet people just laughed him off like some harmless clown. Han realized fast. The kid needed a crash course on spotting locals from outworlders, or one slip-up would get him wiped. During one late-night talk, Sana lowered his voice and admitted he had a few precious crystals stashed away. Turns out inmates weren't just grinding heavy labor, they were also sent into the dungeon to clear out monsters. Every kill paid in crystals, and those could be traded for food, blankets, and a scrap of comfort. There were rumors, too. Share some crystals with the guards, and suddenly a century-long sentence might shrink just a little. For Han, that rumor hit like a beam of light cutting through the dark. Hope stirred inside him for the first time in ages. Meanwhile, the fat man kept watching the prisoners like he was browsing for a new toy to entertain himself. Beside him stood the one they called the Devil, and even the guards avoided locking eyes with that presence. There was a rule whispered across the land. Once an Outworlder kills even a single Ratnian, something cracks in the mind, and the taste of blood never leaves. The noble planned to throw Han straight into the path of that most dangerous inmate. He wanted the Volterra warrior to pay in full for the personal humiliation, and he wanted it public. All that remained was the question of who hid behind the title Devil, and what made him that terrifying. As civilization advanced on Earth, people moved less, grew softer, slowly losing their edge. Ratnians, on the other hand, hunted monsters daily, keeping their bodies locked in permanent combat mode. Yet no matter how hard they trained, almost all of them hit a hard cap at level 15. After that, growth either flatlines or crawls so slow it barely matters. And level 15 means nothing when a high-class monster is staring you down. That's why 4 great powers emerged across the continent to protect ordinary people. Aura, mana, might, and prana, forces that awaken only within the chosen. Each grants unique abilities, letting warriors win where raw level alone just isn't enough. Hunters grind themselves to the bone trying to awaken and max out these powers. Only then can they stand against true monsters and become heroes instead of prey. But sometimes a hunter can't wield any of the 4, and in that moment it becomes obvious. Level numbers are almost meaningless. Whether it's 20 or 50, without those forces it won't save you when things go critical. Those people become easy loot for monsters, and exceptions are rare. One day, a group of prisoners was sent into the dungeon and instantly got pinned against the wall. Starving beasts closed in, jaws snapping like they'd been craving human flesh forever. Then, through the chaos, one warrior stepped forward and started shredding underground horrors solo. In his hand was nothing but a kitchen knife, yet the blade moved so fast the monsters couldn't even finish a growl. Han's legendary sword had been confiscated at arrest, so now he worked with whatever was within reach. Sitting around wasn't in his nature. He grabbed a Sana and went back to what he did best: hunting. Day after day, they sharpened their movements while stacking crystals like it was a grind session. More than 2 months flew by in that rhythm, and in that time they wiped out over 100 monsters. Still, even a full sack of crystals barely shaved anything off the sentence. 100 years dropped to 99 years and 11 months. Basically a joke, like a 1% Steam sale hyped as legendary. Somewhere along the way, they grew closer, even though they'd started out ready to tear each other apart. Han had never needed a partner before and handled the dirtiest jobs solo without blinking. But looking at this young Outworlder, he felt a strange weight of responsibility, like watching over a little brother. Maybe, just maybe, Sana would be the one to lead him to the goddess someday, or at least show him the path. So they would walk out of this place together, even if that meant clearing the entire dungeon down to the last monster. Beyond shortening sentences, crystals could be traded for food, and Sana was the first to suggest spending part of their haul on a real dinner. He fed every inmate fresh-baked bread, and in a single night the loudmouth flipped into the most loved guy in the entire cell block. Han had to snap at his friend and drill it into him hard. Crystals weren't meant to be wasted on murderers and con artists. Cutting their own sentence and escaping this hellhole mattered way more than playing charity hero. Their talk got sliced short when the doors screeched open and the fat man stepped inside the prison. The noble who moonlighted as a judge carried himself like this dungeon was his personal kingdom. Other people's fates swung with his mood, and he clearly savored that power trip. One inmate dared to ask for permission to see his family just once. He had recently lost a leg during forced labor, and since that day his faith in justice had flatlined. Instead of answering, the fat man coldly ordered the crippled prisoner thrown back into the dungeon. Mercy had never been part of his build. Profit was all that mattered, just like most nobles. Usually, prisoners swallowed that kind of injustice to avoid making themselves the next target. But this time, someone stood among them who refused to let that filth slide. Han blocked the exit with his massive frame, making it crystal clear that nobody was moving forward. Side by side with his friend, he showed that this situation wasn't walking away without his personal input. If the jailers wouldn't honor even basic rights, then the rules of the conversation were about to change. Han didn't throw fists right away. Instead, he laid out a concrete alternative. He and his partner would personally clear the dungeon, but the one-legged man would not be touched. He added in an icy tone that refusal would trigger consequences without mercy. After that, the guards exchanged looks, swallowed their words, and quietly stepped aside. Now the scene shifts to the northeastern edge of the kingdom, where the thousand-year mountain rises into the clouds. They call it the Dragon's Lair, even though no such beast has been seen there for over a century. This marks the 6th captured lair, proof that the Inquisitors have been grinding non-stop. A final purge is underway here since the general has temporarily left the camp. He rushed to headquarters to deliver something truly critical to the Brotherhood. The headquarters of the Dark Brotherhood is hidden deep within the mountains, in a place erased from every map. No ordinary person could reach it. The land itself bends to conceal it from prying eyes. Upon arrival, the Grand Inquisitor reported that this time he had personally witnessed the Outworlder's laboratory. He also returned the Blessing Stone of the Demon God, a relic pulsing with ominous energy. With the aid of the Goddess of Darkness, Kevriel, the situation had been partially stabilized. Much of that success also belonged to Sir Leonard, who always executed orders with precision. But today he looked visibly troubled, shifting nervously and breathing heavy. Historically, the goddess had sent prophets to watch over Ratna and grant enlightenment to its people. Yet she had never directly interfered in earthly affairs. Leonard was convinced that if the goddess intervened personally, evil would have been erased long ago. The holy woman cut him off sharply and reminded him that he was merely a servant of the Brotherhood. She stressed that gods must not be insulted, especially those who aid humanity. It was long past time for Leonard to mature and keep his thoughts locked behind his teeth. After the stern exchange, the holy woman directed the demon god's blessing toward Kevriel. Leonard wanted to understand what was truly unfolding, but fear kept him from asking the wrong question. The mysteries of the world had always lured him, and this enchanted crystal was among the most dangerous of them. The moment the woman activated the stone, space itself ignited with pink mana. But the demonic crystal never reached Kevriel, because something else stood in her place. Instead of the goddess, the artifact was claimed by the ominous Karhan, and the fallout of that twist is impossible to predict. The absorption took mere seconds, though far greater schemes still lie ahead for him. For now, only a fragment of the massive crystal rests in Karhan's hands. The remaining pieces are yet to be found. With human allies in play, handling the dirty work becomes far easier. The Great Earth has already lost its value, leaving Richard and Leslie as the only ones worthy of trust. The heroes spent years building the Great Earth, yet they carry no regret over its fall. Their only concern is that someone within the Dark Brotherhood might rise to oppose them. Most likely that someone will be Inquisitor Leonard, hailed as the continent's most handsome bachelor, basically the local Henry Cavill, minus the Witcher and plus a stack of insecurities. Rumor says if he stays locked on his chosen path and doesn't get corrupted by the glow of power, he could rise as the hero of the next generation. Zenobia pushes to go all in and recruit him before he fully commits to either side. His talent as an Inquisitor is straight up insane. The guy reads skills like open books and instantly spots their strengths and weak spots. But if he ever flips to the enemy side, he won't just be a threat, he'll be a full-blown catastrophe. For now, Zenobia and her ally can afford to sit back and watch the board. Sacred magic is rigged so that anyone who tries to uncover the secret of the four heroes triggers instant punishment. First comes unbearable, body-crushing agony, then death. And after that, nothing remains, not even ashes. Anyone reckless enough to touch that truth crumbles into dust and vanishes like they never existed. Zenobia spent decades crafting that brutal, airtight defensive spell. This system gives the heroes a massive edge, and paves the way to securing the full blessing of the demon god. Once that happens, nobody will be able to stop them. They'll be brushing up against true divinity. Only one fragment of the demon god's blessing remains, but every dragon nest has already been searched and drained dry. Word on the street says there's an outworlder locked inside Crater Prison who knows way too much. Karhan has already sent Leslie to extract every scrap of intel and track down the final shard of the demon god's crystal. Leslie sees it clearly. Members of the Great Earth are being picked off one by the Inquisitors. It's obvious Karhan and Genovia are wiping their tracks clean, and if Leslie fails, she'll be erased without hesitation. Back in the prison, the guards finally decided to move, forcefully, to shut down the Volterra warrior and crush the rising chaos. The tension was spiking fast, like a fuse burning down to the last inch. Sana sensed the turning point and began rallying the prisoners to fight for their freedom. By the time Han tried to shut him up and physically stop the madness, it was already too late. Many inmates had bought into Sana's fire and chose to defend their dignity to the bitter end. They were done being treated like trash and denied even the smallest chance to see their families. The shouting grew louder, the demands sharper. This wasn't noise anymore, it was a full-scale riot. Everything was spiraling off script, and in the swelling chaos, Leslie prepared to play her hidden role. The fat man visibly panicked as he realized control was slipping through his fingers. There weren't enough guards around to guarantee his safety, so he opted for the nuclear option. He ordered the one known as the Devil to be brought in immediately. Han stood tense and alert, while his friend kept hyping the fight to the death like this was some final arc showdown. That guy was beyond fixing, and every ounce of that friendship brought Han nothing but trouble. The guards seized the moment and began removing the Devil's heavy shackles and chains. The same prisoners who had been screaming about rebellion seconds ago started losing their nerve. They fell silent and froze as the approaching figure looked less like a man and more like death walking. The Devil was deliberately steered toward the Volterra warrior, since everyone saw Han as the main destabilizing force in the prison. Everyone knew the Devil was an outworlder with terrifying, almost limitless potential. The crowd went dead quiet, each person desperate to witness what that monster could really do. The fat man felt control return and flashed a smug grin, like this was his twisted game and he was Joffrey from Game of Thrones, just waiting for someone else to bleed. He understood perfectly how to tame these people. Fear the Outworlders more than fire itself. Even Leslie chose not to interfere, recognizing the situation had crossed into lethal territory. Sana was the only one who didn't lose confidence, maybe because he had no intention of stepping into the ring himself. He kept loudly praising the Volterra warrior, repeating that Han would kill anyone who dared stand in his way. The fat man showed zero mercy and ordered the Devil to fight to the very end. A strange mask covered the inmate's face, while heavy chains and massive cuffs still clung to his body. The noble coldly commanded the battle to start immediately and not stop until only one remained alive. Instead of accepting the challenge, Han calmly declared he had zero interest and wasn't obligated to obey anyone's orders. He grabbed Sana, threw him over his shoulder, and started walking toward the dungeon like the outcome was already decided. But at the last second he heard his true name, the one he never used inside these walls. That single word was enough to make Han stop cold and slowly turn around. It turned out the Devil knew him personally. They had once clashed in a brutal battle. Sana could barely process that his partner had fought the Devil, the warrior rumored to be the strongest in Ratna. After that revelation, the tension became almost tangible, and the atmosphere tightened like the sky before a storm. The fat man loudly hyped the crowd, urging the criminals to place bets and guess who would walk out of this slaughter alive. Then he dropped an even crazier condition. Whoever defeats the Devil earns a shot at freedom. That offer stands for anyone bold enough to gamble their life on it. For all the noise, flexing, and wannabe killers in the crowd, only one person stepped up. A girl named Leslie. She wore a calm smile and made it clear she had nothing left to lose. A Wednesday-level stare, minus the academy vibes. The Outworlder, once buried deep in the prison, was standing right there, and for Leslie, this was a rare window to execute her plan. She intended to uncover the location of the demon god's blessing, claim her freedom, and disappear without a trace. The question hung heavy. Was Han really about to stand aside while others fought for a way out? With chaos brewing in the depths of Crater, the rest of the story's heroes faded into the background. Meanwhile, not far from the prison walls, a strange, shimmering portal tore open in the air. A heartbeat later, the Volterra warriors' allies stepped through. Attis and Aphir. They had just cleared their first dungeon and survived another brutal trial without their main tank. The whole raid system was Han's brainchild, a method to boost growth even at low levels. He would wear powerful monsters down to the brink but leave the final blow for Attis. That way, Attis absorbed more energy through his dragon core and leveled up faster. This time the roles flipped. High-level Attis played Han's part, while Aphir had to finish the monsters herself. It pushed her to the edge, and she openly admitted she never wanted to repeat that grind again. Now the absorbed energy needs to be processed before the level truly rises. On top of that, Attis found a rare artifact during the dungeon's collapse. Something clearly valuable. If Han were here, he'd know exactly how to use it, but instead, he's locked behind bars. Attis misses his friend hard, and sometimes the thought creeps in that Han might never return from Crater. The worst-case scenario looms. The Volterra kills a human and crosses the line into becoming a permanent murderer. To prevent that, they need cash fast, bribe the judge, and pull him out. Over 20 years ago, after the goddess's assault, Outworlders became enemies of the Ratnians, and Karhan built a prison specifically for them. It took insane effort to construct a prison of such high level inside Crater's dungeon. Outworlders were locked there and gradually studied, sometimes through methods that crossed into cruelty. Ratnians paid a heavy price for that data, losing countless lives in the process. Over time, the research facility fully evolved into a specialized prison. No official ban ever stopped experiments on Outworlders, and such practices became a chilling norm. After all that, people became even more obsessed with watching Ratnians fight Outworlders. For that purpose, a full arena was built inside Crater's dungeon. At first, it was humans versus Outworlders. Later, monsters were added to spice things up. In the end, it turned into a full-blown coliseum, with spectators hungry for blood and raw emotion. And now, the devil, long kept in chains, was released into that arena. Years of imprisonment had carved suffering into him, and now he burned for long-awaited bloody revenge. Leslie tried to extract information about the demonic crystal, but quickly realized he knew nothing. From his words and his stare, he seemed more like a madman than a valuable source. Revenge was the only thing driving him, so he refused to fight the girl and redirected his challenge to the Volterra. Behind the mask stood Raud, the same fool once mistakenly labeled an Outworlder. He had never revealed the truth about himself and patiently waited for the right moment to settle a personal score. Now that moment had arrived. Han stood directly across from him. The arena roared as the crowd demanded blood and a battlefield soaked red. Han still didn't know he was facing Raud. The mask hid the truth completely. All he could do was speculate and wonder how the devil knew so much about him. One thing was clear. If he wanted a ticket back to normal life, this fight would be to the death. Sana remained at his side, but now he looked quieter, darker than usual. He didn't like that Han was ready to kill an Outworlder without even attempting dialogue. Sana carried a softness beneath his reckless vibe, but in Ratna, weakness turns lethal fast. By now, the judge had already ordered the duel to begin and commanded additional arena gates to open. To make the spectacle even juicier, dozens of monsters were about to be unleashed alongside the hunters. Towering above the arena stood a reinforced barrier, sustained by multiple high-tier mages pouring constant energy into it. The whole setup existed, so the audience could feel perfectly safe while watching the carnage unfold below. The battle ignited, and monsters slowly spread across the arena floor, their movements filling the air with a sinister rustling. Before the first drop of blood even fell, every spectator had already sized up the hunters and picked a favorite. Han's sheer size and carved musculature instantly pulled dozens of eyes his way, and the crowd wasn't just criminals. Nobles had shown up too, hungry for a premium thrill. Some ladies nearly lost composure at the sight of the built warrior, like spotting Chris Hemsworth in real life and forgetting how to breathe. Nearby stood an older lord who doubted the Volterra could last even minutes without magical artifacts. His name was Felix Prelsis, owner of a famous trading house and a mountain of wealth. Through connections and influence, he had acquired one of the first rare cameras in existence. The device was nicknamed the Magical Flash because it seemed to freeze a moment in time. Beyond capturing images, it could also function as a magnifying lens. During combat, that allowed Felix to analyze the hunter's movements and break down their techniques in detail. Once Leslie realized the devil wouldn't help with her plan, she chose to fight beside him anyway, hoping to still secure her shot at freedom. While Felix studied the arena through his device, the fat man silently appeared behind him. It turned out the two had been rivals for years and barely tolerated each other's presence. Even now, Felix maintained composure and manners, acting every bit the refined gentleman. The fat man, however, hated that merchants were invited to his so-called blood festival and openly voiced his irritation. To stroke his ego, he proposed a wager, declaring the devil would absolutely win. He placed a heavy sum on the line, and Felix understood backing down now would scream weakness. So he matched the amount and bet on the Volterra, even though he didn't truly see him as the favorite. Sometimes, pure chance flips the board and hands out unexpected victories. The moment the bets were locked in, the arena descended into full-blown madness. Han switched modes like a Final Form unlock and began erasing monsters at a terrifying pace. He moved like a raging tornado, unstoppable and impossible to contain. He stomped and shattered the insect-like beasts, as if each kill came with a bounty attached. Almost all the monsters instinctively swarmed him, sensing the greatest threat on the field. They rushed to eliminate the danger faster, only accelerating their own extinction. His vertical strike technique cleaved through them, slicing bodies apart without mercy. Han's breathing stayed steady, his movements clean and efficient, as if he wasn't even trying. In just minutes, he had already won over a massive portion of the crowd. Other fighters tried to engage, but the insects ignored them and slipped past like Han was the only target. At some point, the devil couldn't stomach the spectacle any longer and decided to reveal his true power. In the past, it was the dungeon boss who had transformed Raud into something monstrous. The tentacled overseer, known to many as the Kraken, had granted an ordinary man horrifying abilities. Usually, such a mutation is irreversible, but in Raud's case, prolonged starvation and dehydration altered the outcome. The monster cells stopped multiplying aggressively, and only Raud's left arm retained its special properties. Through it, he could influence nearby monsters and even control low-level creatures. It suddenly became clear why nearly every beast in the arena had lunged at the Volterra. What looked like coincidence was actually calculated manipulation from Raud. But there was one critical detail he failed to anticipate. He expected Han to be torn apart. Instead, the exact opposite happened. The Volterra not only wiped out the monsters, but didn't even appear winded afterward. For the first time, the man called the devil felt the ground shift beneath him. His old confidence shattered, realizing his longtime enemy had surpassed him completely. Now he couldn't even comprehend how to fight someone operating on a different tier of power. Sana didn't intervene. He simply watched in stunned silence. By then, Han had already pieced together what was happening and who was behind the monster's behavior. Eliminate the devil, and the influence over the beasts would collapse, ending the chaos instantly. But there was a brutal catch. Raud was a normal Ratnian, and if Han killed him, he would cross the line forever and become a murderer. Let's pull back for a second and talk about the artifact. The dungeon's energy core and a high-tier tool granted only after a full clear. Artifacts have long been badges of honor for hunters, and half the time they dive into dungeons just to chase that legendary drop. But without proper knowledge, even a rare relic is just shiny loot, so Addis immediately decided to run a full breakdown. The analysis showed the artifact caps at level 30, and can only be used 10 times per day. Its ability allows the user to store outfits in a separate space and instantly swap into the needed set. From a combat standpoint, it sounds almost like a joke, borderline useless. Still, even something like that could fetch several thousand coins and push Han's freedom a little closer. Funds are critically low right now, so every single coin has to be calculated like it's life or death. By the way, Maria has officially taken a proper job and now works as an artifact appraiser. After living as a ghost, she quietly slipped back into ordinary human life. At the last second, Addis decided not to sell the relic. After transformations, he shreds clothes more often than the Hulk in the Avengers. Maria has known the truth about these people for a long time and clearly sees what they really are. By peering into Han's memories, she witnessed their entire past and everything they endured. She didn't pretend ignorance because now she considers Addis, Epher, and Han her friends. Still, certain thoughts won't leave her alone, and keeping them buried gets harder by the day. Maria has no doubt Han is fundamentally good, but deep inside him something truly terrifying sleeps. 22 years in hell leaves fractures no one walks away from untouched. On the outside, he seems calm, reliable, the kind of guy you'd trust with your back. But deep down, he has already become something dangerous, and his friends cannot afford to forget that. They hate hearing it, because to them Han has always been a straightforward, honest guy. Maybe these are just Maria's fears, and no catastrophe waits ahead. Right now, he's simply trying to break out of prison and continue toward his goal. His motivation remains locked on one thing, returning to his home planet. Nothing else matters. Meanwhile, practically bathed in blood, Han completely cleared the arena of monsters. Every single beast proved too weak, and even Raud couldn't alter the outcome. Leslie was more shocked than anyone. She had assumed Han was just a bulky bruiser with no real technique. Watching him casually dismantle level 30 monsters forced her to rewrite that assumption. Now he stands as a genuine threat to Genovia and Karhan, one too serious to ignore. After the last creature fell, Han showed he was ready to continue the fight without pause. Felix quietly calculated profit, while the fat man felt his money slipping away like he'd thrown it into crypto on payday. Those monsters could have erased an entire city, yet one man stopped them. The crowd had no commentary left. A heavy silence swallowed the arena. Fear slowly crept through the stands that had only minutes ago been waiting for his execution. Raud refused to fold and prepared to strike again. He activated his magical eye, unleashing a mind control technique. Han instantly felt thick green mana wrapping around his body like a tightening net. At first, the sensation was manageable, but soon his legs betrayed him and began to tremble. A deep crack echoed from beneath the arena floor as something massive forced its way upward. The devil had summoned a gigantic monster barely able to fit within the arena walls. If the audience had been shocked before, now real fear took over as people began rising from their seats. Even the protective magical dome couldn't fully contain the spreading panic. A creature of that scale couldn't be ignored or calmly observed. The dungeon boss tore its way up from the deepest trench beneath Crater City, ripping through stone and earth. Queen Antonina, level 80, stood revealed, deadly serious and ready to kill. The devil controlled her mind completely, and the queen obeyed without hesitation. The surge of power cracked Han's sword, splitting it clean in half in his hands. But that wasn't his main concern. A far worse problem towered before him. The monster's first strike smashed into the arena, and shockwaves tore through the space. The barrier barely held under the impact. Yet the fat man kept smirking, hope still alive. He hadn't lost his wager yet, and genuinely believed the colossal monster would finally finish Han. In that instant, a furious Felix grabbed the fat man by the shirt and finally unleashed everything he had bottled up. He called him a fool who couldn't see that the dungeon monster wasn't the real threat anymore. The real danger wasn't the queen. It was the Volterra spiraling further out of control. If Han fully snapped, no prison walls or magic barriers would ever hold him again. With a savage surge, he tore through the crushing mana pressure, caught Antonina's claw mid-swing and ripped it out of its socket with a sickening crack, making it clear this was only the beginning. The next strike hit so hard the barrier finally fractured. Shards of magic scattered in every direction, even cutting into spectators in the stands. Queen Antonina, level 80, was erased almost instantly, like she had never existed. And here lies the core reason Outworlders are hated in this world. It all ties back to their impulsiveness, and a killing urge wired directly into their system. When an Outworlder kills a Ratnian, a special substance floods their brain, delivering overwhelming pleasure. It functions like a brutal narcotic, fast, addictive, nearly impossible to quit. That's why once an Outworlder spills local blood, stopping becomes almost impossible. Until now, Han had never done such a thing, but what happens next remains uncertain. He had only ever killed Outworlders, never facing this particular dilemma. Those killings brought no joy, only survival and the removal of threats. But sooner or later, luck runs dry, and the consequences could be unimaginable. 22 years of being hunted by monsters slowly reshaped him into something resembling one. Alone in that nightmare, he always faced the same choice: kill or be killed. Killing became routine, and even changing worlds never rewrote that rule. If an enemy keeps pushing, buried instincts can erupt without warning. And if at that moment a Ratnian stands in front of him, the aftermath would be irreversible. To be fair, Han has never committed random or senseless murder. Every move he made was calculated, cold, pre-planned, like a chess master thinking 10 turns ahead. All this talk gave Afir a splitting headache, and she asked to drop the subject. It's hard to casually discuss the possibility that your friend might one day lose his mind. She hopes Han will remain the same, but she ignores one dangerous detail. Sometimes a hunter ends up cornered in a situation with 0 choices left, especially if someone appears who can expose his true identity. One such incident could destroy not just him, but everyone close to him. In that moment, Han would stop caring. He would do whatever he deemed necessary. No hesitation. And once Ratnian blood is spilled, the Volterra warrior risks becoming a monster himself. Back in the arena, the spectators held their breath, waiting for the outcome. Many were convinced Han had crossed the line. Joker mode activated, soundtrack pending. It might have looked that way, but rushing to conclusions would be a mistake. Out of nowhere, Sana intervened, and, without even realizing it, saved his friend from a fatal misstep. His action at least delayed the terrible curse that could have changed everything. In that moment, he proved that sometimes a body thrown in the way matters more than a direct strike. Sana had hoped to block the attack, but clearly overestimated his own strength. Even so, he managed to save Raud, who in panic lost his mask. 2 tense weeks passed after those events. Now the scene returns to the moment when Addis entered the dungeon near Crater with a new team. They had just taken down several dangerous monsters and walked away without serious injuries. Their reward was a precious crystal that could be sold for a solid profit. It seems Martin and Brad may turn out to be valuable allies and could play an important role later. Even amid constant battles, there appears to be space for a hint of romance. Brad has been looking at Afir a little differently lately, and the tension between them is noticeable. It's too early to call it serious, but that duo is worth keeping an eye on. Alice and Forelli have also joined the squad. 2 mage sisters are always a power-up. Lately, they've been clearing dungeons non-stop and show 0 signs of slowing down. Addis can't stop thinking about his best friend, and is grinding non-stop to speed up his return from prison. Maria's words hit him hard, and now he keeps circling one thought: how to break the curse hanging over the Outworlders. After clearing the perimeter, Afir rushed back to camp carrying uneasy news. A letter had arrived, directly tied to the Volterra and his case. Meanwhile, not far from Crater Prison, another covert meeting unfolded in the shadows. Their old acquaintance, the merchant Felix, had gathered every scrap of intel on the Outworlders locked inside Crater. Working with the Dark Brotherhood wasn't new to him. These quiet deals were practically routine. Across from him stood the Inquisitor Leonard, eyes locked on the documents like he was dissecting them. After reading Raud's file, He once again confirmed the guy was just an ordinary human crushed by terrible luck. At first, Leonard looked mildly disappointed, as if the file hadn't delivered the twist he expected. But when photos of the Volterra warrior hit the table, his expression shifted instantly. Reading that Han soloed a massive monster felt so absurd it sounded like a Reddit fanfic. They had crossed paths before, back when this guy could barely hold on to level 5. Could someone that low on paper really delete monsters of that caliber? There was clearly a hidden mechanic at play, and that meant the Inquisitor was stepping into the hunt himself. Long ago, while observing Outworlders losing their minds, the heroes discussed something like a withdrawal syndrome. Their behavior made it obvious many had already slipped beyond reason. Zenobia and Holly were stunned by how a single kill could rewrite an Outworlder's entire psyche. Yet, even among them, a few stood out. Suspiciously calm, almost detached. A red-haired girl named Leslie sat quietly in a corner, staring into nothing. Sometimes the syndrome drove Outworlders to harm themselves. Some even chose suicide, though it solved nothing and saved no one. Dark thoughts of murder and her own death looped endlessly in Leslie's mind. Holly approached her gently, suggesting a short walk to clear her head. Back then, Leslie genuinely hated the 4 heroes who had locked her inside this madness. She was ready to kill anyone, just to vent the storm raging inside. That's why she didn't refuse when given a target. She eliminated it with cold precision. From that day on, she became a puppet in the hands of unseen manipulators, all thanks to a restraint technique that kept her from snapping completely. She could suppress her urge to kill, which is exactly why she earned a position within Great Earth. The restraint magic forced fear into her veins and bound her loyalty to people she secretly despised. Before the heroes, she felt a fear unlike anything she had known. But when she first saw the towering Volterra warrior, her body shook and her heart pounded wildly. For a split second, she forgot every plan and screamed like a terrified child. Only later did she realize Han hadn't intended harm. He had meant to break her chains. One glance was enough for him to recognize a true spiritualist standing before him. That's why he asked her to step in and urgently save the man about to die. Frightened and overwhelmed, Leslie instinctively agreed. She rushed to stop the bleeding and did everything in her power to restart a dying heart. Meanwhile, the fat man was so furious he ordered the immediate execution of everyone involved in the clash. Soldiers flooded the arena at once, with zero intention of showing mercy. For Han, it felt like another cheap shot, something he couldn't just swallow. If the magical restoration was interrupted, Santa would bleed out in front of everyone. The soldiers didn't care. They rolled out a ballista to end it quickly. They stared at Han like he was a demon and didn't dare approach him up close. The fired bolt tore through the air, flying straight toward its target. But the outcome flipped. The projectile was stopped mid-flight by a cursed arm. It was Raud, the one everyone called the Devil. He didn't just catch the bolt, he twisted and hurled it back with devastating force. In that moment, a strange, silent understanding passed between him and his former enemy. He gave a sharp command to hurry up and save the man who had just saved his life. The only way out was to dive straight into the same abyss that monster had just crawled out of. Raud swore he would hold the soldiers off himself first. Old grudges could wait. He made it clear Han wasn't allowed to die yet, because sending him to hell was a job he intended to finish personally. It sounded cold and cinematic, but whether the devil himself would survive the incoming storm was another question. Dozens of razor-sharp, gleaming bolts were already flying straight toward his chest and heart. If he had a hidden trump card, this was the moment to flip it before the screen went black. While Raud absorbed the assault, the prisoners slipped away one by one into crater's depths. Sana still hovered on the edge between life and death, but the bleeding had finally been stopped. Looking at him, it felt unreal that he was even conscious. A blow like that should have split him in half, yet he was still breathing, heavy, broken, but alive. His arm was gone and there was no bringing it back. Han gave Leslie a short nod of thanks, turned, and walked off without another word. As soon as his friend stabilized even a little, they would have to run and seal the dungeon behind them. With the monster dead, All that remained was finding its lair and lying low until the storm passed. Alone with his thoughts, Han slammed his fist into the stone wall with full force. It was the only way to vent everything that had built up since the massacre began. It was hard to process that he had injured with his own hands the one person who always stood by him. Meanwhile, Leslie was already running, desperate to sever dangerous ties before they tightened around her neck. She hadn't uncovered the final shard of the demon god's crystal, but right now that objective didn't matter. Survival mattered more. Disappearing before the unhinged Volterra decided to wipe out everything in sight. In her panic, she didn't even notice she was sprinting straight toward another nightmare. A level 70 Radiant Ovipar charged in, like a final Elden Ring boss farming low-level players. Back in the city center, the first wanted posters with the escaped criminal's face were already being plastered on walls. The moment Addis and Afir saw their friend's image, they realized they had waited far too long to gather money. They already had a full sack of crystals, but now those resources had to serve a different purpose. The priority shifted: find Han immediately, then vanish somewhere quiet and wait out the chaos. The crystals would keep them supplied for a while, letting them stay off the radar. Most likely Han would hide in Crater, which meant the search had to begin there. The young allies instantly chose to back their friends. They were moving as a single unit now. Martin and Brad suggested splitting up to sweep different districts at once. They weren't just racing each other, they were racing soldiers and city guards too. Everyone was hunting the fugitives, so not a second could be wasted. Addis threw himself into the search completely, unaware of the turn fate was about to take. Opening a door on the street, he suddenly came face to face with Inquisitor Leonard. His blood seemed to freeze. His mouth went dry and his pupils widened in shock. Meanwhile, back to Leslie, who had just stepped into mortal danger. Outworlders rarely have true friends, which is why they fear forming attachments. They hide who they are, live on the run, and remain alone. For someone like Leslie, it felt impossible to watch another wounded Outworlder rushing in to save her. Sana had regained consciousness and barely steady on his feet, charged to her side. He felt awful, vision blurred, and could only partially restrain the monster. Leslie couldn't stand by any longer and for the first time chose to unleash her real strength. With magic, she halted the beast's first strike and braced for a counterattack. Her next blow landed clean, and the monster shrieked like a wounded animal. But it wasn't enough. Its fangs and armor were too tough. If they wanted to survive, they needed something far more decisive. Maybe the Volterra, who always seemed to appear exactly when it mattered. Han activated his spear skill and stepped into the fight without wasting a word. One precise thrust was all it took. The monster exploded into fragments. If anyone needed a masterclass in deleting monsters, that was the tutorial. No ads, no paywall, just clean execution. After that, Han dropped an unexpected escape route. The crew would head back to the prison and claim they ran because the Volterra threatened them. He spoke with such deadly seriousness that it was obvious force would follow if anyone tried to break formation. Leslie froze again, and one cold glance from him locked her voice in place. Sana stood firmer than ever, making it clear he wasn't going anywhere, because real ones don't abandon friends in crisis. Anyone chasing the path of a warrior doesn't turn their back on an ally, even when death is breathing down their neck. Han seized his wounded friend and demanded the truth. Was he really ready to die over those ideals? The threats bounced off because Sana had already burned through his fear. In a rush of emotion, he openly declared himself an Outworlder, shocking Leslie where she stood. The one-armed fighter didn't care who learned the truth about his origin. He had never hidden it, because from the start he wanted to help Ratna and its people. He intended to repair the damage Outworlders caused and prove not all of them walk the path of evil. For that mission, he was ready to fight even against Outworlders who kept spreading chaos. All he needed now was hand support, because a goal like that was worth living and bleeding for. Watching this unfold, Leslie concluded the guy had finally lost it and was preaching dangerous nonsense. She couldn't picture a world where Outworlders and Ratnians actually became true friends. Han studied his friend in silence, then leaned in closer. He needed to know whether Sana was truly prepared to kill, or if this was just heroic talk. Killing one's own was unacceptable. But the one-armed warrior admitted he would strike down someone who had stopped being human. Even so, he would always try to talk first and settle things without bloodshed. That was the answer Han had been waiting for. So they clasped hands and locked back in as one unit. From the outside, it looked like the two were marching towards suicide. Their plan barely fit reality. It felt like the naive illusion of an outworlder still lost in a foreign world. In 10 years serving the heroes, Leslie had never faced such blunt and unfiltered truth. At first, she rejected their idea, but deep down, something started to crack. She stayed with them, tending wounds and binding the cuts still leaking red. Looking at Han, she unexpectedly asked if she could join their plan. The question surprised even her. Not long ago, she had labeled them insane. It was hard to tell whether the idea of friendship between Outworlders and Ratnians had truly reached her, or whether a new scheme was already forming in her mind, calculating how to use this shift to her advantage. Han advised her not to gamble her life and to return to the city, claiming she had been held hostage. The conversation ended there, but an uneasy aftertaste lingered in everyone's chest. It was time to rest. The day had been overloaded with chaos. Yet Leslie couldn't sleep, replaying every moment on repeat. All this time, she had carried a small fragment of the demon god's crystal, a secret she told no one. That tiny shard could shape the future in ways no one expected, but for now, it stayed in the shadows. Meanwhile, the fat noble had already gone hoarse, screaming at the soldiers who failed him. He demanded the fugitives be captured immediately, or heads would roll. He understood one thing clearly. If Han exposed that the devil in prison was a fake, the fear keeping the place alive would evaporate. Raud had been the prison's scarecrow, and without him its terror factor would collapse. A soldier knocked on the noble's door and reported unexpected visitors. The fat man ordered that no one be let in, but the doors exploded into splinters the next second. Someone had used overwhelming force to enter without permission. It was an Inquisitor of the Dark Brotherhood, accompanied by Ephyr and Addis. They came without a warrant, but formalities meant nothing right now. The Inquisitor still wasn't certain whether this fugitive was the same one he had encountered before. That's why he needed a personal conversation with Sir Addis to confirm his suspicions. Han had stacked up so many aliases that it was hard to believe they all belonged to one man. The Inquisitor was especially curious about the Volterra's connection to that particular outworlder. He was convinced one of the foreigners was hiding in this city and had to be found. For now, it was only instinct, no solid proof to back it up. At least for now, they share one objective: find Han, and that means moving as one unit makes the most sense. That trail led them straight to the fat noble, who nearly swallowed his tongue in panic when he saw who showed up. An Inquisitor of the Dark Brotherhood doesn't just kick down your door on a random Tuesday. The fat man freaked so hard he decided chaos was his best escape route. A shattered window and a pre-stashed rope got him outside in seconds. Now he had to track down the fake outworlder fast and wipe every suspicion off his own record. But walking away clean wasn't an option. He'd stacked up way too many enemies. Even a wig wouldn't save him. This wasn't an Instagram filter, and reality doesn't blur out. The moment his boots hit the ground, he barked orders to seal the streets and throw every door open. From the outside, it looked like he was prepping for an Olympic survival sprint. He ran like his life actually depended on it, because it did. But speed means nothing when a dragon blocks the path. Addis commanded him to stop and spill everything about Han, voice sharp as ice. The noble was so desperate to dodge consequences he was willing to gamble his own neck. He flipped into full parkour mode while ordering soldiers to fire on the pursuers. The troops obeyed instantly. Loyalty follows whoever pays on time. The situation escalated fast, and brute force alone wouldn't cut it. One precise spell dropped 2 armed soldiers in an instant. It wasn't Addis who cast it, but his silent, lethal companion. After slaying dozens of monsters, ordinary soldiers barely registered as threats. They leapt onto a carriage and launched into pursuit. The fat man had already gained distance, so every second counted. He might be the only one who knows where Han is hiding, or at least holds the next clue. And if Han accidentally kills a Ratnian now, everything they fought for collapses. In that case, Addis would have to stop his own friend, even if it costs him everything. While the chase roared on, the Inquisitor descended calmly from the mansion's upper floor. He had been conducting his own investigation for some time, piecing together troubling fragments. It began in a small town where the fugitive's traces first surfaced. Later, the Lich's trail vanished abruptly, likely ending in death. Then came a destroyed dragon nest and the corpse of Alejandro. There they found the demonic blessing, rumored to have been crafted by Alejandro himself. And at the end of that chain stands Han, clearly concealing his true power level. His companions don't look ordinary either. Each carries something hidden beneath the surface. The Inquisitor hasn't decided their fate yet, but he senses the scent of Outworlders lingering around them. The goddess's oracle never arrived on the continent, and that absence screams warning. Leonard suspects someone is trying to exploit the demonic blessing for forbidden strength. If that's true, humanity could face a threat even heroes can't handle. So, Leonard takes control of the case. Full Sherlock mode activated, minus Benedict Cumberbatch. By now, Addis and Aethir had reached the very bottom of Crater. Using fire magic, they made their way back to the arena where the massacre unfolded. The devastation made it clear forces of terrifying magnitude clashed here. The Fat Man, cornered nearby, began threatening them with his mysterious so-called slave. He still called himself the boss, swearing revenge for the disrespect he endured. A surge of electricity jolted Raud awake. His twisted arm began emitting disturbing sounds, almost alive. The Fat Man had completely lost it, screaming about crushing every enemy in sight. The man needed a healer for his mind, but instead he clung to cheap bravado. With Raud's power, he managed to summon yet another monster from the abyss. The colossal creature loomed over Addis and Aethir, leaving almost zero room to retreat. It was the king of the underground catacombs, and the husband of Queen Antonina. One look at that monster was enough to understand. Charging in without a plan was basically a suicide pact. The two friends froze on the spot, their minds blank for a split second, like the world had glitched. And right at that razor-thin, almost fatal moment, the Inquisitor stepped in from nowhere to unveil his true power. Inquisitors usually operate through laws and diplomacy, so almost no one has seen what they can really do in battle. Now was the moment to witness something genuinely grand and terrifyingly overwhelming. The goddess-chosen hero of the next generation moved calmly, ice running through his veins. He already knew how this clash would end, so he didn't rush, each step radiating effortless dominance. In that instant, Addis realized that no matter how many times he risked his life, he was still leagues away from this level. Leonard erased the monster with a single touch. Thanos energy, minus the gauntlet and the dramatic snap. After that, a wounded soldier crawled onto the arena floor, barely holding on, trying to deliver something crucial. Fading in and out of consciousness, he managed to whisper that the fugitive was hiding in the eastern gorge, inside the boss room. Addis felt real fear for the first time. He still didn't know whether Han had remained human or crossed the final line. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the dungeon, other hunters were still locked in combat. Monster fights attract ambitious rookies chasing fast progression and glory. A pair of twin brothers believed they didn't need a full squad to feel unstoppable. They unsheathed massive swords and charged without wasting breath on strategy. At first, it went smoothly. The ants looked like easy XP for seasoned fighters. But once the swarm thickened, panic kicked in faster than dorm Wi-Fi before a finals week. They lost composure, forgot tactics, and started swinging wildly. And to monsters, panic smells like weakness. Pure instinctual bait. Their last hope rested on an artifact that was supposed to flip the fight. The magic ring betrayed them, refusing to activate, and the brothers were forced to accept defeat. They braced for death, and then the impossible happened. A towering figure swung a blade and wiped out the attacking monsters like clearing trash mobs. It was Han, staring danger down with that cold half-smirk like this was routine. Behind him stood a full squad of escaped prisoners. Apparently, their time underground hadn't been wasted. They now moved like a synchronized unit. The inmates had been promised freedom if they helped track down the fugitives, but Sana convinced them that sticking together was smarter than playing someone else's rigged game. He had always treated them with respect, sharing bread, fueling hope, talking about real freedom. So when he said unity meant leverage, the criminals actually listened. He promised to press charges against the prison chief, push for his removal, and fight for genuine liberation. Besides, everyone understood that siding with the Volterra was safer than standing against him. Of course, not everyone bought into the dream. Some called it reckless fantasy. The twin brothers argued that no authority would believe criminals and urged harsher action. Another minute, and the debate would have turned into open conflict. But the moment the Volterra warrior stepped in, silence hit like a shutdown command. No one wanted smoke with him. His strength was a statement on its own. Sana mentally thanked his friend again for being able to kill tension before it exploded. Now let's shift focus to Leslie, who had been keeping her distance this whole time. Lately, she'd been acting off, like something invisible kept pressing on her mind. She barely spoke to anyone and skipped most group discussions. When questioned, she brushed it off as homesickness and mood swings. After a short exchange, she chose to head back into the dungeon alone. A girl walking solo through shadows is basically inviting trouble. The darkness always has predators. In quieter moments, Sana and Han would talk about Earth, replaying memories like old save files. Beyond those talks, Han often thought about friends he hadn't seen in years. Sana still struggled to accept that Adis was now a man. The image in his memory hadn't updated. Jokes like that could land someone back behind bars, so timing mattered. Looking back at Sana's past, he had always been a loner. His deafness had carved that solitude into him from the start. Because of his deafness, he spent more time buried in books than talking to people, and over time that quiet isolation became his normal. One day, he got so lost in reading that he didn't even notice the truck already speeding straight at him. He entered this world only after death, unlike Han, who arrived here alive. At first, Sana wanted to end it all and shut down the endless suffering, but step by step he clawed his way up to level 5. He met people, learned how to truly communicate, and for the first time felt the warmth of real friendship. He was so starved for life that he chose to keep moving forward, even if the road promised more pain. With his first comrades, he climbed all the way to level 20, overcoming everything together. But once he reached the continent of Ratna, he was alone again, forced to hide behind a mask and a borrowed name. His real name is Chanrunshin, yet the name Sana feels warmer, closer to his heart. Wandering the world, he realized the long-standing conflict between Outworlders and Ratnians was poisoning the entire continent. He made a firm decision to change that reality, even if, from the outside, it looked like madness. Han opened up about his own goal too, admitting he was desperately searching for the goddess. He wants to return home more than anything and believes that day will eventually come. Each of them carries their own pain and purpose, yet that doesn't stop them from walking the same path. But right now, survival matters more than ideals. Their alliance cannot afford to break. Now, back to Leslie, who had truly been deteriorating these past days. Her legs trembled, her breathing staggered, like her lungs couldn't pull enough air. She had gone too long without contact with the heroes, and the magical restraint against killing was weakening. Inside her, the urge to kill was waking up, and resisting it became harder each day. Dark thoughts spiraled through her mind, from self-destruction to a midnight massacre before anyone could even scream. That spiral snapped when one of the twin brothers appeared behind her out of nowhere. He had been looking for her and wanted a private conversation, away from ears and witnesses. The hunter had already arranged a meeting with the military to sell information about the fugitives. Big money was promised for that deal, and he intended to recruit Leslie into the scheme. Everything shifted in an instant when she suddenly drove a knife into him and burst into manic laughter. A special substance flooded her brain, delivering an almost painful rush of euphoria. Nearby, soldiers heard strange groans and the sound of struggle. When they looked closer, they saw a girl sitting atop a man's body, surrounded by spilled blood. At first it seemed ambiguous, then the horror became undeniable. The ugliest acts often begin where no one expects them. By the time Han and Sana arrived searching for her, the moment had already slipped away. The hunter and a guard lay dead, and the guard had been killed by Leslie. It seemed she tried to end herself afterward, but her body refused to finish the act. Now she hovered in a strange state. Faint breathing, a heartbeat barely there. Han examined the soldier's body and knew instantly that only she could have delivered that strike. Then he noticed signs of another presence. A second soldier had been there. That one was badly wounded but somehow escaped, leaving a trail of blood behind. That meant reinforcements were coming, and fast. Leslie could self-heal, but that didn't solve the main problem. The wounded soldier would return with an entire unit. What mattered now was preparing for impact, rallying the prisoners, and securing tactical ground. Han chose to move first and intercept the soldiers before they reached the boss lair. Sana had to stay behind with the inmates, ready for immediate evacuation. He wanted to go with Han, but Han didn't wait for agreement or protest. He launched forward so fast, his massive frame blurred into motion. The faster he ran, the heavier the atmosphere around him felt. Thick, oppressive, wrong. For the first time in a long while, real discomfort crept in. Like a predator of a higher tier was nearby. Soon he understood why, and ran straight into an unexpected threat. The blow was so brutal even Han couldn't react in time. His massive body was hurled several meters back, a dense cloud of dust erupting around him. Through the haze, he narrowed his eyes. That slow anime camera rise, moment when everyone knows the next scene is about to go savage. The strike was precise but not lethal. Whoever threw it wasn't aiming to kill Han, just to send a brutal warning. Lifting his gaze, Han finally recognized the man. They had crossed paths before. Standing before him was Inquisitor Leonard, and in his eyes there wasn't bloodlust, but the clear intent to talk. While Leonard tried to calmly lay out his thoughts, Sana was gathering every prisoner around him. He ordered them to move immediately to the safest part of the dungeon, and firmly urged them not to panic. Everyone believed Han would protect them, so open fear barely showed on their faces. But Sana had to put on the mask of the cheerful guy, even though inside he was being eaten alive by worry. He crushed his doubts and forced himself to look like that so-called real man. Throughout history, heroic behavior has always worked. It calms people better than speeches ever could. The problem is this world rarely keeps heroes alive for long. Sana once felt excited just to be reborn into this world. And after meeting Han, he truly believed things could change. He knew he wasn't some chosen prodigy, yet he still took responsibility for trying to reshape reality. Sadly, inexperience made him overestimate himself and underestimate the danger. The people who trusted him walked straight into a trap and didn't even have time to understand what was happening. The attack was so overwhelming that no shield survived the first impact. The world went dark, and Sana felt himself sinking deep into his own mind. Sometimes he used to think his life felt like cheap writing, like a show dragged on just for ratings. Now it felt the same, like his story had suddenly lost all meaning. And then, within that darkness, Leslie appeared with an unexpected offer. She claimed this story could still have a different ending, and swore she would change everything. Apparently, Sana's words about reshaping the world had struck her deeper than she let on. Lying in her own blood, she watched a man with a dream of change slowly fade. She couldn't allow that, so she decided to use the blessing of the demonic god. The stone had been hidden from the heroes all this time, even as they sent her on their dirty missions. Once, she planned to sell the crystal for a fortune, but now she had found its true purpose. Meanwhile, soldiers were sweeping the perimeter, searching relentlessly for the Volterra. They interrogated survivors, their questions growing sharper and more aggressive. Big rewards were promised for any useful information, yet no one rushed to speak. Even those about to betray something fell silent when a sudden burst of blinding light exploded nearby. The one who had absorbed the demonic crystal slowly opened his eyes. His wounds vanished before their eyes, as if a berserk regeneration mode had activated inside his body. But before the real chaos begins, it's worth returning to the conversation between Han and the Inquisitor. Han stated plainly that he had done nothing truly evil and did not see himself as a criminal. The Inquisitor offered help with amnesty and promised to deal with the prison warden. Leonard has always hunted wolves in sheep's clothing, those who hide their true strength. He is especially interested in outworlders who pretend to be weak and harmless. Han reminded him that he was only level 5 and was already turning to leave. Everything shifted the moment the Inquisitor spoke the names of his friends. Han's face twisted, and his hand instinctively reached for the massive sword. If Leonard had reached Addis and Epher and was now talking about the demonic blessing, that was serious. For a split second, Han thought his friends were dead, and an icy void opened inside him. Leonard quickly reassured him that they were alive and unharmed, but he had no intention of changing the subject. He wanted the full truth about the Volterra. Everyone knows Han's personality, so it was no surprise he refused to reveal a single extra detail about himself. It was easier for him to tighten his grip on the sword and try to crush the Inquisitor like an annoying worm. Leonard was ready for that shift, and from the very first second began defending with precision and control. Midway through the exchange, he realized he hadn't faced a truly worthy opponent like this in a long time. Han's destructive force and raw, unfiltered power were giving the Inquisitor serious trouble. But Leonard never wanted this fight in the first place, and even in the heat of battle he searched for an opening to talk. When it became clear words wouldn't stop Han, he began studying every movement with surgical focus. He noticed tiny fractions of a second between Han's heavy swings. That was the gap to strike. Dodging another devastating arc, the Inquisitor seized the moment and knocked the sword away before it could split his skull. He followed instantly with a precise blow to the stomach, cutting off Han's breath and flipping the momentum. In just minutes, Leonard had already drawn key conclusions about his opponent. Most Outworlders rely purely on system skills, but Han fought differently. He held back his full arsenal, refusing to reveal everything unless pushed to the edge. Only then did he flip into Berserker mode. Even Hulk would call that overkill. He was never a typical Outworlder, which made adapting to his style insanely difficult. The warrior of Volter poured every ounce of strength into one catastrophic swing. The strike was lightning fast, but Leonard was sturdier than he appeared. A blazing magical barrier flared before him, absorbing the impact without letting him budge an inch. The Inquisitor almost believed Han wasn't an Outworlder at all. But then how does level 5 hit like that? Han smirked, implying he leveled up beating stray dogs, a grim flex that carried zero glory. It sounded insane, so the conversation dissolved into another brutal clash. From the outside, it looked like raw physical dominance colliding with flawless technique. Magic gave the Inquisitor a massive edge. Without it, he'd already be buried in rubble. Their fight was so chaotic that even monsters kept their distance from the epicenter. Over time, Leonard stopped seeing anything strange about the so-called Level 5. In a world forged by 6 goddesses, literally anything is possible. Han realized his old tactics were tapped out and decided to switch gears. He practically admitted he came from another world, but added that being an Outworlder doesn't automatically make someone a monster. Not everyone from beyond becomes evil. Some are built to save, not destroy. Those words shifted the tone, even though the blades never paused. Leonard caught a window and delivered an uppercut straight out of a Tyson highlight reel. Short, vicious, no speeches attached. Beneath that refined, elegant exterior was a fighter far tougher than expected. Tasting blood in his mouth, Han understood a prolonged fight wasn't in his favor. No regeneration magic meant this had to end fast. He closed the gap instantly, grabbed Leonard, and drove an elbow in like he'd trained Muay Thai since childhood. The handsome Inquisitor's mask cracked and shattered, exposing his real face. Now Han could finally see his opponent's stats and understand what he was up against. Before him stood a level 120 spiritualist, blessed directly by a goddess. During the fight, Han had never imagined he was facing a power tier that high. A blinding magical flash detonated, followed by a thunderous explosion in the dungeon. The shockwave hurled the Volterra back dozens of meters. He smashed through multiple stone walls and only mid-flight understood why this felt so overwhelming. This is what it means to clash with someone called the hero of the new generation. Leonard caught the scent of blood and surged forward like a shark locking onto prey. He now knew Han's blade couldn't pierce his barrier, giving him the upper hand. The Inquisitor seemed to unfold invisible wings, shedding all fear of retaliation. His prana operated on an entirely different tier, while Han still hadn't mastered aura. With aura, the odds might have balanced. Without it, stopping Leonard was nearly impossible. Leonard moved like a seasoned predator, calm and never rushing. He methodically pressured Han, dismantling his defense piece by piece. By now, he had fully analyzed Han's style and recognized a rare diamond in front of him. And that realization made him decide to stop holding back and fight at full power. The next strike was so devastating that blocking it was pointless. For the first time in the battle, Han's vision darkened and pain twisted his face. He heard the crack of his own ribs and felt his confidence slipping. The moment he tried to recover, the Inquisitor unleashed an even more destructive blow. A precise magical beam hit its mark, and even from afar it looked merciless and brutal. Leonard allowed himself a fleeting thought of victory, but not a single muscle on his face moved. He kept dissecting Han's every motion with razor focus. One thing stood out crystal clear. Han hadn't activated a single system skill, and hadn't even reached for the demonic god's blessing. No foreign energy surge, no system response, not one classic sign of an outworlder. If suspicion remained, it shifted towards Sana, who kept showing up a little too often. The Inquisitor was ready to begin his search, but suddenly felt crushing pressure, like something was pinning him in place on purpose. The stone beneath his feet exploded from a violent impact, debris launching upward as two crimson eyes ignited inside the dust. Instead of fear, Leonard slowly smirked. Finally, the opponent stopped hiding and revealed his real power. The masks dropped at the same time. The Inquisitor shed the calm diplomat persona, and Han stopped pretending to be just some ordinary teenager. Inside Han, a fury awakened, forged in mountains, tempered by endless battles on the edge of death. This wasn't just a rematch anymore. It was round 2, with stakes maxed out and zero room for mistakes. A chill ran down Leonard's spine, and his body instinctively braced for what was coming. He instantly raised a defensive barrier. Like a gamer toggling cheats the moment defeat looks real. The floor trembled, cracks raced across the walls, and the air snapped with overloaded mana. The barrier held, but the pressure forced the Inquisitor to step back. He tossed out a mocking remark, aiming to provoke and destabilize his opponent. In that instant, he underestimated a man shaped by despair, betrayal, and years of isolation. A dense red aura erupted around Han, like molten energy tearing its way out from within. He stepped forward and punched the barrier with bare fists. No spells, no system crutches. The magical shield fractured with deep cracks, a dry, splintering sound echoing through the dungeon. The second blow shattered it completely, shards of mana raining down in bright sparks. Now nothing stood between them. No shield, no distance, just a few steps to direct collision. For the first time, Leonard felt pressure not from magic, but from pure will and aggression. He realized he wasn't facing just a warrior, but a man who had long been balancing on the edge of becoming a beast. Words lost all meaning, and the Inquisitor shifted into decisive action without hesitation. They say if you fight monsters long enough, you start to resemble them. Looking at Han, that statement felt disturbingly accurate. He caught incoming blows with his bare hands, ignoring pain and breaking every conventional rule of combat. Two destructive forces collided again, and the dungeon shook under another explosive impact. The shockwave reached Ephyr and Attis, forcing them to stop and exchange a sharp look. They understood instantly. Han had engaged the Inquisitor, and there was no more time to hesitate. All they could hope was that Han would endure and not lose himself in the rage. Everyone knew fighting an Inquisitor means challenging not just a man, but the entire Dark Brotherhood. In battles like this, everything is used: strength, magic, calculation, and the dirtiest tactics available. There are no draws here, one side always falls. Victory demands sacrifice, and sometimes the price is way too high. Even if Han wins, blood and fury might change him forever. That thought alone made Addis and Aether accelerate, throwing caution and fear aside. Meanwhile, the warrior who sought to save humanity rose to his feet once more. Before him stood the dead, corpses risen from the deepest layers of the dungeon. These creatures slaughtered without hesitation and were ready to continue the massacre. The warrior stepped forward and began dismantling the monsters with precise, controlled strikes. For him, this was routine. The road to becoming a hero is always paved in corrupted blood. The skeletons screamed accusations, calling him a monster as they charged. For the first time, he heard monsters speak in human voices, dripping with hatred. They died shrieking, but the warrior didn't let emotion break his rhythm. He moved toward his objective, knowing that reaching it meant crossing every line. After dealing with the skeletons, he sensed a new threat racing out of the darkness. A massive arrow was already flying at him, leaving almost no time for proper defense. His level was too low to activate the demonic blessing, and the system automatically triggered hunt mode. If something feels unclear right now, it's only the prologue to even bigger chaos ahead. In truth, everything unfolding was only a projection born deep inside Sana's mind, where fear and memory fused into one distorted reality. In that warped world, the chosen warrior felt unstoppable, because in every story the main character almost always wins. Sana stubbornly kept telling himself it was just a script, blind to how eerily the events mirrored his own fate. The warrior, who had once been an ordinary man with doubts, was slowly shedding his humanity. With every kill, he gained more experience, climbed higher in level, and felt something inside him changing beyond repair. The old words echoed. A man either dies a hero or lives long enough to become the monster. Prisoners and soldiers lay scattered across the cave like broken dolls crushed by monstrous force. Some still let out dying groans, choking on blood and clinging to their final seconds. Most had already stopped breathing, and the survivors looked at the dead with unsettling envy. One hunter, consumed by panic, extended a trembling hand holding an artifact and began apologizing for everything he had done. The monster suddenly snatched the artifact and activated it, instantly sealing the man's wound. It happened so fast the hunter barely understood he had just been saved. He never realized he had been carrying a healing artifact the entire time, unaware of its true power. After that, the creature lifted the wounded girl and calmly declared the battle over. They stood inside the boss's lair, the kind of place where rare, truly valuable artifacts are usually hidden. But the monster wasn't allowed to leave. The path forward was blocked, as if fate itself demanded another round. A harsh warning rang out. One more step, and nothing would remain of him. It was Addis and Aether, and their eyes made it clear they weren't backing down. The surviving hunter had suspected from the start that the guy named Sana was off in some way. Now, there was no doubt. An outworlder stood before them, and escape seemed like the smartest move. The man who had tried to act brave lost his nerve instantly and bolted. Aether focused, her breathing steady as magic gathered in her palms. For a split second she hesitated, studying the strange being before her. Through his staff, Addis felt powerful traces of the demonic god's blessing. This outworlder had already slaughtered too many soldiers and barely resembled a human anymore. In that moment, he resembled Alejandro at the peak of his transformation. There was no full certainty he belonged to Great Earth, but there was no time left for doubt. Han wasn't nearby, which meant the problem had to be solved here and now. Judging by the bodies, the soldiers had intended to wipe out every fugitive without exception. That meant Han wasn't responsible for this massacre. The surviving hunter screamed desperately, urging them to run immediately. He had seen with his own eyes how the creature erased an armed squad in a single motion. Sana looked ominous, his steps slow and heavy, as if the outcome was already decided. But Addis and Aether didn't retreat an inch, as if fear of death no longer applied to them. If the monster escaped to the surface, hundreds of innocent lives would be lost. Of all the hunters present, only these two had experience fighting beings like this, and victory would clear Han's name, erasing suspicion from him once and for all. The battle erupted suddenly and instantly spiraled off script. The monster showed fragments of reason, trying to form broken, incoherent words. Addis had anticipated this and prepared a simplified separation spell in advance. He attacked cautiously, unsure if his staff could handle the strain. The magic attempted to sever the demonic blessing from the monster's body. If the crystal were extracted, the creature would weaken dramatically and lose part of its power. Meanwhile, Leslie remained unconscious, yet her mind continued fighting. In her dreams, fragments of the past surfaced, painful and vivid all at once. Some memories were real, others tangled with fear and distortion. While she wandered through that dreamscape, the others fought for survival. Amid the chaos, everyone forgot about the young man standing aside, silently observing. Suddenly, he grabbed the sacred relic and declared he had no intention of dying here. In that instant, time stretched thin, movements turning sluggish as if the world had shifted into slow-motion mode. The monster suddenly stopped resisting, almost as if it was helping Addis carefully extract the demonic crystal from its own chest. Everything was going way too smoothly, right up until some clueless biker yanked out a dungeon artifact. A blinding flash ripped through space itself, scattering everyone involved to random, unknown locations. That was probably the worst possible outcome, the kind you don't even want to imagine. Addis found himself completely alone. No backup, face-to-face with a massive monster. Meanwhile, Afir scanned the chaos and spotted a terrified Martin in the wreckage. They didn't even get a chance to exchange a word before a violent explosion tore through the air. A searing flash lit up the entire night city, making one thing painfully clear. The real nightmare was just beginning. Afir felt cold chills run down her spine and froze for a few seconds, unsure what decision to make. Now let's dive straight into the eye of the storm and break down what's actually going on. The hunters, now fighting as a team, were pushing their limits, determined to free Addis at any cost. Their favorite mage had lost consciousness and hung limp in the monster's grip. Brad was dead serious today. From the moment the Inquisitor appeared, he knew this day would end in disaster. He had never faced a creature like this before and had no clue how to approach it. Attacking from range was suicidal. The monster held 2 innocent lives in its hands. They had to close in and attempt precise strikes to disable the horrifying creature. Brad stepped into the captain role, issuing sharp commands and desperately trying to save the hostages. At first, the armed hunters felt overly confident. The monster didn't look that big. They were trapped in cliché thinking, convinced that size equals power. Maybe girls would debate that logic, but in monster fights the rules are completely different. The creature's deceptive appearance dulled their caution, and they paid dearly for that mistake. Sana deflected every attack with terrifying ease, and even tried to say something through the chaos. He called the humans vile monsters and demanded they stop interfering. It seemed this guy was seeing a completely different reality and still genuinely believed he was the hero. When Efer reached the central arena, all she saw was destruction, blood, and shattered fates. Martin immediately spotted his friend and rushed to help without hesitation. Brad, who had been holding the line moments ago, now looked exhausted and nearly broken. With effort, he lifted his pale face and explained what had happened. The monster had taken Addis, annihilated the attacking hunters, and vanished at incredible speed. The situation was critical, but Afir had already sprinted off to find a healer, knowing every life mattered. She wanted to help Brad personally, but he stopped her, reminding her he had purchased a healing artifact beforehand. He asked Martin to confirm it, but his friend's expression twisted in a strange, tense way. A second later, Martin forced a smile and said it was true, even though deep down he knew it was a lie. Afir told Martin to watch over Brad, then took off without looking back, determined to save Addis. There was no time to waste. At any moment, everything could spiral completely out of control. Brad watched the flying beauty disappear into the sky and felt himself sinking into long-buried feelings. He had always believed she was meant for something greater and never wanted to be the chain holding her down. Meanwhile, the monster spread massive wings and claimed the sky with confidence. It flew toward the edge of the eastern gorge, repeating strange words over and over. The same promise echoed in its voice, as if it had sworn to fulfill someone's final wish. Moments later, a wyvern appeared, swiftly trying to block its path. She was resolute. Her friend was trapped in the monster's claws. The monster prepared to engage, but suddenly a faint cough from Leslie caught its attention. It looked at the girl and began repeating those same words about a promise. Then it abruptly ignored the wyvern and accelerated, determined to fulfill its duty no matter the cost. Did it seriously believe it could escape a wyvern in her own element? A fear pushed her speed to the limit, blue flames igniting around her as the wind howled. Her attack was meant to stop the monster, but instead it put Addis in even greater danger. The moment Afir realized the risk, she switched tactics mid-flight without hesitation. She couldn't gamble with her friend's life, so heavy artillery was off the table. Precision was the only option now. Meanwhile, the system coldly informed the monster that its regeneration limit had been fully reached. No one really understood what that meant, but any system warning sounded like a death sentence. The wyvern seized the opening instantly and locked onto the monster's wings with a grip like steel. Now they could strike without fearing that Addis would be caught in the crossfire. But like any high-tier enemy, the Outworlder still had one more hidden ace. It triggered a spike explosion, shredding the air around it and breaking free from pursuit. The wyvern avoided critical damage but was forced to drop speed and release the fugitive. She had grown rusty with prolonged aerial combat and could feel her stamina slipping. This fight demanded not just speed, but constant maneuverability and predatory precision. Floating debris crashed chaotically around them, forming deadly obstacles that blocked any clean approach. All this time, Addis remained unconscious, and no one could tell if he was still alive. Strangely, his staff kept functioning, as if absorbing and processing dark energy on its own. That allowed the dragon to enter Sena's mind, where a brutal clash between light and darkness raged. The mage desperately begged him to stop before crossing the point of no return, but Sena refused to listen, as if he had fully chosen to live inside his illusion. Leslie seemed to be sealing his ears shut, repeating her mantra about predetermined fate. She truly believed that if death was inevitable, it was better to face it in a sweet illusion than in brutal reality. At that moment, Addis finally understood the real cause of the madness. But was it enough to stop it? He felt bound, hand and foot, barely able to move, let alone influence Sena. An unseen force squeezed his body, crushing his throat and denying him a full breath. And all of this unfolded in the middle of a savage aerial battle. One wrong move meant death. Absolute precision and ice-cold control were mandatory. Afir delivered a strike that could only be described as perfectly timed. The monster's wicked teeth flashed, and it became clear. It had lost control and released its prey. Addis plummeted downward so fast it felt like gravity itself glitched for a second. Afir instantly forgot about the Outworlder and dove after her friend, tearing through the air. The enraged monster hurled a storm of lethal spikes after her, like a final act of revenge. 1 second stretched into eternity, and even that wasn't enough. Until now, the wyvern had remained calm, but her heart now pounded wildly. Another moment, and Addis would shatter against the ground, and no magic in existence could undo that. She had to push past her limits, make one final burst, and catch the falling body. At some point, the monster paused mid-air and looked down, calculating the outcome. It had attacked without mercy, and now wanted to confirm the job was finished. Afir suddenly felt her body cooling, cold creeping into her limbs. It felt like fading away, until her eyes snapped wide open. Around her spread freezing magic, Russelina's dome suppressing the chaos. Only one hunter in this city could pull off tricks like that. Thanks to that timely intervention, Addis escaped the jaws of death and was ready to fight again. He called out for Sena to wake up immediately. This spiral couldn't continue. We've been so locked into the Outworlder battle that we almost forgot about the main hero, and his duel with the Inquisitor burned just as fiercely as the fight against Sena. By now, Leonard had noticed his opponent's habit of retreating to long range immediately after striking. That screamed experience against massive monsters, where such tactics keep you alive. Every other movement revealed years of hunting and a life constantly balanced on risk. Han had fully lost his temper and barely cared about defense anymore. All that mattered now were attacks and absolute victory. At last, he shattered the Inquisitor's guard and landed a devastating, bone-crushing blow. Leonard slammed backward into stone slabs, smashing through them with his own body. The Inquisitor endured the assault, but Han wiped the smug grin off his face. Over long years, Han had forged a survival instinct that only awakens in truly lethal battles. Even when death reaches out with a skeletal hand, he still finds a way to defend himself. In a surge of rage, he seemed to finally tame the very aura he once only dreamed of mastering. Maybe he won't be able to repeat this in a calm, conscious state, but does that even matter right now? The aura flooded his body and blade down to the core, and everything else instantly became irrelevant. Han swung and unleashed a vertical slash that split the air from sky to ground, the kind of cut reserved for final bosses when patience ran out 10 episodes ago. Meanwhile, Addis had already engaged the Outworlder head-on. The monster caught a stream of fire with its bare palm and didn't even flinch, as if it were swatting away a child's spark. But Addis wielded magic, and that meant he still had a chance to turn the tide. The demonic blessing was nearing its limit and was about to drain its host dry. Removing it now was impossible, so the only strategy left was to stall until the very end. In situations like this, magical skill can outplay brute strength in martial arts. Addis kept calling out to Sana, demanding he break free from illusion and see the world as it truly is. The monster lacked the resources to regenerate, so it intensified the hunt and blocked every internal signal. What this called for was a proper burn, the kind that scorches down to the core. Spells like that dig deep into the mind and incinerate lies from the inside out. In the space where Sana's consciousness hid, chaos was swelling beyond control. He clung to a warm, false nest, stubbornly refusing to step back onto the battlefield. But step by step, Addis's actions dragged him closer to reality. Sana realized how many people had suffered because of him, and in that instant, an unseen force tried to silence his mind. The demonic blessing registered a critical change. The user had lost the will to survive. From that moment on, all authority shifted to the demon entity, fully seizing control of the consciousness. The monster felt new power surge within and understood that nothing inside was restraining it anymore. It halted the fiery assault and stepped forward, no longer feeling pain. Amid all this chaos, it was easy to forget Leslie, who had been there the entire time. Now she stood on the rooftop, fully conscious, silently observing the battle. She could clearly see the blessing was at its limit and the finale was near. Slow footsteps echoed in the silence. Another woman approached without a trace of fear. Ifir knew of Leslie's connection to Great Earth, but what was she planning now? It seemed Leslie was trying to remind her of the past, because during their first encounter Ifir had been different. Leslie barely recognized former enemies anymore. Too many in this world had tried to kill her. Maybe only the cold edge of a blade at her throat could bring back what she'd forgotten. This wasn't the time for hesitation. Lives and the continent's future were on the line. Representatives of Great Earth rarely remember those who die for them. The organization uses people as tools and discards them like rags. Corporate ethics straight out of a thank you for your service exit memo. They act as if they own other people's fates, though no one ever granted them that right. Leslie lowered her gaze, but firmly stated that the surviving Outworlder was pure evil incarnate. If you refuse to become just as ruthless, you'll soon become prey. Great Earth lives by jungle law, kill or be killed. She no longer feared death and sometimes even longed for everything to finally end. She felt her life thinning like an old thread stretched too tight. Leslie asked Ifir to deliver the final blow, but not everyone is built for that level of cruelty. While they spoke, the monster sensed danger and instantly intervened. It lunged forward with an attack nearly impossible to dodge. The fragile girl failed to raise a defense and plummeted downward without resistance. All of this unfolded before Addis's eyes, and it was his mistake that allowed the Outworlder to break free. He immediately unleashed magic to halt her freefall. The spell worked and saved Ifir, but the true trials were still ahead. Her vital organs were intact, which meant she could keep fighting. The monster didn't seem intent on killing her. It was simply clearing its path, sensing no real threat. Leslie ordered the Outworlder to retreat at once and reminded it that the Inquisitor would arrive soon. It seemed she was ready to sacrifice herself just to satisfy Leonard, who wouldn't hesitate to wipe Great Earth off the continent. The monster's perception suddenly shifted, and it brutally grabbed the girl by the throat. It sensed a threat in her. The system had fully warped its mind. Now, it wanted to replenish its energy through Leslie, even though it once tried to protect her. The demonic blessing craved power, hungry to absorb strength and grow. Stopping it was nearly impossible. Leslie wanted to help the heroes and save the city, but trying to please everyone backfired hard. She felt a strange debt toward the Outworlder, since she too had once left Earth for a foreign world. After a brief pause, she accepted the thought of death and stood ready to step into eternity. But the moment she surrendered to fate, the monster screamed, writhing in unbearable pain. The boy inside the creature refused to remain a silent spectator any longer. Santa clenched his will into a blade and tore himself free from the demon's fatal grip. Anyone who truly wants to become a hero cannot accept a pathetic ending. He proved that even a demonic blessing is weaker than the hunger for justice and good. But the monster did not vanish. It still existed, like a symbiote capable of surviving alone. It retained enough energy to sustain itself without the human soul inside. Santa quickly retreated, pulling the red-haired girl with him. As they fell, he spotted Adis and called out for help, as if some unspoken bond connected them. That action bought the mage precious seconds and allowed him to seize the momentum. Now he could activate advanced magic and attempt to crush the creature once and for all. The fire dragon's spell merged with the ignition beam technique, awakening from its slumber. The mage unfolded multiple magic circles and prepared for the decisive strike. The power was so overwhelming he could barely keep it under control. To avoid burning himself alive, he had to channel the entire inferno straight into the monster's body. Even his staff struggled under the pressure. Several runes cracked and dimmed. Stripped of its inner host, the monster weakened noticeably. It roared and tried to suppress the flames, but resistance was useless. A second later, an explosion illuminated everything and nearly incinerated the allied hunters. It felt like the sun had risen at midnight and blinded the entire valley. Neighbors probably thought the apocalypse clock just hit 0. This was likely the most powerful attack Adis had ever unleashed. All this time he had hidden monstrous potential behind the mask of an ordinary mage. Now his strength hit its ceiling, and he wouldn't be able to replicate something like this again. But the real question remained. What happened to the monster? And was Sana truly free? Leslie calmly stated that the battle was over, and continuing the fight was pointless. The mage flared with anger, realizing she was simply trying to walk away. The friends only wanted to free Han from the Inquisitor, and Leslie was quick to remind them of that. If they defeated Great Earth's representative, the Inquisitor would have to withdraw. His true objective was the demonic blessing. It seemed Leslie was ready to surrender herself voluntarily and take the blame as the root of all chaos. Leonard was absolutely certain an Outworlder was present here, leaving only one path forward. Sana had to save the Volterra and follow him to fulfill his destiny. Afir and Adis struggled to believe that Leslie was genuinely ready to repent. From the outside, it looked like she was trying to dodge fate, but in truth, she just couldn't bear a meaningless ending. During that tense exchange, an unknown force burst from the depths of the dungeon. While everyone exchanged confused glances, a bright crimson light flared ahead. It was the most intense aura any of the hunters had ever felt, and no one knew how to respond. Now let's return to the main hero, who had finally landed that crushing blow on the Inquisitor. Leonard was in agonizing pain, desperately trying to restore his body with magic. Without those abilities, he would have been dead long ago with no chance for a comeback. From the start, he underestimated his opponent, and now he was paying the price. His magic barely managed to close the wound, but the fight was far from over. He looked like a man struggling to fully control the power that had erupted from his own body. Even as agony ripped through him from the inside, he only grew angrier and roared like the devil himself had taken the wheel. Everything drowned in a thick crimson aura that scorched skin and burned the eyes raw. That kind of power should have shattered his body long ago, yet he was still standing. If that aura were unleashed on the city, not even ashes would remain. From the very start, the Inquisitor intended to capture the Outworlders alive and squeeze every secret out of them. But sometimes you go ruthless to save the bigger picture. Even if Han turned out to be a Ratnian, he was far too valuable to simply let walk away. At first, though, this beast had to be caged. And from the outside, that looked straight up impossible. At this point, the rounds they'd gone through were impossible to count. If they loved throwing hands this much, trying to stop them was just wasted stamina. All that was left was to witness a fireworks show of top-tier combat. When two Apex forces collide, reality turns into one massive special effect. The budget for this fight clearly broke the system. Prana versus aura. Always cinematic, always brutal, always lethal. While the Inquisitor deployed restraining magic, Han finally had a second to think. He chose a piercing tactic, aiming for a wound that no healing spell could ever fix. He was learning from mistakes, but would this straightforward gamble actually land? When other hunters approached the battlefield, they witnessed something more breathtaking than a meteor shower or solar eclipse. Red aura tearing the sky apart, prana scorching stone, each impact detonating in the chest like a shockwave. And the real question surfaced. Who is Han if he can fight on equal ground with someone blessed by a goddess? Not even his closest friends knew what kind of monster-tier power slept inside him. Fury flooded the Volterra from within, and it felt like only one path remained to end this madness. Sometimes preventing disaster means making a choice you'll regret forever. Maybe this was the moment his friends would face that impossible call. Han was never a criminal, and the same could be said for the Inquisitor. The people Sana killed weren't villains either, and even he never wanted it that way. Now the Outworlder carried a crushing weight of responsibility for every sin committed. He knew Leslie had done terrible things in the past, but today he asked to bear the cost himself. Sana intended to use the demonic blessing crystal to fix everything. Whether it would work was anyone's guess, but time was running out before the high-tier fighters killed each other. Blood was already flowing, and neither side took a single step back. Magical flares had long outshone the stars above. Smoke and dust thickened the air until the battlefield became a blur. Realizing martial combat wasn't enough, Leonard decided to summon something heavier. The technique bore the name Incarnation of the Giant Hand of Law. It looked simple on the surface, but in reality it was devastatingly effective. Tricks like that couldn't intimidate someone who had gone insane among rocks and blood. Han unleashed every drop of aura in his body and split the giant hand clean in two. That move saved him. But what if the next magic circle doubled in size? The Inquisitor's mana reserves were massive. He could spam this technique all day. He followed up with the Seal of Airflow technique, convinced this would finally end it. Leonard didn't realize he had awakened a beast that couldn't be erased so easily. Han didn't just block the attack, he barely felt it and stepped forward. Using the skill Infinity, he sliced through the magic in every direction. Now was the moment to pierce his enemy and rip out a long-awaited victory. If he succeeded, the Volterra warrior would never be the same again. In response, the Inquisitor merely gave a faint smile, realizing he should have brought his artifacts from the start. When death stands at your doorstep, regret comes way too late. Ratna's greatest spiritualist raised his signature weapon, one capable of withstanding even a dragon's strike. To amplify himself, he centered on fundamental defensive principles and reinforced the goddess's blessing. That was why he unleashed a technique forged and perfected through 1,000 battles. But right now, a freight train was charging at him at full speed. Unstoppable, merciless, no brakes. The Inquisitor felt the destructive force in that strike and knew blocking it was pointless. Dodging was the only option. He absolutely could have evaded, but in the final split second, Leonard felt a flicker of childish curiosity. He wanted to see if Han was truly that strong, or if it was all flashy fireworks with no real depth. When the blow finally connected, the blinding flares of light vanished in an instant. The dust cleared, revealing two stripped-down warriors standing face to face, raw power against raw will. Han had poured almost everything into that attack and now stood gasping, barely holding himself upright. Leonard remained ice-calm, his gaze locked onto the enemy blade. The sword couldn't withstand the aura's pressure and split into two jagged halves. The Volterra warrior's body was also at its limit, barely surviving the monstrous strain. From the outside, it looked like his insides had been torn apart by the fight. Continuing made no sense anymore, and the only thing Han asked was mercy for his friends. Ifir, Attis, and Sena, loyal allies who would never have been here if not for his interference. Maybe it sounded naive, but Han asked Leonard to pretend they had never crossed paths with those hunters. Strangely enough, the Inquisitor agreed, as if their battle had forged a quiet, unspoken respect. A man blessed by a goddess, the strongest of Ratna, could not betray the Dark Brotherhood. So today, there was no Inquisitor, no fifth-level Outworlder, no unblessed warrior. Everything would remain a secret. And that was enough for Han. As a final gesture, the Inquisitor revealed his true name, Leonard Cato Francis. The Volterra warrior answered in kind, casting aside all aliases, Ryu Han Bin. Between them stood mutual respect, the kind born only from a battle fought at the edge of death. But even respect doesn't erase unfinished business. When the Inquisitor prepared to deliver the final strike, a third party suddenly crashed the scene. He distracted Leonard for just a heartbeat, enough for Han to slip past the killing blow. Han couldn't believe their fragile agreement was collapsing because of this reckless fool. The Volterra pretended not to know the intruder and urged the Inquisitor to continue. But Sana stepped forward, declared his name, and confessed to being the Outworlder who killed soldiers in the dungeon. He raised the demonic crystal clenched in his hand. He was ready to answer for every sin, even if Han tried to shield him. Now Leonard couldn't simply let them walk away and ordered everyone to stay put. The situation demanded explanations, facts strong enough to restore order. Han could no longer resist. Taking the blame himself had become meaningless. Sana was ready to tell everything and accept whatever punishment awaited him. He only wanted to protect Outworlders and build a bridge of friendship between Earth's people and this world. His ideals were bright, but even light can't always prevent a fatal mistake. In the middle of his confession, a searing pain suddenly paralyzed his body. A sharp spear pierced straight through him, warm blood spilling from his mouth. Leonard and Han froze. Inside, both felt something explode. It was a precise strike from a hunter who couldn't overcome his hatred for an Outworlder. Martin, long seen as kind and gentle, was now consumed by fury. Other hunters stood beside him, supporting the act, convinced that every Outworlder must be erased. As long as that monster breathed, they would not rest or return home. The hunters raised their swords and charged with shouts, ready to finish the wounded target. Only now did control return to Han's body, and he tried to rise. But his body was drained to the last drop. Even a single step felt impossible. The aura had sucked him dry, and now he crawled across the ground like a phone stuck at 1% with no charger in sight. Meanwhile, the hunters sprinted forward like leopards starved for revenge. And then a familiar voice echoed, someone still clinging to life. Sana admitted he had acted disgracefully and asked for forgiveness. He wanted to become a hero at any cost, because that was the only reason worth living. At that exact moment, the Inquisitor stepped forward with absolute confidence and unleashed a crushing wave of magical prana across the battlefield. The hunters froze, unable to approach that elemental force radiating pure, untouchable power. A single blinding flash was enough to intercept and suppress the demonic god's blessing. Then he raised his hands and coldly greeted the hunters, as if he had just helped them erase the Outworlder. The hunters, hyped and celebrating like they had saved the world themselves, headed to a pub, while Leonard slowly turned a sorrowful gaze toward Han. The main hero should have stayed down, but rage had already rooted itself deep in his soul. His body was wrecked, yet his will was unbreakable. Drenched in blood, he stepped forward for revenge, and Leonard accepted the challenge without hesitation. If not for Aoife and Addis stepping in, their duel would have ignited into another brutal round. Enough blood had been spilled, no victory could bring Santa back. No matter how painful it was, they had to stop, breathe, and somehow keep living. It took Han a few seconds to understand the truth in those words. Then the massive hunter threw his broken sword aside and screamed so hard the air trembled. It was painful to witness, and maybe that scream reminded Leonard of a promise he had made. He chose not to touch the three friends, warning that next time he would finish what he started. Leslie stood on a neighboring rooftop, a silent witness to everything that had unfolded. Tears slid down her cheeks. Her fists clenched so tightly her wound reopened. A week passed, and events accelerated as if the city had no right to rest. The battle scarred the entire city, but its residents immediately began rebuilding. Streets quickly returned to normal, and people slowly began to forget the outworlder who caused the chaos. Santa did everything to ensure the ending played out this way, though it likely wasn't what he truly wanted. A temporary calm settled, but a hero's death couldn't fix the deeper wounds. Soon, the long-awaited Crater Court session began. The local noble who abused prisoners was finally forced to answer for his crimes. The fat aristocrat insisted he had served noble ideals and purged evil from the world. The speech sounded clean, but men like Raud revealed the truth to the townsfolk. Dozens had died because of him, and that blood would never wash off his hands. Not all wounded hunters survived, and grief continued pressing down on the hearts of the living. Today, a young man named Brad was laid to rest in the cemetery. He always aimed higher and never settled for less. The whole team came to support Martin and the two sisters. Everyone except the Volterra. Han had regained consciousness, but his wounds were too deep for talk of full recovery. He would need time to return to anything resembling normal life and accept reality. Today, Ephir cried, and no words could lighten her pain. She blamed herself for chasing the monster instead of staying beside the one who needed help most. The sisters reminded her that it was thanks to Ephir that Addis survived. Brad had foreseen an outcome like this and placed his faith in that talented girl. A love that had barely begun faded too quickly, leaving only emptiness. In 6 months, she stood at a fresh grave for the second time, with nothing left to say but a hollow apology. Even so, she refused to break and swore to grow stronger so the fallen could be proud. After the funeral, another strange and significant incident occurred. Martin asked that Brad's spear be handed over to the Volterra. The request sounded odd, given everything that had happened. Han had seen that spear pierce his friend. Accepting it would be like gripping a scar. It would have made more sense to leave it with Martin and spare the Volterra the reminder. But Martin explained that Brad had borrowed the spear from Han and promised to return it once he became stronger. He didn't want the weapon to rust in silence. It should keep carving a path through hardship. After their farewell, Addis and Ephir quietly headed home. No one in their team used a spear, so the gift felt like a heavy relic of the past. And now it was hard to even imagine how deeply Han might hate Martin for that choice. Once, Han had saved his life. Now it felt like a black cat had crossed between them, leaving behind a cold fracture that wouldn't seal. Maybe Maria could trade that artifact for something actually valuable and useful for the squad. But the second they pushed open the shop doors, it was obvious. Worse news was waiting inside. Maria, who had barely clawed her way back to normal life, lay on the floor in a pool of her own blood. Struggling to lift her gaze, she whispered that a red-haired woman had visited her. The moment Leslie stepped through the door, Maria sensed danger and instinctively reached for a knife, but she could never have killed her. A magical restriction had been carved into her very being. Leslie herself had created that spell and even showed the scroll, still stained with Maria's blood. If Maria had ever tried to betray her, unbearable agony would have consumed her. That binding had tormented her soul for years, and breaking free had seemed impossible. Once, Maria had been loyal to the end, and in return she was discarded without hesitation. That's the fate of the used and forgotten, erased like yesterday's trash. Strangely enough, Leslie hadn't come to torment her. She came to help. She sliced her palm and let her own blood spill onto the scroll, which flared with violet mana. The curse dissolved, and for the first time in ages, Maria tasted freedom. Before leaving, Leslie said they had more in common than it seemed, and she no longer wanted to cause pain. So, the blood scattered across the room had belonged to Leslie all along. Addis had never seen magic like that, and struggled to decipher the ancient script etched into the scroll. Now let's return to the main hero and stare into his personal abyss. Once, when he gripped a sword, he felt untouchable. His first victory over the white dog in the Rocky Mountains made him feel like a true warrior. Over the years, despite the loneliness, he even grew to like being strong. But now that same strength brought him nothing but misery, and he had no clue how to fix it. Should he kill the Inquisitor or Martin, the ones who caused him so much pain? Or maybe the girl who placed the demonic blessing into Santa's hands? Leslie, uninvited and unapologetic, admitted that the Outworlder's death was her fault. The moment those words left her lips, a fist of fury punched straight through the nearby wall. Accusations and insults poured down like a long-awaited storm after drought. All the pain Han had bottled up finally erupted. It was unbearable to remember that a friend who dreamed of changing the world was gone. When the emotions burned out, the rage went with them. Han ordered Leslie to leave his house and stop haunting him with her presence. But Leslie had come to deliver something important, and was ready to face any consequences. As long as there are those who profit from death and push people into conflict, no one can afford to relax. At first, Leslie simply carried out criminal orders, but over time, doubt took root inside her. Now she intended to expose the truth about those manipulating the continent's fate. She wouldn't repeat herself, so Han would have to listen carefully. And this time, he did, no longer trying to force her out. He had always suspected someone higher stood behind these organizations, and now he was ready to tear them down. In the darkest moment of his life, a new purpose emerged. But the truth he heard nearly stole his voice. It sounded like unhinged nonsense, like the ramblings of someone who escaped a padded room. Han dropped to his knees, barely holding back tears as the realization sank in. At that moment, his friends rushed into the room, unable to hide their worry and shock. Seeing him alive and standing, they let out relieved smiles, realizing the immediate danger had passed. From that day on, Han slowly began returning to something resembling normal life, if that word even applied anymore. The first thing he did was cook juicy meat, recalling recipes from his old world. He even tried to play star chef, but ended up oversalting it like he learned cooking from Gordon Ramsay through pure trauma. They all sat at the table and for a moment allowed themselves to breathe in a fragile warmth. Leslie couldn't process the scene and snapped at the sight of such strange peace. She was reminded that Sana had always dreamed of seeing Outworlders and Ratnians sitting at the same table. Maybe now they would truly try to bring that dream to life, even if the goal looked almost unreachable. Leslie calmly explained that until the true masterminds were eliminated, nothing would genuinely change. She had already revealed the terrifying truth. Humanity's so-called heroes were traitors. During the discussion, Attis unexpectedly admitted he had long suspected something like this. He had studied the magical scrolls that kept Maria bound under a restriction for years. At first, the symbols and formulas meant nothing to him, but step by step he decoded the technique's mechanics. He might have become the first mage to partially grasp its inner structure. Similar magic had been used in the Dragon's Nest, the same force that allowed Alejandro to ascend to a new level. The hunters quickly connected the dots and even began talking about directly eliminating the so-called heroes. Leslie looked at them like they'd lost their minds. No plan, no grasp of consequences, just discount Avengers energy. Attis was convinced that if the demonic blessing could be reassembled, the entire world might change. That power could lift curses and finally reconcile Ratnians and Outworlders. With enough discipline, Outworlders might even suppress their destructive impulses. Until this conversation, Leslie believed Han was just a fifth-level hunter. But now he made it clear. He himself was an Outworlder. All it took were a few words that only Earthlings would understand. Apparently, the system had a glitch that allowed an outworlder to exist in Ratna while technically remaining level 5. It sounded messy and absurd, but together they might untangle this madness. 4 heroes had created the demonic blessing for their own hidden purposes. There was at least one bright note. The true Sword King, Mr. Bao, had no intention of siding with them. The only one of the 4 whose whereabouts remained unknown was the Fairy Queen. Holly, the one who transcended life and death, had vanished into some unseen corner of the world. Reaching the Fairy Kingdom on foot would take about 2 months, including a trek through a high-rank dungeon. Right now, challenging the heroes head-on would be straight-up suicide. But every legendary journey begins with a single step, even when the consequences are fogged out. The hunters decided to form a squad and at least try to fulfill Sana's dream. Maria, tears in her eyes, said goodbye and wished them luck on their insane quest. Han understood one thing. More allies meant better odds of survival, so he unexpectedly invited Leslie to join their team. Now let's shift to someone many had already forgotten. Raud was no longer a prisoner but a rising noble, living large without limits. The once arrogant fat man now begged for mercy, pleading to stay alive. To make things worse, inquisitors lingered nearby, ready to drag him into dark catacombs. Raud agreed to spare him, but under a ruthless condition. From this day forward, the fat noble would pay 20 million gold coins every month. That pace would bankrupt him fast, but it still beat a trip to the Dark Brotherhood. Now he could sit and reflect on his fate and how to survive it. Raud, meanwhile, didn't hide his satisfaction. He believed he was starting fresh. He genuinely thought wealth erased problems and guaranteed safety. When the appointed time passed, he returned to the room expecting to see a humbled debtor. He was already picturing himself as the richest man in the crater. But fate struck again at the worst possible moment. The pale noble lay in a pool of blood, lifeless. His dreams of luxury and peace melted away like butter on a scorching pan. The open window screamed of an assassin's visit. Someone settling scores for ruined lives. It was Leslie, who had refused the hunter's offer just minutes earlier. She couldn't fully sever herself from the past. Magic still bound her from attacking heroes. She would have to return to her former role, even though her heart was drifting towards something better. Recent events had made her believe Sana's dream might actually become reality. And as Han and his friends packed their gear, calling themselves Avengers, they set off toward the Elven Kingdom. Sounds epic, until you remember their budget and level. Raud, who just moments ago felt like the luckiest man alive, got arrested right in the middle of his so-called triumph. He was now suspected of murdering a noble, and it looked like prison gates were about to welcome him back again. Meanwhile, deep within the Dark Brotherhood, they had recently secured a fragment of the demonic god. The Brotherhood was convinced that the goddess Kevriel would be pleased with their success. But the authorities in the crater weren't about to ignore the damage caused by an investigation carried out without the Order's consent. Leonard had acted on his own initiative and stirred up serious trouble without permission. That kind of move was unlike him. He had always followed protocol to the letter. Explaining himself, the Inquisitor repeated that he encountered someone who had to be stopped at any cost. Now he had gathered partial intel and intended to continue the investigation. But his conversation with the old woman abruptly cut off when magic seized control of her body. She began speaking in another voice and thanked Leonard for completing the task successfully. He realized a goddess had possessed her and listened with razor-sharp focus to every word. The Inquisitor displayed his blessing and reaffirmed his loyalty to his sacred duty. He had not only returned the demonic crystal but also eliminated a dangerous outworlder. Now, the goddess wished to know how a warrior capable of challenging a blessed bearer appeared in the crater. However, the being inside the old woman wasn't Kevriel at all. It was the cunning and calculating Zenobia. She was collecting information, trying to gauge the threat posed by the mysterious hunter. Leonard reported that the man was believed to be a descendant of the Volterans. He had recently arrived on the continent and was ready to fight anyone strong enough to stand against him. After that, Zenobia strictly ordered the Inquisitor not to take risks without her knowledge. She forbade him from engaging in battle until receiving her direct approval. He He promised obedience, though a strange, defiant glint flickered in his eyes. Ending the exchange, Zenobia did not hide her satisfaction at outmaneuvering everyone once again. The only thing troubling her was the emergence of a special Volterra capable of ruining her plans. Without the Inquisitor, her scheme would have collapsed. Leonard was far too valuable to discard. Despite their progress, the heroes were still unable to fully absorb Kevriel's divine power. Moreover, the intermediate dimension might soon cease to exist altogether. They would have to slightly unseal the goddess and absorb a portion of her energy. That was dangerously reckless. The balance of the world could be shattered beyond repair. Karhan seemed far too greedy and disturbingly unafraid of catastrophic fallout. He believed even a broken world could be ruled, especially if he himself became a god. After this encounter, the Inquisitor met with a trusted ally and revealed he had been removed from the investigation. Never before had a bearer of a goddess's blessing faced such punishment. These bizarre events sparked a chilling thought in Leonard's mind. Perhaps the dark goddess did not exist at all. He wanted to dismiss it as a mistake, but the doubts kept growing. During his report, he had slipped in a minor lie, and the supposed goddess hadn't noticed. If gods truly know everything, even the number of grains of sand in the universe, then that entity wasn't her. On top of that, Leonard possessed a hidden ace sitting right inside this carriage. The figure in the back seat slowly lowered his hood, revealing his face. It was Sana, whom everyone believed to be dead. He was trying to understand how he survived and what had truly happened. But for the Inquisitor, this wasn't curiosity. It was the start of an interrogation. First, Leonard had to neutralize the Outworlder, then detain him and extract information. Furious hunters could have ruined everything. They were thirsty for blood and revenge. So he erased their focus by crafting a magical illusion of death. After battling Han, the Inquisitor felt nearly drained. His mana was so low he couldn't render Sana completely invisible, so he simply dropped him off a cliff. Stealth mode, GTA edition, hide the problem and keep moving. Now it made sense why every bone in the boy's body ached. That fall had been brutal. Everyone knew that Outworlders turned to dust after death, so no one would bother searching for a body. Sana was cleared of suspicion. Officially, he was listed among the dead. The Inquisitor reported that the Outworlder had been eliminated, and the so-called goddess accepted his words without hesitation. But everyone knows true gods see every detail of truth, so he clearly wasn't speaking to the real one. Just like the people of this world, he was being deceived. The only question left was who hid behind that mask. Human greed has always led to catastrophe, and this time the fallout could be apocalyptic. Felix demanded his friend return to the Dark Brotherhood immediately, but that was no longer possible. There was likely another traitor among them, and exposing the truth now would be suicide. He would have to move alone, ignoring sacred rules and forbidden lines. Not far away, a carriage rolled forward with a man being transported back to prison. Raud trembled nervously, too afraid to imagine how many years awaited him in the catacombs. Suddenly, Leonard ordered the driver to turn the carriage around at once. His gaze then shifted to the Outworlder who was supposed to be dead, but wasn't. Now, Sana had no choice but to assist the Inquisitor. This was his chance to become a real hero. While the Avengers' plans and the Inquisitor's path slowly converged, other crucial events were unfolding. Goddess Kevriel had long been known as the ruler of darkness and hidden vows. Yet not everyone was willing to bow and offer sacrifices in her name. Meanwhile, bandits captured an elf named Leondel Atransis. He came from an ancient lineage and could hardly believe someone dared challenge him. To escape his pursuers, Leondel offered them gold. They would have been wise to take the jewels and run while they still could. Instead, the criminals laughed, making it clear they feared no young aristocrat. They intended to hold him for a massive ransom from his family, and if he refused to cooperate, they would kill him and leave him to rot in the forest. But the moment those threats echoed, a unique aura ignited within the goddess's shrine. Blinding light crashed down upon all who had committed grave sins. The bandits fled in panic, as if their own nightmares had come to life. A portal opened, and from it stepped a being barely recognizable as human. The goddess's assistant, named Kiwi, entered the world with a precise mission. She would find a man named Ryu Hanbin at any cost. Now let's return to the main hero and his so-called Avengers. Lately, his thoughts had been consumed by the mystery of the four heroes. 20 years ago, Great Earth had been their sworn enemy. Now it was terrifying to consider that the criminal organization and the heroes might have allied. For days on end, the hunters saw nothing but the same endless landscape stretching ahead. They hurried toward the fairy kingdom, hoping to secure Holly's support. The borders of Elendia began at the roots of the world tree. When they finally arrived, they froze in awe at what stood before them. The world tree was a true miracle of nature. Many still refused to believe it even existed. The fairy kingdom was an alliance of 4 peoples united around this colossal giant. Here lived subterranean dwarves, woodland nymphs, branching sylphs, and root-bound elves. Each race had its own ruler and traditions, while the capital at the tree's base was called Sarandia. A bustling trade route led to the capital, where elven tribes and even humans gathered. The local guild buzzed with tension, as conflicts between races flared often. Long before humans arrived, the fairies had formed their own guild to defend the kingdom. Many hunters became heroes here, and many more perished in endless battles. Part of that responsibility fell on the guildmaster. For 200 years, he never allowed himself rest, striving to make each year better than the last. Today's visitors impressed him. They clearly weren't rookies. He barely concealed his satisfaction upon learning their levels and achievements. It wasn't every day you met a level 52 mage with that kind of steady gaze. Then his attention shifted to a beautiful girl who introduced herself as a level 38 swordswoman. These were legit top-tier hunters, the kind who earned recommendation letters on sight. No questions asked. Trouble kicked in the second it was Han's turn for inspection. Level 5 looked straight-up pathetic here. In this kingdom, that rank got labeled dead weight without mercy. Even Aether couldn't resist tossing a couple of sharp jabs his way. At first, they didn't even want to let Han take missions, seeing him as a liability dragging the squad down. They had to spin him as a future guard who would handle the grunt work and the dirty jobs nobody else wanted. Guards had their own rulebook and a mandatory long-term evaluation process. The guildmaster promised to start the procedure today, but finishing it would take no less than 6 months. It had that Donald Trump energy. Promise to end the war in a day, then act like it was never your problem. Still, the hunters were granted entry into the kingdom to look around. Addis, who had lived over 150 years, tried to hype his friend up, saying half a year would pass in a blink. Suddenly, loud cheers erupted from the central square. Turns out a special ritual was underway, drawing massive crowds. Every hour, a new challenger stepped up to try pulling a sword embedded in the ground. Apparently, it was harder than lifting Thor's legendary hammer. According to elven legend, the goddess of earth Sarandi created the elves, and their history began from that blessing. Once, their land had been barren, and the king prayed day after day for salvation. The goddess heard him and granted a sword. Once planted into the soil, life bloomed all around it. Since then, the elven state had prospered without knowing scarcity. Once a year, in gratitude to the goddess, the elves held a massive festival and fair. During the chatter, Aether suddenly vanished into the crowd, and nobody knew where to find her. There were too many people. Shouting her name was pointless. Han came up with a wild move and headed straight for the legendary sword. If he became the center of attention, Aether would definitely spot him. No one could imagine that this random impulse would flip their fate upside down. Elves usually mocked humans who failed miserably trying to pull the blade. Even royal representatives attended the fair. The celebration united the entire nation. The crown prince personally greeted nobles and guests. He explained that the king had planned to attend but had fallen ill again. By then, Addis finally found Aether, who clearly didn't want to leave the buzzing festival. He had to remind her they still needed lodging and couldn't waste time. Legend claimed only the elven king could draw the sword. At least, that's what everyone believed. In reality, the blade was bound by ancient magic no ordinary mortal could break. The whole spectacle existed more to entertain the crowd than to test anyone's worth. Everyone was certain the sword was impossible to pull. That remained true right up until a powerful hand rewrote the script. Somehow, Han didn't just pull the sword, he shattered the seal and lifted it overhead. The festive cheers died instantly, and the square fell into graveyard silence. Cold sweat slid down the main hero's back. He already knew he had just messed up big time. While his friends stood frozen in shock, the elven prince struggled to contain the fury blazing in his eyes. The capital was swarming with people, a chaotic ocean where strangers blended into white noise and vanished in seconds. This massive city pulled in adventurers, merchants, and drifters like a gravity well, dragging them in non-stop. Through that endless tide of bodies walked an emotionless girl and a small boy, quiet but impossible to ignore. She was the assistant of the goddess Kiwi, and the elf she called Lao moved at her side. The elf kept asking her not to say his name out loud, wary of ears lurking in every shadow. He had guided Kiwi all the way to the capital, but from here on, her path was hers alone to choose. Despite his youthful appearance, Lao treated humans with cold, razor-sharp caution. In his eyes, they were creatures without honor or dignity, though Kiwi clearly didn't fit that mold. She had nursed him back to health after bandits attacked, even begging the goddess for a blessing to shape his fate. Still, Kiwi herself felt strange the entire time, like someone who didn't belong to this world at all. She kept repeating that she was a separate being, born from darkness, though the meaning behind those words stayed foggy. Even so, Lao chose to remain by her side, helping her search for a place she could call her own. Suddenly, she stopped near a bizarre-looking cart and inhaled deeply, catching an intriguing scent in the air. Passers-by stared at her like she had lost it, while Lao simply looked away in tired acceptance. He was used to this. The streets buzzed with talk of the prince who had managed to pull out the sword. The guy literally snapped the blade in half, and the crowd was acting like a K-pop fandom spotting a brand new idol. By then, Kiwi had picked up the scent of a young dragon who had just arrived in the capital with his crew. She instantly figured that rookies like that would head straight for the local guild first. Kiwi moved in that direction, but Lao suddenly vanished from sight. And now we cut back to the main character, the one who shattered the sacred sword. The moment he lifted the hilt, the faces around him twisted with pure hostility. Invisible magic slammed him toward the ground, as if a stone hand had erupted from beneath the pavement. The elves shouted that Voltarion had no place here, and demanded to know why he had appeared in their domain. Han didn't waste time answering. He flexed once and tore the stone restraints apart. Clumps of dirt splashed onto the prince, and somehow that was taken as an insult to the entire nation. The prince's deputy instantly ordered the attacker's execution. The crowd roared, branding him a terrorist, then scattered across the square in full-blown panic mode. Lao had just arrived, trying to figure out what was going on. The rushing mob knocked him off his feet, sending him crashing down only a few steps away from Han. The main character didn't hesitate. He dashed toward the fallen child. He called him a kid and tried to ask where his parents were. Lao snapped back sharply, refusing to be spoken to like that. His confidence wavered when something monstrous rumbled behind him. A gigantic stone hand sliced through the air, aiming straight for the Voltarion warrior. Elven magic manifested a towering stone giant with blinding, radiant eyes. The monster was fueled by spells and the roots of the World Tree, making it seem completely untouchable. The elves were certain that not even the strongest warrior could survive a direct hit from that thing. The prince's aide kept mocking the situation, insisting no one could even scratch the stone beast. But the second hand stepped forward. It was obvious. Their confidence was about to crack along with their monster. Fury ignited inside him when he saw the creature brush against the child. In that instant, his berserker mode snapped loose like a beast breaking chains. Even the prince felt the surrounding power spiral out of control. The air thickened, flooding with the deep crimson glow of his aura. The stone giant exploded into rubble, leaving zero chance of regeneration. The elves, who saw themselves as the superior race, screamed in horror. Voltarion warriors capable of controlling aura were insanely rare. Now even the prince looked at him differently, trying to figure out who he really was and what he was after. But the hype moment shattered when Han bit his tongue and spat out blood. Turning around, he realized the child was no longer beside him. It wasn't his fault. Adis and Ifir had pulled Lao to safety just in time. The kid needed medical help, ASAP. The stone hand of that monster had clipped him and left a nasty mark. His friends instantly blamed Han, saying he'd once again dragged chaos and attention onto their heads. Somehow, even in a brand new nation, this guy still managed to be a walking magnet for trouble. A massive elven army closed the circle around the hunters, every blade drawn, every spell locked and loaded. At that point, the prince couldn't stay on the sidelines anymore and stepped forward, demanding order. He made it clear he wouldn't allow sacred relics of his people to be shattered in front of the entire crowd. The prince ordered the warriors to surrender and drop their weapons immediately before things spiraled out of control. But the hunters were chasing a goal way too high to bow to pointy-eared rulers. They refused on the spot, making it crystal clear they would fight down to their last drop of blood. That answer struck the prince's pride, and he was already on the verge of commanding the assault. But just as his lips began to move, she appeared in the square out of nowhere. A dark-haired girl radiating strange magic walked forward without flinching at the spears and arrows aimed her way. Calm as ever, she asked the hunters to hear the elves out and voluntarily lay down their arms. If war erupted here, Rotna would lose its future, and the entire world could end up at risk. Han tried to figure out who she was, and the moment their eyes met, the system flashed a warning. It failed to generate any data about her and flooded his interface with error messages. That only happened when the being in front of you wasn't normal at all. She had clearly come here with a specific objective, and now the real question was whether she was ally or enemy. Today, Kiwi had no intention of revealing unnecessary details. She repeated her request to lower the weapons, then walked over to the injured boy. A single touch from her cold palm was enough for the wounds to begin vanishing in real time. A drowsy Lao slowly opened his eyes and thanked Kiwi for saving him. Everyone saw his face, and the prince's reaction was instant. The boy turned out to be his own younger brother, another recognized heir to the throne. The elves around them froze in shock, exchanging stunned glances. The soldiers immediately lowered their weapons, shifting their focus to protecting the prince. The battle faded into the background, though Han barely seemed to care about any of it. His eyes remained locked on the mysterious woman, trying to decode what she truly was. After surrendering their weapons, the kingdom's guests were escorted to the capital's main castle. The scent of flowers, elegant architecture, and peaceful atmosphere made it almost easy to forget the chaos from minutes ago. Tables were already set with sweets and warm tea, everything staged to feel deliberately serene. The eldest prince expressed his gratitude to the people now hailed as the saviors of his brother. Even they didn't fully understand how events had flipped like this, but they accepted the thanks anyway. When an awkward silence settled over the hall, Han decided to break it. After a brief pause, he called Lao the son of the fairy queen Holly, and the tension in the room spiked instantly. His friends tried to pull him back, but he genuinely didn't grasp what mistake he had made. He was told that the fairy race included elves, nymphs, dwarves, and sylphs. Their numbers had always been small, so they united under an alliance known as Elendia. Holly was one of the 4 heroes who received the goddess's blessing and bore the title of Fairy Queen. However, Holly did not directly belong to the elves, representing a different kingdom within the alliance. Adis and Ifir still couldn't wrap their heads around why, after that clash, they were being treated almost like royalty. They were informed that the sacred sword Han shattered had only been a replica, so a true disaster had been avoided. Even so, because of the stunt pulled by this powerhouse, the entire festival had to be cancelled. Lao was already demanding punishment for the naked pervert, insisting he shouldn't be released without consequences. He was reminded that he himself was partially responsible for what happened. He had been forbidden from leaving the castle grounds, but curiosity once again proved stronger. A fresh argument flared between the brothers, the younger craving freedom while the elder focused on duty. Then an aide approached the elder prince and quietly whispered something about their father. The prince apologized, stating that he had to immediately deal with the issues that had arisen. And so, the hunters' party was finally left in relative calm, able to catch their breath for now. Now, the elven royal family could finally escort them to Holly without extra noise and smooth over the tension the proper way. But instead of diplomacy, Han suddenly admitted in a dark tone that he had a far more down-to-earth problem right now. He had gone way too hard on the black tea and could no longer ignore his body's emergency alerts. If he didn't find a secluded spot immediately, the entire palace was about to witness legendary-level embarrassment. Not wanting to ask the elves something that awkward, he decided to handle it himself and veered off toward the bushes. As Han power-walked deeper into the garden, the situation escalated from bad to critical. In his head, he grumbled about the elves, who had irritated him from the very beginning. Somehow, in their so-called perfect kingdom, there wasn't a single obvious restroom in sight. Wandering between the trees, Han stumbled upon a strange, almost mystical-looking tree. The silence and untouched grass hinted that hardly anyone ever came here. It looked like the perfect place to finally resolve his urgent crisis. In his rush, he failed to notice an old man sitting nearby. When the elder suddenly spoke, Han jerked so hard he nearly lost his balance. The old man calmly told him not to panic and claimed this place was practically designed for such needs. It turned out he had come here for the exact same reason and wasn't bothered by company in the slightest. After fixing himself up, the old man casually remarked that the land belonged to no one. The gods had granted this territory to the people of Ratna, meaning everyone decided their own boundaries of decency. As he observed the outsider, the old man suddenly felt a strange urge to interfere in his fate. After all, it wasn't every day that a warrior that massive wandered into the quietest corner of the garden. Without waiting for permission, the old elf pulled something long from his bag, its surface glinting in the sunlight. At first glance, it looked like the most ordinary sword imaginable, completely plain. But the moment he drove the blade into the ground, a powerful wave of energy rolled through the garden. Han's own sword lay nearby, and suddenly roots burst from the soil, wrapping around it. He lunged for his weapon, yet even his monstrous strength wasn't enough to break free instantly. The roots dragged downward as if they intended to swallow not just the blade, but Han himself. He had to push his body past its limits and roar as he tore himself out of the grip. After a brief but brutal struggle, he finally ripped his sword free from its underground prison. A few seconds later, Han snapped back to his senses and shook damp earth from his hair and shoulders. But his sword no longer looked the same. It was as if it had been swapped. The blade had turned wooden, as though the very element beneath the earth had branded it with its mark. The weapon suddenly felt heavier and began draining strength from its owner. And somehow, that vanished old man was clearly involved. Glancing around, Han panicked, thinking he might have accidentally killed the elder during the struggle. At that moment, a girl with an icy gaze stepped out from the bushes. What she saw in front of her looked extremely questionable. A half-naked giant, a buried old man, and a bizarre blade. Straight up, looked like a side quest with an 18+ rating. Kiwi didn't waste time analyzing the details and intervened instantly. Fragile in appearance, she moved with the confidence of a seasoned fighter. In a blink, she closed the distance and launched an attack at the Voltarian. Han barely dodged the lightning-fast strike and tried to make it clear that things weren't what they seemed. But Kiwi wasn't listening, convinced the Elven King hadn't ended up underground by accident. When Han realized they were talking about the actual King of the Elves, he froze in disbelief. His attempts to explain that everything had been accidental only made the situation worse. Kiwi accelerated so sharply it was like lightning cracked around her. Her movements were precise and refined, as if she had honed her martial arts for years. The blow carried enough force to knock out an ordinary hunter in a single hit. But Han caught her leg mid-air, making the gap in raw power painfully obvious. Realizing that, Kiwi instantly switched tactics and delivered a sudden strike below the belt. At that point, the rules of combat simply stopped mattering. The world in Han's vision turned white from pain, and even years of isolation in the Rocky Mountains felt trivial compared to that hit. After that, Kiwi calmly and emotionlessly recited Han's entire life story like she was flipping through an open book. She listed every major event of his past with terrifying precision, as if she had been watching him since day one. Then she revealed she was acting under the orders of the goddess Kevrio. The proof was obvious. The Demon King system kept glitching, unable to determine her level no matter what. The goddess had sent her assistant to track down Han and test him under truly brutal conditions. Questions exploded in Han's mind. Why would a goddess want him as her aide? And how did this connect to returning to Earth? Truthfully, Kiwi didn't know the answers. She was just executing orders and following the script. On top of that, she had started doubting him, since at times he seemed more stubborn and dense than a rock. Every outsider's system was linked to the demon god, a direct enemy of Kevrio. That explanation only raised more questions. But this wasn't the moment to unpack them. To clear the doubts, Kiwi proposed testing Han's strength in a real fight. She drew a lethal spear that looked painfully familiar to him. The system kept throwing out errors again and again as Kiwi closed the distance. She launched a devastating strike, then froze for a split second in surprise. Han had caught the spearhead with his bare hands, stopping the attack cold. He recognized that weapon and made it clear he didn't like people touching what wasn't theirs. No matter who had sent her, he intended to return that spear to where it belonged. Those words ignited the goddess's assistant, and she decided to stop holding back. A dense aura wrapped around the spear, the heat forcing Han to pull his hand away. The surge of power rippled through the garden, blasting trees aside like they were nothing. Han suffered a light burn, and realized Kiwi was far more dangerous than she first appeared. If he had hesitated for even a second, his fingers might have stayed behind. He noticed his defense weakening. The new wooden sword had begun absorbing his own aura. Now he would have to learn how to control this weapon, or it would drain him dry. The fight accelerated, and Kiwi repeated her mantra once more. She was acting on behalf of the goddess and was obligated to test the outsider's skills. To force him to reveal his true power, she kept pushing him to use aura, even though he preferred pure hand-to-hand combat. For now, he stayed on defense, waiting for the smallest opening to counter. Kiwi was used to being the fastest on the field, but now she had run into a predator on her own level. Despite his massive build, Han moved with shocking speed and surgical precision. When he finally found an opening to strike, everything suddenly went off script. The new wooden sword cracked and split clean in two under the precise impact of the spear. Kiwi amplified her aura even further, preparing to end the duel in one decisive burst. She drove all her power forward, aiming to crush him completely. Han's body locked up, his legs refused to move, pinned to the ground. At that very moment, the old elf rose from the pit like a phoenix from the ashes. Both fighters stared in disbelief at the suddenly revived elder. Even Kiwi realized she had completely forgotten about the elven king in the heat of battle. Her strike had landed directly on the magical tree in the center of the garden, but instead of shattering it, her aura seemed to nourish the trunk, igniting it with life. The world tree absorbed energy and grew from it, and the nature of that growth depends entirely on the quality of the power infused into it. High-level aura strengthens its roots, while ordinary energy produces no such effect. Looking at Han, the old elf tried to recall a warrior from the past who had once been granted a weapon of the world tree. He understood that the goddess had guided this hero exactly where he was needed, and now Han was beginning to realize his role. While Han wondered how the wooden sword had managed to shield him from the aura, something unsettling was unfolding in the distance. On a dark tree, crimson crystals with a magical glow were slowly growing. The sight was too beautiful and too ominous to be a coincidence. A twisted entity with a grotesque arm reached toward the crystals, trying to consume them. That mystery was only beginning to unfold. But for now, it was time to return to the main stage. The moment the accusation of attempting to assassinate the Elven King hit the air, they swarmed Han from every direction. A kid, barely taller than a stool, was already handing out death sentences. Power really does go to the head. Han was beyond tired of being seen as nothing but a pile of muscles. Like people kept forgetting he was human first. Any bodybuilder would probably relate. But that kind of reflection wasn't saving him right now. The only thing he could rely on was the king's own word. The old man admitted he had only wanted to test Han's strength and staged the whole death act to provoke a reaction. He even apologized to his eldest son, knowing Krone took any threat to his father way too personally. But the jokes were over. The ground itself seemed to groan, and the roots of the world tree were acting unstable. It was time to reveal the truth that had been buried for far too long. In the southeast, in one of the villages, something horrific had happened. Livestock and villagers alike had dried up into mummified husks. Krone intended to assign the investigation to the hunters, avoiding the need to mobilize the entire regular army. He believed they were reliable, but they would need someone capable of sensing the tremors of the earth. After brief consideration, the king declared that his younger son would accompany the hunters. Krone tried to object, insisting Lao was too young for a mission this dangerous. The hunters stepped in as well, reminding everyone that this kind of task wasn't part of their original plan. They were headed to the fairy kingdom on urgent business and didn't want to waste precious time. Lao accused the guests of arrogance, since refusing a king's request wasn't exactly proper etiquette. It became obvious that without cooperation, the tension would only escalate. If unity was unavoidable, then Lao needed to understand the rules from the start. This young elf would have to follow the hunter's code and stay within strict discipline. Any unnecessary words or insults outside his homeland could end badly for him. One reckless move was enough to snap someone's patience, so he'd better draw conclusions early. The king firmly refused to change his decision and repeated that he believed in his younger son. He felt Lao needed this trial to finally grow up. As for the hunters, they might look rough around the edges, but their hearts weren't rotten. The king gave them until morning to think it over and deliver a final answer. For the team, this offer clashed hard with their original strategy. At first, they were ready to refuse, but then they reassessed the risks and potential gains. The four heroes were clearly playing their own game, treating outsiders like expendable pawns. Kiwi revealed part of the truth and explained why she needed the hunter's support. Han had been holding back his irritation for a while, listening to her arguments. Eventually, he snapped and bluntly called out her arrogance. She wasn't a goddess, just an assistant who had nearly sent the elven king to his grave. That meant there was no reason to blindly obey her or treat her like royalty. Han was just a guy from Earth, and fear of local gods had long stopped meaning anything to him. As he refused to comply, Kiwi responded with an offer of a fair deal. Once the goddess was freed, she would reward everyone who had helped her. She was capable of granting any wish, as long as it didn't violate the laws of the world. That included sending Han back to Earth. The offer sounded tempting, but he had heard promises like that before. The demon god who sought to destroy Kevriel had made similar claims. His friends quickly reminded him that the word of a goddess and that of a demon were not the same. They warned Han against forming any alliance with the demon god Anplas. But Han remembered spending over 20 years in the Rocky Mountains because of Anplas, and he wasn't in a hurry to trust anyone. The goddess only asked to adjust the plan slightly. Instead of seeking all four heroes, they needed to find just one. Archmage Genobia, Karhan, and Holly were no longer top priority. They had to locate a hero acknowledged as stronger than all three of them combined. The target was the Sword King Bao, who had long since gone off the radar. The hunter's mission was to escort Kiwi until she could track him down. When someone compares you to a legend, it's hard not to wonder. Respect or low-key trolling at its finest. He had wanted to meet that hero face-to-face for a long time, to see if the rumored resemblance between them was real or just hype. If this path brought him even one step closer to returning to Earth, Han was ready to risk everything. Kiwi suggested they stop wasting time and begin the search immediately. But what about the Elven King's request? Would he really take a refusal lightly? Kiwi urged them not to stress, hinting that a formal rejection didn't automatically mean burned bridges. And even if they agreed to the mission, Lao's fate, according to her, had already been sealed anyway. The next morning, the Elven King found no sign of the hunters in the castle. They had vanished without a word, dissolving into the morning mist like ghosts. The old king showed neither surprise nor resentment. He understood they had found a different objective. Relieved, Crone was about to tell his brother he was free from the dangerous expedition. But everything flipped when the king declared that Lao would depart regardless. It didn't matter that his son was still a child. One day he would rule the kingdom. The recognition of the people wasn't handed out for free. It had to be earned through action. A parent protects, but also prepares the heir for the brutal reality ahead. Besides, the Elven Alliance was already informed, and the queen would personally oversee the mission's progress. Meanwhile, the kingdom's knights completed their preparations for departure. The young prince radiated excitement, barely containing his enthusiasm. But the biggest twist came shortly after his arrival. The hunters hadn't disappeared at all. They had simply gone to a workshop to secure new gear. No one knew how their late-night discussion had ended, but their plans had clearly shifted. It seemed Han had made his own call instead of blindly following Kiwi's words. The night before, she had admitted that, in the original line of fate, Lao was meant to die, and changing that was nearly impossible. That statement sounded vague, and the hunters demanded something clearer. Even knowing the future in advance, was it really impossible to try saving a child? The gods claimed that meddling with the flow of time could be more dangerous than the tragedy itself. Centuries ago, 6 goddesses created Ratna and have perceived everything beyond time and space ever since. Even they interfere with extreme caution, careful not to shatter the balance of the system. Kiwi possessed no gift of foresight and had no authority to exceed her limits. Yet her very appearance had already triggered a chain of events reshaping destiny. The young prince was supposed to die at the hands of bandits, but that never happened. Now his survival could alter the future of an entire kingdom. Hearing this, the hunters couldn't help but feel a spark of sympathy. He might be stubborn and spoiled, but everyone deserved at least one chance. Kiwi was created to serve the goddess, not to rescue individuals. Her concern lay with the fate of the continent, not the life of a single child. If death was written in fate, she believed it should be accepted as inevitable. But ordinary people rarely bowed to that kind of logic. Han wasn't particularly close to Lao, yet he still chose to stay. Kiwi's cold detachment irritated him, and that alone was enough. Sometimes he acted impulsively himself, almost childlike. If Kiwi thought he was an unfit ally, she was free to walk away. No one was holding her back. Once a decision was made, there was no point arguing. It was time to focus on the mission. Strange things were happening in the eastern village, and it was time to uncover the source. If the roots of the world tree began to wither, the entire tree would be at risk. That was why the entire Fairy Alliance had taken a serious interest in this matter. If the hunters succeeded, Holly herself would personally thank them for their aid. That aligned perfectly with their original objective. 2 missions handled in a single move. The younger prince swore to justify his father's trust and prove his maturity. The elder brother clearly wasn't thrilled, and something deeper than a simple struggle for the throne simmered between them. Minutes later, the party climbed into the carriage and set off toward their next chapter. Trouble kicked in almost immediately. The carriage crawled forward like it wasn't pulled by horses, but by exhausted slugs. The hunters started snapping at Lao, who didn't seem in any hurry to pick up the pace. The kid ignored the complaints, his mind stuck on Kiwi, tuning out everything else. Ever since their first meeting, he had treated her differently, without fully understanding why. It irritated him to see that Voltarian staying alone with her, discussing something in low tones. They were talking about the Sword King, who had vanished long ago and was hiding somewhere beyond known lands. Soon, another carriage rolled past, driven by a friendly-looking man. He was also heading toward the eastern village and was eager to reach it before nightfall. The man warned them that once darkness fell, strange and dangerous things began roaming this forest. After saying that, he sped up, as if proving his point through action. His advice was simple: follow directly behind him and don't stray from the road. But the prince wasn't about to take orders from some random commoner. Royal blood ran through his veins, and that meant he chose the direction. The future king accelerated like someone driving for the first time, and judging by the chaos, that was probably accurate. The wheels slipped off the path, and the carriage tumbled down a slope, kicking up clouds of dust. Han lunged forward, assuming the squad had been ambushed. Lao stubbornly repeated that the goddess was watching over him so nothing bad would happen. Logic had never been his strong suit, and right now that weakness came back to bite him. The carriage eventually burst into flames, forcing the prince to lower his gaze toward the fire. Outside the capital, titles carried zero weight, only actions mattered. Han coldly warned that if Lao kept acting like this, the consequences wouldn't be pretty. Meanwhile, the sun fully sank beyond the horizon, and the forest drowned in thick darkness. The future king confidently claimed he knew the way and led the party deeper into the shadows. From the outside, it looked more like improvisation than skilled navigation. Even so, the hunters followed. Not out of respect for his title, but because of his connection to the roots of the world tree. For centuries, the elven royal family had tended those roots and safeguarded their power. Once every 20 years, they could produce a special gift from them, like the sword Han had received. Lao was still too young and hadn't mastered that art. He could only faintly sense the roots, often relying on instinct. Yet somehow, by sheer miracle, he guided the group to the lost carriage in the forest. At first glance, it seemed like luck, but the feeling of unease lingered. Kiwi stepped forward cautiously, then suddenly recoiled. Inside lay the very man who had promised them safe passage. He wasn't sleeping. His body had dried out, reduced to something resembling a mummy. At this point, it's worth remembering the position of the king's younger son. In the palace, everyone had celebrated his return. Everyone except Crone, whose tension had only grown. The issue lay in Lao's origin, which had long been hidden from the public. But rumors still spread across the kingdom, and many learned of the king's mistake. Because of that, the prince's mother had been forced to leave the palace and live far from the throne. Since then, the father had become even more protective of his younger son, trying to atone. Back in the present, Lao opened his eyes and faced the horrifying scene before him. The dried corpse in the carriage filled him with genuine terror. For the first time, he doubted whether he should have joined this expedition at all. The hunters quickly regained composure and focused on what mattered. They had found a trail. After assessing the situation, Kiwi stated that the man still had a chance to survive. His organs had dried out and his condition was critical, but his heart still beat faintly. Only Lao could sense direction through the roots of the world tree. Waiting for him to fully awaken was risky. Movement could already be felt behind them. With every passing minute, something was drawing closer, thickening the tension in the air. In the dark forest, the rotten stench of underground creatures became sharper and harder to ignore. No one knew where all these creatures had crawled out from. Only fragments of a theory floated around. Most likely, it was the work of a parasite spreading through the eastern part of the kingdom. It infested the corpses of monsters and reanimated them, turning the dead into obedient puppets. The origin of that parasite remained a mystery. But this wasn't the moment to chase its roots. Survival came first. Investigations could wait until they were breathing safely again. The problem wasn't just the speed of the pursuers. The road itself turned into a trap. The path suddenly ended, and the carriage hurtled straight toward the edge of a cliff. Hefir and Addis held steady faces, like everything was under control, even as control slipped away. The wyvern activated the skill magic chain at the last possible second. A glowing chain of energy wrapped around the nearest tree and yanked the carriage to a stop at the very edge. The move saved the squad, but every team has its weak link. Lao lost his footing and tumbled downward, dragged along with the falling monsters. In free fall, fear locked his body stiff down to his fingertips. He had already started saying goodbye to life in his head when he felt someone yank his cloak. Han had grabbed the stubborn kid by the clothes and held him suspended over the abyss. There had always been tension between them, more cold distance than friendship. But something shifted in that instant. Being saved hits deeper than words ever could. After driving back the monsters, the hunters pressed on and finally reached the eastern lands. A small village appeared ahead. Only the gates stood between them and answers. Instead of welcome, the chief guard met them with a shout and ordered them to leave. Even the title of future king didn't impress him. The villagers had been sending letters to the capital for months without help, and resentment had piled up. They had to explain that the prince had arrived immediately after receiving word. Once, only humans lived here, but the roots of the world tree had drawn elves to the area. Land disputes ignited old grudges, and now the atmosphere in the village was razor thin. Words weren't enough. They had to present stronger proof by showing the dying man. The villagers agreed to take in the carriage owner, but that didn't mean peace with the elves. They openly cursed the royal family and every one of its members. Without compromise, any investigation into the anomaly would stall before it even began. Even Kiwi briefly considered turning back. The situation felt hopeless. Lao knew he wouldn't be able to face his father and brother if he returned empty-handed. For the sake of the mission, he was ready to sacrifice his pride. If humans disliked elven ears, what would they say when they saw his second heritage, human? That bloodline was called mixed. A child born from an elf and a human. A rare and dangerous case, which explained why Lao had been hidden from the public eye. But instead of sympathy, the villagers broke into mocking laughter. They decided the elves hadn't sent help. They had sent a half-blood. When the insults started flying, Han stopped holding back. He stepped forward and drove his wooden sword into the dry earth before the gates. Lao might be a walking headache, but he was still a member of the royal family. If the villagers didn't snap out of it, the Voltarian would show them what real aura looked like. The guards fell silent instantly and took a step back. Hurried footsteps echoed from inside, someone clearly dragged from bed. The doors swung open, and the mummified man was rushed inside. Whispers spread that members of the royal family stood among the visitors. And then something happened that no one saw coming. All this time, the king's third son had been living in this very village, having long abandoned any claim to the throne. He recognized Lao at first glance and ordered everyone to move to a secure location. A long-haired man wearing glasses rushed toward his younger brother and embraced him tightly. They hadn't seen or contacted each other for years, and the reunion hit like a shockwave. No one doubted it. The resemblance to Crone was undeniable. The royal blood was written all over his face. It turned out they were twins, yet fate had split them onto completely different paths. The guards let the guests inside, and the middle prince immediately focused on the injured man. Slowly, the victim began to regain consciousness, his breathing evening out. Color returned to his skin, and the dried organs started reclaiming moisture. The treatment was rooted in ancient magical knowledge passed down within the royal family. It was the middle prince who had been caring for the sick villagers, trying to keep the crisis from spiraling. There were no other healers here, and even he couldn't pinpoint the true cause of the illness. Maurice lived in voluntary exile and had no desire for the palace to learn about his life in the village. A fracture had split the royal family, one they preferred to keep buried in silence. To avoid intruding on family matters, the hunters stepped into the next room. The brothers needed to talk without outside ears. The villagers had shown hostility, but Kiwi's behavior was just as sharp. Without warning, she climbed onto the patient and reached into his mouth. Dr. House would have given a silent standing ovation. Gasps filled the room, but she had already pulled out a writhing larva. A closer look made it clear that parasite was poisoning the body from within. Even those whose organs had begun deteriorating could recover once it was removed. Yet the healing process remained slow, as if something unseen still interfered. It turned out the larvae intentionally kept their hosts alive, using their bodies to reproduce. That was strange, since typical underground monsters aimed only to kill. Moreover, the infections were concentrated in one specific area, almost as if someone was directing them. From a formal standpoint, the mission was complete. The source identified, time to report back to the king. His order had been to uncover the cause of the anomaly, not personally save every victim. Kiwi insisted on returning, her cold logic on full display. But living by this world's laws meant accepting its consequences as well. Han tried to reason with her, only to be met with cutting words. She reminded him how many lives had been lost because of emotions and the lack of a clear plan. Kiwi spoke as if she knew the entire history of the Voltarian warrior down to the smallest detail. Han's heart tightened painfully, and with that pain came rising fury. Attis stepped forward, unwilling to leave his friend standing alone. He raised his hand, then froze when reminded this was a hospital, not a battlefield. How much Kiwi truly knew about Han's past was unclear, but her words struck deep. Sometimes, even the best choice leads to the worst consequences, and no one is immune to mistakes. Han had fallen dozens of times, yet he always stood back up and kept moving. He had earned respect, even if the gods viewed him differently. Maurice intervened, urging everyone to calm down. He noted that night had fully fallen and suggested they stay until morning. Afir struggled to contain her emotions and kept arguing. Kiwi irritated her. She carried herself like someone who believed she alone had the right to decide everything. Still, it was worth remembering that Kiwi was acting under the goddess's orders, within her assigned role. No one, however, was forcing the hunters to follow her commands blindly. Even so, the thought of returning home refused to fade. Han didn't want to miss that chance, so he was willing to cooperate with Kiwi despite the clash. Meanwhile, fragments of their earlier argument echoed faintly from the adjacent room. Lao and Kiwi lay on separate beds, unable to sleep. Kiwi felt guilt gnawing at her, knowing her words had wounded the others. Lao quietly tried to reassure her, believing the hunters were better than they seemed. They had protected him even after learning about his mixed blood, and that meant something. It was better to rest now and decide the next move in the morning. Kiwi closed her eyes, but thoughts of the future kept circling restlessly in her mind. Every time she drifted into sleep, the same tormenting nightmare dragged her under. The goddess's assistant felt warm blood trickling down her head, while an icy numbness locked her body in place. Her entire frame was broken and torn apart. The monster hadn't aimed to kill, but to crush her will completely. Before her stood a grotesque woman with unnaturally long, twisted arms. The creature seized Kiwi and rasped that she would become a vessel for its future offspring. The dream carried more than fear. It felt like a prophecy of unavoidable disaster. Jolting awake, Kiwi shot upright, trying to decide whether it was a warning or just her mind playing tricks. When she looked around and saw Lao missing from his bed, unease tightened in her chest. She rushed toward the door to confirm everything was still intact. In the corridor, she collided with Afir and learned alarming news. Their weapons were gone. At that same moment, desperate screams echoed from outside. Massive parasites flooded the village, crawling out from beneath the earth and squeezing through cracks in the walls. Women and children hid inside homes, clutching their chests and whispering prayers. But even indoors wasn't safe. The creatures seeped through the smallest openings. There were so many parasites it felt like someone had carefully planned this assault for a long time. Even seasoned warriors who had guarded the village for years froze, unsure how to stem the tide. Hope seemed almost gone, until the next second flipped everything. Hearing the screams, Han bolted outside without hesitation. He didn't bother searching for a blade. His fists were already heavy with power. The first punch split a parasite in half, but that only made things worse. From the severed body burst several smaller spikes, continuing the attack. It became clear. Raw, brute force alone wouldn't cut it. Hadis quickly realized that without fire magic, this infestation wouldn't burn out. He warned Han not to unleash his aura recklessly. Too many civilians were nearby. One uncontrolled blast could erase the parasites along with half the village. Kiwi reminded them of the sword forged from the roots of the world tree, capable of channeling and dampening excess energy. With absolute focus, the roots could absorb part of the surge and prevent the power from spiraling. There were already over 200 parasites swarming around, and cutting them down one by one was pointless. It was far too suspicious that such a massive horde of underground creatures targeted this specific village. Some villagers began whispering that the curse was tied to Lao's arrival. Han shut that down instantly, stepping in front of the prince. He made it clear any rebellion would be treated as a threat, with harsh consequences. One cold glare from him was enough to silence even the loudest guard. They needed to find the young prince immediately, even if Kiwi acted like it was secondary. She tried not to escalate tensions or spark another clash with the hunters. By her rules, interfering with predetermined fates, whether of a person or an entire continent, was forbidden. Her focus was the mission and the balance of the world, not the life of a single heir. But in her calculations, Kiwi overlooked one critical factor. She believed Lao's death wouldn't affect her objective, but she miscalculated. If Lao died, Han would refuse to cooperate, regardless of the fallout. The declaration sounded bold, almost defiant, but completely honest. Han drew a clear line. Without the prince, their agreement meant nothing. Kiwi had no choice but to accept that condition and head out to find the elf. Meanwhile, the hunters took control of the perimeter. For them, battle was their element, the one place they felt fully alive. The village warriors stepped back, sensing that a true slaughter was about to unfold. The Wyvern's magic and Addis's flames would play support roles in the fight. The main strike fell to Han, who allowed the aura of death to rise from his depths. He focused to the absolute limit, forcing the new sword to channel the destructive energy with precision. His objective was crystal clear: protect the civilians and wipe out every last parasite. While Han was turning the battlefield into a full-blown light show, Kiwi located Lao. Almost felt like a festival, except the soundtrack was screams and parasites. Lao was cradled in the arms of a glamorous woman who deliberately kept her face hidden. Kiwi coldly ordered her to stop and return what didn't belong to her. The woman with vividly painted lips seemed like she had been waiting for this meeting, and showed zero surprise at Kiwi's arrival. Her eyes were tightly wrapped in bandages, yet she reacted flawlessly to every movement around her. Kiwi recognized her instantly, the same figure that haunted her nightmares. There was no mistake. That dream hadn't been random, it had been a warning. It looked like the time had come to use that spear and put an end to this story. The woman holding the child was only pretending to be human. A heavy stench of rotten tomatoes and swamp decay radiated from her. Her delirious muttering made one thing clear. This wasn't just a monster, but a twisted mother. She envied those who had children and was desperate to claim one of her own at any cost. The exchange confirmed it. There was no room for negotiation. Only force remained, and it had to be swift and decisive. Kiwi always followed one rule: eliminate the threat immediately. She closed the distance in a blink and thrust forward with precision, matching a Voltarian warrior. Meanwhile, the village was slowly being cleared of parasites. Han's aura, Addis's flames, and the Wyvern's support operated like a synchronized machine. But every fight has its downside. Perfect plans don't exist. The monsters were being destroyed, yet their torn bodies spawned new copies. It was as if a warped gene of multiplication was embedded within them, preventing total eradication. The villagers held back for now, watching the clash with cautious fear. At that moment, Dr. Morris appeared, maintaining unsettling composure. He had long been intrigued by the Voltarian's aura, far too unstable and destructive for standard control. He was the first to notice certain parasite groups starting to devour each other. Now every fallen monster became fuel for dozens of others, strengthening the swarm. Death itself accelerated their evolution. They multiplied and grew stronger despite constant losses. But let's shift away from Han's squad and return to the dark forest, where another battle unfolded. With a precise icy strike, Kiwi severed one of her opponent's arms. In any other fight, that would have been the turning point. But not tonight. The severed limb regenerated instantly, and the Red Woman didn't even flinch. By then, Kiwi realized that using aura directly was too dangerous. The monster could absorb foreign power and grow stronger from it. It became clear who had directed the parasites into the village and orchestrated the chaos. Logically, killing this woman should collapse the entire network. It sounded simple, but defeating her was far harder than expected. Every wound sealed within seconds, and any severed body part grew back anew. The goddess's assistant had to unleash her full skill set, moving at the absolute edge of focus. Her strikes sliced through the air, bursts of power lighting up the black trunks of the trees. Instead of pain, her opponent responded only with a quiet, mocking laugh. After countless ineffective blows, Kiwi shifted tactics. She activated a freezing technique to shut down the enemy's regeneration. In a frozen state, neither recovery nor energy absorption should be possible. The plan looked flawless. This should have ended the fight. After a brilliant flash of ice, Kiwi lowered her guard slightly and allowed herself a deep breath. For a split second, she felt light and certain, as if victory was already secured. Lao lay nearby, still struggling to grasp where he was. He had fallen asleep in a warm bed and awakened in a damp, shadowed forest. Kiwi gently urged him to stay calm and prepared to lead him back to the village. But in that very instant, an invisible force slammed into her head with crushing impact. The nightmare spiraled completely out of control. Stephen King himself would have respected that plot twist. The Red Woman somehow restored her mangled body in a way that defied reason. It looked absurd. In a frozen state, regeneration should have been impossible. But to cheat the rules, the monster devoured her own parasites and rebuilt herself using their energy. This creature was obsessed with motherhood and wouldn't let anyone shatter her twisted dream. She would claim the boy at any cost because in her warped mind he was already her child. As Kiwi moved to shield Lao, a brutal realization struck her. The nightmares weren't just dreams. They were warnings of her impending death. She had acted too directly, like a rookie ignoring the hidden threat. The mistake drew blood. A crushing blow sent her flying, crimson scattering through the air. Kiwi froze, while the Red Woman smiled in satisfaction, sensing a new presence enter the forest. Han arrived at the most critical second, determined to protect the goddess's assistant. He had never liked strange women, especially the child-snatching kind. With beings like that, he preferred short conversations. Draw the sword and end it in one strike. But before the climax unfolds, let's rewind to the chaos still burning in the village. The tension there kept rising, even though the hunters maintained outward calm. They exchanged rapid words, calculating the perfect purge strategy. Addis signaled he had a plan and asked them to trust his instincts. Ifir didn't hesitate. She had long since learned to rely on his calls. Han stepped back for a moment, letting his friend set the stage. But when he glanced around, he realized he stood alone at the epicenter of the swarm. Nearby shimmered the demon god's crystal, the source of searing fire magic. Addis grabbed Ifir and retreated to a safe distance while there was still time. They shouted for Han to hold out and draw as many creatures as possible with his aura. The parasites lunged toward the lone warrior, and in the next heartbeat, the sky was split by an upward fire blast. A blazing pillar tore through the heavens, incinerating parasites down to the soil. Addis and Ifir laughed in relief, as if their friend wasn't standing dead center in fiery hell. Only a crazy tactic like that could forge magic capable of burning parasites to the last cell and preventing regeneration. And yet the main parasite, as they jokingly dubbed him, the Voltarian warrior, walked out of the flames alive. He didn't even glance back at the explosion. Pure Michael Bay energy. Naturally, he tossed a few sharp words at his friends, making it clear he was done being bait. Still, the plan worked, and for the first time that night the village could breathe. But instead of celebration, a strange silence settled, and Morris's expression darkened. In the distance, pink streaks of aura flashed near the world tree. Everyone understood. The true threat hadn't been eliminated yet. Han felt the familiar surge first. Kiwi was in danger. If anything happened to Lao, the fallout would be irreversible, and there was no time to hesitate. He ordered his friends to stay put and dashed toward the forest at full speed. Addis suggested checking the perimeter in case any creatures had survived. But the moment he turned, he was nearly knocked down by a crowd of frenzied villagers. It looked like the people had completely lost control of themselves. And here it's important to remember, the world crafted by the goddess functions like a perfectly tuned mechanism. As long as that mechanism runs, events unfold in strict sequence. When something interferes from outside, the issue isn't a faulty prediction. Reality itself glitches. The future fractures, like a patch in an online game meant to fix balance but breaking everything instead. A branch of events had formed that was never supposed to exist, and Kiwi felt a sharp dizziness flood her mind. Through her interference, she had already altered the fate of an entire continent. Regret was pointless. The Red Woman was still alive and remained a threat. She had weakened after the previous clash, losing a significant portion of her energy. But even in that state, she was nearly impossible to kill with aura strikes and clean cuts alone. Instead of weakening her, the aura fed the monster, accelerating that grotesque regeneration. Until now, the Red Woman had been obsessed only with the boy, but her gaze now swept over everyone. She declared coldly that the village could survive, just under her twisted rules. Han had never tolerated slavery or tyranny, so he struck without warning. He poured so much force into the swing that a single blow from the wooden sword turned the monster's body into a bloody mess. It happened right before the villagers who had gathered at the forest's edge. Even Lao froze, speechless at what he had just witnessed. All this time, Kiwi had underestimated the outsider, seeing him as raw power without strategy. Now she saw clearly. He wasn't just a fighter, but a rare prodigy. Han's strength broke the usual laws of this world, as if he operated under a different system entirely. Immortal monster, village on fire, and he's checking the numbers. True gamer mindset, priorities locked in. The silence shattered under hysterical screams from the crowd. Instead of gratitude, the villagers mourned the death of their lady, as if they had lost a savior. That was when Kiwi understood. This was far worse than it looked. The villagers had been infected from the start, acting as one under the parasite's control. Their bodies began twisting before everyone's eyes, movements jerky and unnatural. From distorted throats came a familiar voice. The Red Woman had risen again. If even that strike couldn't destroy her, imagining a way to stop her grew harder by the second. It was like a symbiosis. The monster absorbed the host's minds and lived through them. In essence, it was slavery, just more refined and absolute. The lady didn't care how it looked. She saw herself as a savior. The possessed villagers closed in around the hunter and the goddess's assistant. Lao tried to break free and help, but strength drained from his limbs. Worse still, Epher and Adis began showing signs of infection. The parasite spread through blood. One cut was enough to lose control. Only Lao remained conscious, watching as the hunters fell one by one, betraying their purpose. Even the Voltarian warrior seemed unable to resist the demonic force, appearing to shift to the dark side. When Lao opened his eyes again, he screamed, trying to reach his friends and save Kiwi. The scream cut short. The world around him shifted violently. Instead of the forest, he stood in a bright room scented with spring and birdsong. The door opened softly and a smiling woman greeted her son. The moment Lao saw her face, he screamed. He recognized the monster. Reality twisted with each passing second, as if someone were rewriting it live. Han cast as the monster's devoted husband. Worst plot twist of the season. Now back to Kiwi's consciousness, sinking once more into a disturbing vision. These images had flickered before, but now they were painfully sharp. Amid dark branches and crimson crystals, a small boy could be seen. He was bound by the roots of the world tree, barely able to move. A distorted entity opened a portal behind him and burst into laughter. Kiwi's heart pounded violently, and she snapped her eyes open. Her body shook with coughing, as if something foreign lived inside her. Looking down, she saw a parasite clinging to her skin. Glancing around, she recognized the familiar hospital ward filled with infected mummies. Every patient was infected, and the air reeked of sickness. Her sudden cry startled someone who had only meant to help. It was Maurice, stepping in from the kitchen carrying a tray of warm food. He froze, realizing the patient had awakened without his intervention. In a split second, Kiwi sprang up, pushed off the floor, and grabbed the elf by the throat. The fragile girl was gone. Before him stood a warrior ready to kill. Even infected, she felt her aura stirring inside, and fear vanished completely. Cold tears rolled down his face. The secret pact had finally been exposed. Yes, he had cooperated with the monster, but it was far more complicated than simple betrayal. He kept repeating apologies, begging for the village to be saved, the same village he had tried to hold together. The disaster had begun about half a year ago, when Morris was living quietly here, treating ordinary illnesses. An elf of royal blood, cast out of the palace due to the struggle for the throne, he had only sought peace far from intrigue. That peace shattered the moment he sensed a disturbing aura radiating from the roots of the world tree. Alongside the villagers, he descended into a cavern beneath the roots, where the air felt thick and suffocating. Deep inside, they found a narrow crack leaking crimson light and coiling dark energy. From that fissure crawled something other. Its mere presence made the cave unbearable. When Maurice regained awareness, bodies already surrounded him. People had slaughtered each other without understanding why. By some miracle, he hadn't been infected, perhaps protected by pure elven blood. But from that day on, the villagers began to change, until the Red Woman seized control of the entire East. She forced Morris to treat the infected, promising to spare the village from outright massacre. The village became a living energy source, slowly feeding the monster. The obvious question followed. Why hadn't he warned the hunters immediately? Because he had tried to rebel once before and the consequences were horrific. The Red Woman was always one step ahead, her calculations cold and precise. The moment information leaked, parasites slaughtered the witnesses. When Maurice saw uninfected travelers arrive, he decided to let them in. It was his last gamble. He stayed silent, hoping the strong would uncover the truth on their own. Now his trembling voice carried no deception, only exhaustion and regret. A portal from another dimension and the entity beyond hinted at a far greater threat. But the real question remained. What had happened to Lao and the hunters? Hearing that, Morris lowered his gaze and exhaled heavily. Not far from the massive tree stood a neat little house, too beautiful for such grim surroundings. If an ordinary person crossed its threshold, they wouldn't sense anything wrong. At first glance, a happy family lived there, the rooms soaked in warmth and care. At the table, under soft lamplight, a husband and wife dined in an almost romantic calm. A minute later, their son descended the stairs, scolded for sleeping past noon again. He didn't touch the plate and suddenly snapped, accusing his mother of lying. Lao understood perfectly. If he tasted that food, his mind would fade, and he would become the next course. The father slammed his fist onto the table, making the dishes rattle. He demanded the boy fall silent and never dare defy his mother. Han looked different. Empty eyes and a cold smile made it clear something was deeply wrong. Leo resisted the suggestion only because elven blood flowed through his veins. Even so, that resistance was temporary. Over time, he could merge fully with this fake family. The boy clung desperately to awareness, ignoring the sweet words and suffocating illusion of comfort. Then a maid entered the room, shattering what little stability remained. A cheerful Afir, glowing with a smile, offered the prince a signature dish. But instead of lasagna or steak, Lao saw writhing raw worms on the plate. The sight and smell nearly made him vomit, and he shoved his chair back violently. Addis was blamed. Supposedly, he had prepared this so-called delicacy. The dragon bowed apologetically, blaming his lack of culinary skill. Watching hunters who once fought monsters now play obedient servants was genuinely terrifying. Han proudly began recounting how he once made the best Bavarian sausages. Addis bowed again, promising such a mistake would never happen twice. Lao struggled to suppress panic, longing to escape this nightmare house. Even the lady grew tired of the charade. She clapped her hands, and in that instant the room fell into dead silence. No one dared move, yet the frozen smiles remained carved onto their faces. The Red Woman had no intention of force-feeding her son. In her twisted logic, she had to be the perfect mother, but someone had to take the blame, and Addis seemed to sense he was the one meant to bear it. In the next instant, he was fired. Tentacles lashed toward him like a death sentence. One more second, and the dragon would have been reduced to bones dissolved inside parasites. To stop that from happening, Lao crushed his disgust and forced himself to eat the vile dish. The stench hit his nose. His stomach twisted in spasms, every instinct screaming to reject it. But he kept chewing and even managed to fake a grateful smile. That performance was his only shot at buying time and keeping his friends alive. Soon, the doors swung open again, and new guests joined the table. It was Maurice and the goddess's assistant. In desperation, Lao searched their eyes for even a flicker of awareness. Kiwi looked like a statue carved from ice. No muscle in her face betrayed a thought. It was known that the four heroes had sealed the goddess of darkness using the demon god's crystal. That had happened about half a year ago, the exact moment the crack in another dimension appeared. Kiwi understood that the collapse of magical balance was accelerating faster than expected. There was no more time to stall. The goddess's order had to be carried out without hesitation. Over the past 2 days, the hunters had become deeply infected, making parasite removal far more difficult. In theory, she could burn the creatures out with her aura, cleansing her friends from the inside. But whether their bodies would survive that force was another matter. The only one who could tank a meteor, of course, was the same guy everyone used as the frontline shield. His body could endure the aura surge. No worries there. But as long as the Red Woman watched, Kiwi couldn't act openly. Lao desperately hoped someone in that room had kept their sanity. The cold stares and fake smiles pressed on him harder than chains ever could. He felt like he was falling into an abyss, with no hand reaching out to catch him. His so-called mother slowly approached Kiwi and sniffed her hair like a hunting hound tracking prey. She clearly enjoyed seeing the goddess's assistant standing before her like an obedient doll. Lao couldn't endure it any longer. He grabbed a knife from the table and stepped forward, breaking the charade. The blade slid across the mother's skin, but instead of rage, her smile only widened. Guilt ignited in Lao's chest. He had brought his friends into this cursed village. His consciousness frayed at the edges, and in that critical moment, Kiwi was suddenly beside him. Calmly, she urged him not to give in to emotion and reminded him that Mother is always right. The tone of her voice forged a strange connection, and for a second Lao almost believed. The knife slipped from his fingers and the disobedient son whispered an apology. The scene was absurd, but our story has other players who are easy to forget. Far to the north of the continent, among frozen wastelands, dark clouds were gathering as well. A monster chased a man across slick ice, intent on feeding him to its offspring. With nowhere to retreat, Raud prepared to use a last resort technique, mind control. From a distance, it looked like he was toying with a household pet. But first impressions are lies, especially in lands like these. The fluffy dog transformed in an instant into a mutilated horror and spat venom at the hunter. At that very moment, an iron hand intercepted the strike. It seemed that in this world, high technology no longer trailed behind magical weaponry. The monster that had terrorized the north fell to a single, precise blow. Raud's partner landed calmly, removed his mask, and revealed a familiar face. Sana looked almost unchanged, the same confident smile and faint mockery in his eyes. Yet the creatures here were far higher level, and their usual skills barely scratched them. Worse still, many of these beasts could regenerate even after fatal wounds. Any miscalculation here meant catastrophe, especially if the iron arm malfunctioned in the freezing cold. And the two confident hunters suddenly felt like children standing before an ancient horror. Massive snow-white fangs snapped shut just centimeters from their faces, ready to blend the hunters into a bloody smoothie. In that razor-edge moment, Leonard stepped back into the fight and erased the threat with one clean motion. He was clearly irritated. These so-called heroes still couldn't handle basic monsters without backup. He wasn't saving them out of kindness, but for future cooperation and mutual benefit. The North had originally been their training ground, a place to grind levels and sharpen skills. But things had shifted, and the Inquisitor decided it was time for a short, brutal lesson. He reminded them that monsters don't attack out of bloodlust. Most of the time, humans invade their territory first. These creatures lived on the continent long before humanity ever arrived. Unlike the underground horrors, the underground beings were created by the demon god and sealed within their labyrinths ever since. In truth, they pose no threat unless provoked or invaded. Yet hunters willingly dive into dungeons, chasing artifacts, rare resources, and glory. The thirst for reward drives thousands to voluntary death with zero guarantees. On a larger scale, that's the first stage of Ratna's slow takeover by the demon god. The discussion cut off when a strange glowing portal appeared ahead. The unstable rift in space shimmered, pulling at their eyes like gravity. Similar fractures had begun appearing across the continent, and no one understood their origin. The world used to be stable. Now its magical structure felt glitched. Most likely the portal was tied to the demon god, and staying away was the smart move. Not stepping into suspicious portals is basic survival instinct, but Santa apparently skipped that update. Acting on impulse had always been his thing, so no one was shocked. While Santa shared what he glimpsed beyond the rift, equally critical events unfolded in the dark forest. One surviving traveler managed to escape the cursed village. He reached a communication device beside which the demon god's crystal flickered faintly. With trembling hands, he dialed a number, desperate to report the catastrophe. On the other end, Crone, the Elven King's eldest son, answered. The man stammered that the prince had been captured and the village long since enslaved by a monstrous entity. He tried to say more, but behind him came soft footsteps and heavy breathing. A desperate scream cut through the air, and green grass turned crimson. Crone never heard the details. The line went dead, and he crushed the crystal in his grip. But he understood enough. Elven lands had been attacked, and delay was no longer an option. At that moment, a woman with truly overwhelming aura interrupted him. Holly spoke calmly, reminding him that this was no longer just an elven problem. The elves disliked admitting that the Fairy Alliance was once again stepping into their internal affairs. As they discussed the situation, a stern man with icy eyes approached Holly. It was Richard, bringing urgent information related to Zenobia. The Fairy Queen barely listened, her focus fixed on aiding the elves. She hadn't seen the Elven King in over 15 years, yet memories of past encounters still lingered. First, she apologized for arriving without messengers or guards. If Holly came alone, it meant she stood here not as queen, but as one of the 4 heroes. Tension filled the hall. The old king studied her as if trying to read her soul. She refused to reveal details and asked that no unnecessary questions be asked. Her objective was simple: eliminate the forest threat and protect the United Kingdom. Without hesitation, the king ordered preparations for an operation at dawn. He felt that together with Holly, they could accomplish the impossible. Even if the monster was powerful, it would struggle against a heroine whose legend eclipsed death itself. Crone declared he would join the expedition and not hide behind his father's back. He knew the king was aging and time was merciless. The eldest heir wasn't meant to risk himself, but anxiety and fury boiled within him. His thoughts circled his younger brother. He feared losing him forever. If risking his life was required, he would do it to save Lao. Meanwhile, the boy himself desperately needed help. His parents had fully lost their sanity. Instead of a child's bedroom, he was locked inside a stone cell like a criminal. Using nothing but a spoon, he scraped at the stone and carved a narrow opening in the wall. It seemed the young prince had actually learned something from tales of the Count of Monte Cristo. But even that wasn't enough. The roots of the world tree ran through the walls everywhere. The house was built so strangely, as if the forest itself refused to let anyone escape. While Lao struggled to figure out a way out, the family silently appeared behind him. And once again, he had to put on a fake smile, playing the perfect son and grateful child. He stayed perfectly calm, playing obedient only to mask his escape attempt. One look from Mother, and the escape plan died before it even left his head. She then gently ordered everyone out, wanting a private talk with her son. Even in that crushing moment, Lao clung to hope. Deep down, he believed Kiwi wasn't bound by the curse. If she had no intention of saving the team, she would have left long ago, which meant she had a plan. Meanwhile, the goddess's assistant was running calculations at lightning speed, weighing outcomes and sacrifices. They had avoided the worst-case scenario, but the mission in the village had already been a mistake. The king's task had only cost precious time. According to prophecy, Lo was destined to die. The line of fate was ruthless. If she interfered too bluntly, the visions would shatter, and Kiwi would lose her ability to see what lay ahead. To ensure Ratna's survival, she needed to save Han, leave the village, and track down the Sword King. Hafir noticed Kiwi slipping out of her obedient family member role. She tried to snap her back into character, urging her to handle chores and stay in the illusion. Now wasn't the time to react emotionally. One wrong move would collapse the entire strategy. Kiwi felt it. The perfect moment for a decisive choice had arrived. While Lao distracted the main monster, Han remained vulnerable and alone. The calculation was brutal. If necessary, Attis and Ephir might have to be sacrificed to escape the continent. She was ready to go that far, but sometimes fate offers a cleaner way out. A knock sounded at the door. An elf informed the lady of urgent business. Maurice was clearly stalling, speaking nervously and pacing the corridor. One glance at him was enough. He was buying time. That meant bloodshed could be avoided, and the core plan could proceed. Kiwi moved silently toward the room where the Voltarian warrior stayed. Lately, Han had felt like he was living someone else's life. The bed felt too short, the clothes too tight, and the reflection in the mirror unfamiliar. Sometimes he wanted to tear it all off and return to raw, primal freedom. He even hated the mustache. The illusion tried, but the taste level was 0. As his thoughts spiraled, Kiwi activated her aura and approached quietly from behind. This moment could have ended in tragedy, just like Lao's confrontation with the monster. The boy gripped a stone tightly, his voice trembling as he made it clear he wouldn't surrender without a fight. He refused to accept this woman as his mother, no matter how convincing she seemed. The Red Woman continued her soft persuasion, exploiting every doubt. She claimed that if she were truly a monster, she would have burned the entire village long ago. She painted herself as rational and merciful, rejecting violence. But beneath the speech lay careful manipulation aimed straight at a child's fear. When Lao rejected her again, she pulled out her final card. The Red Woman spoke of his real mother's death, as if she knew every buried secret. The words hit harder than any blade, and the boy's composure shattered. He swung the stone, but too hastily. A seasoned parasite always outmatches a child. Her objective was simple: force Lao to swallow the parasite. The moment he did, he would become the obedient son, loving his new mother. Only seconds remained before that outcome, but suddenly a strange noise echoed through the house. The monster couldn't ignore the strange noise. Every inch of the village was under her control, and even the slightest disturbance registered instantly. Now back upstairs, where chaos was just starting to level up. Mr. Big Muscles had officially lost his glorious mustache. It burned off in a single aura flare. Kiwi already regretted striking too soon. Her power wasn't enough to suppress a titan like him. Her strongest energy burst only blasted a hole through Han's clothes, nowhere near enough for a win. He was done with it all and ripped off the last scraps of those ridiculous, tight restraints. Cold wind brushed against bare skin, and in that chill he found a twisted sense of freedom. But the enraged warrior saw the attack as a threat to his family, and that meant the response would be brutal. Meanwhile, the Red Woman moved toward the dungeon exit, but Lao stepped into her path. He understood one thing: Kiwi had to finish the fight, so he needed to buy time. The problem was his strength barely allowed him to stand before an ancient parasite. The Red Woman passed through iron bars like they were nothing but smoke. In that instant, Lao noticed a faint shimmer within the crack in the wall. The roots of the world tree seemed to respond to his presence, hinting at another path. Clenching his teeth, he decided that today he would stop being a child. Amid the raging clash, Han recalled his years wandering the Rocky Mountains and the endless solitude. He had been an outsider, yet the villagers accepted him and gave him something that felt like home. Now he had family and friends, and he wouldn't let anyone tear that away. He was ready to go all in to protect those who mattered to him. The irony was brutal. None of it was real, just a carefully crafted illusion. To save false memories tangled with reality inside his mind, and snapping him out would require extreme measures. Kiwi defended desperately, releasing the last reserves of her aura, but every strike only fed the parasites within his body, making them stronger. Han was so overwhelmingly powerful that even the goddess's assistant couldn't overpower him head-on. Now she had only one real chance to flip the board. She needed Han to awaken his aura on his own, not by command, but by instinct. To do that, she had to shatter his illusion of peace and destabilize his certainty. Years of battles in the Rocky Mountains had refined his base combat skills to near perfection. For a long time, he hadn't even known aura existed, winning fights with bare fists and a heavy blade. Kiwi stubbornly told herself her calculation would still land. She believed an unarmed man couldn't endure the pressure of magical force, but she forgot that his fists had long ago become deadlier than any sword. Han's next strike unleashed a shockwave that ripped trees from the ground. Even the spear designed for defense couldn't fully dampen the impact. Kiwi felt weakness spreading through her body like venom. Every breath burned, and her strength drained fast. If brute force failed, then it was time to play mind games. She urged Han to release his aura and see whether he was trapped in an illusion. But at that exact moment, the Red Woman appeared beside them and cut in. She reminded him that unleashing aura would destroy the village and kill his family. The argument hit hard and shook the warrior for a split second. He leaned now that she sensed someone slipping free from the illusion. The monster chose to eliminate the threat. Parasites barely affect children. Their memories are too shallow to anchor control. Kiwi, despite her adult appearance, had existed in this world for only a few weeks. Her memory was short, and that's why the illusion couldn't fully trap her. And in the very second Kiwi's life hung by a thread, Lao prepared to take the most important step of his life. He tore into the stone wall with raw fury, fingers shredding to blood until he reached the exposed roots of the world tree. The kid had a plan, and it demanded every ounce of courage the elven race could produce. If he truly wanted to save his friends, hesitation was no longer an option. He had to push past his limits. The Red Woman was done tolerating defiance and rising resistance. She raised her hand, ready to erase this family problem and eliminate Kiwi once and for all. At that exact moment, the youngest prince touched the roots of the world tree as if completing an ancient circuit. Blinding streams of energy surged through his body, and the tears on his cheeks crystallized mid-fall. The tree resonated with his elven blood and shone brighter than any aura, like something awakening from a deep slumber. While Kiwi stared in shock at the phenomenon, the monster twisted in pain and hissed. Someone had disrupted the shared signal, and for the first time the Red Woman felt control slipping. As she tried to process what was happening, Kiwi dashed toward Han without hesitation. She grabbed his face with both hands, locking eyes with the fractured depths of his soul. Without a second of doubt, she leaned in and kissed the warrior, shattering the illusion along with the fake domestic fantasy. A dull impact echoed as the goddess's assistant was hurled back into the wall. But the kiss had landed. Something inside Han's mind cracked. She had done everything she could, and now she let fate unfold, accepting the possibility of death. The Red Woman completely lost composure, her face warping with rage. She decided to end the farce with one crushing blow. Yet, just as her hand came down, her husband intercepted the strike. Han awakened, even though the illusion's memories still clung to him like smoke. He truly liked the idea of a home, a wife, a child, a life without endless battles. But the image felt wrong, too polished, too artificial for his nature. He had no memory of kissing anyone in such a setting, and that meant the wife was a lie. No matter how she screamed or begged him to stop, the window had closed. In her final agony, the monster couldn't change a thing. Han unleashed his aura and incinerated the Red Woman completely. Nothing remained but dust. Particles scattered as if she'd been torn apart at the atomic level. Without wasting a second, they rushed down into the underground dungeon beneath the roots. Han refused to dwell on the kiss and dryly labeled it emergency intervention. He thanked Kiwi, though he still avoided her gaze. Kiwi gave it zero weight and focused entirely on finding the elven prince. When she finally saw him, her heart tightened. She had clearly been too late. The boy had burned through too much strength to aid his friends and trigger the tree's resonance. He was still breathing and even tried to smile, but he looked utterly drained. His heartbeat stuttered, and his breathing turned shallow and uneven. Kiwi immediately released her aura and gently freed him from the world tree's roots. He collapsed weakly into her arms, and for the first time she realized he mattered to her. Though she had lived in this world only weeks, something like a maternal instinct awakened within her. It became clear that the villagers had been controlled by a signal transmitted through the roots. The monster had used the sacred roots as a conduit for her dark will. The true source of the corrupted energy lay deep underground. To free the villagers, that source had to be destroyed and the world tree purified. Once done, the signal would vanish and the infected would slowly regain themselves. Lao had learned this during his contact with the roots and passed the knowledge to Kiwi. She explained it briefly and clearly, leaving Han with no doubts. Meanwhile, her restoration magic stabilized the boy's condition. The prince, barely conscious, already insisted on descending into the dungeon to finish what he started. Kiwi paled, looked away, and drew a deep breath. She wouldn't risk him. He would remain above until the enemy was eradicated completely. The Red Woman could regenerate through other parasites, and writing her off now would be reckless. Even if Han reduced her to molecules, that didn't guarantee the nightmare was truly over. No matter how badly Lao wanted to fight, this battlefield was way beyond safe for him. After touching the world tree, he had already lost sight in one eye, and that price was brutal enough. Kiwi and Han could handle the rest without the elf, even if Lao hated admitting it. The boy tried to argue, but his throat tightened, and not a single word escaped. He was seconds away from accepting he'd stay behind until Han stepped in. The warrior hoisted the prince onto his shoulders, claiming that in Voltarian lands even toddlers enter battle. Apparently, common sense left this squad ages ago. Besides, no one sensed the roots of the world tree like Lao. Without him, they'd be walking blind. Han offered his shoulder without hesitation, and for the first time, confidence flickered across the prince's face. Kiwi understood arguing was pointless. They were descending as three. The dungeon greeted them with suffocating darkness, where even one step required magical light. Meanwhile, Morris guided Addis and Ephir toward the deeper roots, following a plan only he understood. None of them knew his motive. The Red Woman hadn't ordered this. Ephir looked around with curiosity, fearlessly touching the strange growths. Between the roots of the world tree, frozen faces of the dead began to surface. The grotesque images chilled the mind and pierced straight to the bone. The roots had long been infected. The monster was draining their inner energy. That energy condensed into fruits on the branches, resembling crimson crystals. Concentrated life force solidified into blood-red stones worth a fortune. Venture deeper, and the beauty and horror of the place would etch themselves into memory forever. Stopping suddenly, Morris asked them to find the Voltarian warrior. A sharp scream echoed, a warning of a new threat. The Red Woman had risen again, furious beyond belief at her family's betrayal. From her voice alone, Maurice realized the plan had gone sideways. He tried to calm things, but his words only deepened suspicion. Now he was branded a traitor and marked for execution. The middle son of the king seemed to lose all fear of death and stepped toward fate willingly. He approached the monster calmly, as if greeting an old acquaintance. If she truly needed to kill him, he wouldn't resist. He offered himself completely. But the moment this elf died, his magic would vanish, and without it, the Red Woman would weaken drastically. She depended on Morris, meaning their fragile pact still bound her. Yet he too was trapped. Banished from the kingdom, he had nowhere left to return. Right now, neither side could afford the truth about the village leaking out. If the world learned what was happening here, their fragile schemes would collapse instantly. The parasite mistress already sensed the approach of a brave man and his allies. She intended to make them pay for daring to interfere. First, Addis and Ephir had to prove loyalty by attacking the intruders. Refusing to wait for a strike, Morris chose to act first. He stepped forward and faced those who once called him friend. After confirming they were unharmed, he quickly listened to their strategy. During the exchange, Kiwi reminded them the monster primarily affected humans, and that thought rattled Han for a split second. As he processed it, the elder brother praised Laos. The boy had proven himself worthy of royal elven blood. Even Morris couldn't directly resonate with the world tree, yet Lao had, and that meant everything. Their brief light exchange faded into heavy silence. Behind them appeared a girl wielding twin blades, her eyes burning with rage. Fear lunged to decapitate them, but the sacred spear intercepted her strike. She had always lacked just a fraction of speed, and today that flaw favored the hunters. Words were useless. No speech would bring her back to normal, and she wasn't alone. Behind her, Attis was already gathering flames. Yet, even that blazing torrent wasn't the worst-case scenario. If he transformed into a dragon, it wouldn't be a battle. It would be a natural disaster with attitude. As for ordinary magical attacks, the Voltarian warrior brushed them off like drifting ash. Han kept trying to reach his best friend, but every word sank into a void. Attis was fully under the mistress's control, moving without hesitation to annihilate the intruders. The situation worsened thanks to a shard of the demon god's blessing, amplifying his magic several times over. Without it, he was just a dragon wielding fire. Now he was a top-tier mage whose energy bent the air. To snap him out of it, persuasion wouldn't cut it. Only hard measures would. First, these lunatics needed cooling down, and Han already had a method. He grabbed his crazed friends and bolted toward the edge of a chasm, like gravity itself could knock sense back into them. Sometimes he delivered absurd lines with such a stone face even hell would crack a smile. But there was no room for comedy now. The Red Mistress had entered hunting mode. Hearing the chaos below, she decided to strike first. One blow pierced Kiwi's defense and fed her own swollen pride. Now it was time to see what would happen when the goddess's envoy unleashed her true aura. Round 2 ignited instantly. Kiwi launched a ruthless counteroffensive. Using an artifact from the dungeon, she delivered a maximum output strike, pouring in every last spark. The monster shattered again, buying them a short window before the mistress rebuilt her body. Kiwi ordered the youngest prince to leave the danger zone immediately. Otherwise his death would be minutes away. He met her gaze and saw nothing but absolute resolve. Maurice didn't hesitate. He grabbed his brother, trying to drag him away from certain doom. Lao lowered his eyes, convinced he was only slowing down those who could truly win. For now, retreat was the only way to help Kiwi and Han finish the fight. Yet Maurice's true alignment remained unclear, ally or hidden player on the other side. Kiwi had no time to solve that mystery. She was face to face with the monster again. The mistress regenerated at a terrifying pace. Ordinary wounds were little more than scratches. Yes, she had weakened after total destruction, but victory was still far off. Slice her in half, and she'd reappear across the dungeon like space itself obeyed her. Kiwi flipped into full ninja fruit mode, dicing everything into thin, near-perfect slices. With moves like that, she could teach masterclass chopping. Except here, the ingredient was an immortal horror, and the consequences were lethal. Eventually, the mistress grew bored of direct combat and spawned dozens of copies. Their malicious laughter filled the tunnels, bouncing off walls and thickening the air into something suffocating. Kiwi accelerated further, determined to silence every mocking echo. She kept freezing them, slowing regeneration and delaying reincarnation. Aura still couldn't be used. Parasites absorbed it like drought-stricken soil drinks rain. To destroy the mistress permanently, aura alone wasn't enough. 4 fundamental forces had to unite. She didn't hide that weakness, knowing combining such energies in a single strike was nearly impossible. Even mid-battle, the mistress never stopped taunting. She coldly claimed Afir and Attis would never return to their former selves. The only way to stop them was to kill them. And that was the cruel irony of her design. But in one instant everything flipped. Instead of the mistress, it was Kiwi who began to laugh. Calm, restrained Kiwi, almost emotionless. Her laugh sounded unexpectedly light, almost childlike, because the truth had finally clicked. Only now did she realize how to free the infected from the parasite's grip. The moment her laughter faded, the Voltarian warrior appeared beside her. Behind him rushed Attis and Afir, demanding their artifact back. Han grasped the key as well and tore off the polymorph necklace, an artifact capable of suppressing the dragon nature of its bearer. The instant it activated, the true forms of the two beings burst forth. A massive dragon and a wyvern no longer obeyed the mistress. They had switched sides. If victory once seemed impossible, the balance had now shifted. Attis unleashed blazing fire into the dungeon, forcing the mistress to scream in genuine pain for the first time. Within those flames burned personal vengeance. For humiliation, vile dishes, and the filthy orders he had been forced to obey. The mage felt humiliated and insulted, and forgiveness wasn't on the menu. He unleashed not only spells but raw physical force, making the dungeon walls tremble. His massive dragon body let him fight without fear, and for the first time in ages, Han could step back and just watch. He couldn't even remember the last time he'd seen his friend this furious and laser-focused. The same went for Afir. She had shaken off the illusion completely and returned to her true self. Kiwi didn't interfere, letting the dragons vent their fury and reclaim control. While the main monster burned under dragonfire, the other parasites barely mattered. The harder the dragons crushed the mistress, the louder her screams became. With every shriek, it felt like the world tree itself trembled in pain. The corruption spread from the roots upward, crimson streaks splitting the bark like veins of rage. Then the world tree began to morph before their eyes, as if losing its own identity. With each second, it resembled a colossal statue of the parasite mistress. Villagers near the forest's edge panicked and fled. But they were too slow. The monstrosity moved faster than lightning's shadow. The mistress smashed everything around her, as if tearing the world apart just to vent her fury. It felt like the earth itself had suppressed emotions for too long and was now erupting. The battle devolved into old-school chaos. No tactics, just rage and power. Even a giant dragon looked like an ant beside the mistress's warped form. To balance the scales, Han and Afir rejoined the fray. A sword infused with aura flared and severed one of the monster's massive arms. But the blade couldn't endure the monstrous pressure and shattered like dry bamboo. Even unarmed, the Voltarian remained lethally dangerous. The moment he flooded his body with mana, he tore through obstacles like a blade through butter. The mistress tried to grab him barehanded and paid dearly for the arrogance. When a meteor is coming at you, stepping aside is smarter, unless you want to leave a charred silhouette behind. To seize momentum, they had to improvise and gamble everything. The mistress spawned dozens of copies again and sent them charging without hesitation. The plan looked flawless, until the parasites met a half-naked madman. Han blasted through their ranks like a runaway train, barely feeling resistance. The relentless assault drained the mistress, and her regeneration began to glitch. Han still had one last spare sword, snatched straight from Afir. He needed just one precise hit, close enough not to miss. But at the decisive moment, fate seemed eager to test his patience again. The blade cracked mid-flight, mere meters from the monster's throat. From below, Kiwi watched the clash with razor focus. She reacted instantly and hurled her spear, pouring the last of her energy into the throw. It was a silent handoff, a chance to finish what had begun. She had fought with a borrowed artifact, and now it was time to repay the debt. The mistress's regeneration faltered. Just a final push would tip her over. Suddenly, the world tree began siphoning energy from her, meaning the elf had intervened. When everything aligned, Han surged forward and sliced the monster's throat with surgical precision. The strike was flawless, but even that didn't guarantee the end. Energy from the world tree continued leaking through a crimson fracture in space. After everything, Lao could barely stand, his body nearly numb. He had spent all his strength to make the monster vulnerable, and now he could only trust his friends. As long as the mistress existed, the remaining parasites could still act beyond the dungeon. The wider the fracture grew, the farther they could spread. By all estimates, the infection could reach even the distant borders of the Elven Kingdom. If the rift fully opened, control of the parasitic signal would pass to whoever stood closest to the roots. And right now, that was Maurice. It seemed he had indeed gone too far, and had been preparing a betrayal all along. The moment Lao realized what his brother was planning, he tried to shut down the madness instantly. The elder brother seemed ready for it, one precise move, and the child was neutralized. He coldly advised Lo not to even think about sealing the rift or interfering in a game beyond his level. Maurice had studied parasite influence for over 20 years and noticed they responded directly to signals from the world tree. At their core, they were primitive beings. Energy feeders driven by one instinct: survive. Yes, they multiplied fast, but believing such creatures could control humans without higher intelligence was naive. It was precisely these studies that led the Elven King to exile his middle son and label him insane. Maurice held on to the resentment but never abandoned his work. He continued experimenting to prove he was right. He masked it as serving the greatness of the kingdom, but the truth smelled simpler: pride, wounded ego, and a hunger to prove he was never the problem. When he discovered the underground rift, a being capable of commanding parasites was already waiting there. All he had to do was push the hunters into destroying the monster and let them do the dirty work. When the mistress fell, another creature was found within her body. That was the true coordinator, the mind guiding the parasites all along. At first, the pale being remained still, barely able to form words. Then came a pause, and a sudden lunge with claws extended. Against the Voltarian warrior, the attack looked like a desperate rookie move. Han didn't even need to react. Kiwi's flaming hand intercepted first. She intended to erase the creature immediately, wasting no time on dialogue, while Han burned with curiosity. He wanted the truth so badly he nearly started an interrogation on the spot. Before them stood a level 32 entity calling itself simply an angel. She barely restrained her emotions. Tears welled in her eyes, her voice caught in her throat. And now it's time to reveal the backstory of this strange but pivotal being. The angel first appeared in a barren canyon inhabited only by weak monsters. To avoid starving, she hunted and killed anything that crossed her path. Survival among lesser creatures required no high consciousness or ego, only instinct and the drive to grow stronger. Strength and constant combat were the only path to evolution, but by those same rules, other predators evolved too. Massive monsters regularly invaded the territory, clashing violently for dominance. Compared to those giants, the angel was a fragile speck. More often than not, she had to flee. One mistake meant certain death. One day, she failed to dodge in time and suffered a severe wound. Death loomed ahead, and acceptance felt inevitable. Then she noticed something, a strange rift that had never been there before. It looked like a chance to escape the savage world and step into the unknown. There were no calculations or doubts, only pure survival instinct. From her first second on the other side, the angel scanned her surroundings and ran, distancing herself from the past. Only after confirming no pursuit followed did she stop. And that's when the first encounter happened. Instead of fangs and claws, she found herself staring at a surprised, curious child. The boy was speaking with his parents and immediately noticed the unusual pet. She wasn't a dog or a cat, but she looked cute enough not to trigger fear. The humans decided to take the strange creature home, surrounding her with unfamiliar care. For the first time, survival didn't require constant combat. She could simply exist without fear. It wasn't easy for her. She had grown up in brutality and didn't know how to relax. The parents found the pet odd, but the son stubbornly defended her. He tried to help the angel adapt to her new life and forget the ever-present threat of death. The food tasted unreal compared to raw prey from rocky ravines. Overwhelmed by emotion, the angel once spoke, shocking the entire family. When a pet asks for seconds in a human voice, confusion upgrades into full system error. Slowly, she began trusting the humans she had once seen as potential threats. The father, a veterinarian, observed her development with genuine interest. Eventually, the mother decided the pet shouldn't stay locked inside and began taking her for walks. The little boy was always buried in books and loved falling asleep beneath the warm shade of trees. One day, he decided to name his pet Snow because her fur was blindingly white. Snow had never seen real snow, but the name strangely felt right. Yet, even the happiest chapters eventually reached their final page. Change came with cold rain, damp air, and endless gray days without sunlight. The boy suddenly fell ill, and with each passing day his condition worsened. Doctors arrived one after another, but none could diagnose the sickness or find a cure. Desperate, the parents turned to an elf said to be the finest healer in the kingdom. That was when Snow saw him again, the same elf, Maurice. The previous healers had only shrugged, helpless before the unknown disease. With the elf's arrival, hope flickered in the house for the first time in weeks. He modestly claimed he had only replenished the child's inner energy and done nothing extraordinary. In those days, villagers treated elves with suspicion, but this act began to soften hearts. While speaking with the parents, Morris noticed the strange creature he had never encountered before. The father explained they had found the pet in the forest, and since then she had become family. Snow possessed the rare and dangerous ability to assume the form of objects she consumed. When the conversation ended, the father tried to pay for his son's rescue, but Morris refused any reward. He asked only for permission to remain in the village and treat others. That was when Snow first sensed something off about the elf. He acted like a hero, yet his laughter sounded hollow, his smile too calculated. Still, the father vouched for Morris and convinced the villagers he could be trusted. Resistance faded after he healed several gravely ill residents, but not everyone could be saved. The weakest villagers continued to die, untouched by medicine or magic. The cheerful boy from the warm house was no exception. His journey ended before it truly began. The once lively home fell into suffocating silence. Laughter vanished, and no one called the pet's name to play or offer comfort. Soon, the family and others in the village began fading from another illness no herbs or spells could cure. Watching their suffering alone was enough to shatter a heart. A desperate thought took root in Snow's mind, and she dashed into the cold rain. She wanted to restore the old days, bring back warmth and laughter, as if it could still be undone. She longed to hear her name again, to feel love and protection. That desperate wish led her to the cemetery where the little boy lay buried. Snow clawed at the earth with fury, ignoring the horrified stares of passers-by. Sometime later she returned home, and her appearance made the father reach for a weapon. A chill ran down the parents' spines at the sight on their doorstep. But looking closer, they recognized traces of their former pet. Snow had changed. Now she looked like a terrifying fusion of monster and their dead child. She saw their grief and desperately tried to soothe it. She hinted she could become their new child and restore happiness. To her, it felt like salvation, but to the parents, it was blasphemy. The father lunged at her, and within seconds the house filled with screams and the smell of blood. Rumors spread through the village at lightning speed, and soon villagers approached with torches. They knew something horrific had happened at Sir Jonathan's home and came ready for action. When the doors opened, they witnessed a scene that froze their blood. When Snow regained awareness, everything was already over, and her first thought was to find a doctor who could fix it. But events moved too fast. The villagers blocked her path back into town. Driven out, Snow found herself again before the same rift through which she had once entered this world. But now it had grown, and she could no longer slip through. The first arrow pierced her back, and sharp pain locked her entire body in place. The villagers froze with weapons raised, waiting to see if the creature would bleed out where it stood. Questions about the rift and the strange being spiraled through their minds, and before long they decided every disaster in the village traced back to her. No matter how Snow tried to explain she was not the cause, no one cared to listen. Things went south fast when they realized the monster could speak in a human voice. In the next heartbeat, the crowd snapped and began attacking one another for no clear reason. The small white angel had unintentionally triggered the chaos, unaware of the power stirring inside her. The sickness haunting the village was never her doing. It was the work of parasites no one even knew existed. The boy had been infected too, and when Snow consumed his body, a living parasite slipped into her. One survivor tried to take her head, but in the frenzy lost his own instead. That was when the doctor stepped in, ready to play his next move. He calmed Snow, claiming she was no monster but a rare miracle. With her power, he said, she could influence human minds, and he offered to help her master it. Maurice placed a spell on her to prevent accidental killing, and in exchange, Snow gave him her eyes. From that moment, she became a pawn in the elf's grand scheme of human control, even though she was never the true source of evil. Now, no one knows what the doctor is planning, but stopping him has become urgent. Snow still holds crucial knowledge, yet she hesitates to reveal it. She sees it clearly. Everyone around her views her as a monster destined for execution. The desire to cooperate is fading fast. This situation demands a different approach. Attis stepped in, understanding creatures labeled monsters better than anyone. He once lived as a wild beast himself, killing simply to survive. Survival is no sin, but taking human lives through parasites is a choice. The dragon's words struck deep, too sharp to brush aside. Snow screamed that in their eyes she was nothing but a beast, never a person. To stop her from breaking completely, someone stepped forward and embraced the small angel. The past cannot be rewritten, no matter how much it hurts. The only choice left is who she becomes next. All she can do now is accept what she has done and try to change for those she once loved. Attis is certain that even in her darkest hour, at least one human felt genuine warmth toward Snow. Memories flared in her mind, especially that fatal night. When the father tried to kill Snow, the mother stepped between them, and tragedy struck. In that instant, the angel lost control, roared, and mercilessly destroyed the armed man. Those memories alone are enough to tear her apart from the inside. She must be steadied now, before her heart fills completely with hatred. Han told everyone to stay back. Emotions like this have to burn themselves out. Moments later, the screams gave way to quiet, broken sobs. The pain seemed to burn away, leaving only a hollow space waiting to be filled. The gigantic head of the mistress exploded, a sign that Snow had finally let go and was ready to start over. Minutes later, the villagers moved toward the forest as if waking from a dream. They drifted farther from the world tree, following a silent command. For the first time, it felt like the nightmare was truly ending. Snow instructed the villagers to distance themselves from the tree, so its signal could no longer enslave them. Once far enough away, the signal would weaken, and the parasites would lose their fuel. The hunters began thanking the little angel, while Effer struggled to keep her composure. She was used to Attis praising her first, and now the wyvern had unexpected competition. Efir reminded everyone she had fought the monster too, and played a decisive role in victory. While she competed for recognition, Kiwi once again sank into deep thought. Her mind was on Lao, still in a fragile, unstable state. Most likely Morris would not harm his younger brother. Without him, the plan collapses. But Kiwi also worried about Han, the outsider whose nature exists beyond the system's logic. He is unpredictable, beyond even the goddess's full calculation. If they keep tampering with the flow of time, the consequences may spiral far beyond their control. That's why the goddess's assistant told Han to trust her calculations and listen to every single word. He agreed to cooperate, and together they braced themselves to step into the thickening darkness. Kiwi had also realized something critical. Killing Snow would be a fatal mistake. That move would align perfectly with the second prince's scheme, and after that no one could stop him. Before moving forward, Han dropped what sounded like a simple line. He called Snow an angel. He had seen it in the system window, where it labeled her as a level 32 being. On the surface it meant nothing special, but to a sharp mind it sounded like a red flag. No one truly understood what angels were or what kind of power they actually carried. The discussion barely started when a grotesque flying creature materialized beside them. It instantly began multiplying, spawning copies until the air itself felt clogged with wings. It looked like these things had come to reclaim Snow and drag her back under someone's control. There was no time to hesitate. Kiwi seized the initiative. She shoved Han into the abyss, grabbed the Snow, and left only Attis and Efir on the surface. Their mission was clear. Wipe out the beings calling themselves angels, while the rest sealed the portal. No such creatures had ever been seen on nearby continents, meaning they came from another world. The portal began slowly shrinking, thanks to the youngest prince. Lao was burning through his last reserves, fulfilling his brother's request. Maurice kept repeating that everything was for the kingdom's salvation, otherwise destruction awaited them all. He began revealing secrets even elves feared to speak aloud. Neither the king nor Maurice nor the eldest son could control the world tree. Only Lao possessed that right. The crown prince once forgot his duty and fell in love with a human girl. To bury the scandal, the king declared his own grandson to be his son. If the throne passed to a so-called half-blood, as the conservatives sneered, the purity of the royal line would be shattered forever. After confessing this, Maurice openly admitted he had hired assassins for Lao's mother, and later for the boy himself. He had nearly succeeded, but failed to account for Kiwi's interference. Even now, the elf had learned nothing, still incapable of calculating consequences more than a few moves ahead. He had not anticipated Han's arrival, a man who never tolerates harm to children. The outsider could not freely slaughter Ratnians, but making a traitor suffer was another story. The punch landed so hard, Maurice's teeth tried to migrate inward. Apparently, they were done listening to him too. Snow had believed she was cared for all this time, but now the truth locked into place. From the day Maurice entered the village disguised as a doctor, people began slowly succumbing to parasites. He was the one who unleashed the epidemic that ruined dozens of lives. Kiwi tried to restrain the exhausted boy but could not understand what drove him. Lao broke free from her grip and rushed forward, determined to intervene. Instead of letting Han finish the traitor, he shielded his brother with his own body. A smug gambler's grin spread across Maurice's face, convinced he still held the advantage. He believed even a so-called half-blood could be controlled. And that was his ace. Han and the others were forced to stop. One wrong move and Lao would die. The elder brother coldly reminded them of his request and ordered them to continue. The youngest prince grasped the world tree's roots once more and activated resonance. Did Maurice still not grasp that this portal did not lead to a simple dungeon? It was a gateway to another realm, the domain of the demon god. After the goddess of darkness lost her power, the balance that held the rift fractured, creating a tier between dimensions. Angels were not crafted by gods, but by the demon Anplas, as experimental biological weapons against Ratna. Hearing this, Maurice's smile only widened. If the continent faced annihilation, then the stakes were even higher. By his logic, Kiwi must suppress emotion, sacrifice 2 elves, and seal the portal at any cost. In such a crisis, he believed, the goddess's assistant had no right to hesitate. Her duty was to save the world. Maurice deliberately pressed her, knowing she would never strike down the youngest prince. Han felt rage boiling inside him, and barely restrained himself from taking the arrogant elf's head on the spot. But luck was not on his side. An unknown force moved faster than his intent. From the void emerged a colossal hand, followed by the gaping maw of a shark-like monstrosity. The hunters instantly understood. This was the demon god's next move in conquering a new world. Level 148, and also labeled an angel. At this point, it felt like titles were being handed out with 0 sanity checks. This ancient horror was named Muria, a being that had existed for centuries without ever tasting defeat. Han decided it was time to test his limits and see if this titan was truly untouchable. He raised his blade and swung, pouring every ounce of stored power into the strike. A crack split the air. An explosion followed, and onlookers shut their eyes as dust swallowed the battlefield. The rift to the other world was not fully open yet. There was still a window to kill the monster and seal the portal. They had to function like a single machine, or Ratna would be erased from existence. While Han held the angel back, the others had no choice but to focus on closing the breach. Even he felt the strain, unsure how to actually finish a creature like this. Lao was knocked unconscious by the shockwave and collapsed face first into the ground. The monster, sensing the instability of space, began retreating toward the portal. It seized Han and tried dragging him into its own domain. The moment the hero saw the familiar landscape, his entire life flashed before his eyes. It was that same land where he had survived through decades of brutal isolation. The monster hurled him like a bowling pin, giving him no time to breathe. Han slammed against stone but instantly rolled, regrouped, and rose to his feet. A quick glance around told him everything. He was not an outsider here. Just like the monster, he felt at home, meaning no one held a territorial advantage. Still, he had to admit, he had never faced anything quite like this. He had defeated hellhounds and mountain beasts, but angels like this were new territory. As the warrior of Volterra assessed who truly ruled these rocky mountains, Lao lay unconscious in the darkness. The second prince was dead, so his manipulations should have ended, or so it seemed. That meant Lao had not fainted from impact, but likely from direct resonance with the world tree and its strain on his blood. There was no time to waste. The portal remained unstable and open. Horrific creatures were clawing their way toward the new continent, ready to launch full-scale war on Ratna. Ephir and Addis were far from idle. On the surface, they fought to defend their land from invasion. Ephir's ice shield deflected sudden strikes and protected allies from rapid assaults. The moment a counterattack window appeared, the mage unleashed waves of fire, incinerating approaching angels. The monsters were smaller in size, but their sheer numbers turned the battlefield into a grinding slaughter. For centuries, Ratna had lived relatively stable. Even with countless dungeons, the creatures could not emerge. Now, they roamed freely, and total annihilation no longer felt like a distant threat. The worst began when the angels started devouring one another. It was a tactic learned in the Rocky Mountains, where only the strongest survived. By consuming each other, they evolved, grew stronger, and seized dominance. Humans could not allow that evolution to complete, so Addis scorched the perimeter with relentless fire. He aimed flames into the heart of the swarm, but at the decisive moment nothing happened. The problem was not the mage, but his staff. The small demonic crystal refused to attack the angels, leaving Addis without his primary amplifier. Meanwhile, the monsters finished devouring each other, leaving only one, the strongest survivor. It transformed into a massive winged egg. Ridiculous at first glance, until you realize that egg can erase you in a second. The form looked absurd, almost laughable, but demonic nature rarely follows logic. Even such a bizarre shell could hide power capable of crushing Ratna's mightiest dragons. A flash of light shot forward at lightning speed, making evasion nearly impossible. In that split second before impact, Addis thought only of his best friend battling in another world. In the Rocky Mountains, Han felt completely in his element. This was his terrain. He pushed off stone, leapt across ledges, and waited for the perfect opening. Despite the size gap, his sense of distance and combat rhythm remained on a god-tier level. Battles like this had forged Han into something near unbreakable, but this monster's durability was straight-up vicious. His wooden sword could not pierce its armor, as if the gods themselves were mocking the warrior. Even after a barrage of devastating blows, the creature showed zero pain and calmly seized back control. For the third time in a row, Han was slammed into a cliffside, his own body cracking stone on impact. His ribs burned, his arms trembled, and his legs lost their edge, speed draining fast. Stamina plummeted. And worst of all, the system felt like it was sabotaging him on purpose. The moment he locked onto the enemy, a notification flashed. Target unavailable, attack impossible. The system even suggested self-sacrifice to some unknown deity in exchange for a shot at eternal life. Meanwhile, the monster's evolution accelerated mid-battle. It was happening everywhere. On the surface, in the Rocky Mountains, and deep in the dungeon by the portal. The smaller angels vanished, replaced by towering beings capable of killing in a single strike. Total annihilation was nearly impossible. Closing the gate remained top priority. The team had never faced a threat on this scale, and every move cost them dearly. Only Lao could seal the portal, yet he could barely open his eyes. Kiwi tried to improvise, calculate outcomes, squeeze every last drop from her abilities. Her thoughts tangled, until a cold wind carried the feeling of something shifting. From the dark abyss burst a mage riding a blue wyvern. They were racing toward the portal, clearly fleeing something massive and terrifying. Behind them chased a huge, round demon, ready to unleash another magical barrage. Instead of luring it away, Addis and Ephir had inadvertently led it straight to the rift. They could not be blamed. In that moment, survival was the only instinct. During the retreat, an idea sparked. Drag the monster back into its own element. If an enemy cannot be destroyed, it can be sealed inside its native world. The plan made sense, but they were catastrophically short on speed. Ifir struggled to maintain pace, forcing her to revert to human form and narrowly dodge a crushing blow. As they fell, they noticed another being below, far more powerful than expected. The monster Han had been fighting paused briefly, sensing the arrival of a new rival. Two nightmares collided, both eager to prove who deserved the title of strongest. If they destroyed each other, Ratna would get the cleanest win possible. The mage immediately searched for his friend. Han was still breathing, but his body was carved with wounds, organs running on fumes. He had lost consciousness and hovered on the brink. Without a miracle, he would not see dawn. Another magical blast wiped out dozens of minor angels. Those precious seconds allowed them to try reviving Lao. The boy barely opened his eyes and asked to be brought closer to the roots of the world tree. Even in that state, he refused to be dead weight. As a member of the elven royal family, he felt the burden of the continent's fate. His inner resolve was staggering, especially considering he was just a child. Meanwhile, Ifir and Addis managed to drag the wounded Han from the battle's epicenter. The giant stirred and forced a weak smile, as if everything was under control. But he had never been a good actor. The pain was written all over his face. Continuing the fight was pointless. They had to seal the portal and get everyone out alive. Fighting angels further would only waste what little strength remained. The gates began to shrink. The little prince had put his life on the line. Lao was fully entwined by the world tree's roots, his energy drained to seal the breach. It is easy to blame the one who decides, far harder to shoulder responsibility yourself. He was no longer just a child. His choice was deliberate, painfully mature. Kiwi had warned before about the youngest prince's fate and would not repeat the obvious. She had seen possible futures and knew his death was the key to saving the continent. She was created to protect the world, and no matter how others judged her, Kiwi would do everything necessary to shield Ratna from invasion. It hurts to admit, but saving the world sometimes means making brutally adult decisions. Kiwi's logic was flawless. Yet among the hunters stood one man who could not be swayed by reasoning alone. Han grabbed the roots of the world tree and tore at them with savage force, ripping his friend free. He understood the math. If Lao died, the future would snap back into something clean, predictable, easy to calculate. Maybe that would save the continent, but one thought would not let him breathe. Would the world truly collapse if someone saved the kid who had already given everything? The moment those words left him, a massive titan emerged near the portal. It devoured other angels mid-stride, evolving in real time, growing larger with every second. Without a magical ice shield, surviving its strike was impossible. The mage stepped in at the perfect moment, reinforcing the barrier and covering his allies. Then, together with Ifir, they charged as if they genuinely had nothing left to lose. Their objective was simple: buy even a fragment of time so the portal could close faster. Han vowed to deal with the Titan himself and spare the team further agony. The roots of the world tree could only be severed with aura. He was ready to burn himself from the inside out to pull Lao free, because to Han, a plan without the boy sounded like betrayal dressed in polite language. He had promised to follow Kiwi's decisions, yet now he moved according to his heart. He was not rejecting Ratna's salvation. He simply saw another path to it. When Kiwi first glimpsed possible futures, she told the hunters about the youngest prince's fate. She could have stayed silent and led them to the Sword King instead, hiding the cruel truth. But by speaking the prophecy aloud, she had already chosen a side. Consciously or not, Kiwi had been trying to rewrite destiny and save Lao from the beginning. Otherwise, she would never have come here at all. That realization cracked her cold mask for the first time, revealing real emotion beneath. The goddess's assistant suffered because she saw no way to seal the portal without sacrificing a child. Han offered a different route: fight at full power and rewrite fate with their own hands. It might sound insane, but as long as even one person believes in that path, hope does not die. At that exact moment, a wounded Attis lifted his staff, gathering the last of his strength for a final strike. The monster, however, was overwhelming, like it had already decided the battle's outcome. Just as everything neared its climax, the Rocky Mountains were swallowed by sudden darkness. Even the native horrors of that land had never witnessed anything like it. Han had found a way to wield the goddess's power on his own terms, breaking established rules. Ratna's history had never known an ally like the warrior of Volterra. He did not care about system errors or divine warnings. He came for war, not negotiations. His only desire was to erase the enemy at any cost. The angel standing before him was no ordinary being either. More than 25 years had passed since it first survived the mountains, climbing from the bottom to the summit. Countless creatures had fallen before it, each one fueling its ascent. Over time, progress slowed. Fresh kills no longer brought meaningful growth. Only weak prey remained, unworthy of true hunting. Boredom had eaten at the Titan for years. It had grown so starved for battle that a worthy opponent was like rare loot worth abandoning everything for. But now everything changed, and for the first time it smiled. It tasted its own blood again and felt real pain. The cause was a being from another world, bold enough to challenge it. Two colossal forces collided to decide who would remain at the top of the food chain. The Titan had never felt hunger like this. Its metabolism surged to the edge. It wanted to tear the human apart in front of his allies. From the outside, it might have looked like Han had unleashed forbidden magic. In truth, he relied only on his sacred abilities and battle-hardened instinct. He shattered his internal limiter, forcing the system to stop labeling the angel as an untouchable target. With the barriers gone, the warrior of Volterra could finally unleash every drop of aura he possessed. For the first time in his life, he removed every internal limiter and unlocked every hidden reserve. Watching this unfold, Kiwi could no longer remain on the sidelines. She asked the others to watch over the young prince and prepared to rush to Han's aid. She knew the odds were dead even, 50-50, and that was a gamble worth taking. But a calm voice stopped her, unexpectedly firm. Kiwi had already burned through too much power. Her place now was beside Lao. Instead, Snow would go to the Rocky Mountains, a being who truly had nothing left to lose. Kiwi froze for a second, then gave a short nod and thanked Snow for her resolve. Meanwhile, Han unleashed a relentless storm of strikes on the colossal Titan. Each blow hit harder than the last, yet the monster's armor still refused to crack. To break the stalemate, the warrior committed every resource he had left. At last, the blade pierced through. A warm surge of blood burst from the wound. Sensing the shift, Han changed tactics and drove his force straight into the earth. The earthquake technique was meant to rattle even a giant like this. The ground detonated, stones scattered, and the Rocky Mountains themselves trembled. The Titan roared, but there was pleasure in the sound, as if it respected the duel. It relished every second, finally facing someone worthy. Han closed the gap again and struck at the exposed opening. The Titan sacrificed arms and legs to shield its head from the killing blow. Even in fury, it fought cold and calculated, measuring every move. One of its tactics was to fill the battlefield with dust and debris. In the choking haze, Han was nearly blinded and forced to rely purely on instinct. Even so, he severed the already injured arm and kept up the pressure. But the instant his focus slipped, the Titan appeared from an unexpected angle. It had been storing power all along for a final strike capable of breaking even a hunter's defense. Only timely support saved Han from certain death. As always, Attis sensed the danger near his friend and stepped in at the critical moment. During the battle, Ephir had broken her arm and could no longer fight at full capacity. Instead of gratitude, Han snapped, accusing them of reckless tactics. Their role was to hold the gate and try sealing the gorge while the warrior of Volterra held the monster back. Everyone had their part, but explosions and collapsing cliffs shattered the clean strategy. Ephir slipped downward, unable to transform into her wyvern form. Her injured arm refused to obey. Snow appeared nearby, having waited for her chance to intervene. There was no time to hesitate. The Titan was already returning to the fight. Restored and stronger than before, it intended to devour every opponent. The monster unleashed continuous magical blasts nearly impossible to counter. In the Rocky Mountains, that attack was infamous. It incinerated everything in its path. Han did not retreat. He waited for the final instant to meet the destructive wave head-on. Was he seriously betting that a wooden sword could withstand that force? From the outside, it looked insane, and Addis was already preparing to intervene again. Aphir's ice magic, combined with the power of the World Tree, reinforced the protective barrier. Feeling the support, Han surged forward and launched a counter-strike. With a sharp motion, he hurled the sword, activating a tornado technique and pouring his remaining aura into it. Kiwi watched the battle the entire time, unable to silence the anxiety in her chest. She feared for Han, the one destined to alter the continent's fate. All that remained was hope that he would stop the Titan and the portal would finally seal. The spinning blade sliced through the magical beam without losing momentum. Then it lodged between the monster's teeth, stuck like the sharpest toothpick imaginable. Channeling aura, Han accelerated, seized the hilt, and drove the pressure higher. He reached the Titan's head. The moment of truth had arrived, and it was time to end this battle. The battle had already dragged past its limit. It was time to put a full stop to it. A cleaving technique bathed the Rocky Mountains in crimson light, as if dawn had erupted in the middle of the night. Never before had he released that much aura in a single strike, and just when victory felt inevitable, a piercing scream shattered the moment. Snow warned him. The head was only an outer shell, not the true core. Yes, the blow had landed, but the real victory was still out of reach. Han felt hot breath behind his back, like death itself standing one step away. Without even turning his head, he spun on instinct and struck mid-rotation. Even Jackie Chan would have respected that pivot if he saw it in a manga recap. The hit was devastating. Powered by nothing but raw physical strength. No aura, just pure muscle. When the dust settled, it was obvious. This was not the ending. Just that classic fake finale where the hero realizes vacation is canceled again. The monster had changed, now resembling a chilling fusion of angel and human. For the first time in the fight, Addis felt his hands tremble, his staff nearly slipping. He forced himself to focus. This was no time for doubt. The fate of the entire continent hung in the balance. There would be no second chance. Best to follow Han's example. Cut the doubts, switch on pure instinct. It almost seemed like Han lived in that mode permanently, but right now it worked in their favor. Afir had it worse. The shockwaves had damaged her internal organs. She struggled to stay upright and time was running thin. The Titan's primary shell had shattered, and now it stood roughly equal in size to the warrior of Volterra. Snow explained that angels evolved endlessly, gaining new skills at every stage. By consuming an elf, the Titan had gained intellect and full awareness. To ascend further, the monster discarded excess. Even a giant body was just temporary. A Godzilla-scale form was nothing but a stepping stone toward perfection. If it had already reached this level, the next evolution could be fatal for Han. Han had crushed the Titan's form, but now faced something far worse. Intelligent and cold-blooded. On top of that, the angel wielded a full arsenal of magical abilities. The air grew heavy, as if space itself resisted, and their strength neared its limit. Continuing the fight meant signing a death sentence. The opponent was evolving mid-combat. It had developed its own aura and manifested a weapon, making every second unpredictable. The angel learned from mistakes and began copying Han's movements. From a distance, it looked like two warriors trained in the same school. Their styles intertwined, each trying to seize the upper hand. At times, Han gained momentum, only to be crushed by brutal counterstrikes moments later. The monster even spoke, mocking him, testing his nerves. After another clash, Han noticed the angel's feathers beginning to smolder. A powerful wave of fire hurled the enemy back several meters. Han himself was thrown aside, surviving by sheer miracle. He shouted for his friends to retreat, but as usual they ignored him. Teamwork activated only when it was maximally dangerous. To turn the tide, Addis transformed into a dragon, suppressing his human instincts. Retreat was pointless. The angel would break into Ratna and scorch everything in its path. Only one option remained: unite and end it here and now. With each passing minute, the angel became more human-like, nearly flawless in form. It coldly requested that the humans step aside and allow its evolution to complete. The next strike sliced open the warrior of Volterra's abdomen. Even steel-like muscles failed to save him. A cross-shaped attack surged toward his allies. Han could not intercept the demonic wave as it tore toward them. Their screams were swallowed by thunderous impact. Time itself seemed to freeze. Even now, Addis did not regret coming to his friend's aid. He saw death approaching and waited calmly, ready to accept the end without fear. A deafening explosion ripped through the battlefield, and for one suspended second, everything froze. She felt an overwhelming force closing in fast. Beings of that caliber were never supposed to exist here. Boulders heavy enough to crush entire armies suddenly hung motionless in midair. Green prana flooded the space, like the sky itself had decided to interfere. The goddess's assistant stared in shock at the source of that power, trying to figure out who had just arrived. In the chaos of the blast, almost no one noticed the single decisive moment. Blinded by the shockwave, they all missed it. And Snow seized that 1-second window. She tore the crystal from the staff and bit into it calmly, like it was not some demonic relic but a piece of candy she was done carrying in someone else's pocket. Nothing seemed to change at first glance, but something inside had clearly shifted. Seeing his friend suffer, Han ignited with fury and lunged at the angel again, aiming straight for the throat. In that instant, he barely resembled a human, just pure will wrapped in rage. His cross-strike technique collided with the angel's slicing aura. The clash of forces made the Rocky Mountains tremble to their core. Stone formations shaped over centuries crumbled into dust. On another continent, that impact would have shifted tectonic plates. Even the system registered abnormal interference with the user's orientation marker. Despite his fury, the hunter's defense cracked for a split second. And it was not a mistake, it was a deliberate choice. He suddenly eased the pressure as if willingly accepting the hit. The system froze his movement, initiating an internal orientation check. But Han broke free from the paralysis and launched himself forward with explosive force. The angel had believed in victory too soon, and that was its fatal miscalculation. The wooden sword, soaked in aura, appeared right at its throat. In that moment, one of them was meant to die. Both stood as equals. To eliminate even the smallest risk, Kiwi intervened and unleashed a flash of light, blinding the angel at the critical second. She grabbed the wounded hunter and hurled him away from the epicenter of impact. Right then, the smartest move was simple survival. No heroics, no speeches, just get out alive. No matter how Han tried to stop her, she had made her call and would not back down. If Ratna could be saved by a single sacrifice, this world would have ended long ago. Reality was far more complicated, so arguing now would only waste strength. The angel refused to accept the interrupted duel and surged after the retreating group. But after only a few steps, green roots burst from the void. They wrapped around the monster and sealed it inside a dense cocoon. These were the roots of the world tree. They had invaded even a foreign world. Near the portal stood the king's eldest son, Crone. He urged everyone forward, repeating that time was almost gone. Seeing Addis and Aether alive, Han fell speechless for a second. He had been certain they were dead, only now learning that Snow had saved them. After the explosion, Snow vanished, and no one knew where she was. As hard as it was, there was no time to search. The portal came first. The rift kept expanding. It had to be sealed immediately. The elves strained their last reserves, reinforcing their link with the world tree. Crone vowed to use ancient techniques to seal the fracture between dimensions. Without the tree's support, it would have been impossible. It was the very heart of Ratna. When this ended, a completely different chapter awaited Crone. He would have to speak with his son and reveal the truth he had hidden for so long. Pretending that Lao was merely his younger brother was no longer possible. The boy had already understood too much. The portal began to shrink, and the tension slowly eased. But at the moment of relief, a surviving angel burst from the narrowing crack. It screamed that it would not be sealed away in another world. It demanded freedom, and it had a specific target. It refused to return to endless boredom, knowing a worthy rival existed somewhere in the universe. As long as Han lived, the angel would never find peace. It unleashed the last of its strength in a crushing strike, one that unexpectedly missed. The distance was minimal. Missing seemed impossible. When the dust cleared, the reason became obvious. Snow had survived and stepped between the angel and the warrior of Volterra, intercepting the fatal blow. The angel could not comprehend why they fought each other if they shared the same origin. But Snow had made her choice long ago. She now stood with humanity. Kiwi tried to pull her from the rift, and that move carried serious risk. Another angel seized the opportunity and broke through into Ratna. Realizing the miscalculation, Kiwi froze for a split second, unsure how to proceed. But it is in moments like these that true heroes step forward. Green mana flared once more beneath the open sky. Power crashed down upon both angels that had emerged from the Rocky Mountains. Snow did not resist. A calm smile appeared on her face. It was enough for her to know her friends were alive, even if her own fate was sealed. Both angels were thrown back, and the World Tree finally sealed the rift. The hunters spun around sharply, trying to identify the one who had intervened. Above Kiwi floated the girl they had been searching for all this time. Heroine Holly revealed her power, and proved once again that she stood firmly on the side of light. The local villagers had been watching the entire battle, barely breathing. They prayed their village would be saved, because they had no other home. Heroine Holly's magic left the peasants absolutely stunned. Richard stepped forward, urging calm and assuring them the parasites would no longer pose a threat. Then Holly delivered the final strike, and it became clear the continent was safe. For the first time in ages, she unleashed her true power, like she had stepped straight out of her legendary prime. The crisis had passed, and now it was time to face the aftermath. Landing softly, Holly directed a stream of magic toward the hunters. Han instantly tensed and ordered everyone behind him. He expected another blast, like flames were about to rain down. But something completely different happened. Han braced for another massacre and instead got a lavender spa treatment, the most aggressive healing session of his life. Wounds closed, exhaustion faded, and flowers bloomed around them. Holly had already heard about these warriors from the prince and wanted their first meeting to stay peaceful. She expressed gratitude on behalf of the Fairy Union. The hunters had risked everything for civilians. 2 days later, everyone who fought had fully recovered. In the Elven Kingdom, within the ancient palace of Prelsis, a critical meeting was held. The Elven Crown Prince confirmed he had personally witnessed the rift to another dimension. The Dwarf King, Crom Brindle, attempted to assess the consequences for all of Ratna. Only the Sylph King, Kubi, maintained outward composure. Opinions split. Some demanded preparation for war. Others believed the danger had passed with the portal's closure. Yet the mere fact that such a rift had appeared was deeply unsettling. Nothing like it had ever happened before. The warrior of Volterra and his team received special praise for their courage. But gratitude alone was not enough. The causes had to be uncovered. The Elven Prince openly admitted that his twin brother Morris stood behind the tragedy. He also revealed that his son Lao still had not regained consciousness. For the first time, the Fairy Union learned that Lao was the prince's son, a secret long hidden. The hunters who fought demons were now officially recognized as heroes. The Fairy Union hoped these warriors would continue defending Ratna from the rising darkness. Reports of new portals opening across the continent had become more frequent, and a troubling question arose. Why were Karhan and Genopia doing nothing? Sooner or later, cooperation between alliances would become unavoidable. The people of Ratna had to unite. The threat concerned the entire world, not just one kingdom. Holly immediately contacted her former comrades and laid out the situation in detail. Instead of support, Karhan and Genopia proposed conducting additional investigation. They showed no rush to leave their fortified domains or take on the dirty work. Not long ago, these heroes had been ready to sacrifice everything for the world. Now it felt like their fire had cooled after past victories. Holly suggested finding Bao and restoring the team's full lineup. She was reminded that the Sword King had chosen exile, walking a solitary path by choice. Zenobia added that with the blessing of the demon god, something greater awaited them, perhaps even eternal life. In her view, that was far more appealing than endless concern for ordinary people. When the connection ended, Holly clenched her hands nervously. She still cared for them, but the distance between them had become undeniable. Even without their help, she resolved to continue the investigation and prevent demonic invasion. After the call, Karhan briefly considered telling Holly the full truth. Zenobia stopped him, warning it could cause panic and ruin their plans. The former heroes clearly underestimated the risk of their world merging with the demonic universe. The balance was already broken, and the consequences could be catastrophic. Some chose to operate in secrecy, believing they could control the outcome. All they needed was to stay calm and keep former allies away from the truth. If Holly and Bao uncovered the scheme, the entire structure would collapse. Afterward, Karhan contacted Richard to clarify the situation on site. The envoy reported that Holly remained in the Elven Kingdom and intended to pursue the investigation personally. The Union leaders decided not to publicly announce the portals, but would quietly investigate the anomalies. Richard received direct orders to monitor anyone connected to the matter. If someone came too close to exposing Karhan and Zenobia's plan, that person would have to be eliminated without hesitation. For a professional assassin like Richard, that assignment sounded almost like a compliment. Meanwhile, Lao remained unconscious, his eyes still closed. Kiwi looked visibly troubled, no longer hiding her concern. The hunters now had to decide what came next. Formally, the mission was complete. Yet one major question remained. Could Holly be trusted, or was she linked to the traitors? When she healed Han, he clearly felt not only pain fading, but also the remnants of his aura. If Holly ever became an enemy, opposing her would be nearly impossible. For now, trusting no one seemed wiser. Finding Bao before another angelic portal opened somewhere else. And one more thing, Snow might still be alive. As these thoughts lingered, space around the hunters distorted with strange magic. Before them appeared the Sylph king known as Kubi. He moved so fast and smoothly that Afir did not even notice her necklace vanish. As Han stepped forward threateningly, Kubi only smiled mysteriously beneath his mask, speaking in riddles. Then he suggested testing who was faster and vanished into the trees. The hunters gave chase. The stolen artifact was too valuable to lose. Kubi deliberately led them deeper into the forest, away from the palace. He kept the mask on, as if hiding not only his face but his true intentions. Once certain no one else was near, he prepared to reveal his trump card. With a thunderous crash, a massive creature landed, its shockwave nearly knocking Afir off her feet. It seemed the hunters were about to witness a live test of a new weapon. The Dwarf King donned massive armor, intending to demonstrate its full power. But to Han, there is no difference between king and commoner. Before him, all stand equal. If danger comes his way, he will erase anyone bold enough to stand in his path. Meanwhile, Kubi examined the stolen artifact and realized he had seen something similar in Miss Holly's possession before. Lost in thought for a split second, he nearly lost his shiny new toy. Afir had no intention of ignoring a theft committed right under her nose. In truth, Kubi and the Dwarf King only wanted to test the hunters and gauge their potential. It could have been called a simple trial, if the stakes were not this insanely high. The Dwarf King activated his newest weapon, a massive stone launcher. He carried himself with absolute confidence, as if his armor made him untouchable. Pulling the trigger, he tested the mechanism in real combat for the first time. The entire system ran on small crystals infused with the blessing of the demon god. The blasts were devastating, though the accuracy clearly needed work. When the ammunition ran dry, the battlefield drowned in thick dust. The king was certain the enemy had been crushed. The smoke cleared, and Han stood unharmed. The dwarves built a cannon but forgot to check it was firing at someone who does not acknowledge physics. Not a scratch marked his body, yet inside, fury burned brighter than ever. Without giving him a moment to reset, the armored giant charged, shaking the earth with every step. At that very moment, a stunned Addis arrived at the battlefield. One glance at the mechanical titan was enough. Someone of high rank was inside. The Sylph King and the Dwarf King were deliberately hiding their identities. If Han destroyed the mechanism, the political fallout could explode. Addis wanted to intervene, but without his staff even demonic crystals were useless. He would have to abandon his usual magic and switch to something else. Fear was in trouble as well. Her opponent was absurdly fast and agile, even her magic barely connected. The moment she entered striking range, QB accelerated and slipped away effortlessly. He vanished and reappeared as if he had mastered instant spatial movement. The Sylph King mockingly claimed the necklace had been stolen long ago, so it never truly belonged to a fear. Those words hit hard, and the wyvern wanted nothing more than to squash that smug little trickster. While the hunters clashed in chaos, Kiwi moved silently through the forest. She entered the goddess's temple, seeking clarity and inner balance. Her connection with Kevriel had long since gone silent, and that worried her. Bao's whereabouts remained unknown, leaving their next direction uncertain. They needed to leave the Elven Kingdom soon, but that would leave Lao alone with his doubts. Meanwhile, the Elven King personally approached the altar of the Goddess of Darkness. It almost seemed like he wished to speak with Kiwi. In recent years, he had played the role of a madman to preserve balance. When he declared that Lo was his son, the hall had drowned in shock and disbelief. Few were ready to believe that a frail old man leaning on a cane had fathered a child with a young woman. But reputation had never mattered to him. He would sacrifice respect to protect his family. The heir had to be protected at any cost. Yet good intentions led to heavy consequences and broken hearts. Lao grew up unaware of his true origin, and that left a deep scar. The king did not justify himself, he accepted his mistakes. He only asked the goddess to understand his motives and forgive him. At those words, Kiwi smiled softly, seeing not a tyrant, but a man. Whatever his choices, he had always placed the state and its people above himself. Finishing his prayer, the king offered Kiwi his support. His body might be weak, but his wisdom and experience remained sharp. Kiwi accepted. But first, she intended to resolve what was happening in the other part of the forest. Meanwhile, Addis seized the Dwarf King's weapon and decided to test it himself. The result exceeded expectations. The impact far surpassed even his former staff-enhanced magic. All it took was syncing the weapon's mechanism with a demonic crystal and calibrating the mana flow just right. Now they urgently needed to light a fire, because Han was seconds away from freezing solid. That blast had been colder than the magic of the level 72 Lich they once faced. By then, Kiwi had already arrived on the battlefield. She immediately started lecturing Han for, once again, turning everything into unnecessary chaos. She repeated that sometimes lying low is the smarter play, but to him, that advice sounds like background wind noise. Then the Elven King calmly reminded everyone that freezing the Dwarf King solid was not standard diplomatic protocol. Only then did the hunters fully grasp the scale of what had just happened. It hit them late. They had literally turned the Dwarf King into an ice statue. Diplomacy had just evolved into extreme sports. To salvage the situation, Addis reignited the flames while Han methodically shattered the ice layer by layer. After half an hour of intense effort, Mr. Redbeard finally returned to normal. He could barely believe his greatest invention had been wrecked during its first field test. At first it felt like a disaster, but then the king reconsidered. If magical crystals replaced ordinary ammunition, the weapon's potential would skyrocket. In that light, apologies suddenly became irrelevant. The Dwarf King unexpectedly thanked Addis for unlocking a new technological breakthrough. Crystal-infused ammunition could reshape not just local battles, but entire wars. Injected mana would activate the crystal's charge right before impact, amplifying destruction. Addis calmly explained the mechanics and potential system limitations. The king listened carefully, offered sincere gratitude, and rushed off to organize further tests. All that remained was hoping his enthusiasm would not spiral into an arms race. The incident was quietly buried, and soon no one mentioned that Han had nearly sent the Dwarf King into eternal frost. Once tensions cooled, the hunters finally remembered the wyvern. Ifir had not been idle. Her version of fun just looked different. She was still chasing the ridiculously nimble Sylph, refusing to let him escape without answers. The Sylph King kept his true identity hidden, otherwise the game would lose its thrill. They traded blows, flexing magic techniques and probing each other's limits. Their little game wreaked havoc on city streets, and the locals were not amused. In the heat of battle, Ifir did not even realize how much she had grown. Her speed and maneuverability had sharpened. She had never faced an opponent like this. Usually, her enemies were massive brutes, and the script was predictable. This time it demanded precision, agility, and lightning reflexes to tag the tiny menace. In the end, Kubi deflected her strike and slipped free from pressure. Drawing on experience, he widened the distance and allowed himself a brief sense of victory. But during the clash, Ifir had already reclaimed the artifact, so the Sylph King no longer mattered. She concluded the chase by planting him face first into cobblestone, stylish, painful, and completely free entertainment for the city. Catching her breath, she checked the artifact, then felt heavy breathing above her. When she looked up, it felt like stepping back into the past. A scarred man stood before her, the same figure she had seen more than once in Dragon's Lair. Instead of drawing a blade, Richard calmly leaned down and offered her a hand. He appeared polite and composed, as if he did not recognize her at all. Not surprising, the first time they met, Ifir had been in wyvern form. The professional assassin was here on assignment, serving as Holly's bodyguard. It turned out she was secretly investigating the Elven Kingdom, avoiding unnecessary attention. By tomorrow, she would return to the Nymph Kingdom and miss the awards ceremony. Holly noticed the strange glances between Ifir and Richard, like they shared some unspoken history. The guard calmly stated he had never met the girl before. Still, he could not ignore that Ifir's artifact looked strikingly similar to one he had once gifted Holly. In a flash, Ifir's entire life seemed to replay before her. Her fate balanced on a razor's edge. And right at that moment, the same persistent Sylph reappeared behind her back. Holly instantly recognized the Sylph King and asked about his condition, clearly concerned. Only then did Ifir fully realize who she had been fighting all this time. Too many coincidences to call it random. The Sylph King had intervened on purpose. He wanted to pull the young wyvern out of danger. The irony was brutal. She had landed in trouble because of his own provocations. Kubi admitted responsibility, apologized, and personally escorted Ifir back to her friends. That evening, an important conversation took place between the hunters and the Elven King. Han and his team laid everything out. No filters, no holding back. They were convinced that Karhan and Zenobia had betrayed Ratna for the promise of eternal life. The attempt to eliminate the goddess of darkness had shattered the balance and triggered the portals. Tomorrow's awards ceremony should be cancelled. No need to draw extra eyes. The king promised to assist in locating Bao. His experience could be the key. Then something unexpected surfaced. The king had a letter from Bao. No philosophy, no wisdom, just 2 words, hungry. On the back, a simple request for water. It sounded like Bao was stranded somewhere remote, struggling for supplies. The king first called the letter recent, then admitted he had received it over a year ago. The latest message had arrived only a week ago, this time written in blood. If the legendary Sword King had fallen, the entire mission would collapse. The letters were delivered by a merchant caravan traveling between kingdoms. That same caravan could lead them to Bao, but it departed tonight. There was still time, but hesitation was not an option. As the hunters began preparing, Lao suddenly entered the room. He had finally awakened and, after overhearing everything, declared he would pack immediately. Kiwi stopped him cold. Their paths diverged here, and the prince should remain in the kingdom. The words cut deep. Unable to endure it, he turned and ran. Han wanted to chase him, but that would mean missing the caravan. Without Bao, the continent would stand defenseless against traitor heroes. The prince ran without direction, just trying to outrun his own thoughts. He called himself a burden, feeling his chest tighten with pain. Had he watched his step, he might have noticed he was sprinting straight toward the Dwarf King. Rare moment when diplomacy could have ended in a literal collision. The stubborn old ruler had not come empty-handed. Seeing Lao awake, he was genuinely surprised. Everyone believed the prince gravely ill. Hours later, the merchant caravan set out on its long journey. The wagons carried everything, from smoked meat to rare artifacts. The hunters were allowed to join for free in exchange for guarding the cargo from bandits. The deal benefited both sides, yet no one felt cheerful. Their thoughts kept circling back to Lao. It felt like they had abandoned the very boy who helped save the world. The caravan had barely left the elven borders when armed figures appeared ahead. The warrior of Volterra readied himself, almost welcoming the distraction. But then he recognized the familiar silhouette of a dwarf-style mechanical machine. Loud shouts echoed down the road, and tension spiked instantly. Now the question was simple. What were the Dwarf King and his friend Kubi doing here? They claimed that leaving so abruptly was impolite, especially after forging bonds with the kingdom. Thanks to Addis's advice, the dwarves had already developed high-tier weapon prototypes. Give them an idea, and they start prepping for war, like the world is just a draft for testing. Kubi had not arrived empty-handed either. He handed his friend a book of knowledge. It contained the secrets of the Sylph sword technique. Information once guarded with absolute secrecy. Gratitude followed, because that is how real allies move. And at that exact moment, a familiar young voice called out to Kiwi from behind. It was not just kings standing before them. The young prince had arrived as well, holding something special in his hands. He presented Kiwi with a new spear, stronger, sharper, leagues beyond her old weapon. The prince admitted he was not much help right now, but promised that next time they met he would not be the weak boy they once knew. The Dwarf King had zero patience for long farewells, so he sharply turned the wheel of his machine. Before parting, Kiwi offered a soft smile, and her gaze said it all. Lao had become someone truly dear to her. The goodbye was swift. No dramatic speeches, no over-the-top hero vibes. As a final reminder, the prince warned that if anything happened to Kiwi, the Voltarian would lose his head. As usual, the hunters made mistakes, and Han stood ready to take the consequences. They would meet again, but that would be another chapter entirely. Despite his age, the Dwarf King's eyesight and mind were razor-sharp. He reflected that sometimes the road to victory demands sacrifice, but not every sacrifice is justified. He spoke those words aloud, as if aware someone was hiding nearby. And indeed, Richard stood close, calmly unsheathing his cold blade. Better not linger on dark details, time to move forward. Amid demonic chaos, almost everyone forgot about Leonard and his new squad. The Dark Brotherhood had sided with the traitor heroes, dragging him into a dangerous game. Leonard was seriously concerned about portals opening worldwide. Raud, on the other hand, was thrilled. More dungeons meant more loot and glory. He failed to grasp the consequences of reckless dungeon clears. Their alliance reached its end, and Raud demanded the promised healing artifact. The Inquisitor barely listened. He still could not process that someone dared steal the goddess's power. Theft of divine essence was the ultimate crime, shaking the foundations of the world itself. Snapping back to reality, Leonard handed Raud the promised item. His partner should not interfere in matters this serious. The Inquisitor realized he had misjudged the situation, but excuses meant nothing now. The trio found themselves fully surrounded, no escape routes left. The Inquisitor Division had arrived to punish abuse of authority and illegal investigations. Leonard Cattle Francis would face trial, and prison seemed inevitable. The next day, the 11th Elven King, who ruled for 250 years, passed away. The public was told it was due to severe illness. In reality, the borders were sealed, and a full-scale investigation began inside the kingdom. Genovia was displeased by the unnecessary noise. Now she had to lie low and hope the storm would settle. The heroes did not want Holly or other rulers suspecting their involvement. The Union was not fully convinced by the murder narrative, and the kingdom entered mourning. But another issue still demanded attention. The Voltarian warrior and his hunters were alive and roaming freely. Everything should have ended at the House of Phantoms, yet somehow they walked out alive. They even shattered Genobia's legendary magic, not the kind of headline she wanted. These hunters could no longer be dismissed as weak amateurs. They had proven their strength repeatedly, and with Kiwi's arrival, it was clear. The goddess had chosen Han as her champion. Richard had not personally clashed with the squad yet. During their meeting with the Elven King, security had been too tight for quiet action. He could only eavesdrop and learn about the appearance of the goddess's prophet. A serious problem would arise if Bao met Kiwi. A man like Bao would not waste time analyzing details. He might strike former allies immediately. Until that happened, military forces could be deployed across various nations. But that would push the heroes into the spotlight, contradicting their covert strategy. So, they chose a different path. At the same time, the Inquisitor squad arrived at their base. The most dangerous phase began, the interrogation to extract the truth. Sana would not say a single word until he met Leonard face to face. And things were not as dark as they seemed. No one was planning to torture the guy just yet. For days, he had stood outside the main headquarters of the Dark Brotherhood, stubbornly demanding an audience with Leonard. The Inquisitors kept driving him off. He was openly interfering with their operations. To get what he wanted, Sana was even ready to sacrifice a magical artifact. The problem was that relic belonged to Raud, and Raud was not about to let something like that go easily. Raud grabbed him by the collar and physically dragged him away from the entrance, stopping him from doing something reckless. Their views clashed hard, and now neither of them knew what the right move was. Raud wanted to forget everything and start fresh, while Sana was obsessed with freeing Leonard at any cost. Raud was fine being a mid-tier hunter. No politics, no conspiracies, just smash monsters and pretend the world was not cracking apart. He did not care about global destinies or demon gods when dungeon clearing paid the bills. Sana, however, was drowning in guilt. He had failed to protect his new friend. He knew Leonard was heading straight toward a Dark Brotherhood trial. And before that trial, there would be pressure tactics no one wanted to imagine. The fact that Raud and Sana were still free felt like a miracle. They were lucky, while their senior comrade was walking through hell. Yet even in that position, Leonard refused to break. His level was far too high to fear ordinary physical torture. Not a single scratch had been left on him despite days of interrogation. He had trained many of his interrogators himself, and now he could see just how weak they were. The farce ended when an elderly woman entered the interrogation room. The other Inquisitors left silently, leaving her alone with Leonard. Seeing his tired face, she remembered their first meeting 30 years ago. Back then, he had been detained for beating a priest, and even then it was clear this boy had a dangerous streak. He always acted according to his own sense of right and never cared to justify himself. She had once personally recommended him as support for the heroes, and now she was forced to strip him of the goddess's blessing. She had almost no choice. Leonard did not even attempt to defend himself. Outside, the guards noticed that the strange young man had suddenly given up and left. They even felt relieved. No more constant questions or desperate pleas. Sir Leonard had once taught them to trust the goddess without question, and now he himself stood against her will. They could not understand why. Within the Dark Brotherhood, he had everything: status, power, influence. Then, in the distance, that same desperate young man reappeared. He was screaming and sprinting away from a massive stone monster. The Inquisitors had clearly not anticipated this twist. They saw that Sana had lost an arm trying to fend off the creature's attacks. Sympathetic guards rushed to carry him toward the healing chamber. The wound looked serious, but one cold glance was enough to realize this was all part of a carefully crafted plan. The stone monster was not moving randomly. It was following orders from somewhere beyond. Raud had activated his ability, ensuring Sana could infiltrate the Dark Brotherhood. It was the outsider's idea. Retreat had never been on the table. He needed someone with rare abilities and convinced Raud to take the risk. All that remained was detaching the mechanical arm to make the injury look authentic. Once inside, Sana would adapt and improvise as the situation unfolded. One precise move was enough to knock the first Inquisitor out cold. He instantly reattached the iron arm, preparing for the next clash. Meanwhile, Leonard finally spoke of his theory. He was convinced someone was impersonating the goddess of darkness. The elderly woman involuntarily stepped back, deep in thought. Through her oracle, she could sense true divinity, and such a thing would only be possible if the goddess's essence had been stolen. But that was not all. While Leonard had been absent, a new oracle had appeared. Then the old woman quietly dropped a chilling phrase. Secret execution of special individuals, like it was just a new clause in the rulebook. Not a silent purge inside the order. Leonard ignited instantly, firing back with ruthless arguments and cold, hard facts. The goddess had never interfered in earthly affairs, let alone ordered covert eliminations within her own order. To be honest, even the old woman had been shaken when it first happened, but she would not dare oppose the goddess's will. Humans were made to serve higher beings. In the end, Leonard was building a hypothesis, and if he was wrong, the fallout would be catastrophic. She hoped he would make a balanced decision and left him alone with his doubts. Suspicion was not proof, and the Inquisitor still had none. If he was mistaken, his behavior could be branded as rebellion against the goddess herself. He was given no time to think. The door opened again. Leonard had grown tired of these so-called tortures that had not harmed him in the slightest. He stayed silent until the Inquisitor suddenly began unlocking his restraints. When the mask slipped off, the truth hit. It was Sana. Instead of gratitude, Leonard unloaded a barrage of sharp words for the reckless stunt. Sana tried to justify himself, reminding him that his level had risen significantly. Endless hunts had hardened him. Now he could move unseen. But inside the Dark Brotherhood, no one cared about flashy level numbers. If he got caught, the consequences would be brutal and merciless. At the very least, reconnaissance should have come before infiltration. Suddenly, the interrogation room walls collapsed like a house of cards, and ranks of Inquisitors surrounded them. From the start, they had been trapped in a cage nearly impossible to escape. Leonard demanded his allies be released in exchange for his own submission. But once his allies broke order, that agreement was void. Leonard had done everything to shield Sana from the worst and believed his conscience was clear. Yet this stubborn fool had stepped into the abyss on his own. No one had asked for his sacrifice. The one-armed outsider had no intention of surrendering without a fight. Maybe he was not the most calculated strategist, but even if they called it a crime, he would never regret his choice. Despite fear clawing at him, he came to defend his friend, fully aware he might die. They called him a fool, but fools sometimes carry backup plans. The moment those words hung in the air, an unidentified flying object approached the Dark Brotherhood headquarters. The monster did not request landing clearance. It slammed into the wall at full speed. One strike of its massive beak shattered the stone prison. Raoud controlled the beast, shouting for his friends to move. The Inquisitors instantly drew their weapons and charged. They had trained with Leonard for years. They knew exactly how to handle chaos like this. Sana stood ready to cover his friend to the very end, even if the odds were trash. Leonard refused to let anyone die for him. He tore his restraints apart, ripping skin and spilling blood. He could have broken free from the start. He had simply waited for the right moment. Now he made the choice the old woman had hinted at. They say age brings wisdom. But sometimes elders just need to watch fools risk their lives before they stop pretending to be blind. Seeing his so-called foolish friends gamble everything for him, Leonard finally understood which side he stood on. The old woman slowly raised her hand, preparing to give the fatal order. The Inquisitors froze, weapons ready, awaiting the command. But instead of ordering an attack, she declared surrender. Even if every fighter of the Dark Brotherhood gathered here, they could not defeat Leonard without catastrophic losses. Such a battle would only weaken the order and harm the goddess. Continuing was pointless. In truth, this had all been a test. The old woman had long shared Leonard's doubts. She simply had not found the chance to verify her theory until now. She did not consider his conclusions flawless, but she was willing to help uncover the truth. On those leaflets was the photograph of a man the Dark Brotherhood had been ordered to eliminate. The moment those leaflets spread across the continent, the real hunt would begin. Bounties, snitches, full-on pursuit mode. The Voltarian warrior, Han Bin, and his 3 companions were declared guilty of murdering the Elven King and marked for immediate elimination. Running was pointless now. Time to stay cold and build a real plan. Leonard still refused to believe Han and his squad could have killed the Elven King. Officially, it was announced the king died of chronic illness. But among allies, a different narrative was spreading, that it was assassination, and blaming the Voltarian and his crew had been prearranged. Sana was certain Han could never do something like that. Raud disagreed, and even offered to help the Dark Brotherhood eliminate the so-called arrogant bumpkin. He had always hated Han, and his tone carried the bitter aftertaste of personal revenge. The old woman promised to stall the Order's investigation, but if a continent-wide manhunt began, it would be unstoppable. On top of that, Leonard was officially labeled a violator of the Order's commands. He could be hunted too. All his allies were now at risk, though Raud loudly insisted he was not cooperating with the Inquisitor. For now, surviving was enough. Next steps had to be calculated. The best move was simple. Find Han and his so-called squad of maniacs before anyone else did. If Leonard failed to prove the existence of a false goddess, not only he, but everyone beside him would fall. Meanwhile, at a Union assembly, Lau unexpectedly stepped forward. He apologized for past actions, but his voice was firm. He had something important to say. Only then did everyone realize Lau was now the crown prince of the Elven Kingdom. He stood there as the king's representative. But for what purpose? The last people to see the former king alive were Han and his team. The situation framed them as the only logical suspects. But Lau had seen their true faces. He knew what they were willing to sacrifice for others. He declared with confidence that even if they had waged war on the Elven Kingdom, they would never stoop to a cowardly backstab. Kubi agreed. No signs of struggle, no magical residue at the scene, just a body. That screamed professional. Holly supported the theory. Everything felt less like a random crime and more like a carefully set trap. To prove Han's innocence, they needed to find him and hear the truth firsthand. No rumors, no speculation. For that, Holly immediately formed an emergency search unit. She appointed her assistant, Mr. Richard, to lead the operation. The moment his name was spoken, Union representatives exchanged uneasy glances. The Dwarf King and the Sylph King locked eyes, as if understanding more than words could express. Behind, Richard stood a red-haired girl. She was to join the unit as well. It was Leslie, an old acquaintance who had been operating in the shadows. On the balcony, she quietly congratulated Richard on his so-called promotion. Holly suspected nothing. She believed a killing restriction bound Richard and trusted him completely. Yet before departure, Richard changed his mind and left Leslie in the kingdom, instructing her to monitor Holly. Leslie barely masked her disappointment. Her thoughts were already with the friends now in danger. She wanted to warn them, but had no safe way to send word without exposing herself. Richard knew that before reaching the Elven Kingdom, Han had spent months in prison. Leslie had been there on assignment and had seen firsthand what he was capable of. That made her claims that they were not dangerous sound suspiciously soft. It was almost as if she intentionally downplayed them as mere kids playing hero. But Richard knew better. Han had fought on equal footing with Inquisitor Leonard, a warrior many considered the strongest of the new generation. He sensed Leslie was hiding something but held back from conclusions. His mission was clear: eliminate Han and his entire team. No emotional interference allowed. Behind the scenes, the official extermination order was already taking shape. The most dangerous part. Richard had no idea that a hunt for him was quietly beginning as well. Meanwhile, Han had zero worries, casually spending time with his friends. A rare talent for chilling exactly when a global bounty drops on your head. The new weapon outperformed any magic staff. Against monsters, it was a serious edge. Fear wasted no time and trained relentlessly. The Sylph sword technique was tough. Its movements demanded precision and speed she was only beginning to master. One wrong move, and a dense sphere of mana ignited in Aether's palm, detonated with a thunderclap that shakes the air. She does not stop. She craves progress, determined to one day stand on Addis's level. Aether is already level 45. Just recently, she celebrated 35 like it was endgame status. For a wyvern who spent most of her life alone in a cave, that growth feels borderline unreal. Kiwi skips the brutal grind, choosing strategy over sweat. She knows the hunters run hot. Someone has to stay ice cold and make the calls. Besides, she cannot level up like the others. She is not exactly human. The hunter's motivations are easy to read, but Kiwi is more curious about what Han truly wants. He once said that if they found the Sword King bow and everything wrapped clean, the goddess of darkness would send him back to Earth. Going home has always been his main objective. But goals and true desires are not always the same thing. Kiwi realized that the moment she nearly sacrificed Lao for her own mission. She steps closer to the Voltarian than usual and quietly asks what he really wants. Returning home is a goal, but his eyes hint at something deeper. There has to be a reason he keeps pushing forward year after year, fighting like the world owes him answers. For the first time, Han seriously thinks about it, but he does not get the chance to answer. The caravan rolls on, and there's no time for soul-searching. Kiwi cuts the conversation short and calls the others. She never brings it up again, but Han keeps replaying her words. So what is the real reason behind his endless fight? As they move toward Bao, two separate hunting parties are already tracking them from behind. Leonard and his allies shadow the so-called Avenger Squad without pause. At the same time, Richard moves fast, intent on fulfilling his order to eliminate the enemies of Karhan and Genovia. Sooner or later, their paths will collide, and that meeting will not end quietly. Most likely, the clash will happen where the true Sword King stands, the hero named Bao. His name has echoed for chapters, yet no one has truly seen him up close. This massive stone warrior has spent months devouring monsters from another world, unaware of the danger tightening around Ratna. But the roots of this story stretch back nearly 40 years. Several dying Earthlings vanished in an instant, only to awaken in another world. That was the start of their second lives, filled with monster battles and the need to hide their origins. Over time, Earthlings became nearly indistinguishable from Ratnians. They leveled up fast, became powerful hunters, and contributed to the continent's growth. Earthlings and Ratnians tried to coexist, sharing one world in fragile peace. It was an era of hope. They helped each other and believed in a common future. But not everyone could accept the new reality. Some never found their place, and their despair deepened by the day. 20 years later, a powerful Earthling organization emerged, the Great Earth. Its members believed it was their duty to free Ratna from the goddess's influence. In their eyes, that meant killing the goddess, even if it sounded impossible. Ratnians resisted fiercely, but the elite warriors of Earth were overwhelming. The Earthlings, now branded as outsiders, leveled up at terrifying speed. Once they began killing Ratnians, the surge in power became dangerously addictive. Their sense of justice slowly dissolved into hunger for levels. What should have been a tragedy turned into a brutal survival game. But when that so-called game reached its turning point, the balance shifted. Ratna saw the rise of the four heroes, warriors of insane ability. They crushed the Great Earth, and from that day on, a manhunt for outsiders began. Surviving Earthlings were judged and executed without mercy. Thus ended the legendary war, now spoken of like a distant myth. And in that chaos, a young, inexperienced warrior made one fatal mistake and plunged into the abyss. He did not even have time to scream. His body vanished inside the jaws of a colossal worm, its rings of teeth grinding shut like stone millstones. The merciless monster had already claimed the second fighter from the small squad, and the ground beneath them was soaked in blood. Yet the outsiders did not freeze in fear. They had lived on the edge of death for too long and were used to losing their own. Reinforcements appeared behind them. Dozens of armed warriors descending the slope, ready to step in. But instead of uniting to finish the beast, they started arguing in the middle of the battlefield. Everyone wanted the final blow. Because the last hit meant a level up, and levels meant power. Amid the chaos, a strange symbol could be seen on their clothing. It was the mark of the Great Earth, the organization slowly rebuilding after its destruction. 20 years ago, the four heroes crushed the Outsiders, but Great Earth had been given a second chance. Once, the Outsiders terrified Ratnians and climbed levels without limit. The heroes could have wiped them out completely, but chose otherwise. They pitied such raw power and potential, thinking it could be used differently. Karhan and Genobia sealed the surviving members of Great Earth. The Outsiders could no longer escape. They were forced into submission. They were made to hunt monsters and gather precious crystals for someone else's agenda. For those who once called themselves free, that was the cruelest punishment. They were imprisoned in the sky dungeon of Actarun, a place without sunlight, walls drenched in eternal darkness. Richard controlled the prisoners, though he had once led their army, career progression that starts at captain and ends at warden. Looking at his former comrades, he thought grimly that the devil always returns to hell. Among the prisoners stood a woman with muscles carved like stone. She recognized him instantly and froze, as if dragged back into the past. Richard offered her special missions in exchange for a chance at freedom. In this prison, massive crystals earned nothing more than extra bread and a sip of water. Humiliation disguised as reward. She had lived like that for over 20 years, and now looked at him without hope. She no longer cared how it would end. The so-called She-Hulk refused to listen to her former captain, whom she saw as a traitor serving Karhan. Richard did not argue. He simply stood and walked into the corridor's darkness, leaving behind the weight of her stare. He knew anger would erupt in seconds, rage impossible to restrain. For those who lost everything, a traitor's calm cuts deeper than a blade. Sooner or later, the prisoners might break free, and their revenge would be merciless. She-Hulk swore that once free, she would tear the traitor's family apart. He replied calmly that it would never happen. His family was already dead, killed by Ratnians. All he needed was her help, and when it was over, he was ready to accept death. Those words were enough to make her hesitate, even through clenched teeth. Now back to the present day, to a place called Kolin. Rumor says the Sword King Bao hides here, the one needed to save the world. According to the arrangement, the hunters had to cross the desert until a guide met them. The plan sounded solid, until they stepped into this god-forsaken furnace. The heat was so brutal that even a sip of water brought relief for only a second. Then suddenly, ahead of them, they spotted a stall selling ice. Not just ice. An actual Korean-style shaved ice dessert with sweet filling, right in the middle of the blazing desert. At first, everyone laughed it off as a mirage. But the dessert did not vanish. Cold mist continued to rise above the counter. A second later, a very real struggle broke out among the friends. Each of them was ready to throw hands for the right to taste even one spoon of that icy salvation. In the chaos, they crashed into the stall, and the single dessert flew into the air. Time seemed to freeze, and hearts clenched in collective despair. Kiwi had been standing behind them the entire time, watching silently. Waiting for the perfect moment, she kicked off Han's shoulder and intercepted the falling dessert mid-air. Strategic Genius mode activated exclusively when sweets are at risk. Without drama, she took a bite and instantly understood. This flavor was worth a battlefield. But the fun ended fast. A sandstorm was rising ahead at terrifying speed. The sandstorm did not rise because of the wind. It was triggered by a strange traveler in dark shades who appeared right in the middle of the desert. He stopped in front of the hunters, gave them a once-over, and threw out a sharp remark. That stall was his, and he did not leave it there so people could brawl and flip his merchandise. The guy's name was Rex, and his whole vibe was off. He looked like he had ditched a biker rally and somehow respawned as a desert guide. The second he announced his escort fee was premium tier expensive. The sand beneath their feet split open. Rex dropped straight down, and from the depths rose the heavy shadow of something massive. Han, who had just been humiliated by a dessert-related betrayal, finally pushed himself up from the sand. He made it clear he was not paying a single coin, and if he was not taken to Kolin immediately, things would escalate fast. Rex read the room instantly and chose compliance over chaos. End result, no money, no dessert, not even a thank you. At least the hunters finally reached the vanished ancient city rumored to hide Bao. The city looked less like a settlement and more like ruins carved straight into cliffs in the middle of a burning wasteland. No one knew who built this stone marvel. The real shocker, a massive oasis surrounded the ruins, like nature itself was flexing against drought. The barren lands of Kalin had long scared off neighboring kingdoms from even attempting conquest. The city belonged to no crown and thrived outside political alliances. That was the Kalin the hunters from the Green Forests now stood before. Technically, Bao was supposed to be hiding somewhere in a dungeon below, a place the goddess's reach supposedly could not touch. To access it, they first needed to visit the Hunters Guild and secure official clearance. Attis and Ophir immediately headed off to locate the local hunter-gathering spot. Watching those two was always low-key entertaining. They spent almost all their time together, and now even preferred to handle quests side by side. Maybe it was their unique bond. After all, they were dragon descendants. Meanwhile, Kiwi studied the city map and broke down key details. Over 35 years ago, a massive dungeon had appeared here, one that even veteran fighters still feared to enter. That meant Han and his squad were currently standing on top of ancient ruins, and deep below lay the true old city, slowly transformed into a dungeon. While Rex kept demanding payment, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Han turned and saw Martin alongside two mage sisters. Kiwi was still focused on the map and did not immediately notice them. She kept explaining the route to Han, but he was clearly not listening. Ophir recognized old faces and rushed forward to greet them. Attis gently stopped her, reminding her some conflicts were still unresolved. Since the day Sana died, Han and Martin had not exchanged a single word. The Voltarian warrior simply turned and walked away, openly ignoring the encounter. For the next few hours he seemed tense even while trying to mask the anger. Ophir had already briefed Kiwi on what happened and advised her not to push the topic. Han only remarked that it had nothing to do with the mission. They were here to find Bao. Clearly, it was a personal wound he was not ready to reopen. As they moved through the city, the hunters heard the furious shouts of a woman. She was surrounded by a group of criminals who clearly specialized in robbery. Blades drawn, they threatened her and closed in slowly. Instead of backing down, the woman stepped forward and accepted the challenge. She invited them to try killing her, warning that otherwise the prey would become the predator. The boldness hit hard and the bandits snapped. One lunged forward, unaware that Kiwi had already decided to intervene. With one precise strike, she knocked him out cold and cast an icy stare at the rest. The criminals exchanged uneasy looks, clearly recalculating their odds. And then, behind them, a massive shadow rose, the silhouette of someone who absolutely despises bandits. One glare from him was enough. The masked men bolted and vanished into a sewer hatch like rats. The green-haired woman immediately thanked her rescuers and asked who they were. Her eyes said it all. This crew was not ordinary. Too many different faces, too much hidden power. The moment Rex recognized her, he went pale, started shaking and dropped to his knees. Respect in Kalin is measured by how fast you hit the ground. It became obvious she was no helpless beauty, but a major power player in the city. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the hunters headed to a local nightclub. Hot dishes, layered snacks, and ice-cold cocktails filled the table. After crossing the desert, they ate like they had not seen real food in weeks. The Oasis tavern owner, Syria, declared the feast was on her. She joked, laughed, and kept the vibe festive with effortless charm. The way Rex hovered nearby, careful with his words, made it clear. She commanded serious respect, which made it even stranger that anyone dared attack her. Syria explained that Kalin had no hunters' guild and no city guard. Everyone defended themselves. Those were the unspoken rules. She repeatedly emphasized how vital strong allies were in a place like this. The hint was obvious. She wanted to get closer to Han. Not everyone at the table appreciated that kind of romantic energy. By her fifth cocktail, Kiwi was visibly swaying. Top-tier strategist suddenly switched to random decision mode. She loudly declared there was no time to waste. they had a mission. Without waiting, the goddess's assistant stood and headed for the exit. Her tongue tangled, sentences blurring like a kid after too much sugar. She insisted they had to descend into the dungeon immediately, find Bao, and wrap everything up. Her volume dropped an awkward silence over the entire hall. They had to gently grab her and escort her out before it escalated. Syria stepped in and mentioned she had a map of where Bao might be hiding. Her confidence suggested she knew exactly who Bao was, which raised questions. Flexible and careful like a serpent, she seemed far smarter and more influential than she let on. The next morning, she began giving detailed explanations. Her club was the city's information hub. The most dangerous people in Colin passed through those doors. Most intel came from eyewitness rumors, so accuracy was never guaranteed. If the map led them astray, she advised using an artifact called the Fragment of the Chain to call for help. She stressed she only wanted to assist, and refusing that support would be unwise. The hunters not only feasted, but slept on soft beds for the first time in ages. The only one regretting the night before was Kiwi. Her friends kept teasing her drunken declarations and awkward behavior. She shut them down with icy threats. One more word, and there would be consequences. As soon as the hunters left the club, Syria called Rex over. He had long been her aide, though he preferred to keep that low-key. Even veteran fighters struggled to reach the location marked on that map. Rex could not understand why she sent them into that hell knowing the odds were slim. Syria, however, seemed less concerned about the hunters and more about Bao himself. What bothered her was how they learned of him and what their true intentions were. The artifact hanging on her wall hinted that the legendary Bao had already finished his battle. Anyone descending into that dungeon had to accept there might be no return. Once sunlight disappears, the monsters immediately go hunting. A creature named Droll had reached level 72. One enemy like that was manageable. But dozens turned the situation into chaos fast. The old Han would have needed serious time to clear such threats, but after awakening his aura, his skill had jumped to another tier. Thanks to that, they advanced through the dungeon without delay. Afir and Addis barely had any action, even though they were eager to grow and gain experience. Because of constant danger, ordinary hunters almost never wander here. The odds of not coming back are way too high. While Han was talking with Kiwi, a sudden burst of fire lit up the dungeon's vaulted ceiling. After the flare, a strange wave of energy rolled through the tunnels, flooding every corner. It was the power of the fallen monsters, redirected straight into the dragon core. Han was deliberately wiping out beasts to funnel their energy to his comrades. That way, the dragons leveled up without gambling their own lives every time. Power growth mattered, but not getting lost in this cursed maze mattered more. The corridors twisted like a living labyrinth. One distraction, and you were looping the same passage again and again. Lately, Efir kept catching herself admiring Adis, wondering just how far he could go. Dragons lived over 500 years on average. He had eternity to evolve. The goddess of darkness's assistant had personally taken part in creating dragons, so she knew everything about them. She had warned Aether in advance. Wyverns would never reach such colossal size, which meant that one day her bond with Adis might face unexpected complications. When Adis finished getting dressed, fragments of their dragon talk reached him, and he hurried over. He tried to catch the topic, but Efir abruptly switched it. The look in her eyes said it all. She was embarrassed, and right now finding Bao mattered more. Kiwi was certain Efir would eventually stop dwelling on it. Yet the goddess's assistant herself had begun lowering her gaze more often, sighing heavily, barely smiling. The hunters did not notice the shift and kept searching for Bao. They methodically checked the locations Syria had marked on the map. 4 days passed with no trace of the legendary warrior. Only one final point remained. If Bao was not there, they would have to admit the plan had hit a wall. After finishing her part, Kiwi frowned again and quietly stepped aside. This time, someone noticed her distance. Han tracked her footsteps and decided to see where she was headed. Nearby, Adis wandered, studying the astonishing underground architecture. He had never been able to admire such sights before. He used to live in hiding until meeting Han and Kiwi. While inspecting the walls, he spotted a pattern resembling the trace of an ancient relic. Perhaps something massive had passed through here, leaving its mark. The imprint was not eroded, meaning it had been made recently. Addis was so deep in thought he did not sense the dark figure approaching. Kiwi's sudden appearance made him flinch. She had only come to relieve him on watch. Someone had to monitor the perimeter constantly, or monsters would strike at the worst possible moment. Kiwi increasingly noticed the way people looked at her, as if she were something otherworldly. But she had lost her prophetic gift and was now just human. She wanted to be treated as an equal, without reverence or distance. While she patrolled the perimeter, her friends prepared dinner. The conversation gradually shifted toward Kiwi and her strange behavior lately. In the end, she was not a child. She had to deal with her own emotions. Few truly understood what it meant to be a goddess's assistant. Such figures appear in the darkest hours to guide heroes onto the right path. Once the world's balance is restored, Kiwi might return to the heavens and leave them behind. Maybe it was the thought of her presence being temporary that made her so lonely. If she had stayed and heard them, she would have realized how much she meant to them. Addis and Ifir genuinely hoped the goddess would allow Kiwi to remain in Ratna. When everything ended, they dreamed of throwing a real celebration and forgetting about battles. Eventually, the warm talk faded, and the squad went to sleep. In the morning, the hunters headed toward the final mark on the map. Han had already slain over 100 monsters, yet the 5th level refused to fall, as if mocking him. Suddenly, Kiwi began finishing off the wounded beasts herself. When nerves hit, even boosting your allies gets cancelled. She snapped a sharp reminder. The contract was clear. Their mission was to find Bao. Everything else was irrelevant. She demanded they move faster and stop wasting focus. If she had heard last night's campfire conversation, there would not have been that much frost in her voice. She needed the mission treated seriously. No jokes, no distractions. And she added dryly that the moment Bao was found, she would return to the goddess immediately. Han did not buy those words right away and called out to Kiwi, demanding she stop. He wanted a real conversation, but a thunderous crash from deep within the tunnel cut it short. Addis sensed the danger instantly and prepared to shift into dragon form. Not far away, a makeshift bandit headquarters had been set up. Calling it a headquarters was generous, just a bunch of outlaws squatting in the corner of a massive cavern. While they argued about their next robbery target, something truly horrific crept toward them. The stone trembled as if an ancient predator had awakened from the abyss itself. The bandits bolted for the exit, only to see the silhouettes of the Avenger squad ahead. Han drew his sword and swung, not to execute the terrified men. He barked at them to duck and stay down until the chaos passed. A moment later, a massive shape crawled from behind the wall. A dungeon-depth monster. Something that should never have been awakened. Han stepped forward, delivering heavy strikes just to slow the beast down. He held back his aura, relying solely on refined technique and sharpened swordplay. Now Addis understood who had left those strange marks on the walls. The creature moved unlike any other monster, almost gliding across the stone. No one knew its name, but its level felt terrifyingly high. Before witnessing the outcome, it was worth remembering how Kiwi came to be. The goddess had met her creation and openly revealed she had been sealed by Karhan and Genobia. The moment she regained agency, she created an assistant and sent her to Ryu Hanbin's team. The Voltarian warrior's strength was enough for the mission, but the dragon and the wyvern could become obstacles. The probability was small, yet Kiwi was obligated to prevent that outcome. Those very words echoed in her mind as the monster charged. The hunters braced themselves, knowing the advantage was not on their side. Han avoided using aura. One careless release, and the dungeon ceiling would collapse on them. But without aura, piercing that massive shell was nearly impossible. To minimize risk, Kiwi suggested retreat, in true Captain Jack Sparrow fashion. There was no point fighting what could not be killed here and now. Kiwi acted cold and strategic, but Han chose differently. He swore he would wait for the perfect moment and cleave the creature in two. For that, he needed support, especially Addis and his magic cannon. Ifir was itching to fight too. especially after her recent level boost in mastering Sylph sword techniques. She dashed toward the pile of weapons as if fear had been deleted from her system. The bandits, seeing the girl bring a monster with her, nearly jumped her in panic. If fear's level was not enough, Kiwi would have to step in. But just as she moved, a shot from the magic cannon thundered through the cavern. Addis reacted first and struck dead on target. The shell was too thick for ordinary magical bullets to pierce. The dragon knew his power was lacking, yet he kept firing. A normal round would have failed, but this weapon had a hidden effect. On impact, the bullet transformed into an activated crystal. The explosion roared so violently even the bandits jumped in terror. The monster was instantly coated in ice and slowed dramatically. Now it slid helplessly across the stone, giving the outlaws a chance to flee. Fear seized the moment, raising her blades high, ready to unleash the next strike. The Sylph sword technique had to be tested right here, right now. The bandits squeezed their eyes shut, covered their ears, and mentally said goodbye to life. When the expected strike never came, they cautiously opened their eyes and witnessed a straight-up miracle. The massive monster froze, as if it had slammed into an invisible wall, then suddenly bolted. A small girl had forced it to retreat, and now the beast was the one running. It shot deeper into the tunnels, back to where it felt like king. Kiwi understood that risking Han's life was not an option, and instinctively tried to shield him with her body. But a man raised in the Rocky Mountains would never let a woman take a hit for him. He stepped forward, gently pushed the goddess's assistant aside, and charged in himself. The strike was perfectly calculated. The blade traced its exact path, and the monster split cleanly in two. The progress they had chased for so long finally paid off. It was as if they had always known they would one day face a creature that forced them beyond their limits. The victory was earned, and for a second they celebrated like kids who survived a storm. Only then did Ephir look at Kiwi and squeak in horror. Monster blood covered that beauty from head to toe, and even flies were keeping their distance. They had to urgently clean the goddess's assistant and even spray her with perfume. The smell still left much to be desired, but wisely, no one said that out loud. Han, unable to find better words, simply apologized and promised to be more careful next time. The bandits did not get to scatter this time. Now they had to tell the truth. If they were based in the dungeon, they definitely knew where to find Bao. Kiwi barely held herself back, sensing this guy was hiding something important. Under pressure, everything spilled out, leaving a bitter aftertaste. The Oasis hostess, Syria, had personally ordered the bandits to capture Han's squad. On the outside, a sweet smile. On the inside, cold predator math. She expected the hunters to die before reaching the final point, and if they somehow survived, the bandits were meant to finish the job. Syria never even considered they might escape the dungeon alive. That very day, she was engaged in important negotiations, once again about the hunters. The man beside her carried weight, so she chose her words carefully. The conversation cut off when sharp noise echoed from the corridor. The guards had no time to react. Wooden doors cracked under impact. Han and his team stormed in without warnings or ceremony. Syria managed to hide her guest and calmly lowered herself into a chair. Without wasting time, she poured a pile of gold coins onto the table. The dungeon had been dangerous, but that kind of money counted as generous compensation. With payment in hand, they could disappear and stop interfering in her affairs. Additional guards rushed into the hall, but Han did not flinch. He did not tolerate deception, and it was easy to imagine a blade at someone's throat. One wrong move and the beautiful serpent would lose her head. Syria tried to warn them not to act foolishly, but the situation had already slipped out of control. The doors of a nearby cabinet exploded outward as if blasted apart. Seeing the figure inside, Han thought for a split second he was dreaming. A massive hand grabbed his face and squeezed hard enough to nearly crack his skull. A second later, the main character flew out the window like a trash bag. He had never taken a hit that heavy to the face before. The opponent's fist felt like being smashed by a baseball bat. After falling several floors, he hit the ground and struggled back up. The enemy did not slow down and was already charging after him. Until now, Han had been considered the one who mastered aura best, but now he felt it. This was a man seemingly born from aura itself. It was the Sword King Bao, level 200. Not a gram of extra fat under his skin, muscles like steel cables, and a gaze that said he owned this battlefield. The Voltarian warrior tried to slow the fight and signal for dialogue. They had no reason to be enemies, they came in peace. Bao did not deal in empty words and accelerated again, repeating his attack. In that moment, Han turned into a ball launched almost toward the heavens. Shouts and attempts to stop Bao achieved nothing. In his eyes, they were bandits who dared attack his friend. Each punch grew heavier than the last. Anyone else would have backed down, but not Ryu Hanbin. Realizing words were useless, he chose to meet the battle head-on. They closed the distance, swung at the same time, and the world went blind from the flash of their fury.